The story begins hard. A bruised boy runs, staggering. Every breath he takes is pain. Tears roll down his cheeks, but he doesn't give up, forcing himself to keep going. He stumbles, falls to the cold ground, each blow reverberating with pain. One word echoes in his mind, mother. This word becomes a force, causing him to rise again. Completely exhausted with clenched teeth, he fights the pain. He finds the last strength to continue the journey. The night in the cold forest only increase the horror. The body screams in pain. The legs do not obey. Everything blurs in the eyes. Falling down again, he mentally searches for an answer from his mother, but she is nowhere to be found. The eyes are almost closed, but the figures near the tents are visible ahead. The only thought is to tell the elder about the terrible injustice. People notice him and immediately rush to help. They lift him up and drag him to the elder, trying to save him. The boy, having gathered the remaining strength, shouts about the offense, ignoring the pain. In front of the elder, he stands, and the pain pierces him with a silent cry. All he wants is for the older man to soothe his heartache. By the lake, people rest, catching a moment of silence. The son sits opposite his father, desperately seeking forgiveness. He explains that he had no idea who that girl was, the culprit of everything. The father mockingly said that it was a shame for a young man to bow his head to a woman. Other people supported him, advising him not to worry about such trifles. They said that the young manager still has a lot to learn to be a leader. Suddenly, everyone was drawn to the rude word freaks thrown around. A boy who had survived the cold night stood in front of them with a look of complete determination. He begged for the life of his sister, whom these people had taken away. The chief, with a mocking smile, asked if they were so helpless that they couldn't handle the boy. One of them grabbed his sword, promising to deal with him now. The chief stopped him, noticing that the boy had not come alone. Kang Jin stood behind him, his eyes burning with determination. He was searching for the truth. Jin approached, his presence stopping everyone, and he calmly asked for no delay. The boy resolutely climbed the stairs without stopping for a moment. His gaze was confident, and Jin behind him was ready to clean things up. When they entered, their powerful energy filled the space. The chief stood up, introduced himself as Mr. Mora, head of the 10,000 Fist clan, and bowed. Jin asked the boy if this man was to blame for his suffering, and he looked carefully at the people present. Suddenly the boy recognized the culprit and pointed to him. It was Mora's son. The tension grew, and the air felt the pressure of all eyes on him. Jin stared intently at his son, realizing that the problem was coming from him. Mr. Mora spoke first, asking Jin who he was and why he was interfering. Jin calmly stated that he represented the Lead Dynasty Criminal Police and was investigating. At first, Mr. Mora thought that Jin held an even higher position. He explained that it was just a family conflict, about which he had already informed the head of the entrance. Mr. Mora tried to smooth things over by inviting Jin to join them for a drink. It was now up to Jin to decide whether it was a small thing. The heir now had to go with Jin because the matter had become serious. Enraged, Mr. Mora hit the table, recalling the rule: the crown and the wall are inviolable. This rule symbolizes an alliance, where the warriors of Murim and the crown do not interfere in each other's affairs. Jin smiled, admitting that he enjoyed these challenges. His calm caused cold horror in those present. Tension was felt in the air. Some thought that Jin seemed almost insane, so cold was his reaction. Jin came closer, asked the little one if he was happy, hinting at the escalation of the situation. He noted that these people deliberately ignore the law without even hiding it, and if they do so, others may follow their example. Jin once again turned to Mora, asking if she did not consider his words to be a dereliction of duty. Mora felt that the police detective was not worth his attention. Jin agreed, and bluntly said that he usually doesn't hang out with the likes of Mora. These words caused an immediate reaction. Everyone drew their weapons, preparing for action. They thought that Jin had lost his fear and brazenly crossed the line. They should have been more careful about throwing insults because they didn't know who they were dealing with. Jin calmly asked them to bow their heads, drawing only sneers. Drawing their swords, they taunted, believing that Jin had finally lost his mind. One of them charged, firing a discharge in front of Jin, but Jin remained steadfast. Not only were they interfering, but they were openly trying to harm. So Jin acted instantly. He stood confidently, holding out his hand to the swordsman, ready for an answer. With a wave of his hand, Jin released a wave of energy that rushed at the enemy. A stream of wind engulfed the swordsman, controlling his movements, stopping his every step. Jin lifted him into the air like a marionette with no effort. He directed it towards a wooden post, where the swordsman crashed with a deafening crash. The swordsman flew straight into the pillar, like a toy soldier smashed into solid wood. The impact was so strong that the pillar almost broke apart from the impact. The sight was stunning. Everyone who saw it froze in shock. Mora understood that the situation was critical, and Jin was not kidding at all. He rushed to his warrior, who lay powerless like a shadow of himself. But Jin wouldn't let him go, continuing to maintain control. He made the swordsman fall face down to the ground, literally kissing her. As he fell, the swordsman caught Mora, hitting him on the arm. Mora looked over and saw his fighter unconscious on the floor. Jin coolly stepped over the body and approached it. But the worst thing was that his smile, which increased the threat, did not disappear. Mora, in a panic, ordered all the fighters to destroy Jin immediately. They rushed at him with various weapons, swords, spears, ready for battle. Jin stood calmly in the center, waving his hand and concentrating his aura. The wind rose around him, as if nature was preparing to support him. A moment, and every fighter flew out of the gazebo like leaves blown by the wind. Those who were closer to the lake fell into the water, receiving unexpected refreshment. Others fell to the ground, beating their lungs out and screaming in pain. Mora trembled, not knowing what to do next. His son was standing next to him, silently wondering, is Mora going to not give him up? Jin gave him a choice, give up his son or fight to the last. Father and son looked at each other, both confused, not knowing what to do. They were at a stalemate, but Mora tried to distract him by saying that Jin had gone too far. Jin emphasized that it was time to choose, betray his son or continue the fight. Mora took up his sword. The situation gained new tension. Jin asked, how can you call yourself a father raising a sword against the innocent? And Mora, holding the sword, realized that he would not defeat Jin. Suddenly, people appeared who brought a new twist to events. A short man with a funny expression walked in front, followed by warriors with spears. It was the head of the entrance, who was immediately happy to see Mora, blaming Jin for the chaos. The head of the entrance, Hyun, approached, greeting Mr. Mora as a senior in rank. He said that if Mora had just sent one man, he would have met him and asked for forgiveness without bringing the situation to such a conflict. Hyun's appearance turned everything upside down, and it seemed that the situation was finally starting to resolve itself. It was a bit sad because Jin could have shown the kid a real grand spectacle, but unfortunately he didn't have that opportunity because he could have gone to jail for that. Jin calmed the boy down, explaining that even under the law, killing his older sister was punishable by death. The heads of the culprits will surely fly off their shoulders on the guillotine, and justice will be done. Watching the boy, Jin realized that Hyun was actually in charge of the entrance, as the head was kneeling in front of him and begging for forgiveness. This time, Jin agreed to believe his words and accept the apology. Suddenly a man appeared and informed Jin that he had received an urgent letter from his home. He handed the letter straight into Jin's hands without a moment's delay. Jean opened the letter and began to read, carefully looking at each word. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed dramatically. Something in the letter really confused him. Jin immediately asked this man to find everyone who was involved in the case and bring them all to court, and he himself promised to check everything carefully again. He patted the boy on the head once more and explained that there were urgent matters that he needed to attend to immediately. The boy sincerely thanked the elder for helping him and his family, and in the same instant, Jean disappeared in front of him, as if dissolving into thin air, disappearing quickly and skillfully. The boy shouted after him, promising that he would repay him for such mercy as soon as he could. After a while, Jin was already at home, his heart beating faster with worry. He entered the house where his teacher was lying on the bed, sick and weak. Jean immediately ran over to him, anxiously asking how he was, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. "How are you feeling?" he asked carefully, not taking his eyes off the teacher. "Kang Jin, I'm really worried because you don't understand how this world works and you keep showing your teeth to everyone," the teacher replied with a slight reproach. "Be more careful and watch out for those with swords," he advised, looking at Jin with concern. "You must learn to recognize such people because it can save your life," the teacher added. He explained that the method is simple. If someone doesn't have enough money, it can still be a good person. But a swordsman who does not care about money has every chance to be dangerous and ruthless. Think, have you ever seen powerful people starve to death? Or that the powerful can't get what they want? The logic of this world is that the powerful have their way unhindered. But even powerful warriors who suffer from lack of money live fairly, reasoned the teacher. Those who are not strong at all are only looking for money to rob the weak. Remember that, he finished, and Jin agreed, asking only to remain calm. The teacher smiled. "Am I not a great teacher? Even though the human mind is unknowable, I teach you how easy it is to understand." Jin again agreed. But now he asked only one thing, that the teacher would not leave him. He begged him to live a long life. "Long live so you can see me get married," Jin said with a smile, hoping for the best. The teacher, hearing this, began to stand up and smiling asked, "Are you serious now?" But the question was about something else. Did Jin really think that his teacher was dying and would soon go to the other world? "Ah, you insolent face. I'm still in the prime of my life, and you're already ready to order me a coffin," replied the teacher indignantly. Then Jin realized that he had been in such a hurry for nothing when he heard that his teacher was lying in a sick bed. He was shocked when the old man, who usually didn't act like this, suddenly took on a serious expression and began to ramble on about how worried he was. The teacher explained that he had just not slept for several nights and was very tired, so he decided to rest for a while. Besides, he spent too much time lying down. "First the cards, then the dominoes, I see. You're not sitting here idle at all. And who is it here crunching the bones?" Jin asked him jokingly. Then he asked an even more interesting question. Did the teacher really think that Jin didn't know who gave him 4 liana every month? Does he not know that such an amount can provide for a whole family for several months? The teacher's expression changed dramatically, and he literally shone like the sun. "Oh, my beloved student, my gold!" The teacher began to praise Jin, not hiding his joy. But John continued, "I can tell my father about all this and prove that you are a real charlatan." The conversation came to the point where Jin asked him to stop sitting up at night without sleep and to think about his health. He himself said that he had to go on business and would return in a few days. He also asked the teacher not to do anything stupid during this time. Jin started to walk, but suddenly his legs began to shake, and I wonder why they trembled in him. Maybe it was because he was worried about his teacher. First, it was his mentor. Secondly, he loved him. Thirdly, his wife also loved the teacher. Fourth, if the teacher dies, it will be very bad. And, fifthly, Jin promised to provide him with a luxurious life. Jin's legs must have been shaking at the thought that if he didn't keep his promise, it would not only be sad, but painful for him, because he actually worried about every promise he made. He understood that at such an age, when years are already felt, one should be very careful and protect oneself. The teacher looked at him, reasoning that every day Jin became more dangerous, stronger, and more determined. Although Jin looked good now, the teacher knew that it wasn't enough to be a real threat in this world. He understood that he had to stay with Jin for a while longer, at least until he saw him get married and have a child. The teacher thought about the fact that Jin was still a frame, and probably his child would turn out to be as crazy and unpredictable as Jin himself had been as a child. The teacher's memories took him far back, to the moment of their first meeting, when everything was just beginning. Then he walked through the forest, and having made a wrong turn, found himself on the wrong path, due to which he had to overcome many difficulties. The road leading down was incredibly difficult, and he tripped over a stone and rolled down, unable to hold on. After falling, he slowly began to open his eyes, trying to gather his strength. All scratched and beaten, the teacher, grimacing in pain, shook off the leaves and branches that attacked him during the fall. He understood that due to his age, he would have to lie still for several hours, giving his body time to recover. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and thought for a moment that a tiger was lurking somewhere nearby, but it was only a wounded hare. Little Kang Jin stood above the hare, holding a sharp knife in his hands and staring intently at his prey. Jin swung the knife and his hand didn't even flinch, a moment of determination that surprised the teacher. Then Jin began to carefully process the hare, skinning it, preparing to satisfy his hunger. All this was done quickly and harmoniously because he knew that he needed to eat to survive. The poor animal was only killed so that the genie could survive. It was a law of nature. Suddenly, Jin felt something strange, as if someone was nearby and watching him from behind the bushes. The teacher, lying behind the bushes, thought, "This boy must be crazy. Why would he kill an animal if he is not even going to eat it now?" He couldn't understand why Jin would do this unless there was an immediate need. At that moment, Jin turned his head, sensing the presence of someone nearby. The teacher quickly pretended to lie still and not breathing, trying not to give away his presence. But his eyes were running in different directions, as if looking for a way out of this situation. Jin slowly moved closer to the bushes, wary of what might be there. And sure enough, he saw a man lying on the ground, all scratched up and looking very awkward. The man began to moan, pretending that he was very sick, although the pain in his back was real, as if his body was being electrocuted. He really felt a strong pain in his lower back, but at the same time he tried to pretend to be helpless. "Baby, what are you doing here?" the man asked, hoping to divert Jin's attention. But the boy slyly answered the same question. "What are you doing here?" "Yes, I lay down to rest for a while," answered the man, trying to justify his position. But Jin noticed that the man had his hand behind his back, hiding something. Then Jin, with a smile on his face, asked, "What's it like relaxing with a knife in your hand?" "What other knife?" Could not understand the teacher, whose name, by the way, was Guan Nora. He explained to the boy that his back just hurt, and there was no knife. Then he introduced himself as an ordinary collector of medicinal mountain herbs. This seemed suspicious to Jin, but he slowly began to understand what was going on. "If you're a herb collector, why don't you have a marjungi?" Jin asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Jin took a few steps closer to Nora, making him tense up. "These mountains belong to my family. We know everyone who comes here to gather herbs," Jin said confidently, looking Nora straight in the eyes. "Actually, you're no herb picker," Jin said calmly, noticing how Nora was getting nervous. "You're just a person running from someone else," Jin added, further emphasizing his suspicion. Nora began to protest loudly, shouting that this was not true, and that he was not running away. But Jin made important arguments. "If you are really a resident of these places, you should know that these mountains belong to my family." Besides, Nora's behavior only confirmed that he was hiding the truth. Nora continued to stand his ground, claiming that he was here by accident. But Jin remembered that a few months ago there were rumors about a bandit gang. Because of this, the Jin family decided to send imperial military forces to the area for 7 days. "Are you one of these forces?" Jin asked suspiciously. But Nora assured that he knew nothing about it, and called himself an ordinary man who never evades the law. "But that's not the point," Jin continued, not losing his vigilance. He was concerned about only 2 things on which he focused his attention. "First, you're a fugitive hiding from someone in these mountains," Jin said, keeping his eyes on Nora. "And what friend?" asked Nora, lying on the ground and trying to understand what the boy was leading to. Jin didn't answer directly, but only asked, "What is your real purpose here?" Nora, finally gathering his strength, stood up, leaning his back against a tree. This movement helped him to his feet, but he felt weak in his body. Jin, for his part, was ready for any development, holding the knife behind his back, ready. Nora noticed that John seemed to hesitate, unsure of his actions. He's still a child, Nora thought, deciding to act quickly before trouble caught up with him first. But at that moment, Jin pulls out his knife and concludes, in front of him is a mountain bandit. "What the hell? He's just a kid!" The thought flashed through Nora's head, but the fear of the knife in Jin's hands grew. The knife in the boy's hands disturbed Nora. He felt a threat that could not be ignored. Although Nora was physically stronger, Jin, even as a child, looked dangerous with his huge knife. Realizing that he would lose physically, Jin decided to attack first in order to gain the upper hand and win. Genie lunged at Nora with a knife full of determination, but with one deft move, Nora knocked the knife out of the boy's hands, deflecting the attack. After that, he grabbed Jin by his clothes despite the pain in his back, and showed that his physical strength was superior. He twirled the little one around his body, showing his superiority in battle. Only Jin's loud screams could be heard as he found himself in a hopeless situation. Nora gripped Jin hard and started yelling at him, "You don't know what you're doing, you little bastard!" They both fell to the ground, Jean lying on top of him and trying his best to wriggle free. "If you see someone in trouble, shouldn't you help them? Why rush in with a knife?" Nora shouted. Jin, not giving up, replied, "Safety is more important than anything else." Continuing to fight, Nora tried to explain that he wasn't a threat, but Jin asked, "Then why did you try to kill me?" Nora assured him that he didn't mean to, but Jin continued, "Even if you're not a bandit, you've still seen everything." At that moment, Nora realized that he was not an ordinary child. "What did you see?" Nora asked, and Jin replied, "How I caught a rabbit, and you thought I was crazy." And indeed, it seems that this is a crazy little one. A thought flashed in Nora's head, but he continued to make excuses. "I skinned him not for mockery, but only for survival." They began to compromise after a few more minutes of talking, realizing that the man wasn't going to steal the rabbit from Jin. Despite this, Jin continued to try to break free, but Nora, calling him a scumbag, apologized. "I'm so sorry, mistress," Jin said suddenly, and Nora was surprised at how quickly he changed his character. Nora wondered what Jin wanted to say, but he replied that even if he told everything, nothing would change.
Why is everyone pointing fingers at me for no reason? I want to be with others, but they specifically stay away from me. Because of this, I usually play alone, even though I want to communicate with others, Jin admitted sadly.
Nora listened attentively, feeling that deep sadness was hidden in these words. "Still not sure if there's something wrong with those kids, or maybe something wrong with you," Nora mused as she listened to Jin. Jin shared that everyone around him calls him a monster and now also crazy, just like Nora did. At that moment, they both rose from the ground, as if ending the conflict. Nora took Jin by the shoulders and told him that those people were wrong. "You're not a monster or crazy," Nora assured him, looking into his eyes. "On the contrary, you are special, the most special boy in this world," he added with warmth in his voice. "If you think I'm going to be afraid of you after this, you're wrong," Nora said, encouraging Jin. Then he jokingly offered to look at the rabbit together, holding his stomach and saying that he was very hungry. In front of them was a sign above the entrance to the house where Jin had led Nora, inviting her inside. The architecture of this place was amazing with its incredible beauty. Every detail was refined and kept in harmony. Every corner was saturated with aesthetics and sophistication, as if it were a real work of art. Of course, Nora was surprised when he got here, because such beauty was a rarity in his life. He was in awe of the grandeur of this house, but the place didn't seem that big or special to Jin. "Well, since you live so much, why don't you let your teacher stay the night?" asked Nora. And Jin asked in surprise, "And since when did you become my teacher?" "Well, we were just talking about your training," Nora replied with a smile, hinting at their recent conversation. Jin remembered that conversation, which was why he brought Nora here, even though he knew his father might not like the idea. But Nora assured him that any father would do anything to make his children happy. Jin wasn't sure his dad was willing to do anything illegal, even for him. At that moment, right next to them, his father appeared, dressed in an incredibly beautiful outfit that emphasized his status. He turned to his son with the question, "Where have you been?" His voice was restrained but demanding. The father also asked, "And who is this man next to you?" "My name is Ivan Nora," Nora introduced himself, trying to look calm. "I'm Lee Jio-won," Jin's father replied with dignity. Nora explained that he happened to meet his son today and that they ended up here together. "And I'd like to stay with you for a while and train him," Nora added, turning to her father with the offer. Lee looked closely at Nora and asked, "If you came with my son, and I have to admit you, tell me more about yourself." Nora began his story by saying that he joined the army at the age of 16, and things went well for the first few years. After spending over 10 years there, he never found the confidence to make a living doing it, so he decided to continue honing his skills. But 10 years later, he was deemed unnecessary and asked to leave the ranks of the army. "So you want to stay here and train Kong Jin?" asked Lee with disbelief in his voice. "Kang Jin isn't as simple as he seems. I'm sure you've also noticed that he's a man with a rod," Nora added, trying to convince Lee of his intentions. Nora also mentioned that he met many different people during his time in the army, and some of them were very similar to Jin, having a similar inner core. "Are you sure you can do this?" Lee questioned, eyeing Nora suspiciously. Nora answered firmly, "Yes," and explained that his desire was to set Jin on the right path. He meant that since there was nothing to do anyway, he could at least be useful by helping the boy develop. After a while, they were already standing together, teacher Guang Nora and his new student, Kong Jin. The boy quickly realized that Nora's words were not empty promises. Now, he would really be his teacher. Jin realized that this had become a reality, and now their training began. During their conversation, Jin told Nora about his father, his status and influence, which was already obvious to Nora. However, he did not expect that Jin's father would allocate such a wonderful house to him. "My father is very good at people and doesn't waste money on the wind. But despite that, he gave you a place to stay and even sent a servant. That means you really have something," Jin said. As Nora continued to speak, Jin admitted that he only half believed him. "Because to look at you, you'd never say you're the type to teach someone," he said, looking at Nora. The word type visibly upset the teacher, and he decided to start with a lesson on manners. Nora warned that if Jin spoke rudely, it would be difficult for him to make friends among people. "But I told the truth," Jin insisted, and then Nora simply patted him gently on the head. He asked, "Are looks that important anymore? People have a tendency to judge others by their clothes, but that's misleading." But Jin had his own point of view. If you don't know what kind of person is inside, you can only judge by the appearance and nothing else. "Well, if that's the case, then you still can't say such things openly. Language should always be beautiful," Nora replied. After these words, Jin agreed to listen to the teacher and asked why he was going to teach him. "Looking at you, it doesn't look like you've read many books," Jin quipped, and Nora just laughed out loud in response. Nora explained that he would not teach Jin from books and tell stories about famous adults. Jin thought that Nora, as he had said before, would only teach him how to live in society. But Nora, squatting opposite, explained that in life it is enough to know your name, and he intends to teach Jean everything he knows. Although I'm not in the top 5, the accumulated knowledge about the world is enough for several years of study. Jean began to suspect that Nora would live off his family for several years, like a vermin. Nora assured him that he wasn't that kind of person, but that was exactly what Jean saw in him. The teacher sensed that Jin did not trust him, but offered to prove it in practice by showing him what he would teach him. "Let's see what I can teach you," Nora suggested. But at that moment, Nora once again asked where it was possible to eat here. After a while, they went outside, looking for a place to have lunch. In Jin's hand was a small chicken that was squealing softly as it looked at its master. This chick was looking at Jin, and he was looking at him. And at that moment, the boy had a strange thought in his head. The teacher turned to Jin, noticing his thoughtfulness. He explained that the chicken was a living thing and asked Jin to be gentle with him. Jin asked, "But what's all this for?" Not understanding why the teacher attached such importance to it. The teacher asked him to guess for himself, and Jin assumed that Nora wanted him to decide for himself how to dispose of the chickens as he saw fit. "You fool, you're not even closing your eyes! Now you're going to drill this chick right through with your gaze," said the teacher, looking at Jin. "Then what should I do?" Jin asked, unsure of how to proceed. The teacher asked him to think and strain his coils. He explained that he didn't give him the chick so that Jin would finish him off. Jin tried to understand why the teacher gave him a chick, and his thoughts were reduced only to the fact that the chicken should be eaten. Watching this, the teacher noticed that Jin did not know such a thing as raising a chicken. Even Jin himself did not deny that he only saw the bird as a snack and saw no other options. The teacher got down on one knee in front of Jin and asked, "What will this chick be when she grows up?" "A chicken," answered Jin, and then the teacher suggested that he raise a bird to become a chicken. At that moment, Jin realized that he hadn't thought about the possibility of raising a chicken, and it made him a little sad. He even asked the teacher if the other 100% of people would say that you should raise a bird and was a little upset at his inattention. The teacher explained that if you don't think like that, you can stay lonely for the rest of your life. Taking Jin's hand, he continued, "If your hand is cold now, if you hold it a little longer, it will get warmer. Don't be in a hurry." The teacher invited Jin to think about it more deeply and not to make hasty decisions. Then he told Jin about one person who always told him, "It's not weird to be special." "But, even compared to this person, you look ordinary," said the teacher, confidently adding that Jin could find a common language with other people. This meant that Jin had the potential to be special, but also normal in his relationships with others. And the teacher was confident that he could help him find his way. Jin assumed that the person the teacher was talking about, just like him, could not find a common language with society. But this was not the case. The teacher explained that the man, on the contrary, got along well with people and was very intelligent. "If such an unusual boy like him was able to live among people, then you can too," encouraged Jin's teacher, proving that anything is possible. To do this, according to the teacher, Jin needed to learn how to take care of a chicken until it grows into a hen and begins to lay eggs. It was a lesson in patience and responsibility. It is important that you are trusted with life, even if it is the life of a small chicken. Taking responsibility for someone is a big task, the teacher explained. This was the first teaching and task from the teacher, which Jin had to fulfill without fail. The genie was feeding the chicken, and it was happily running around, not paying attention to the food. He even spoke to him like a human being, asking, "Why don't you eat?" But of course there was no answer. Looking at the cat running along the fence, Jin decided that it was the cat that was scaring the chicken and preventing it from eating. This was a mistake. In fact, there were many other factors around that Jin should have been concerned about. Annoyed and frustrated, Jin grabbed a rock and hurled it at the cat, trying to force the problem. But it only served to accentuate his impatience. Jin did not understand at all why he needed to do this, not finding meaning in his actions. He thought, "Why should I worry about a bird that doesn't even eat properly? Why bother about such things at all?" Very quickly, he got tired of all this. And the main question that arose in his mind was, what will I get as a result? Why should I do all this for some worthless animal? This thought finally drove him out of his mind. The genie, overcome with irritation, began to move towards the chicken, determined to do something about it. The defenseless chick just pecked at the floor and squealed, not suspecting anything. Jin burst into the room ready to finish off the bird. But at that moment, the teacher's hand firmly grabbed his collar, stopping him suddenly. "What the hell?" Jin asked indignantly, turning his head to look at Nora. Nora held him tightly, preventing him from even moving, and reminded him of what he had said earlier. "You must definitely complete the task I gave you," the teacher reminded. His voice was stern but calm, and in a moment the bird was safe, protected from Jin's rush. The teacher showed by his own example how to treat a bird with care and understanding. This worthless creature kept squealing and discriminating against me, Jin thought, irritated by her behavior. "I guess that's why you were going to kill her?" suggested the teacher, looking carefully at Jin. But Jin objected and said that it wasn't, though his face gave off a different emotion. The teacher couldn't help but notice that it was all written on Jin's face, even though he denied his intentions. Jin repeated several times that this was not the case, trying to dismiss the suspicions. But the teacher understood that this was only the beginning, and knew that Jin still had a lot to learn. The teacher asked Jin to take care of the bird seriously, to which the boy shrugged and said that he would try and do whatever was necessary. The teacher expressed his confidence that John will definitely cope with this task. After that, he asked to stop discussing this topic because it was already clear what needs to be done. Suddenly, Jin's feet came off the ground, completely catching him by surprise. The teacher lifted him in his arms, explaining that all his words were only for the benefit of Jin. "I will do this every time you get annoyed," said the teacher, picking him up again. Jin felt goosebumps on his body because it was unpleasant and caused him discomfort. The teacher, seeing Jin's reaction, said, "On the contrary, it's great that you got goosebumps, because it's a sign that you're an ordinary person. If I teach you step by step, everything will work out," he added, hoping for Jin's gradual progress. Time passed, and the teacher was standing outside with a not very happy expression on his face, noticing that something had gone wrong with the growth of the chick. The genie sat holding a chicken with feathers flying off, clearly indicating neglect. The teacher shouted at him loudly, causing Jin to turn sharply. Jin pretended to forget that he had to raise a chicken. It became clear that verbal control alone is not enough for such a task. But the teacher chose the teaching methods adequately, realizing that the things that make people call Jin a monster remain natural for him, like eating or going to the toilet for others. But for Jin, these things seemed mandatory, almost like an inevitable part of his being. The teacher realized that he needed to invent a new approach to his teaching. Time passed, and they found themselves in a forest among the mountains. Nora sat under a tree, sipping alcohol. Jin approached him with a question. "Are you doing anything here at all?" Surprised that Nora does nothing. Earlier, the teacher ordered Jin to run to the top of the mountain, but he sat there drinking himself while Jin's energy overwhelmed him. He wanted to know the logic in the teacher's actions, but Nora reminded him of Jin's promise to follow his instructions. "I won't tell you the reason. It's your punishment for not keeping your promises," Nora explained, leaving Jin guessing. But as soon as Jin began to get angry and protest, the teacher again reminded him of his own words and promises. Jin only gritted his teeth, realizing that he would have to do as Nora said. Then Nora ordered him to run once more to the top of the mountain and back. If he makes it in 4 hours, he will be able to ask one question. Otherwise, all questions will be banned. Jin looked up at the mountain, ready for the challenge. Unwilling to give up, he immediately ran towards the top, exerting all his strength. The teacher approached training with professionalism, keeping Jin in shape. After some time, Jean stood in front of Nora again, with visible signs of fatigue, but ready for new challenges. Nora waved his hand, making it clear that Jin had to run to the top again. Although Jin protested and grumbled, he ran anyway, still having the strength to resist. Daily training twice a day, including climbing a mountain, made the teacher wonder about the boy's endurance. The next day, Jin stood staring ahead, not quite understanding what he saw before him. Nora stood with a stick over his shoulder, explaining that they were going to practice drawing lines. He drew a stick on the ground, drawing the character Chon. The hieroglyph was drawn clearly, and Nora explained its meaning. Just, right, straight. Jin, with a drop of incomprehension in his eyes, looked at this hieroglyph, trying to understand its meaning. "What does this mean?" he asked the teacher, still not fully understanding the purpose of this training. But Nora came back and simply said to Jin, "Repeat after me." Jin was so eager to get his questions answered that he was willing to do whatever the teacher asked. He took a stick and began to draw a line, trying to repeat the actions of the teacher. However, the line turned out to be uneven, much to Jin's dismay. Annoyed, he began to beat the ground with his stick, but continued to try again and again. After a while, Nora, who was sitting under a tree drinking alcohol, heard Jin exclaim that he had finally succeeded. However, when the teacher came over and looked at the work, he called it nothing at all, much to Jin's dismay. Comparing his work to that of a teacher, Jin realized that his lines were indeed far from ideal. But, looking at how masterfully the teacher worked, understanding began to come to Jin. He picked up the stick again and continued to draw, not backing down from the task. After a dozen unsuccessful attempts, Jin even began to ask the teacher to have mercy on him. Then Nora lifted him up in his arms and asked, "Do you know what this hieroglyph is?" Jin replied that he only knew the name, Chon. "And what does Chon mean?" the teacher continued. "Justice, correctness, directness," answered the little one. This was the correct answer, and the teacher praised him by patting him on the head. At the same time, he admitted that he himself is not very smart and only knows how to write the character Chon and 2 characters of his name. However, the people who came up with these characters were not that simple. Before writing the character Chon, they thought carefully about its meaning. Nora explained, stressing the importance of understanding before action. The teacher asked Jin to look carefully at the character for Chon and explained, "This character consists of the upper stroke, which means 1, and the lower part, which means the end, and think." After these explanations, John agreed with the teacher, realizing the importance of this hieroglyph for his life. If he wants to make friends with people, he should think about how his words and actions will be perceived by others. And this does not mean adapting to others at all, because there is no point in doing so if you are sure that you are right. Since Jin was an unusual person, he should have shown more concern for others, and that was exactly what the teacher meant. After that, he handed him the stick again. "From now until noon, you will climb the mountain. And in the afternoon, you will write this hieroglyph with the right thoughts," said the teacher. Jin went down and up again and again, doing both tasks. While writing the hieroglyph, he noticed that his lines were not as smooth and beautiful as the teacher's. The teacher said, "Your lines are a reflection of your soul. They are crooked and not very beautiful, but they are a part of you." The little one asked again, "Does this mean that I am crooked?" But the teacher explained that he could not know that. "But I do know one thing. You're trying to make your lines straighter now," said the teacher, adding to Jin's motivation. "It won't be easy. You'll have to use all your lower body strength, which requires a lot of endurance," he explained. "You need to reduce your energy level to such an extent that there is no energy left for strange thoughts. This is exactly what I'm teaching you. Because when you spend your energy like this, you have time to look at yourself," added the teacher, revealing his philosophy. Over time, Jin will get used to repeated physical training, which will help him develop. This will allow the teacher to sip sake in peace and enjoy the moment while watching their students' progress. The morning came, and the rooster crowed loudly, sitting on the fence, waking everyone around. Nora, still not fully awake, was looking at him from the window, distractedly watching the morning commotion. 2 roosters began to fight among themselves, making a commotion. Nora was drooling, although he couldn't understand the logic, because he ate chicken every day, and it seemed strange to him. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn around. It was Jin's father, who came to his window as if waiting for a conversation. And at the same time, the owner of the house where Nora lived came to talk. After a while, they were already walking down the street, talking about Jin and his studies. Nora explained that he was trying his best to teach Jin everything he knew, but he also recognized that simple exhaustion of forces will not bring the desired result. Up until this point, Nora had thought that Jin's father didn't care about his son, but as it turned out, that wasn't the case. And it was logical, because the matter concerned his son. At that point, Lee stopped and explained that Nora had misunderstood his words, and that he meant something else. Lee wanted to express his deep appreciation for Nora's heart and soul for Jin and his teaching. It was a pleasant surprise for Nora, and he promised not to disappoint Lee. The conversation ended between them, and the day went on as Jin continued his training hard. As befits a coach, Nora desperately coached Jin, helping him move forward by showing him how to run and push up properly. But due to the fact that it was necessary to climb high, and the slope was very steep, Jin fell more than once, unable to withstand the load. But every time he got up and continued to run further, not stopping at failures. The teacher, helping him, also fell more than once, but tried not to show his weakness. It was difficult to get up, his eyes were closing from exhaustion, and Nora almost fell asleep on the spot. However, the birds running nearby woke him up, and the smell of food wafting from the side woke him up even more. They were served incredibly delicious food, kinkali, fried chicken in sauce, and many other dishes that immediately made people drool. Why not work as such a coach, thought Nora, looking at the food with appetite. He ate with great pleasure, putting his whole soul into the process. "Do you like it?" Jin asked as he moved closer as he watched his trainer enjoy his meal. Jin was training, and his trainer was just sitting around eating, and it was a little annoying to him, but Nora invited him to join the meal. However, the food no longer looked as appetizing as when it had just arrived. To Jin, it looked like dog food, but the teacher did not think so, because he himself would not eat something so unsuitable. After another refusal from Jin, Nora did not try to convince him, thinking, "I'll get more." And with an impudent smile, he quickly began to eat everything that was left. Jin watched in disgust as Nora ate, but his stomach grumbled loudly with hunger. After such fatigue, he decided to sit down and did not even pay attention to the appearance of the food. Hunger took its toll. When you're that hungry, any food is a dime a dozen, John thought, though he couldn't shake his distaste for what Nora was eating. But still, Jean said that he would like to have a separate portion of food collected for him, which Nora did not understand, because he thought that everything was so good. In fact, the teacher had planned this on purpose. Sharing a meal was the easiest and most effective way to teach Jean to share with others. During the meal, Jean raised the question, "How am I going to walk the distance from the top to here in 2 hours?" The teacher replied that it used to take 6 hours in the beginning when they first started training, but now it takes about 4 hours. For Jin, it was all boring and difficult. Besides, he had no energy left for anything else. Hearing this, Nora just smiled, realizing that the goal was to squeeze more energy out of Jin. However, Nora understood that training should not become boring, especially after 2 months of non-stop mountain running. He was aware that it was important to keep Jin interested without letting him lose motivation. The evening had already come, and they were sitting under a tree, and Nora, as usual, continued to torment his student. They joked with each other, calling each other idiots, but it was all in good nature. At this moment, the teacher suggested looking ahead and enjoying the beauty of the night, when there was only a half moon in the sky, as if someone was fishing for stars from it. And of course, at this point, Nora thanked Jin for following his instructions and listening to his advice. But Jin replied, "I just don't want you to start grumbling again if I do something wrong." "Minds need to be trained too," Jin said, reflecting on his development. "Of course you should," replied Master Nora, supporting the idea. Jin, tired from the hard training, said, "It's all very exhausting and difficult, but whose hand, if not the coach's hand, will encourage and explain how important it is not to give up? Achieving your goal is always not easy, and not only you, but others are making the same efforts," the teacher encouraged. Hearing these words, Jin began to understand that he must continue to work hard. At this point, the teacher asked, "Do you remember the story about my friend who was very similar to you?" Nora decided to tell more, then my friend said, "It was incredibly difficult, as if to death. But I learned the truth. To get one thing, you have to give up something else." These were the words of his friend. As his teacher, Nora promised, "I will always be there to remind you of this and support you, even if your hands are down." Running uphill and making circles is also part of Nora's philosophy, which helps develop endurance and willpower. After that, Nora stood up and holding Jin in his arms proudly explained, "Usually the brain controls the body, but when the body reaches its limit, the situation changes. Then it becomes a matter of endurance, and willpower starts moving you." In Nora's opinion, Jin lacked these two qualities, and that is why he is now learning the simplest method, building up stamina and will. "Never get close to those who, instead of taking action, just lick their tongue," advised Nora. After these words, he began to laugh loudly and again tortured Jin, lifting him up. Jin, desperately fighting back and kicking, begged for the 10th time, "Don't touch my face." It was morning, and Jin was working out in his yard, doing his usual morning exercise moves. This workout could be called a simple workout, but it was an important part of the day for Jin. There was only one thought in his mind: the teacher is melting again. But he still made Jin come here every day. Despite this, Jin performed incredible stunts, surprising even himself. For his age, his skills seemed almost unreal. He stood on his hands with ease, demonstrating strength and flexibility. Sweat dripped down his face and onto the tile, but he didn't stop training. Even Jin himself realized that although it was difficult, it was ultimately more fun than boring lectures and vows. He mentioned his private school Bright Eye, where classes were held. Academician Jung-in Moon sat at his desk, surrounded by mountains of books, watching Jin intently. Sitting across from him was Jin, who looked a little distracted and tired after his workout. "You haven't read anything again, have you?" the academic asked Jin, looking at him carefully. Jin only answered in silence, his head down. "Why the hell aren't you doing this?" Jung-in Moon asked sharply, not understanding why Jin was not completing the task. But Jin remained silent, not saying a word, and lowered his head even lower. He did not know what to answer, because his thoughts were far from studying, focused on other, more important things for him. The academic perfectly understood that if he had not placed such high hopes on Jin, then he would not have felt such disappointment now. It seemed to him that he had found an outstanding talent, but with the passage of time his disappointment only grew. Say at least something, the academician begged. But Jean was afraid that any word he said would only provoke another outburst of the teacher's anger. The academic asked Jin to try, as this question was not only about himself. If Jin didn't try, it would affect both of them, and people would think badly not only of the student, but also of his mentor. Jin didn't know why he should try, and he didn't even understand all the teachings, which he honestly told the academician. Speak more specifically, demanded the academician, banging his hand on the table, trying to get a clear answer from Jin. Jin sighed and replied, That's all I can say. This enraged the academician, and he ordered Jin to go to the penance room to reflect on his behavior. The academic himself pondered whether to expel Jin from the school, as his behavior was destroying the spirit of learning among the other students. He understood that Jin was a bad influence on others, but at the same time, he was aware that he might never meet such an extraordinary personality again. The academic saw in Gina an opportunity to pass on his name to future generations, but his frustration continued to grow. All of Jin's peers discussed him behind his back when they saw him, but of course he noticed the whispers. It seemed like everyone should have gotten sick of it by now, but they still found new topics to talk about when it came to him. Jin was told that he should study, so he studied, finding nothing difficult about it. But he did not understand why he needed it. Because of his studies, he could not even go out with other children. He kept asking himself, what is my problem? Why are they whispering and moving away from me? He couldn't understand what he had done to make people treat him this way. Everything they thought about him was written on the faces of everyone around him, and it only added to his confusion. They liked him when he bought glazed fruit on a stick or rice cakes. Those moments were fond memories, but Jin didn't understand when things went wrong. Is all this possible because of the incident when he killed the bird? He recalled the moment and the reaction of his peers, who looked shocked and scared. But Jin couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Wasn't that fun? He was looking at one of the boys and did not understand why everyone else was following him. Of course, there were always those who provoked conflicts, but this guy had much more friends. After a while, Jin returned to his training under the teacher's supervision. He continued to draw hieroglyphs, trying to concentrate, but the task seemed endless. Jin asked himself, how much longer do I have to do this? I'm already tired of this mountain marathon. Will I be able to communicate with people by drawing hieroglyphs? Isn't that stupid? Jin often asked himself this question during training. But his thoughts were interrupted when Nora called out to him. The teacher offered a snack and got a ration. They had a delicious baked chicken today, which cheered Jin up. Sitting down across from the teacher, Jin wondered why the first thing Nora always said was, "Let's eat!" Meat was a real delight for Nora, and he loved it as much as he loved himself. Jin wondered why Nora wasn't gaining weight, given his foodie passions. He asked the teacher many questions, including whether such food was given in the army, and Nora patiently answered all of his questions. But at one point, Jin went from asking questions to declaring, "I'm not going to run anymore. It's too hard, and there's no getting better." Nora tried to explain that the world is arranged in such a way that without perseverance and character, you can't achieve anything. You can't just fly in the sky and blow the wind with your palms, as it seems at first glance. However, Jin brushed it off, saying that his father was rich, and when he died, all the property would go to him. Awesome! Look how he talks! Nora thought in shock. Despite this, Nora continued to advise Jin to live a beautiful life, and if he wanted to make friends with others, he better learn to fly in the sky and blow the wind with his palms. But Jin found his answer to every argument of Nora, and then the teacher realized that something was clearly wrong with his student today. Nora didn't even know what to say in response, but that only proved that there was a reason behind what Jin had said. Without trying to find the right words, Nora just reached out to hug him again. As always, the boy replied that he was very disgusted by it, but Nora did not give up. "How dare you call a teacher's display of love disgusting?" the teacher joked, continuing to torment him. However, this time Nora asked seriously, "What happened to you today?" But in response, he heard only silence. The teacher, not receiving an answer, began to tickle Jin, who only begged to stop. "Then tell me. You promised not to hide anything from me and to share everything," Nora insisted. Finally calmed down, Jin began to pour out everything that was on his mind, but Nora considered his problems trivial and explained that there was no need to worry about such things. However, for Jin, this was a serious question that had been bothering him for a long time. At that moment, he felt his body begin to fly in weightlessness. The teacher grabbed his leg and left arm, began to circle around him, trying to cheer up Jin. Jin flew around the teacher and laughed loudly, forgetting about his problems. Looking at that laugh, Nora realized that Jin was still just a child, even with all his thinking. "Did you say you don't understand?" asked the teacher, smiling, and immediately added, "Is it necessary to understand everything? Stopping circling?" Nora stood Jin in front of him and explained, "If you don't understand something, you don't have to try. You just have to obey when you're told to do something. Sometimes you just have to pretend to do something when you're told to, don't you?" Nora continued. Jin asked in surprise, "Why?" But Nora replied that it wasn't that important, but that Jin wanted to get along with others. He continued to explain this to Jin, trying to get the point across. Jin only moved his eyes in different directions, trying to understand the teacher. And, in principle, he understood partially, maybe not completely, but he knew for sure that in time everything would fall into place. The academician told the students that in any matter one should make maximum efforts and be sincere in one's intentions. If there is sincerity, then form appears. If there is form, there is manifestation. And if there is manifestation, there is clarity that leads to movement. He continued. Jin, listening to the lecture, was deep in his own thoughts, looking at the horizon through the window. The academician constantly emphasized the importance of sincerity, considering it the key to success. At one point, he turned to Jin, drawing his attention. After several repetitions of Jin's name, the academic finally got his attention. The academic pointed out that the content of today's lesson had been chosen specifically for Jin and asked if he understood it. Jin, surprised, honestly answered that he did not understand. The academician emphasized how important it is to think about the meaning of what is said, demanding attention and understanding. Jin was convinced that an academic should explain things simply, instead of asking difficult questions. The academician only angrily called him uncouth, once again expressing his displeasure with Jin's behavior in class. Jin explained that the real reason for his lack of understanding was the lack of answers to the questions posed. The academic pointed him to the door, adding that such behavior could lead to his expulsion. In his mind, he decided that it was time to root out Jin's indiscipline, because without strictness, change cannot be achieved. When Jin got up and started to leave, it came as a complete surprise to the academician. According to the rules, the student must always respect the words of his teacher and not ignore them. Jin indicated that the academic's words had raised many questions in his mind, and he decided to take his advice. Since the teacher told him not to cross the classroom again, Jin decided to do just that, taking his words literally. The academic slammed his fist on the table, not understanding why Jin had suddenly become so obedient. It was pointed out to Jin that he often upsets the teacher, so today he decided to follow his words at least once and explained it to the teacher. The academic reflected, admitting to himself that he would like to get rid of Jin. But he was afraid of the shame, because it would look like a failure. He could not raise one student, although he received financial support from his father. In the end, he ordered Jin to return to his seat, justifying his position. Repeating the request once more, he asked Jin to take his seat. Jin reluctantly turned around and walked over and sat down at his desk again. Looking at Jin, the academician could not understand what kind of punishment he was serving for the sins of his past life. However, he calmed himself by looking at another student in the class. Looking at him, the anger of the academician subsided a little. This student's name was Vaughn, and the academician asked him to explain to Jin the meaning of what was said. Vaughn explained that only sincerity can change the world. All interaction between things is connected, and sincerity can even touch the heavens. Upon hearing Vaughn's answer, the academician clapped his hands, praising him for the correct interpretation. He asked another question. What did Confucius say about those who do not ask themselves how to act? Vaughn replied, "Then even I don't know how to deal with them." This answer pleased the teacher even more, and he was extremely pleased. The teacher's reaction irritated Jin, and he decided to voice his question. Jin asked if understanding came with age, and if it wouldn't be surprising if a 9-year-old student understood everything at once. The teacher replied that it was because of insufficient understanding that Jin came here to study. Jin, not lost, argued that the teacher was only punishing him for not keeping up with the material. Classes ended, and it was already getting dark. Holding a stick in his hands, teacher Nora decided to conduct the training in person. He began to move, trying to remember the feeling of the past training. However, the speed of his movements did not bring joy. He was panting and tired. Nora realized that training cannot be neglected in the future. At that moment, Jin, who had just returned from school, approached him. Nora's teacher could immediately sense that something had upset Jin, judging by his demeanor. Entering the house, Jean began to complain that he was embarrassed in front of everyone because of that goat who turned him into a laughingstock. Nora, intrigued, wanted to know who the goat was, and if there was anyone weirder than Jean. Jean explained that when someone says nice things, the teacher pretends to be generous, but when they are bullied, he pretends to not care. All he does all the time is pretending to be someone else. Nora just laughed at this explanation and sarcastically called Jean good-hearted. This person was incredibly annoying to Jin, arousing anger and irritation in him. Jin did not hide it and explained all his feelings to the teacher. Nora began to figure out how to approach Jin to help him with his emotions. Jin emphasized again that he hated being around this person. Nora then reminded him of his promise to always tell the truth and obey him. Jin felt that his attempts to find a common language with others were futile, while that goat did nothing but received praise and trust. Nora suggested that there might be some who disliked the boy as much as Jean did. However, Nora also noted that there must be a reason why others value him despite his flaws. He advised Jean to learn pretend and master the skills he still lacks. It sounded like acting like a clown to Jean, but he figured it was worth a try if it would help. Nora emphasized that excuses do not indicate strength, but rather show an unwillingness to work on oneself, even when there is an opportunity to become better. In the conversation, Nora found even more arguments to convince Jean of the importance of his words. Finally, he came over and hugged him, trying to calm him down. Jean struggled to break free, outraged that Nora had done this again for no reason. Both knew that the road would not be easy, but Nora insisted that Jean listen carefully to his words. After all, it was in the interests of Jin himself. The more he wanted the teacher to pass on his knowledge to him. Nora suggested that Jean try to see the merits in that fellow, because only then can you learn new things. No one supports lies. Of course, Jean didn't like doing bullshit like that guy, but he tried to see it as a useful skill. Having finally understood Nora's point, John immediately rushed to complete the task. Nora, analyzing the conversation with Jean, concluded that there is his complete opposite at school, and decided that it would be interesting to look there again. The academician, walking through the yard, was still thinking about whom he had offended in his past life. He wondered how exactly he should discipline this young rebel, Kang Jin. Suddenly he heard someone approach him from behind. It was Nora. They exchanged greetings. Nora introduced himself, saying his last name was Quack, and his first name was No. Nora told a little more about himself, and the academic suggested that he might be a teacher. Teacher Quack. Hearing this, Nora began to vigorously wave his hands, denying he is not a teacher, but an ordinary warrior who is not even close to teaching. But he added that you can learn a lot from the soldiers too, and explained why he was here. He had arrived because of the student being taught by the academician, and whose behavior had piqued his curiosity. It was Kang Jin. Nora asked not to misunderstand him, and pointed out that he can only be considered a warrior mentor. He then began to explain more about himself, so the academician asked what brought him here. Nora then said that he had heard about the academic's irritation with Jin, and the academic confirmed that he was indeed very inattentive in class. Nora offered some advice on how to calm Jin down, assuring him that he would definitely listen, even though the academic thought it was impossible. Looking at the academician, Nora realized that he was a man with a hard character who put pressure on others with his authority, which is why Jean did not get along with him. Nora explained that he had come to help because he thought he could somehow make things easier. He reasoned that there was no point in trying to tame Jeannie's anger at home if it was building up again at school. Nora came to the conclusion that it was necessary to solve the problem, and after a few days he came to the academy again. The academician, seeing him, did not understand for what purpose he had come this time. He went outside and saw Nora stretching in preparation for the conversation. As Nora came closer, their eyes met, and both prepared to have a serious conversation. A new day came and a light rain fell from the sky. Nora reappeared at the academy, holding something for the academic. It was a bag of food and a flask of delicious drink. The academician closed the book he was holding in his hands, preparing for the guest. They spread the food, poured the drink, and began the festive meal. The academician's cheeks were red from the glass, and the conversation turned more and more to Jin. The academician said that he had never met such a student in his entire life, although many people sought to learn from him. However, little Kang Jin does not appreciate this, and, confident in his intelligence, does not recognize the teacher's authority. Nora laughed, agreeing completely with his words. The academician added that if Jin had more perseverance and judgment, things would have turned out very differently for him. Nora replied that he understood him completely. Nora then hinted that John was obeying him after all, which almost left the academician speechless. Nora clarified that things weren't perfect, but he had learned to work with Jean's character. The academician, daring to be honest, admitted that his authority was being undermined by his very communication with Jin. He shouted, argued, and reprimanded, but all to no avail. Nora asked if the academic could share a few secrets, to which he agreed. The academician gave advice. Don't say anything to the boy. You can't scold or blame him, and especially, don't do it in front of others. The academic pointed out that Kang Jin's pride is huge, and his strong sense of rivalry is something that can be exploited. Nora, hearing this, asked the academic to lean in closer to discuss the idea. As the academic bent down, Nora whispered her plan to him. The academic's eyes lit up as he listened intently. The next day, in class, the academician announced the topic of the lesson, sitting in front of the students. Learning without thinking is a waste of time, and thinking without learning is dangerous, he declared, looking at Jin. Jin was convinced that the academician would drip on his brain again. However, he was surprised when the teacher did not turn to him, but instead asked another student, Vona. The academic praised Vaughn for the correct answer, as he continued to explain the topic. Learning that pays off is rewarding, said the academic, glancing back at Jin. After that, he invited Moon to answer another question. What are these tricks? Jin thought in wonder. The situation began to confuse him, because the academician was defiantly ignoring him. And at that moment he realized that he knew the answer to the question that had just been asked. Jin was full of impatience, but he had to watch the game of the academician, which awakened a competitive spirit in him. Moon continued to answer questions, receiving rave reviews from the academic. The lesson went on, and the teacher's attention remained on the other students. The academician praised everyone, calling them well done, adding that there was nothing to be particularly happy about. Suddenly, Jin slammed his hands on the table and the closed book, addressing the academic. What happened? The academician asked calmly. Jin was upset that the teacher didn't ask him any questions today. The academic replied that it was his mistake not to recognize that Jin's abilities had diminished somewhat. In front of the whole class, he said that he would ignore his poor performance and stop reprimanding him. This irritated Jin even more, and his hands clenched tightly into fists. The academic, glad to have found an approach to Jin, thought it would be a good idea to thank Nora by asking him out for a drink. He didn't even expect that he would feel so confident and calm now. Meanwhile, a rooster was running in the yard, crowing loudly. Jin, enraged, threw stones at him, trying to vent his anger. Why do you vent your anger on an innocent creature? A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Noticing Jin's increased activity, Nora asked what was wrong, sensing his tension. Nora knew in advance that the reason for Jin's irritation was that he was perceived as a small child at school. Jin was angry at being simply ignored. Nora could have sworn that even though Jin lacks empathy, his desire for acceptance is extremely strong, and this could be his chance to change. In the conversation, they came to the conclusion that now his attitude towards learning literacy has changed. Jean finally realized how annoying it was to be ignored. Nora was pleased that Jean felt the need to learn. True, Jean wanted to prove to the old man that he could not be ignored, and even sought to trample the authority of the academician. Jean realized that there were many tasks ahead of him. Listening to Nora, making friends, and learning literacy from an academician. You're capable of anything because you don't like to go unnoticed, Nora told him. At these words, Jin confidently nodded in agreement. The next day came, and the students sat at their desks at school again. Observing Jin, the academician understood that he was not mistaken in him. Jin is a very intelligent boy, which means that the previous training methods were not effective enough. What could be better in this world than teaching people? Now the academician had 2 students, and he considered it the best blessing. That day, he decided to start the lesson with reading, and invited Hyun Sung to read aloud. Each of the students plunged into reading literature, listening carefully. The lesson is over, and it's time for recess. Jin went outside and, as usual, remained alone. Meanwhile, another group of his classmates gathered together, with Vaughn in the center. They began to make fun of Vaughn for always being tied to books, and even said that they would be better off without him. As he passed by, Jin heard them decide to teach him a lesson. They all started beating Vaughn together, and Jin just watched them, not understanding how someone who was already struggling so mercilessly could be hurt so mercilessly. There shouldn't be any pity in a situation like this, Jin said to himself. He thought about the science he had received from his mentor. One of the bullies, pointing a finger at Vaughn's head, declared that his presence was bad luck. And just then, Jin heard a rustling behind him that caught his attention. After a scuffle, one of the bullies received a heavy blow to the head from Jin. The other classmates were startled and looked at Jin in confusion. He kicked another one hard in the chest, Not understanding what was going on, they listened to Jin's explanation, who said that it would be better to keep quiet like before. Jin declared that their mistake was in opening their mouths, and made it clear that it is not worth insulting the weak, especially in a group. He swung his fist, preparing to strike again, and stressed that school should be quiet, even though he himself had a bad feeling about the situation. At that moment, his hand was stopped. Someone firmly grabbed it. It was Vaughn who told Jin to cease and desist. Vaughn understood that he had been insulted by the band, but still asked Jin not to continue. Jin looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. He told Vaughn to let him go until he struck, and he agreed, but asked him not to touch his classmates again. When Jin asks why Vaughn is worried about them, Vaughn replies that he's actually worried about himself, but asks to leave them alone. "Fall out of here," Jin ordered them, warning that if the master found out about today, they would not be well. Everyone agreed and ran away. Back at Vaughn, Jin said he understood his intentions and asked if he was okay with everything now. After that, he invited Vaughn to go to his house. He didn't understand why he was going to his house. Jin began to explain the reason why he wanted him in particular. Turns out Jin needed something from Vaughn. They set off together in the direction of Vaughn's house. Coming closer, Jin looked around the house. He thought that even the doghouse looked better than this house. One now asked him his real reason for coming, to which Jin replied that he wanted to study. He explained that everyone loves her, except for those hooligans who beat him today, especially adults. Suddenly there was a noise behind him. 3 children ran out of the house. 2 girls and a boy, who were happy to see Vaughn. One immediately asked them if they had eaten, and when he heard the answer, he said that he was going to cook something now, introducing Jin as his school friend. The children bowed to Jin in greeting, and one introduced them as his younger sisters and brother. On the left was Mimi, in the center was the boy Hong, and on the right was the eldest daughter, Manhwa. Jin gave his name as well, and Vaughn invited him in to say hello to his mother as well. Jin agreed to this offer. They entered the house, and on the bed lay a woman whose face was almost invisible from illness. Jin also greeted her. It was obvious that she was very sick, because she could not even speak. One explained to her that he came with a friend, pointing at Jin. He asked Jin to understand his mother, because she was sick and unable to answer. Jin looked around carefully, studying the situation. He noticed that Grandma's room looked 10 times better, and Vaughn's mother looked even older than Grandma. At that moment, Vaughn tapped Jin on the shoulder. After the greeting, they could go on. They approached a group of children, where Vaughn began to light a fire. Vaughn did all the work, and Jin watched. After that, they went to chop wood. Or rather, one chopped while Jin watched. While watching, Jin struck up a conversation about Vaughn's mother, asking if she always slept and who took care of the house and made the money. Vaughn explained that he does all the work himself, and the craftsmen and the villagers also help so he can learn. "Isn't it difficult for you?" Jin asked. Vaughn replied that he was just grateful for the opportunity to learn. This all seemed very strange to Jin, because he didn't understand how Vaughn could be happy under such circumstances. Jin asked Vaughn if other people could also feel happy living in conditions like his. Vaughn replied that it depends on each person's mentality. He felt happy because he had a family to take care of. Vaughn also said that he was lucky to have such a wonderful mentor like Master, and that he was happy to be able to learn. Listening to these words, Jin looked at this modest house and still wondered how one could live here and be happy. Vaughn continued, adding that he enjoys learning because he sees no difficulty in it. At least, he had hope. He explained that he dreams of becoming an official and does not consider the desire to climb the social ladder to be a bad thing. Jin wondered if he was worse than Vaughn, since he had much less time but still did better in his studies. Suddenly, during these thoughts, a little girl grabbed his sleeve. She called him handsome and asked him to play with her. Jin reached out to gently remove her small palm. But just before touching her hand, he stopped. The energy emanating from this girl seemed unusual to him. Maybe Jin just didn't know how to handle a situation like this. His face tensed, and he just stared into her eyes, deep in thought. Jin tried to think things over. He decided to learn from this boy, and this girl was his younger sister. If he turns her down, Vaughn might hate him. Jin thought about how to behave in such a situation. In the end, he took the girl in his arms. Jin began to toss her up, causing her to laugh in amusement. He was surprised at how light it was, but he continued to play with it. Throwing her up and circling, he asked how old she was, to which he heard the answer. 5. A smile appeared on his face. Her older sister and brother were watching them, watching with admiration. Jin's gaze rested on them as well. He thought about how different they all were. Soon, they were all sitting at the table, and Vaughn served them food. In front of Jin lay 2 pieces of potato. The others had the same portion, and there was another dish in the middle of the table. Everyone grabbed a piece and began to eat, as if they had not eaten for several days. Although these dishes did not look particularly attractive, they brought joy to those present. Jin couldn't bring himself to start, and then one asked him not to be shy and eat. After tasting the food, Jin felt that it was fresh and almost without salt. "Doesn't taste good?" Vaughn asked. "Is this really human food?" asked Jin in surprise. "You said you came here to study. Maybe you'll learn how to eat properly today," Vaughn told him. But Jin still couldn't understand how you could eat something like that. Now he began to understand why Vona was often insulted by those boys. He noticed Hong looking at the piece of potato in the other's bowl as his own bowl was already empty. Jin still had one morsel left in his bowl. Vaughn, seeing this, held out his piece to Hun, and the little boy beamed with joy. "What can I learn here?" thought Jin. He later told Vaughn that he shouldn't have given away his food, even though he understood the reason for doing so. However, Jin asked if it wouldn't be a big deal if one passed out from hunger, since he's the only one who can provide for the family. It seemed to Jin that Vaughn should take care of himself first, and then take care of his younger ones, because if he weakened, no one would care for them. "It's not like that," Vaughn explained. "To be successful, you have to feel comfortable, and seeing my family well-fed makes me feel just that." Jin realized he was wrong, but inside he was still hesitating, trying to convince himself he was right. He asked if that's why people love Beck, because of his behavior. Some time passed and another hard training session came for Nora. He gave his all, but suddenly stopped, lost in memories. Nora reminisced about the conversation with his friend. He admitted that he is a little afraid of Nora, because he is the first one who is not afraid of him and calls him weird. For Nora, this friend was the first person he had spoken openly with since becoming a mere soldier, as he usually avoided people. However, it was this that allowed him to better understand others, even though Nora was often considered an oddball. A friend advised Nora not to be too trusting. After all, prudence is useful for both of them. At that moment, Nora opened his eyes and came back to reality. He couldn't understand why he suddenly remembered him. Looking around, Nora noticed that Jin was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Jin was climbing the mountain, giving all his strength to run. This run seemed endless to him. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw a large animal eating a small squirrel in front of two small chipmunks. Chipmunks, not knowing what to do and where to hide, trembled with fear. Jin, hiding behind the bushes, watched this scene. Suddenly, he heard how one of the animals began to squeal loudly. The squeals of the animals made Jin smile slightly, but the giant creature was getting closer and closer to the chipmunks. There was nowhere to run, and the white chipmunk accepted his fate. Suddenly, another chipmunk, larger in size, stood in front of the predator, protecting the smaller one. Despite the otter's size advantage, he showed courage and jumped on her. There was almost no chance of victory in this battle. Only the end was visible before him. Behind the bushes, Jin continued to carefully observe everything that was happening. The chipmunk twisted several times in the air after colliding with the otter. Jin's expression changed as he watched the next one. He saw the otter grab the chipmunk with its sharp teeth. At that moment, Vaughn's silhouette flashed before Jin's eyes. He felt a slight tingling in his chest, as if something had touched him. The genie grabbed the rock that lay at his feet. The otter heard the sound and began to turn its head, releasing the chipmunk from its sharp teeth. But at that very moment, a stone flew right into her head. Jin appeared in front of the chipmunks, like a real superhero who came to the rescue. He looked at the small animals. The chipmunks were squealing, and the white chipmunk was sitting next to the two unconscious brothers. The genie held out his hand to him, and the little animal was frightened at first, twisted, and began to tremble. But then it felt the warmth and kindness coming from his hands. The chipmunk was already in Jin's arms, and he said gently that he was lucky today. And indeed, for the chipmunk, this day could be called a real birthday. After a while, Jin was at home, sitting on a chair. In front of him, a chipmunk was playing happily, jumping on his hand. Then he did somersaults on the table where Jin was sitting. Genie sighed, finding the chipmunk's behavior excessive. It even seemed to him that he himself was going crazy. He called the chipmunk, saying that it was annoying him quite a bit. However, his behavior remained at the same time interested, watching the game with the animal. At one point, Jin thought that maybe he shouldn't have brought the chipmunk home and made an empty promise to the master. Then he took the little animal in his arms. Watching how sweetly it fell asleep, he carefully placed it on a small cushion prepared especially for him. It was a small bed where Jin carefully laid the chipmunk in and began stroking him. It looked incredibly sweet of him. After that, Jin went to bed, and it wasn't long before morning. Waking to the crowing of a rooster outside the window, Jin stretched and opened his eyes. After getting dressed, he got out of bed and immediately went to the table. Genie threw seeds at the chipmunk, scolding that he only knows how to sleep. Then he took out a notebook and began to write something down with a pen, until the chipmunk, waking up, began to watch him. It was early morning, around 5 to 7 o'clock. Jean kept records of the chipmunk's behavior, carefully recording its actions. It had been a month since the chipmunk had taken up residence with him, and Jean noted that he had grown noticeably. Jean never thought he would grow a chipmunk for more than 2 months. His notes were interrupted by a teacher who asked if it was time for him to go to school. He also asked how much longer Jean was going to call the chipmunk kid. The teacher hinted that maybe it was time to show real attachment after 2 months of education. The teacher himself thought that Jin needed to get used to a sense of responsibility, and not just a sense of power. "Isn't it time to fulfill the promise?" asked Nora, to which Jean was surprised, because Nora had even forgotten about the promise. "You said if I took good care of him for over a month, you'd teach me how to shoot a fireball," Jin reminded him. Now Nora realized that he had a problem that needed to be solved. However, he did not fully understand why he had to teach this boy. After seeing Jin to school, Nora was left to think. He thought about what to do now that Jin was no longer having difficulty climbing the mountain. Come to think of it, Jin was climbing the mountain much faster now, and Nora began to question whether it was possible for a 9-year-old. He admitted that now he had to teach Jin something that would interest him and tire him out at the same time. Meanwhile, Vaughn and his family's house was filled with joyous shouts. Vaughn's younger brother and his sisters were happy to see the guests. In front of them, Jin and Juan held the 2 birds they had brought, offering to cook them for dinner. Hua said she could cook and took the birds in her hands. Then she ran into the house with the younger ones, full of enthusiasm. Vaughn thanked Jin for the food, because he hadn't seen his sisters this happy in a long time, and he didn't know how else to thank him. Jin asked Vaughn to help him understand his words and actions because, try as he might, he didn't understand it at all. One replied that he didn't quite understand what Jin was after, and then Jin explained that he wanted to know how to please people. For Vaughn, this request seemed extremely strange. He thought about how best to answer this question. At the same time, he noted that one can also live happily without this skill. When there are 10 people, there are 10 different colors. If you get 100 white people together, they will also have a different soul color. Jean doesn't have to copy me, he has to do what he thinks is right, Vaughn said. That's how Vaughn explained everything to Jin, urging him to be himself. Afterwards, one asked Jin why he was studying with the master and asked him to give a specific answer. The genie replied that people favored the educated rather than the uneducated, and that the master was listening to him carefully. But Vaughn had a different attitude. He studied to get out of poverty. Thus, people can learn the same thing, but perceive and understand it differently. He explained to Jean that they had different paths, and therefore Jean should not think like him. Vaughn said he was born different, and there was no point in trying to fully understand him. Thinking about it, Jin felt irritated, because he did not understand why the master had given him such a task. But later he realized that Vaughn was saying everything correctly. Jin decided that even though Juan didn't understand him, he should still try to understand Juan, because he was sure that all people with white intentions had something in common. The other children always comply with his requests, but Vaughn stubbornly refuses, and this confuses him. Vaughn only asked Jin to understand him correctly, and after discussing it, they decided that they would continue to see each other after all. Jean pulled out a bag of money, declaring that nothing in this world is free. "The world I live in is different from yours," was his response to Vaughn's question about the origin of money. At this, Vaughn started yelling loudly at Jin, but Jin continued to stand in front of him, stressing that people are different, and that this was exactly the lesson he had learned from Juan himself. Besides, making friends is good. Even though Juan didn't want to accept the money, Jin threw it on the ground in front of him. Even when Juan asked him to pick them up, Jin only said, "See you tomorrow." As he left, he added that if Vaughn didn't want to keep the money, he could at least buy something with it. "Because every time I come to your house, I'm hungry," said Jean, and offered to organize a nice meal next time. Some time passed and Nora was standing with Jin by the waterfall. Jin asked why they were here since it was too cold to swim. Nora brought him here to teach him the fire step. However, Jin still wondered why this particular place. Nora explained that it wasn't just a skill that could be learned. It required inner strength, and Jean had to explore her own body. Nora rolled up his sleeve and showed Jean his biceps, saying that he would understand if he trained like he did. "Only the strong like me know about it," Nora said, and Jean begged him to teach her faster. To find your inner strength, you need to start with proper breathing. Nora explained that, no matter how difficult the practice, you need to breathe only through your nose, inhaling and exhaling slowly. It will be difficult at first, but with practice, it will become easier. In addition, it is necessary to draw in the stomach on exhalation and protrude it on inhalation. Nora explained that this is called ekon, when a person uses his inner energy, but for the need to absorb the energy of nature. The teacher told this so that Jin would learn to concentrate for long periods of time. Jin tried to do this, but after only a moment's distraction, he immediately lost control. At this point, Nora lifted him into his arms, explaining that the reason inner strength was difficult to learn was because of difficulty concentrating. Suddenly, Jin felt Nora's hands tense up and realized the seriousness of the practice. With all his might, Nora threw Jin straight into the river. Jin emerged. Water was flowing from his clothes, and he, surprised, looked at the teacher who had acted so unexpectedly. "What are you doing?" Jin exclaimed. Nora calmly explained that he was just helping him. He ordered Jin to go under the waterfall, because there, under the flow of water, you can concentrate. To all Jin's questions, why and why, Nora answered only, "That's necessary." Genie swam straight to the waterfall as he was told. "Hurry up and go under the stream," Nora urged him on. In a moment, Jin was already sitting under the waterfall, feeling very uncomfortable. The water hit his back with such force that it was incredibly painful. Nora loudly ordered him to follow the breathing technique he had taught him. Jin began to take deep breaths, trying to push aside all extraneous thoughts. The sounds of Nora's voice seemed to echo around him. It seemed that he was beginning to control the process little by little, although the pain was getting in the way. But he understood that if he continued, he could get used to it and learn. Imagine that you have a grain of millet under your belly button, even if it isn't there. Feel that you are creating it with your breath, Nora explained, trying to help Jin focus. As he concentrated, Jin thought only of the millet grain, imagining that he was creating it with air, feeling it inside. Nora went to the next level of training. He lay down with his feet in the water, where fishes swam and gave him a light massage from time to time. He wondered if he was doing the right thing by teaching Jin this way. He realized that it was not so ridiculous and remembered some moments from his past. Nora remembered how his general had said that regular practice of this breathing method could allow one to live even to great-grandchildren. During his time in the army, he had never had generals like him. And now, at his age, he wondered if he should devote his time to such methods. At the same time, looking at Jin, Nora remembered that even at his age, he had never been able to create this millet inside. Jin looked very focused and calm at this moment. Nora sat back on the rock, wondering if Jin could master it. After completing the training, they returned home. Suddenly, Jin saw Vaughn in front of him. "Did he come because of that money?" thought Jin. The first thing Vaughn said was, "I can't get the money back." He explained that his mother had a fever yesterday and he had to call the doctor. Jin smiled, thinking that now that money really found its purpose. "Are you happy that your classmate's mother is in critical condition?" Vaughn asked, looking at him. However, this was not what Jin meant at all. He explained that his intention was different and said, "That's why I'm learning from you," to which Vaughn began to understand him. Jin asked not to return the money and to consider it as a tuition fee. One extended his hand to him and Jin didn't understand the gesture. Seeing his lack of understanding, Vaughn realized that it would take a long time before they could fully understand each other. He still promised that he would return the money one day. They shook hands and Jin joked that he would get his money back, but with a huge percentage when Vaughn found out. After that, they went to Vaughn's house. Jin carried a small bag in his hand. He bought these things with money and tried to convince Vaughn that they were gifts, not wages, as an expression of gratitude. He explained that there is no difference between money and these gifts, because it is a sign of his affection and sympathy. Vaughn promised that he would somehow explain the real difference to him. They were already approaching Juan's house. In the silence that followed, Jin wondered how to start the conversation. He asked how Vaughn's mother was doing, and he gave a brief account of her condition. Jin then offered to bring the ginseng he had at home, saying that it helped restore energy. He knew that this was a very expensive remedy. "My friend's mom is sick and I'm worried about her," said Jin. He added that this is friendly sympathy. "Friends need help in times of need," Jin continued. Vaughn was moved by his words and could not deny it. Joyful laughter rang out in the yard. Children were having fun, filling the space with their enthusiasm. Every kid, smiling and carefree, enjoyed the moment of children's play. Among them, a father walked slowly with his wife, stopping from time to watch the children. The teacher approached him, carefully examining the crowd of children. The man asked how the children were doing, and assured them that they could always turn to him in case of need. The teacher respectfully informed that the guests were already waiting for him and he could join them. Sitting down at the table, he noticed 3 more people who had already taken their seats. He unfolded a piece of paper and began to concentrate on reading what was written on it. Having finished reading, the man put the paper on the table and discreetly said that it was not easy. The gray-haired man noted that while the task was not easy, the progress was steady. Another suggested that it was a testament to the ability to influence, even by resorting to extreme measures. Lee thoughtfully replied that increasing the strength of the organization is not always a good thing, because behind every achievement there are other people's tears. They apologized to him, explaining that this was not exactly what they meant. He decided to clarify the real point of the matter by asking them to leave such ideas and forget about them. After that, he offered to proceed to the discussion of the next point. Meanwhile, Nora and Jean were at their usual training ground, focused on honing their skills. Nora watched his steps with a critical eye, which seemed to her not precise enough and did not meet expectations. Nora noted that the order of entry and exit should be clear and asked Jean to follow the established rules. He was indignant because the rules applied to everything, even how to sleep, run, and go to the toilet. "The most important thing now is to straighten the back and improve teamwork," explained Nora. But Jin would rather run away to the mountains training alone. It seemed to him that even stray dogs were not trained so strictly. However, Nora insisted that mastering the fire step was not an easy task and required discipline. Even so, Jin was sure he could grasp it without too much effort. Nora had only warned him that it would be difficult for him after his impudent behavior with the teacher. Jin stubbornly continued to step forward along the marked line, paying no attention to the remarks. Observing his stubbornness, Nora thought that maybe it wasn't time for Jin's training, at least for the next year. The next day, the school grounds were full of activity. In the classroom, the children were clamoring, waiting for the teacher, and one student was sitting alone at his desk, concentrating on a book. He read the contents in depth, ignoring the noise around him. Suddenly, there was a loud crash on the desk next to him. It was Jin who walked into the classroom, tossing his book bag to a nearby seat. Noticing his concentration, Jin recognized that he was truly committed to his studies. To get his attention, Jean tapped on the desk, trying to distract him from the book. He only noticed Jean and heard him jokingly call him a bookworm. In response, he noted that he was not the son of a rich family, like Jean. However, both were only joking with each other, exchanging friendly jokes. At that moment, the master entered the classroom, and all the students hurriedly sat down in their seats. Leaning into him quietly, Jin whispered, suggesting that they go to the market together after class. After the pairing, they went to the market together. There, Jean bought 4 chickens and another bag full of food, even though his friend didn't even ask him to do it every time they came. Hearing this, Jin suddenly stopped and fell silent on the spot. After walking a few steps, Jin stopped, turned his head and looked at him in surprise. He approached Jin, and with a slight laugh, asked permission to lead a normal life, declaring that he would eat the whole thing himself if Jin didn't like it. Jean finally realized that the whole point was in the very tone of their conversation. He noted that this style of communication can often cause irritation in others, so Jin explained in a different way, adding that he is embarrassed to eat there every time, and that's why he always buys something before visiting. This approach made their conversation clearer, and Jin finally understood the gist of what was being said. He praised Jean, noting that he was a quick learner and understood even complex things. They walked on, and their conversation became much lighter, filled with good humor. Jin enjoyed this atmosphere. He was filled with a sense of peace and good mood. He decided not to think about the reasons. The main thing was that the mood was excellent. Suddenly, a man appeared on their way who attracted attention. He did not look very attractive. Dirty, with a wasted face, he gestured to the boys to come over. Jean immediately recognized him as their neighborhood bully, and he advised his friend to just walk past. However, when they passed him, the hooligan turned and looked after them. He quickly jumped in front of them, emphasizing that when an adult addresses you, you must answer immediately. Jin looked at him seriously and asked, "Uncle, do you know me?" The bully's gaze immediately fell on Jin's belt, where a wallet with money was hanging. He slyly pointed his finger at the wallet and cheekily asked, "Do you know what this is?" For the bully, only one thing was important: money. But Jean warned him that he might regret his choice. The hooligan just laughed, saying that it was immediately clear that he was standing in front of a child who did not understand reality. Leaning closer, he asked if Jin was afraid of him. Jin was only surprised because he did not understand why he should be afraid of such a person. The man, angry at Jin's answer, waved his hand and asked if he wanted to die. But he didn't even have time to bring his hand to Jin when the boy unexpectedly kicked him between the legs. The hooligan bent, breaking in half, and dropped to his knees. However, this only irritated him even more, and he decided to finally deal with the boy. With his fists at the ready, he lunged forward while Jin began to carefully back away. Jin realized his advantage in speed, realizing that the bully would not be able to catch up with him. At this point, it became obvious that Nora's training had paid off. Jin sped up even more, mocking the bully and teasing him for being too slow. He yelled at him that he should train better if he wanted to compete. It all looked funny, but suddenly their attention shifted to something else. The hooligan changed his aim and turned his attention to his friend, who remained in place and did not try to run away. Jin froze as he saw the bully slap his friend hard. The slap was so strong that he almost lost his teeth. Jin watched this scene without looking away. But when his friend was humiliated, the world seemed to shake under Jin's feet, forcing him to gather his strength. The hooligan began to kick his friend, not restraining his cruelty. Jin decided to intervene because he couldn't stand by when his friend was being humiliated. He grabbed a bag of money and threw it right at the attacker. This distracted the bully, and he stopped. Jin said loudly that the bully could take the money and disappear. The bully leaned down and slapped his friend again and said with a smile, "That's what friends are for. You're really lucky." With a crooked smile from which some teeth had already disappeared, he turned and walked away. Jin immediately ran over to his friend, helping him up and asking if he was okay. He got up in pain, said that the hooligan knows their situation well and usually does not touch. But this time, it was only about money. He apologized to Jin, promising to be more careful next time. The frequent beatings had made him almost numb to the pain, so he reassured Jin, telling him not to worry. They were already waiting, and the friend emphasized that they should go. However, Jin replied that he would go home. Without further explanation, he handed over the chickens to his friend, asking them to give them to the children. Without saying another word, Jin turned and walked away decisively. In his mind, he noted that he himself would definitely not have lost, but because of his friend they had to concede. Firmly, he promised himself that he would not just leave it at that. The image still flickered in Jin's eyes. His friend's bloody face haunted him. He firmly promised himself that he would definitely take revenge on this scoundrel for the suffering he had caused. At this time, Nora was sitting at the table and enjoying delicious snacks. The food was exquisite and the alcohol truly refined, adding a special flavor to this dinner. He wholeheartedly indulged in the luxury that surrounded him. But suddenly, Jin burst in, opening the door with a loud bang, and turned to the master. Nora was surprised because he expected Jin later, but he immediately asked to teach him real martial arts. Indignantly, Jin complained that his daily classes only made him breathe properly, write letters, and run, while he sought to learn the true art of combat. Nora wondered, what could have made his student so suddenly interested in martial arts? But Jin stood his ground, claiming that he wanted to learn to fight. Nothing else interested him. For Nora, the problem wasn't that Jin couldn't be taught. He himself couldn't control his emotions, and wasn't sure he could pass the skills on to this particular boy. Even if he agreed to train him, it would take a long time. Finally, Nora understood his desire, went outside with him, and took a wooden sword with him. Gripping his sword tightly in front of a large tree, Nora concentrated. Then, with incredible speed, he made a swing, leaving clear traces of the impact on the tree. Turning back to Jin, he asked him, "Do you want me to show it again?" When Jin nodded in agreement, Nora resumed leaving clear marks on the wood with precision and force. He explained that anyone can do it, but the real skill is doing it right. Asked Jin to try it himself. Jin joked with a smile that it was an impressively difficult martial art. Having confidently approached the tree, he began to swing his sword, convinced of its ease of execution. "See, I'm doing this for the first time, and it's working," Jin declared with satisfaction. However, the master asked him to try again, paying more attention to technique. Finding mistakes in Jin's technique, the master remarked that he was doing it wrong. Jin irritably called him stubborn, then asked Nora for a sword to show how it should look. Nora advised to watch carefully how he makes shots. Jin began to doubt whether the master really knew what he wanted to teach, watching his actions thoughtfully. The master once again demonstrated the technique, again swinging his sword at the wood with impressive speed. Jin's expression gradually changed as if he was beginning to understand something. Jin finally admitted that he saw a difference, but admitted that it wasn't easy to replicate. Gathering his willpower, he took the sword in his hands, walked closer to the tree, and tried again. Jin was convinced that he was repeating the master's technique. However, although the blows were similar, their traces were different, and Jin noticed that the result was different. It all seemed obvious, but actually doing it was difficult. Jin tried again, hitting the tree several times. He realized that watching from the side and doing it yourself are completely different things. However, Jin did not stop, tightly gripping the hilt of the wooden sword. He continued without interruption, as if he was ready to hold the sword until morning. Nora watched carefully, noticing the incredible enthusiasm of the boy. What Nora saw next shocked him almost beyond belief. Even he himself took a long time to hone the accuracy of his shots. But the determined fire in Jin's eyes spoke for itself. Watching the boy's efforts, Nora only spread his hands in surprise. He rubbed the back of his head, not understanding how Jin managed to make such progress. At this point, Jin tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, but Nora told him to stop so that he wouldn't overexert himself. Jin countered, reminding him that the master himself said to learn how to do it right, and that's exactly what he's doing. Then Nora gently put her hands on his shoulders, soothing him and helping him relax. Seeing that Jin's hands were bleeding, Nora was confused, explaining that the feeling was due to overexertion. Nora began to gently blow on Jin's arms, unsure of what to do with the wounds. He asked the boy what he was doing and why he no longer listened to his instructions. Jin, not restraining his emotions, told the whole truth. They met a bully in the forest, and now he wants revenge. The bully trampled his pride and hurt his only friend. Nora sighed, noting that things like this happen in life. But Jin believed he had to act. It is because of this that he trains, despite the pain. Nora realized that dissuading Jin from doing something reckless was as useless as talking to a wall. He only asked not to invent martial arts as if they were necessary for self-defense, because Nora himself at one time learned them only in order to survive. But Jin seems to have decided that he won't stop at a few punches for the sake of his friend. Nora was afraid that the boy would not seriously harm the hooligan, so he invented a proposal for him. If you want revenge, do it flawlessly. Wouldn't it be a shame if you make a mistake and get beaten? He said. Jin agreed and again asked to teach him martial arts. Nora then proposed a simple plan. He asked Jin to make a hole in the tree. Once you can pierce that tree with a wooden sword, you can take revenge on the bully, he said. Until then, Nora asked Jin not to come back to him. Jin looked at the amount of work that seemed incredible, but he was filled with determination and faith in his abilities. Watching Jin, the teacher noticed how persistent and eager to learn no matter what. However, he wondered if Jin had any strategy, or was he just hitting the tree over and over again? His clothes are too big, Nora thought, deciding she would have to hem them. Nora approached Jin, assuming that he was tired, and suggested that they move on to another task. Jin suspected that the teacher wanted him to create millet again, but the teacher stressed that it was very important and added, "When you succeed, you will definitely come and say, 'Thank you, master.'" He emphasized that by training year after year, success will be inevitable. "They say that if you train every year, the result will come," said the master, but the words "say" made Jin doubt. However, in the end, he decided to trust the master. Together, they went to the mountains to continue training. This time, Jin was sitting on a slope, on a rock, in a meditation position. He kept asking himself how exactly to create this millet. Jin tried to fully immerse himself in the process, searching for strength within himself, and suddenly he felt something new. A warm feeling in the lower part of his stomach. It was as if a warm ball began to warm him near the navel. He concentrated even more until sweat broke out on his forehead from the tension. Meanwhile, the warm orb inside Jin began to grow, becoming larger and more visible. He understood that the next step was to transfer it to the solar plexus, for which it was necessary to first catch this sensation, and then learn to move it. Jin had to gain control over this energy in order to gradually raise it up. He concentrated more and more, and he began to succeed in something. It was incredibly difficult, but Jin didn't stop trying. When night fell on the street, Nora came up to him. The master looked frightened, although curiosity shone in his eyes. Jin didn't understand what happened and turned his head to the teacher. It turned out that the master was not scared, but rather amazed that Jin had actually managed to create it. Jin couldn't describe his feelings, but he was sure that he felt completely different. Nora realized that everything the general had said had turned out to be true. No one but Jin had been able to do this before. The teacher watched him with admiration until Jin suddenly began to shiver, explaining that he felt warm inside but very cold outside. Nora hugged him, trying to warm his student. After all, the mountain breeze was extremely cold. Rubbing Jin's shoulders, Nora saw a smile on his face. He'd done it. He'd mastered the millet. Now the question arose, what to do next? The next day, the master sat, savoring the exquisite and sophisticated alcohol, indulging in thought. He was still delighted that Jin had succeeded. However, now the problem was different. He thought this task would take a long time, but Jin completed it faster than expected. Therefore, Nora began to think of a new plan of action. He made it clear that the new task would be more difficult and take much longer. It wasn't long before he was by Jin's side again. Nora placed a tree in front of Jin and told him to jump over it every day. Jin could not understand the meaning of this task, and asked the master a question. But receiving an insufficient answer, he asked the same thing again. In response, Nora decided to tell him a story. He began with the fact that once upon a time, there lived a hired killer. Jin's imagination was already painting a vivid picture of this story. This mercenary approached a small calf tethered nearby and named it his new training partner. Every day he jumped over this little calf. Day after day, the mercenary's body grew stronger. His beard grew thicker and his hair grew longer. Despite the pain, he relentlessly continued training. His feet lifted off the ground as he made a leap, and then he would land, jumping over the calf. Looking back, he realized how much time had passed. He noticed this because the little calf turned into a big bull. After hearing this story, Jin assumed that if he continued to jump, he would eventually be able to jump over the tree. "Master, how fast does this tree grow?" he asked. "It's not important. The main thing is that you strictly follow my words, because you also did not believe in the power of millet," Nora answered. Jin looked at the sapling that was only about knee-high and let out a sigh of relief. Having accepted the task, he went home. In his yard, a rooster and a chipmunk were pecking food together. Jin walked up to them and stopped for a moment, watching. Then, calling them by their names, Pip and Cook, he called them to him. "Come here!" Both animals felt a chill run down their backs as Jin approached. He crouched across from them, but the rooster and the chipmunk remained standing there, watching warily. Once again, Jin called to them to come closer. After that, they rushed towards him, although they didn't look too sure. Jin even thought he was overfeeding them, because they both barely moved. The chipmunk began to climb on Jin, climbed onto his shoulder. He rubbed his cheek against Jin's, showing his affection. But Jin knocked him off his shoulder with one finger, so that even the rooster was shocked by such a surprise. The chipmunk landed, looking rather serious for such a small creature. Jin noted that it even seemed a little strange to him. He thought he was a little annoyed by this behavior, but he wasn't sure if it was the animals themselves or their behavior that annoyed him. However, he again asked them to come, and this time they ran to him more willingly. Jin sensed that he had a hidden talent for training. Then he started playing with both of them, stroking their heads. The next day, Jin sat next to the master, looking out the window. The master asked Jin to watch carefully what they would see. A chef was preparing ramen on the street, and a customer was standing opposite him, waiting for his order. Jin already wanted to eat, but the master insisted that he continue to watch. At one point, Nora asked Jin what he was seeing. Jin saw a woman and a man, the woman diligently preparing food, and the man patiently waiting for everything to be ready. "What are these people thinking?" Nora asked. Jin replied that a woman thinks about cooking, and a man thinks about how delicious he will eat. Master asked Jin to take a closer look, and asked why these two treated each other with kindness. Jin suggested that it was just a seller and a buyer, so nothing more was needed. Nora thought that was how Jin would respond. He then asked another question. Why did he think they were both smiling? Jin replied that everything was probably fine, but Nora pointed out that a smile doesn't always mean well-being. He then asked what would happen if they both had sad expressions on their faces. And what would Jin think if they looked disappointed? Then it's the other way around. They can smile but not like each other, right? Continued Nora, developing his opinion. The master explained that the landlady might not want to sell the food because of health problems, and the buyer might not have the money to afford only this modest lunch. For the landlady, this is a client she does not want to lose, and for the buyer, it is a place where he can purchase something. Jin listened to this and took everything as a kind of wonder, but Nora tried to convey one important truth to him. What you see on the outside is just a mask. You have to learn to feel what's inside. Jin, sipping his tea, seemed thoughtful, as if he was beginning to understand something. He wanted to say that it all seemed strange, but the master interrupted him, correcting the word to special. Nora then took Jin's hand and explained that it was a long way. At first, you are only aware of people's attitudes, but you need to start with the ability to see their feelings, he said. He then asked if Jin had been talking to the boy. Jin replied that he looked like him, but Nora countered, noting that they were different, and it was evident in Jin's face now. He explained that now his face shows real feelings, whereas that boy always had a stone face, be it sadness, joy, or anger. The master pointed to his face and explained that it expresses emotions as they are. He suggested that Jin begin by learning to recognize these feelings in others. This conversation seemed quite interesting to Jin and made him think. Meanwhile, at his friend's house, his sister, was cooking, making the family dinner. Meanwhile, his brother was playing with the youngest child in the family. Vaughn watched them and couldn't help but smile. Jean was also visiting and standing nearby. He watched them as he stood in the doorway, pondering the master's words. The master said that ordinary things that people usually take for granted can be understood by observing friends and loved ones. However, Jin did not understand why this teaching was so difficult. The master explained that the same facial expression can be different in children, young people, and old people. Vaughn noticed his thoughtfulness and asked why he was so absent-minded. Jin replied that he wanted to discuss something. Approaching Vaughn, Jin sat down next to him and told about the conversation with the teacher. Vaughn understood his question and noted that it could only confuse him, because this problem was not the only one. He added that there are many people who do not even know about it. One then asked if Jin remembered the day he first came to their house. He wanted to know if Jin remembered the details of that day. That day, one said that while Jin's words made sense, sometimes it's more important to just feed others. With that in mind, Vaughn offered to discuss different facial expressions, and that's when he brought the food. It was a day for which Vaughn was infinitely grateful. The younger ones were also happy, but Vaughn asked Jin, "What happened to my emotions then?" Jin replied that his emotions seemed to be anger. Right then, Vaughn was angry, but grateful at the same time. Jin realized that he felt anger and gratitude at the same time. Vaughn understood that the inner state of a person can be manifested on the face, but in some situations it remains hidden. He thought that the teacher was trying to convey this very idea to him, and that's why Jin is called special. Time passed, and Jin was once again standing next to the tree he and the master had planted. He was looking at him intently, preparing to jump over. Running up to the tree, he pushed off the ground with all his might, and now his body was already directly above this tree, which had grown considerably. It is now much larger than it was when they planted it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jin looked back, thinking that he might not be able to jump it next year. After that, he ran upstairs, continuing his training. His running speed has already increased significantly. However, it is time to go to school and study. Sitting at desks next to Vaughn, they studied books together. After classes at school, Jin went to the waterfall, where he tried to control his breathing. Red maple leaves fell next to him, covering the ground with the bright colors of autumn. Autumn passed quickly and winter soon came. There was already snow underfoot, crunching with every step. The genie stood in front of the tree he had challenged, his wooden sword standing next to him. His body became stronger, his muscles became much larger and in relief. Jin warmed up in preparation for practice by doing warm-up exercises. He trained without clothes, hardening his body in cold conditions. As the snow fell on him, he immediately melted, hissing slightly from the heat of his hot body. The genie walked over to the wooden sword and took it firmly by the hilt. Pointing his sword at the tree, he took a deep breath. Exhaling to increase his concentration, he felt all his thoughts focus on the goal. And as his concentration peaked, he felt himself ready for action. Clenching his sword, Jin began to strike the tree with all his might. His punches became much faster than before. The movements were crisp and polished, and the facial expressions exuded confidence. When he finished, he turned away from the tree and started walking in the other direction. The tree trunk was left with deep impact marks, much larger than ever before. Even a small hole appeared, which he could not pierce before. Meanwhile, Nora was looking for the book he needed in the library. He almost took apart half the shelves, carefully looking through each book. The text printed on the pages confused him somewhat. There is so much text in these books, he thought as he flipped through one of them. Suddenly, his commotion was noticed by a girl who was passing behind him. She asked if he was looking for anything in particular, and Nora asked if they had a martial arts book. "As for martial arts, I think there is," the girl answered, and Nora asked to find one with lots of illustrations. She went to the shelf where, in her memory, the book was supposed to be needed. The girl began to search, since she had not seen that book for a long time. A layer of dust had already accumulated on the book, which she carefully brushed away. Opening the book, the girl saw illustrations that showed the correct techniques of wielding a sword and stance. Although she once planned to burn this book, today it will bring her some pocket money. Nora continued to wait in the same spot, still looking at the other books. The genie was standing in front of a tree from which the leaves were flying. Spring had come. Nora watched his jump because now it was necessary to crouch 3 times higher than his own height. John grew a lot and managed to jump quite high. The enthusiasm in his eyes was noticeably greater than before during training. He jumped so clearly that he flew through the tree with ease. In the air, he had to push against the currents of the wind to rise even higher. Due to the height of this jump, he barely landed on his feet, doing a few spins to keep his balance. "So, how did it go?" he asked the teacher, and he only replied with a smile that Jin himself could see that he could do anything. "Easier said than done," replied Jin, shaking off the dirt. While in the library, Nora remembered Jin's agility, and, although the boy was his student, pondered Jin's insanity and whether he should intervene himself. However, he still wondered if it was time to use his own power. Nora began to reminisce about their training at the waterfall. Jin was very good at standing upright, keeping his balance. His punches in the air were impressive and accurate. Even the aura began to gather around his hand as he punched the air. A stream of air erupted from this aura, amplifying his blows. Nora watched this with admiration, feeling impressed by the student's progress. He understood that Jean was beginning to do something incredible, surpassing all expectations. After another hit, Jin asked the teacher if it was a layer of fire. In general, everything worked out for Jin, and he confidently continued training. Standing in the library, the master thought about what to do next. He even began to think that Jin really could have descended from heaven. At first, he tried to teach him simple humanity. At that moment, a girl approached him, handed over the book, and explained what could be found in it. Meanwhile, Jin practiced sitting on the grass. The children watched him while Vaughn was engrossed in reading a book. Vaughn turned to the children and said that they all have fragile bodies, so they must do whatever he says. Jin turned to Vaughn and asked if he realized what he had to do. Vaughn agreed to train with him because some of the memories caused him negative emotions. Jean warned him that he would have to practice a lot and that it would not be easy. First, Vaughn is the head of the family, and the younger ones depend on him. It would be undesirable to lose authority in front of them. Now everything must be considered. Instead of undermining his authority, Jin decided to use the situation to the benefit of the juniors. Vaughn noted that there are many adults who support him, including his father. The streets of the city were in chaos because the evening had come. A group of people swayed along the street, singing songs. This evening seemed to be generally interesting and somewhat chaotic. The girls looked out of the windows, smoking and laughing loudly. A security guard stood at the entrance to the gaming bar, overseeing order. Some inside won money, while others could not hide their disappointment at losing. Then the guard saw several little ones in front of him and said that this was no place for them. He tried to push one of them away with his hand, trying to chase them away. But something went wrong. His hand was intercepted. It was Jin who threw the giant over him with one movement. The security guard could not understand what was happening. "Who are you so boldly pulling into your arms?" Jin asked, standing over him. He confidently looked the giant straight in the eyes, showing his determination. Zordovan began to rise, clearly angry. He decided to teach Jin a lesson and swung at him again. A strange, unmoved look appeared on Jin's face. Zdrovan could not seem to understand what was happening and felt confused. He thought, well, now I'll show this cheeky little one. But because of this strange feeling, I realized that there is something special about Gina. He clenched his fist tightly, not wanting to be intimidated by some boy. Despite the fear of the rumors that he was beaten by the boy, he decided to take another swing. He had already thought that this would be the end for Jin. But suddenly he felt a powerful slap from behind from another big man. He, standing behind him, asked at whom he was looking so impudently. After that, the first big man had to calm down. He bowed to Jin and asked how he got here. It was Master Nam, and he explained that this place was not for the likes of Jin. He added that if the owner finds out about it, there will be big problems. Jin explained that he was looking for one person. The next day, Vaughn's relatives wished him a happy journey. Vaughn set out to meet new adventures, full of determination. Walking forward, he carefully examined the people around him. On the way, he met a group of people standing around a man with a sign around his neck that read, "Robber." This man had once made a mistake. He immediately understood whose hands it was. This man looked like he stuck his head in a beehive. It was easy to guess that Jin had done it. Vaughn realized he needed to talk to Jin. He arrived at the school, where Zhang was sitting at a desk, engrossed in reading books. Jin knew this conversation was inevitable, and he was ready for it. Jin greeted him with a smile as Vaughn walked closer. They immediately began to discuss the events. Jin said that thanks to the successful decision, he is now in a good mood. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, the ink pen left marks on the paper. This pen was written by Li, who asked his servant sitting behind him if the man was still alive. The servant explained that after the attack, the man will not be able to walk on one leg, although his life is not in danger. Li asked why Jin was so obsessed with this thug. The servant explained that this was because the man had previously beaten Jin's friend. The master was furious then. The word fury interested Li, and the warrior explained that it was necessary for the just condemnation of the guilty. He also speculated what would have happened if Nora's teacher had stopped Jin. Li understood why Jin was so passionate about martial arts. He ordered the servant to continue watching and to act cautiously, because if you get into it unnecessarily, you will not achieve the desired results. Lee was most surprised that despite his anger, Jin did not kill the attacker. Lee wondered whose credit it was for this self-control. He realized that Jin could be controlled, perhaps as a result of Nora's training. Maybe it wasn't just the words Nora said to him when they first met. Night fell on the street. Nora sat on the training ground, wondering how to buy even more time for Jin's training. The praise came naturally as he saw how quickly Jean was learning. However, Nora was troubled by the thought that once Jean said she no longer needed him, he would lose his chance to become perfect. Suddenly a man appeared behind Nora and asked why he was sighing so heavily. It was Jin's father. Nora explained that he wanted to create a training strategy, allures, but he didn't know how best to approach it, so he was worried. Nora recalled that when he was serving in the army, he happened to hear about the difficulties in changing dispositions, and thought that it might be based on the principles of Bagua. Lee said that he once helped a fortune teller in a Buddhist temple and remembered a lot from her teachings. He asked Nora if he would pass this knowledge on to Jin, but Nora replied that he wanted to teach him more interesting things. He gives you a lot of trouble. I'm very grateful to you for that, Lee said. Don't worry. Like I said, I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with him, Nora replied with a smile. Lee continued, noting that Jin had changed a lot lately. He expressed his gratitude and asked why Jin had been going to the market so often lately. Nora explained that he wanted to teach Jin how to understand people's facial expressions. He explained this to Lee, noting that it sometimes caused many difficulties. Nora said that Jin needs to learn to recognize people's feelings and interact with them. The guy is very smart, so I'm sure he'll do well, he added. I know your son. He will become as great as you, Nora assured. Jin's father smiled and asked, Really? Nora held her breath for a few seconds. He then said that Jin would become great, because he wanted to. During the conversation, Lee drew symbols and noted that it was about disposition, but it seemed like it might not fit. Evaluating this work, Nora admitted that one could hardly imagine anything clearer. It was time to say goodbye, and they said goodbye to each other. Lee, in his beautiful attire, walked away, leaving Nora alone. Nora sat down and began to carefully examine the symbols drawn on the ground. He realized that Lee is not as simple a person as it may seem at first glance. Jin trained hard, feeling that he needed to put in even more effort. He was clearly aware that there was a lot of work ahead that needed to be completed. He had already mastered most of the lessons, and now they seemed easy to him. Together with Nor sitting at the table, they discussed the new tasks that Jin had set for himself. They again watched through the window at the people passing by on the street. Most people try to hide their intentions, but the face always betrays their true feelings. Jin remembered a conversation with Nor when he talked about the importance of controlling emotions. If you work hard, you can learn acting skills and control facial expressions. This is exactly what Nor asked him to pay special attention to during training. And now, standing in front of the tree, Jin could feel his skills improving, but it was still difficult. However, he was sure that he would eventually be able to achieve better results if he continued training. Jin rushed to the tree, trying to jump over it, counting on his strength, pushed off confidently. But the landing turned out to be unsuccessful. Isn't there a safer way? Jin asked. But the master explained that he needed to find the right path himself. If you always follow others, there will come a time when you will not be able to act independently, added the master, emphasizing the importance of independence. In this way, the master tried to explain to Jin so that he would not constantly rely on questions to him. He explained that Jin chooses difficult paths, which causes him to constantly face difficulties. All the skills he develops will help him not only in success but also in case of defeat. The master then quipped that Jin had a funny look on his face when he fell. Jin decided that this time he should use a trick. Turning around, he focused on another attempt to jump over the tree. He felt how the ground was spreading under his feet, and he flew down rapidly. Flailing his arms, he decided that now was the time to try another trick. Suddenly, a gust of wind picked up his body, as if supporting him in flight. A current of air held his legs, preventing him from falling. The wind clearly directed his movement so that he landed smoothly without falling. The master was delighted, because he did not expect such a result from Jin's attempt. Jin realized that he could use his skills to control his movements as he fell. The next time he turned around again and ran quickly to the tree, ready to try again. Using his skills, he powerfully pushed back and soared high up, continuing his training. Genie, in complete control of the airflow, gently lands on the ground, balancing confidently. Nor thought that Jin had lost his mind watching his dangerous experiments, but the same stream of wind, picking him up, carefully lowered him to the ground. "Teacher, have you seen?" Jin exclaimed. "Yes, I saw," he answered. "You are a real genius! I really succeeded!" Jin exclaimed joyfully, overflowing with happiness. Nor thought, maybe Jin has abilities that he himself doesn't even know about. Night fell. The coach sat outside, watching the stars. He tried to draw the same symbol, again forgetting what it looked like. He dragged his stick along the ground in exasperation, trying to remember the pattern. Well, he can't ask the owner to repeat the symbol again, thought the coach. He dropped the stick and decided to stop trying because he had other things to do. Suddenly, Jean appeared behind him, startling him with her silent appearance. His steps were imperceptible as he used a heel-to-toe technique. He approached the master and carefully began to examine what he was drawing on the ground. "I'm learning the moves," Jin said. "I realized that the main principle is accuracy." The teacher spoke, explaining in detail to Jin the concept he applied based on the fundamentals of the martial art. He explained that he used the Baogwa technique as a basis for the movements. The genie walked over to the symbols drawn on the ground and began to follow them, studying them carefully. He moved in the largest circle that was drawn on the ground, trying to catch the rhythm of the movement. His steps resembled a dance, smooth and elegant, but at the same time looked a little clumsy. Sometimes his steps looked funny because he lost his balance and staggered. After completing the circle, Jean pointed out to the teacher that although the Baogwa was the foundation, something was missing. The movements were interrupted, causing him to lose his balance. He thought back to his Jing classes at school and looked thoughtfully at the symbols on the ground. Jin reached for the stick that the teacher had thrown, planning to touch up the drawing. He remembered that they said in class, Taiji gives rise to Taijuan, which in turn creates thought. Thought further generates Bagua, and ultimately it is energy that leads to changes in movement. Jin swiped his stick across the ground, correcting the symbols, and told the teacher that it made more sense now. After that, he started moving through the symbols again, now with more confidence. A smile appeared on his face, because now the movements were perfect. Jin praised the teacher, calling him a genius for thinking of using the scheme in this way. However, the master was aware that Jin had mastered the basics under his eyes, and it seemed that he didn't need to explain it all anymore. But this is only the beginning. It would be better if the master learned more interesting techniques to teach Jin something new. "You can't always follow me," remarked the master, to which Jin replied, "Then you'll have to continue to overcome difficulties." He continued to walk around the circles, showing where you can stand and where you can't, eliminating all the shortcomings of the movements. Master couldn't understand what Jin was saying. No matter how much he listened to him, it all remained unclear. Well, let him speak to his health, he thought. If he realizes that he doesn't understand anything, it could lead to a bad result. He sat down, deciding to just watch the process continue. The master was well aware that he was unable to teach Jin this art at the moment. The academic was conducting a class when Jin stood up and addressed him. A new day dawned, and Jean was full of determination. The academician immediately noted that Jean was showing incredible results, and this could not go unnoticed. Satisfied, he realized that this was no illusion. Jin had indeed made significant progress. Watching this, the other students felt irritated, jealous of his success. At this moment, Jin himself was worried, not knowing how his achievements would be received. He felt that now was the moment he had worked so hard for. After some time, Jin and the master sat together, and the master mentally acknowledged the genius of his student. He noticed how much Jin loved attention, and even began to hope that this greed for attention could restrain his cruelty. Jin enthusiastically told the teacher about his feelings. "I had to see it! It felt like something was rising from my stomach. I don't even know how to describe it." "Did you like it?" asked the master. "Of course I do," Jin replied. "There is a saying, 'Your plate is deep,'" said the master. Jin did not immediately understand that this was a metaphor. Then the master offered to take care of the teacher, who does not want to spoil the good mood of his student. He alluded to himself, because he often felt stressed due to constant training. Jin got up, asking the master to wait, and said he was going to wash up and then come back. Later, they were already sitting at home at the table, continuing their conversation. The master was literally beaming with joy, although his smile looked a bit strained. "Fake smile," Jin remarked, scrutinizing his face. "Is it really so?" asked the master, to which Jin confidently replied, "Exactly." However, at this moment he pondered, trying to figure out how to recognize true emotions. The smile seemed to be ordinary, but how can one accurately reveal its true meaning? He did not yet understand what was confusing him. Then the master took his cheeks. "Look carefully," he said. "People don't always show what's in their hearts, so you have to be able to guess. Not only lips, but also eyes. Their shine reveals real emotions. When people smile sincerely, the upper part of the cheeks moves first, and then the lips. Do not forget to look into the eyes, because this is the most important part for recognizing emotions," he added. Because of this, Jin couldn't really understand, so he told the master that he only saw a fake smile. The master asked Jin to try again, promising that if he failed this time, then he would have to find another approach. The master began to scrunch his face as if someone had insulted him and watched Jin's reaction. Jin watched closely and noticed that the lips and cheeks were moving at the same time, but the cheeks were rising slightly. Then the master came up, patted Jin on the head and praised him, noting that he was beginning to understand. However, he added that it is necessary to separately train his ability to see real emotions. After a while, they were walking along a path in the forest, where Noor told Jin that vision is the 8th innate human sense. The problem is that there are often misconceptions about what you're actually seeing. What exactly are the misconceptions? Jin asked curiously. At this time, they had already gathered branches and started to light a fire. The master suddenly threw a rock at Jin, which surprised him. "Wait a little," said the master, until the fire was fully ignited. He asked Jin to take the stone, but he said that he could not because the stone was hot. "How do you know it's hot unless you try it?" asked the master. The genie argued that he had seen the stone lying in the fire. "What if you didn't see it? Would you just pick it up?" said the master. And suddenly somehow, the stone cooled down. "But you still won't believe me, because you saw how it was on fire," he continued. Noor went to the stone, took it in his hands and threw it from one hand to the other. He explained that the stone was hot, but not so hot that you couldn't hold it. This is an example of a false perception that you have to see for yourself. As long as a person is alive, he can look, but only until he touches the truth, said the master. However, that was not all he wanted to explain. He suddenly tried to punch Jin in the forehead, but Jin quickly dodged. It turned out that it was only a bluff on the part of the master, who was testing his reaction. Although the master swung, he didn't even have the thought of hitting. He only asked Jin not to jump to conclusions. Once again, Jin deluded himself, believing that he already understood everything. He was willing to train hard and was sure that with time, he would be able to better understand such situations. Noor explained that with practice, Jin would be able to tell if a hit was real or just movement, and could easily dodge. Then the master held out his hands in front of Jin and asked him to try. Jin swung quickly, trying to hit. Noor easily placed his palm under Jin's fist, demonstrating a control technique. Jin decided to try again, making sure of his actions. But this time, when he swung, Noor abruptly withdrew his hand, avoiding the blow. This was a real achievement. After which, Noor began to tell a story about his past as a soldier and how he survived thanks to his skills. Listening, Jin guessed that the teacher was hiding something. The teacher explained that this is precisely why you need to train your emotional intelligence, to be able to recognize not only real emotions, but also fake ones, and to understand at a glance what is hidden inside. Jin hinted that the master had aged a bit and couldn't perform the techniques the way he used to. The master smiled as he mimicked the movements, and suddenly his face changed, becoming eerie, as if a murderous desire had awakened in him. He began to approach Jin, displaying his menacing nature. Jin was very startled and backed away and fell on his back, not knowing how to react. Noor just laughed as he asked Jin what happened to him. Jin, a little confused, asked what it was, to which Noor replied, "It's human energy." He told Jin not to be afraid, and explained that after decades on the battlefield, there is always doubt in situations like this. He then asked Jin if he was sure that the cause he was training for was really worth all the effort. Jin answered confidently, yes. After a grueling workout and a long day, they were already relaxing at home, lying on the same bed, discussing how much fun they had today. Knorr suggested learning all the techniques together, but noted that men's problems cannot always be solved together. He also thanked Jin for treating him with more respect than he deserved. The atmosphere was incredibly calm. You could see bright stars through the window. After the conversation, they both fell asleep, feeling light and calm. Jin fell asleep with his head on his hand, feeling cozy and protected. It was morning, and Jin's animals were playing happily in the yard, enjoying the peace. Suddenly, the chipmunk noticed something, and his behavior changed dramatically. His coat bristled, and he began to hiss, showing signs of distress. It turned out that the chipmunk saw the snake that Jin was holding in his hands. Jin held the snake, its head near his neck, his gaze still cold. His eyes were full of determination as this hunter tried to attack his beloved animals. After quickly dealing with the snake, Jin panicked the chipmunk and the rooster, who decided to run away when they saw this. After a while, Noor and Jin sat in the same place, watching the people move under the windows. Noor almost fell asleep, drooling, tired from a long day. Jin didn't go into details, concentrating on training his hearing by listening to the conversations around him. He heard a cloth seller offer a discount of 20 coins. But the buyer wanted 40, and nearby 2 women were discussing their husbands. Noor realized that Jean had a real knack for listening, and that could come in handy. Jean then turned to the teacher saying, "Teach me, I feel that I am very special." "Could I really be a monster?" he asked the teacher. "You're not a monster," Noor replied. "You just have abilities that others don't have. Besides, you have me. If you really were a monster, I wouldn't be around you," Noor said. The teacher explained this to Jin, but still wondered. Why is he so worried? Has something happened? Noor tried to remind Jin that it was important to always tell the truth and asked if he had been bullied by the boys at school again. Was the old academic ignoring him again? But this time it was not like that. He had heard a lot of praise lately, and it seemed to him that the academician was even proud of him in front of others. Everything was fine, but sometimes Jean felt strange, like something was wrong. He had achieved everything he wanted, but now he didn't want to be alone and do nothing. Hearing this, the master gently placed his hand on Jin's head. He reminded him that he always had a teacher he could rely on. Master assured Jin that there was nothing to worry about. A smile appeared on Jin's face, and he calmed down, letting go of all unnecessary thoughts. "As long as you have teachers like me by your side, you'll be special whenever you want," the master added. Those were the last words the teacher spoke to Jin at that moment. Evening came, and Noor walked alone, reflecting on the fact that he and Jin had reached a certain limit since Jin had learned to use his powers. Thank God he's starting to pay more attention to himself, Noor thought. The problem was that everything was not working as it should. However, Noor decided that it was necessary to try to find a way out, and went deep into his thoughts. The next day, Noor set a table in front of Jin, on which there were many dishes. To Jin's question, "What is it?" he replied, "It's a destruction jar. If you want to feel better, you need to break a few pieces." Jin was worried that if he broke the dishes, his actions might be different from other people's actions. He asked the teacher if Noor himself had ever done this, because if you swing a stick, you can destroy not only dishes, but also several trees. After the teacher's answer, Jin went to the table, took one of the bowls and thought. He turned to Nora and said, "I'm fine thanks to you. I've learned how to behave so people don't think I'm weird." Noor felt protected, knowing that Jean was relying on him, even though he himself was only eating and drinking, not doing anything special. He asked Jin to ignore it and explained that he didn't know how to solve the situation yet, but he promised that he would definitely find a solution and asked Jin to promise him one thing. "Don't lie or hide anything from anyone," Noor said. Jin admitted that he would never go back to the time when he didn't know the master. He added that he would find a way to find him anyway. At that moment, Jin threw the plate and smashed it against a tree. After the crunch of the plate, Noor plunged into memories of his days as a warrior. He was sitting under a tree, bandaging his wounded arm, remembering those events. A friend approached him and asked him to express his thoughts. It was the moment when they had just finished the battle, and everyone was still under the impression. Comrade Nora came closer and began to bandage his arm, trying to help. He explained the smile on his face by the fact that it is always better to smile than cry, even in difficult situations. Noor noticed that his friend was not really happy, even when he was smiling. The fellow replied that it was ridiculous, for he was the only one who could say so now. But Noor had one question that still interested him. He asked a friend if there was anything in the world that was really worth fearing. At first, the comrade repeated his question, as if thinking. Then he explained that if he felt such fear, he would become a completely different person. Returning to the present, Noor remembered those words and thought, "If I had not felt fear, what would I have become?" He reflected that if he didn't feel fear, he would really change. But now he wondered, what was this boy afraid of, Jean? He walked around the room, thinking but still couldn't figure out what exactly Jin should be afraid of. Noor came to the conclusion that he was the only link between this boy and his communication with the world. And no matter what happens, he has no right to betray him. So he decided to bring his idea to life, providing Jin with support and protection. Noor hoped his plan would work and went into the forest in the evening where he lit a fire to prepare for his next move. He looked at the mountain that rose before him, wondering if he should try to climb it. He doubted whether he should do it because he felt very tired. Meanwhile, Jin walked along the path, passing the tombs that stood on either side of the road. The atmosphere was eerie, and suddenly there was a rustling sound behind him. The sound caught Jin's attention and he turned his head to look. Nearby, he saw 2 small deer standing quietly between the trees. Realizing that there was no threat, he simply yawned, calming down. Jin wondered why he was here now, instead of doing gymnastics on this moonlit night. He decided to lie down on a bush to rest for a while, feeling tired. Soon, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep, drool running down his chin. And Noor, looking fearfully at the mountain, continued to stand, thinking about what was waiting for him next. The next day, Noor reflected that there was no point in Jin putting himself through these ordeals. He was sure that Jin misunderstood emotions, and it shouldn't happen like this. A visible and obvious result was needed. Then he remembered that he had already been in a similar situation, and then he should not have acted in the same way. Noor decided that he needed to focus only on a certain area and hurried to the exit. He met a butler on the street. He explained that there was an important matter that needed to be addressed to the master. Dvoretsky replied that he would have no problem informing about it in advance so that Noor could come at any convenient time. After a while, Master and Jin stood by the cow, not quite understanding what they were doing here. Noor wanted to see how cattle are properly slaughtered, and Jin immediately expressed his desire to try it too. But first, Noor suggested just looking. The cow felt when it was approached, and knew why it was being untied. After that, the man picked up a large, sharp stake and a hammer. The genie, seeing this, was walking along the forest path with the master and asked, "What were you thinking when you saw the cattle being slaughtered?" "Nothing," Noor replied. "I was simply pleasantly surprised by the master's skill. He did everything in one breath. He caught and killed the bull." Then the master asked Jin to pay attention to the fact that his peers usually sympathize with the bull before praising the skill of the butcher. To this, Jin replied, "And when they eat meat, do they also pity it?" Noor agreed, but noted that children usually think differently. Jin then asked if the master wanted him to think differently, to which Noor said no. He just wanted Jin to know what people say before slaughtering a bull. The man turned to the bull, wishing him a better next life. Noor wanted Jin to understand why the children were trained before the first slaughter. People first imagine everything that is happening and try to come to terms with it. Noor also wanted Jin to explain to him why they were killing the bull. The genie replied, "To eat him." "Absolutely true," Noor said, and began to explain that when he was in the army, he killed people for survival, following the rules of the battlefield. He noted that even when he kills a mosquito, he does it not because it is annoying, but because it sucks blood. Jin thought Noor was dragging his feet and said curtly, "You need a reason to kill." Noor realized that Jin was getting the point and continued, "When you killed a rabbit or a chicken, you didn't have a good reason for it." However, Jin countered saying that he also has a reason why he acts like this. His reason was to achieve something on his own. He wanted to do something extraordinary, feeling like a god when he acted on his own. Hearing this, the master just hit his head with his hand, realizing the complexity of Jin's thoughts. "What's wrong with you, master? Why are you like that?" Jin asked. "It's okay. I just remembered about mosquitoes, and they are here like here. I had to catch them to make excuses," Noor joked. Noor looked at Jin in a completely different way, understanding his real reason. Jin was worried that his reason might seem strange, but Noor reassured him, saying that it was not strange but even special. He offered to continue the conversation, gradually revealing his thoughts. However, inside, Noor was worried that Jin barely understood what he was saying. This was exactly the moment he had been dreading, when Jin began to see the world differently. Noor told Jin that he understood his reason, but also noted that other people might not be able to understand him. Jin admitted that this was why he kept his distance from the others. But thanks to the master, that had changed now. Only with Noor could he be himself. And this was the result of his efforts. He did not give up when he sought to achieve his goal. The problem is the choice. Will you enjoy the gifts you receive when you become a ruler? Or will you settle for a little as others want? Noor asked. He asked Jin when the time came to feel it and think about what he really wanted. Jin, listening, agreed with the master's words, but Noor continued. "Standing until the end is difficult, but one day you will come back here again, and for now, you need to think things over. You have to choose between your reason for killing animals or the reason that normal people have." Jin could tell that the master was still worried about him, and that gave him confidence. Jin then calmed himself down by calling himself smart and confidently continued the conversation. He asked the teacher if the strange man they sometimes talked to had also killed people. "I think so," replied Noor. "Maybe that's why he decided not to do it anymore. He was very wise." After hearing the master's words, Jin's mind began to clear. He realized that people used to call him a ruthless puppy. But now everything has changed, and it was the result of his efforts. The master asked him not to forget this. After returning home, Jin changed his clothes and went to practice. Again, he trained until his body began to steam from the exertion. He performed incredibly beautiful sword strokes as he tried to hone his skills. However, it seemed to him that something was still wrong. He tried to change the technique and asked himself if it was possible to do it correctly. Yes, as the teacher showed, but something still did not give him peace. He walked over to the table where the book he had been studying was lying. This book had nothing but 4 words. Even picture books have more words. The movements shown had no logical connection and were not related to each other, which confused him. Jin mused as he flipped through the book. Basically, it's not that useless if there's something to aim for. Noor came up to him with panic in his eyes and asked, "What are you reading?" He snatched the book from Jin's hands, explaining that it wasn't for him. Jean asked not to hide the book, as he believed that everything he had been taught recently was reflected in it. He didn't think Noor was reading it for self-comfort, and asked where he had bought the textbook, and if he had been tricked. Knorr objected, saying that he had not been tricked, that was impossible, but admitted that the movements in the book were indeed unrelated. "Do you know that, Master?" Jin asked. "It's just an app," Knorr explained, and suggested that Jin start training soon since he still had to go to school. Knorr watched Jin's movements and thought how wonderful it was to have such a student. He could feel how hard Jin was being trained, but it was a sign of progress. Knorr looked at the book again, wondering if he really had been tricked. And Jin, at this moment, was completely focused on honing his shots, striving to achieve perfection. It's a new day, and it's time for classes at a private school. Each of the students went about their business until the academician arrived. He was, as usual, engrossed in the study of a book. But suddenly, he turned his attention to the street, looking out the window. There he saw Jin honing his movements as if he were holding a sword, even though he wasn't actually there. One noticed that Jin looked irritated and tense. Jin walked over to Vaughn and placed the book on the table in front of him. He asked to see, explaining that it was difficult for him to master the sword properly. Jin showed him a picture in the book and asked if he could go around in a circle, trying to do movements similar to the ones shown. One thought that if Jin stood firmly on his feet, even if the upper movements were wrong, he would still be able to keep his balance by placing his feet correctly. Jin invited Won to train together at his house today. "Do you have a lot of free time? You should be reading books," Vaughn remarked. However, after a while, Won's face was tired and sweat was running down it. After a while, they were already training at Jin's house, doing exercises. Vaughn quickly tired and asked for a break as his legs were shaking and he could no longer continue. Sitting down next to Vaughn, Jin asked if he was confident in his knowledge. He started talking to Vaughn about his future and plans for life. They also discussed who would take the exam next. However, Jin said that he did not see the point in taking the preliminary exam. He saw no other way but to make a career and become famous. The sister came to them and informed them that dinner was ready. She prepared a lot of delicious rice and salad with meat. This meal alone brought a smile to our faces. The younger brother remarked how good it was that they talked every day. Jin asked Vaughn to pass it on to his brother. One ate silently with his head down, but these words made Jin think. He began to wonder why he came here so often. It had become a habit, but he did not like this sad dining table. He noticed that the baby sister Mimi was the same weight as himself, and this caused concern. The little sister turned to her brother, trying to get his attention. She said that there were rumors in the district about a band of robbers who robbed a neighboring village. The village, which is 30 miles from here, was attacked. 10 robbers ride on horses. "Now the head of the village is gathering people and calls them to go on duty," said the sister. She added that one man should also leave their house. Hearing this, Jin thought the idea was useless. He noted that while on duty, they would not be able to stop the robbers, let alone detain them. "Has an ordinary farmer ever been able to defeat such cruel people?" he asked. Jin argued that it was better to raise money and hire warriors. This was his logical argument. He emphasized that it is not even that expensive, considering that their lives are at stake. However, Vaughn decided that he had to go anyway. Jin tried to convince him. Vaughn explained that this was his village's problem and he had to help because the villagers had helped them many times. Despite this, Jin continued to insist that Vaughn should just pay instead of going himself. Jin emphasized that he was telling the truth. The exams were coming up soon, and instead of preparing, one was spending his time on duty. Jin even began to raise his voice, saying that he understood one's desire to thank people for their help, but he would be able to do that when he became an official. He tried to explain that it is better to stand and tremble on duty or accept his help, pass the exams, and then help financially. Jin got the money, and after these arguments, one agreed to take it this time. It was enough, and Vaughn promised to return this money to Jin. However, Jin didn't even think about it because he had enough funds. On the way home, Jin reflects on Won's concern for him, stressing that it's late and he should hurry home. Jin decided that now was a great opportunity for him to practice his move. He started to do so, but suddenly he heard as if someone else was nearby. 2 people with weapons in their hands were sitting behind the bushes. They debated whether he was a child, but then, after looking at his clothes, they realized that he was most likely rich. Jean overheard their conversation and realized that these were exactly the robbers they had warned about. They climbed out from behind the bushes and stood in front of him, blocking the way. They could not resist the temptation of the wealth they thought he might have. Jean thought quickly about the situation, looking for a way out, and came up with something. The robbers were confused by the fact that he was not at all afraid of them, but even laughed while standing in front of them. "Are your parents around, or are you here alone?" they asked. Observing their behavior, Jin noticed that they were chatting like lost children on their way back from the market. He began to pretend to be frightened, saying that he was leaving a friend's house and that his house was in another area. The robbers asked if he had any money, but looked a little scared themselves. When Jin said he had no money, they began to discuss what to do next. Pretending to release him today, they ordered him to appear tomorrow evening and bring money, otherwise there will be problems. What kind of nonsense? Some strange robbers. Do they even behave like that? Thought Jin. They probably shouldn't even have started their business. The genie decided to make fun of them and said that if the money could not be brought tomorrow, he would not be able to do anything. They only promised that he would be in big trouble if he didn't keep his promise. Jin pretended to be scared, changing his voice to a shaky one, and asked if he could leave now. Then the robbers simply let him go, allowing him to go on. After walking a few steps, Jin turned back. He did this because one of them called out to him, attracting attention. But when Jin returned, he simply said that it was dark and asked him not to trip on the way home. After that, the robbers turned around and went in different directions. Now the only question remained. Would they really be waiting for him tomorrow at this place? The day seemed clear and calm, perfect for training energy when nature itself inspires concentration. Jin got up early in the morning to continue his training, enjoying the dawn silence and concentrating on his breathing. He tried to concentrate the energy in himself, carefully distributing it through his internal channels, watching every movement. Engrossed in the process, he did not notice how his father quietly approached him, watching his exercises. His father asked what he was doing, and Jin explained that he was practicing the breathing technique his teacher had taught him. However, the father was doubtful, because he did not understand how the teacher could teach such a technique, which seemed unusual to him. Jin once thought it was useless too, but despite his doubts, he continued training, convinced of their effectiveness. At first, the teacher kept emphasizing the development of the core, and Jin felt that his tan, once as small as a seed, had now grown to the size of a fist. These words made the father think, because now he understood that the teacher really had knowledge, and asked his son if he could release the energy outside. Jin replied with a smile that of course he could, and even wanted to demonstrate it to his father. Jin focused energy into his hands, and his palms began to emit a powerful aura that pulsed around him. At that moment, a sphere began to form in front of him, swirling the air around it as if an invisible vortex was gaining strength. It was the maximum he was capable of at the moment, but even so, the technique looked impressive. The father, noticing this, was surprised to ask what else the teacher had taught him. But he felt something strange in the air. He realized that something was wrong, although he was happy about his son's progress. Despite the fact that the son could already compete with experienced warriors, this was not enough. The father expected his son to be a level higher than an ordinary warrior, showing his talent. He praised Jin for being able to defend himself, noting that the level he had achieved was a testament to his hard training. After showing off his skills, Jin stood in front of his father, waiting for his reaction. The father praised the physical training, but added that he would like to see his son's success in studies as well. Jin promised that he would not be distracted from his studies and would make an effort to show progress. The father, without saying another word, quietly walked away, leaving his son alone with his thoughts. All Jin wanted was his father's praise, but all he got in return was a thoughtful look. Now it remains for him to prove his prowess in learning and prepare for the Guangxi trial. Jin was soon on his way to the rendezvous, ready for the next leg of his journey. He waited patiently for the others to appear, his gaze directed into the distance. He didn't care why they were taking time because he was focused on his goal. A figure soon appeared on the horizon, and Jin knew they had finally arrived. His gaze met several people. The whole team appeared at the meeting place. They didn't believe that Jin would actually come, but he didn't disappoint and stood confidently in front of them. This group looked hostile, and one of them held a sharp knife near Jin's face, showing his intentions. The thugs demanded money from Jin, and he didn't hesitate to pull out a pouch full of coins to meet their demands. One of the scoundrels, joyfully beginning to pour out the contents of the bag, was surprised to see something strange among the coins. He found an object that surprised him, not understanding what it was or where it came from. Counting the coins, he was confused. There were a lot of them, but he could not understand where the boy could get so many valuables. Jin sarcastically stated that they were real fools, In his place, he would have simply taken what was given and kept his promise by letting him go. However, the bandits began to argue among themselves, because they expected to receive only 30 coins, but instead Jin brought much more. Suddenly, the face of one of them changed. He looked depressed, as if something was important to him. He began apologizing, saying that they only wanted to survive and did not expect to receive so much. Now they offered to take Jin with them, because no one had brought them more before. Hearing this, Jin was confused and didn't know how he should take it. However, despite his doubts, he decided to go with them, wanting to learn more. They led him to an abandoned farm surrounded by crumbling buildings and wasteland. Jin could not understand how it was possible to survive in such a place. One of the thugs said that if their heads worked better, they wouldn't have touched him because his father would have paid the ransom anyway. Jin wondered why he had voluntarily come here because it seemed completely illogical. He was put in a cramped room, given some raw corn, which was difficult to eat. Then they locked him up, as if they had put him in prison, although it looked ridiculous. The worst part was that the room was infested with bugs, but Jin could easily escape. However, he decided to stay because it was interesting. He understood that he could easily get out. If they had really kidnapped him, they would have at least tied him up or secured him so he wouldn't run away. When Jin finally came out of his so-called prison, he noticed a group of children playing nearby. Approaching them, he smiled and said, "Little one, come to me. I have something for you." Jin pulled out the corn the bandits had given him and handed it to the children who surrounded him. He told them that if they were hungry, they could come and take food without feeling ashamed. He noted that these children did not look like the local residents, among whom the robbers live, but looked like ordinary poor people. The children eagerly pounced on the corn, and it was evident that they were very hungry, for they looked exhausted. They told Jin about their difficult life, how rarely they managed to find even a little food. Jin noticed that the field nearby looked well kept and asked why they had no food. The children explained that everything is because of black people. Jin asked who the blacks were, and the children answered that they were notorious robbers who terrorized the local area, so violent that even the authorities could not stop them. They stole food, cattle, and even bulls. The children, remembering the bull that these robbers took from them, said that this bull was very important to their community, and even the adults cried when it happened. It turned out that the bull was the main source of food in the village, and the children sincerely hoped that one day they would grow up and take revenge on the robbers, restoring justice. Tears streamed down their faces, and Jin asked them not to cry, trying to cheer them up. Later, when night came, everyone gathered around the fire where the bandits were sitting. Jin walked up to them and bluntly stated that they were a bunch of losers if they couldn't handle a captive properly. He asked if they had indeed made a decision. What were they going to do with him next, and why was it taking so long? One of the thugs said they planned to ransom him and then let him go. But they didn't know how rich Jin really was. Jin explained that his family lives quite well, and they have no idea how much they can get. The bandits admitted that they wanted at least 30 silver coins, but Jin thought that was too little. He wondered why they were so afraid of the blacks. They were just a group of bandits. One of the poor people said that the blacks are not just robbers, but a whole group that travels on horses. They are cruel and ruthless, and if not ransomed, they can kill. At that moment, an idea flashed through Jin's mind that he had once heard from an old acquaintance of his. If these blacks are really that ruthless, he will be ready to deal with them himself. Jin did not understand how the bandits planned to get a ransom for him. They explained that one of them would go to his house and demand a ransom. Jin warned them that if they simply went to his family's palace and announced the kidnapping, it would be true suicide, as the authorities would destroy them in an instant. Jin explained that anyone who dares to come to his family with a ransom demand will immediately lose his head. The authorities act ruthlessly. He added that the local feudal lords would quickly find and destroy the robbers because they evaded taxes, and there would be no one left who could be ransomed. If they choose to expose themselves, their heads are simply chopped off and returned to their father as a warning. Therefore, Jin proposed not to report the abduction, but to act decisively and harshly, taking the initiative. Jin wondered why he was even telling them all this, since they had kidnapped him, and now he was protecting their interests. But looking at these destitute people, he felt a certain softness in his heart. He felt a little sorry for them, because they looked so tired and hopeless. Jin caught himself thinking that maybe his plan could actually work and make a difference. If everything works out, these people will see him as their savior, and then they will honor him all their lives, respecting the help he provided in the most difficult time for them. The Lord was sitting in his office, carefully examining the portrait that hung on the wall, as if trying to understand something important. He had just been informed of the report, in which there should be no mistakes, for the old man in question was only an ordinary soldier. In those days, Chongman was the commander-in-chief, and if it really was him, then everything was right, the servant remarked. The servant confirmed the master's guesses, answering his questions and adding that the information was similar to the truth. However, if this is really so, then what is the connection between the events? Because if the old man is not an ordinary soldier, then it has a different meaning. There were only rumors that Commander Jongman taught martial arts to his soldiers, but this was unconfirmed. The master checked the skills of the main servant and did not notice anything serious. So, how did he teach Kanzan? Because he himself does not have such skills. The secretary did not understand how this happened, because only the leader and his advisor in their house possessed martial arts, no one else. It turns out that this is really a mystery, because even if he knew about the existence of technology at his age, he could not learn it on his own. His advisor then told him that teacher Guang bought martial arts books in the village, and perhaps this knowledge was gained from them. But if it is really so, which of the unknown authors could raise the combat level like that? After all, books usually do not contain such deep knowledge. Therefore, the owner decided that it was necessary to check all the books, and especially the old keeper, because this could not go unnoticed. If this matter is underestimated, a threat may arise, and martial arts knowledge may spread. There is a risk that this knowledge will be used by everyone without control, leading to chaos. The Lord, remembering his late wife, thought, perhaps Kanjin really began to study martial arts. He remembered the times when he took part in battles, and how much he worried about his son. Holding a wooden sword in his hands, he read the notes, scrutinizing every word, trying to find a clue. Even if everything written in the book is correct, the movements described there looked a bit strange. He thought that the legs should be strong and the back should be correct, because this is the basis of any martial art. If a warrior with minimal knowledge were in Jin's place, it would be difficult for him to understand these subtleties and avoid defeat. The owner realized that he needed to change his approach to training in order to achieve new results. He began to practice, perfecting his movements, gradually finding a better way to perform the technique. Soon his movements became more precise, and his technique smoother and more confident. Over time, he began to feel that he was even better at performing these techniques than before. However, without a mentor, he could not be sure that he was doing everything correctly, and he doubted whether he was wasting his time. From the beginning of the training, his back hurt a lot, but he did not stop, thinking that it was part of the process. Although the technique looked impressive, he planned to later teach it to a young master to pass the knowledge on. Meanwhile, we returned to Jin, who stayed in the village that evening trying to implement his plan. His brilliant idea gradually lost its perfection, and he realized that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Jin decided to ask the locals if the bandits would leave them alone if they were paid, but the residents replied that they could not just give money, because if they paid, the bandits would continue their attacks. It turns out that this is a closed circle. They pay, the bandits rob, and come back again with new demands. Jin asked what to do then. Capture someone again and demand a ransom? He offered to go to the main palace and tell everything, but the people were afraid that they would be punished for not paying taxes. They thought long and hard about how to solve the problem, and decided that the best way was to keep him captive. But they understood that this was only a temporary measure. Jin decided to take control of the situation, planning to bide his time, knowing that help could come very soon. He understood that it is not possible to inform his father now, because he is taking all the responsibility on himself, and there will be no room for mercy. The problem was that no one should find out about the situation, and he knew that the teacher would find him soon. Jin asked the locals to bring coal and boards, planning something important. He stressed that they should do it as soon as possible without delaying a moment. Jin soon spoke with another of the local villagers, trying to organize the next step in his plan. After explaining the situation to him, Jin sent him forward with an important task, to meet the right person. When the villager arrived at his destination, he told everything to Jin's teacher, informing him of what was happening. The teacher heard about the boy, whom he knew well, and realized that the matter was serious. He couldn't understand why Jin was acting like this, but he decided not to delay and prepare for the meeting. Soon he was on his way, planning to arrive at the place as soon as possible. At dawn, the teacher was already there, ready for action. Meanwhile, Jin continued his training on the lawn, confident in his plan. He believed that the teacher would like his idea and that he would be able to make it so that no one would get hurt. Bandits also came early in the morning, preparing for another meeting. The villagers, however, were afraid that they would not receive a ransom and did not know what to do in such a situation. Jin calmed them down, explaining that it wasn't about money. He went to the teacher for help, but the peasants insisted that they needed money because it was with them that they could buy off the bandits. Jin assured them that everything was under control and asked them to wait a bit. He pulled a bag of silver from his pocket, saying that it would be enough to temporarily hold off the bandits. Jin emphasized that even when he was captured, he was helping them, and it was a gesture of mercy on his part. Soon, all the villagers gathered at the meeting place, where bandits on horses were supposed to appear, waiting for a ransom. The bandits looked at the frightened and depressed villagers, seeing in them only an opportunity to get rich. They could not understand where these people got such a large amount of money, because there was nothing of value in this place. The bandits were surprised, and one of them announced that he would bring more of his men to restore order here and establish his control. The bandits thought that if the villagers continued to pay so diligently, they had big plans for this community. One of the representatives of the village begged them to leave them alone, explaining that they were defenseless and had no way to fight. However, the bandits said that now the Iron Blood Gang will be able to provide them with protection and security in the village. However, this protection will only be extended for a month if they agree to pay monthly for such a service. The thugs stressed that they would have to pay every month or they would not get any help. The villagers explained that they had no money at all, but the bandits didn't care at all. They were only interested in profit. In his thoughts, the chief bandit planned that if the villagers paid once, they would continue to pay. The peasants became indignant, claiming that their master could not treat them like this. Such a situation was unacceptable for them, because they were barely surviving. But the thug decided to intimidate them, stressing that they should feel fear every day, and then they would pay. He warned that failure to pay would lead to serious consequences for them. A simple peasant raised his voice and declared that they really had no money. One of the thugs instantly punched him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground with a heavy blow. The peasant fell, feeling the ground accept his weight under the force of the brutal blow. The thugs began to kick him, forcing him to abandon his words and obey their demands. The man, lying on the ground, begged for help, his voice echoing through the crowd. The gang commander watched all this with a laugh, enjoying how fear gripped the villagers, forcing them to obey. Their plan worked perfectly, because the villagers, without weapons and strength, could not resist the bandits. Suddenly there were words addressed to the bandits who called them real fools. The main thug turned around, looking for the one who dared to speak so boldly. Jin, standing confidently, declared that their Gang of Iron Blood deserved a new name. Gang of Iron Fools. He emphasized that the name should match their miserable appearance, causing anger and indignation among the bandits. The bandit, seeing the impudent boy, was stunned and could not believe his audacity. Jin asked him, if he had already taken money from the common people, why did he continue to beat them? You got what you wanted. Then what's the problem? Is it enough for you? Jin asked mockingly, and the thug assumed that it must be the boy's money. Jin, looking directly into the bandit's eyes, asked what else he wanted. The bandit laughed evilly, looking at the villagers, and emphasized that the real treasure was in front of him, the one who brought the money. The beaten peasant tried to explain that Jin was just a child and had nothing to do with them. The big bald thug kicked him, saying they'd figure it out now, and told him to shut up. It was clear that ordinary peasants could not tolerate such abuse, but did not have the strength to resist. The genie did not understand why the villagers did not fight back and urged the bandit to stop this bullying. In response, the bandit only smiled, not taking the boy's words seriously. The bald thug began to beat the peasant even harder, demonstrating his strength. But when he turned, his gaze met an attack flying in his direction. Jin couldn't stand it and threw himself at him, no longer having the strength to look at the injustice. The bald thug tried to hit the boy, but Jin deftly dodged the blow. He tried to strike with all his might, but Jin dodged his every move. The bald man missed Jin's cold, precise punch, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Out of surprise, he began to sway, trying to regain his balance. However, Jin didn't give him a chance. His leg sharply hit the bandit, hitting the target. The bald man flew to the side, like a great monster that had been knocked down by force. He flew away like a doll, falling far to the side, unable to get up. Seeing their bald comrade knocked down, the gang rushed at Jin from all sides, trying to attack him. However, all their blows were too slow for the young master. He easily predicted their movements. Jean read them ahead of time and cold-bloodedly analyzed their every move. When they finished their combo, Jin grabbed one by the collar and threw him to the ground like a helpless plant. The bandit fell to the ground like a leaf, not having a chance to get up. There was one more bandit who also tried to attack. Jin knocked all his strength out of him with a punch, making him cry out in pain. Then, with a kick, he forced him to bend down, and with another blow knocked out his teeth. Jin's leg landed squarely and the thug fell, powerless. The whole team of miserable bandits lay on the ground, moaning impotently. It was obvious that this was not just a boy, Somya. For the gangsters, he became the real embodiment of the devil. The villagers couldn't understand how such a boy could even agree to be kidnapped if he was so good at fighting. Jin, looking at them, made it clear that this was no accident. After all the enemies were defeated, he asked the villagers to do something with them. When the villagers asked why he did this, Jin replied, "Are you going to put up with this kind of abuse much longer?" Jin expressed his opinion that these bastards behaved like animals after receiving money, and asked the villagers why they were so concerned about it. He emphasized that if there were only one bandit, they might be able to protect the village, but there could be hundreds of them. Jin asked if they believed that one gang could have hundreds of people, because even in the state there are not many such numerous gangs. Even a dozen attackers were a big problem for the villagers. Jin realized that he had slightly overlooked all the consequences, as his teacher always told him to consider the consequences before acting. He decided that he needed to go to the bandit camp and find out the whole truth. He emphasized that if the bandits come again and try to take the money, there will be big problems. It must be solved from the root. Jin was convinced that the problem should be solved at an early stage in order to protect the village. The frightened villagers did not know what he was leading to and were confused by his words. Jin started to get nervous, looking at the faces of the villagers, thinking that maybe they have a better plan to solve the problem. But he doesn't know about it. After a while, they put the bandits in a dungeon, tying them up and making them sit, staring at each other. The bald bandit pulled out a hidden knife and, unseen by others, cut the rope. He whispered to his comrades that once they got out, they would kill all the villagers, leaving a few alive to spread rumors. He promised that the boy who defeated them would definitely suffer the most severe punishment. They were going to enact the most brutal method of revenge they could imagine. Jin watched them from the window, clearly understanding what the thugs were planning. He heard their threats and understood that they were bent on revenge. The leader of the bandits could not come to terms with the fact that the little boy had defeated them and wanted revenge. Jin, looking at their angry faces, felt joy, realizing that he had done the right thing, thinking about the consequences. Suddenly, the bandits noticed that the door of the dungeon began to open. Jin walked towards them, walking calmly towards his enemies. He walked up to the bald thug and without hesitation kicked him, knocking the knife out of his hands. After that, Jin dug a deep hole for them and, without delay, threw all the bandits into it. Trapped, the thugs began to beg for mercy, realizing that their fate was in Jin's hands. They realized that the situation had become critical, but Jin calmly continued to act according to his plan. Jin reminded them that they once thought of him as a boy who made mistakes, but now he shows that he can think of consequences. He said that if they disappear, then there will be no more problems. The future will be calm. The bandits begged him to spare them, promising to do whatever he asked. But Jin asked if they wanted to know how to save themselves. He turned to the Iron Blood gang and asked how many people were actually in their group. One of the bandits admitted that there were only about 200 of them. If they don't return, their gang will be in great danger. Jin began to throw dirt at them, burying them, because, as he said, those who lie to his face do not deserve to live. He knew that 200 people was a lie, because if there really were that many, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. The bald bandit, facing the ground on his head, began to surrender and confess. Jean decided that he finally found someone who was telling the truth, but the rest of his friends who lied must pay. The bandits, realizing what awaited them, began to ask for forgiveness, and assured that they were ready to tell the whole truth. Jean decided to keep only one of them alive, the one who would provide the most information about the gang and their plans. The screams of the bandits fighting for their lives echoed from the pit as they raced to tell more. Jin listened intently, voraciously gathering their information, satisfied that his plan was working. He noted that everything was going according to his plan, and that the bandits were wasting their energy under the guise of noble goals. After hearing all the information he needed, Jean decided that there was no point in keeping them alive. However, the bandits recalled that Jin had promised to keep them alive if they told the truth. Jin played a fool, saying that he promised to give the key to salvation, but did not say that he was going to leave them alive. This meant that he was going to kill them, and they threatened him that they would become ghosts and find him. The genie just laughed at their words, finding the belief in ghosts ridiculous, and continued to cover them with dirt as if they were common criminals. He stated that even their confessions would not change his decision. It was only justice. The thugs couldn't believe that a young guy could be so cruel. but Jin continued to cover them with dirt. Jin emphasized that there are many such bastards who cause trouble for others on this earth, and they deserve to be punished. Suddenly, he was stopped by a familiar voice that he immediately recognized. Jin turned his head in surprise to see who this mysterious person was. The young master's teacher looked at him with disbelief, as if he were crazy, not understanding what was happening. Jin explained his actions by saying that he was just having fun, trying to find some kind of way out of the situation. But the teacher, with seriousness in his voice, asked what he was really doing and whether he was aware of his actions. Meanwhile, the robbers, buried up to their necks in a hole, shouted for help. This ridiculous situation alarmed the teacher because he did not understand what Jin's actions meant. Jin began to explain that he was finishing what he had started. He explained the essence of the situation in detail, trying to justify his actions. After hearing the story, the teacher could not believe that his student was really going to bury these people alive. Jin, for his part, explained that he was acting rationally. If he let them go alive, they would return with the gang and destroy the village. In his opinion, this was the most effective way to get rid of the problem. He believed that these robbers were already imbued with darkness, and the best thing was to get rid of them without making too much noise. The teacher, however, understood that if even one member of the gang found out about this, they would come in a whole gang and cause great harm to the villagers. He asked what Jin would do then. Jin replied that he could destroy these bandits at any moment and protect the village, confident that the locals would not tell anyone about what had happened. However, the teacher thought that this was a naive thought, and explained that sooner or later the information would come out anyway, and he should have told him everything from the beginning. Jin admitted that he wanted to do it, but he knew that the bandits would still demand money, and he wasn't sure that ordinary people could handle the situation. He decided to act on his own, believing that this was the only way out of the situation. He asked the teacher what he would do in his place, wanting to hear a different solution. Jin continued, stressing that the teacher hadn't given him any reason why he shouldn't do that, and that he had no better option than to just say no. The teacher understood that it was impossible to act like that, but he himself did not know what decision would be correct in this situation. He knew that a mistake could destroy his reputation in an instant. Suddenly, he loudly ordered Jin to forget the existence of this village, forbidding him from any further contact. He sternly ordered Jin to follow his instructions without question. Jin reacted with disbelief, because the teacher's words seemed to him meaningless and made no sense. The teacher noticed the hurt in Jin's eyes, realizing that his words had hurt the boy. The teacher ordered Jin to go first, assuring him that he would stay and clean up and deal with the situation. He emphasized that the boy must not come back here again and must leave immediately without promising anything else. The teacher hugged Jin, asking him to try not to catch anyone's eye as he left. After that, Jin left the village, leaving behind his doubts. But each of them had an unpleasant residue in their hearts after this conversation. The teacher took the shovel and decided to finish the work started by his student. He understood that it was dangerous to intervene in this situation, but he could not do otherwise. Despite the complexity of the situation, he had no choice but to continue what Jin had started, and began burying the thugs. Later, in the office of the elders, he resolved important issues related to the management of the village. Suddenly, the butler Chan approached him, carefully knocking on the door. When the butler came in, the leader thought that maybe he was looking for some drinking company. But today it was impossible, because there was a problem that caused difficulties for the young master, and it was necessary to discuss it. Apart from the butler and the secretary, there was no one in the room. Only those with whom serious matters could be discussed. The leader understood that the situation was serious, and now was not the time for alcohol. He decided to briefly describe the problem in order to immediately proceed to the solution. The secretary listened carefully, realizing that with these gangs no trace could be left. They agreed that if there was even the slightest trace of them, it could lead to further problems. The leader thanked the secretary for his support and took responsibility to resolve the issue. The secretary promised that all problems would be resolved and steps would be taken to destroy all evidence. However, the leader asked that this should not happen again, stressing that he would personally monitor further actions, and said goodbye as he left the room. The leader left the secretary, leaving him in a state of mild embarrassment from the information he had received. The secretary felt that the situation was serious, and understood that it should be brought to the attention of the leader as soon as possible. He knew he had to be careful to avoid unnecessary consequences. The next morning, Jin began his usual training, diligently honing his fighting skills. It was impressive that he got up so early and concentrated on his technique, perfecting each movement. He trained diligently, perfecting his moves, repeating every punch and technique twice. The teacher noticed that Jin was doing well, but decided it was time to learn more about what happened in the village, which he had never explained before. Jin was interested in the answers to that situation, so he couldn't leave the question open. The teacher understood that if he told the truth about the possibility of killing the bandits, it could only make the situation worse. So he asked Jin what he thought about it, but added that it didn't really matter anymore. The teacher asked his student to trust him and not worry too much about what happened. However, due to his natural curiosity, Jin couldn't ignore it. But the teacher promised that he would tell everything when the time came. Jin decided to accept this answer and wait until the mentor was ready to reveal all the cards. The teacher gave the good news. He noticed that Jin's core had increased in size, signifying significant progress in his development. When asked how Jin was feeling, he pointed to the very small size with his fingers, saying that the kernel had become the size of a pea. Jin, confident in his abilities, decided to show what he is now capable of. Getting into a fighting stance, he began to accumulate his energy, focusing all his efforts on creating a strike. Soon, a larger ball of energy formed in his hands than he expected. Jin figured out how to use his new power, although he still didn't fully control it. Gradually mastering the technique step by step, he managed to focus and greatly increase his strength, surprising even himself with his progress. Jin's punches became much stronger, each one releasing his internal energy, creating a powerful surge of power. His punches started sending out energy waves, and even the teacher was surprised to see it. For the teacher, it was an impressive sight to see the boy hone his skills and control his power. Jin had been training for a long time to create such waves, but he was getting worried, because his power was growing more and more. Because of this, his head and neck sometimes hurt, and the pain sometimes reached the top of his head, which worried him. The teacher understood in his thoughts that such symptoms usually appeared before a person reached a state of overflowing energy. But previously, this was considered almost impossible. He decided to reassure Jin that it wasn't serious, and the best thing for him right now was to rest. But the boy felt that something inside him was trying to break out, and he continued to train. The teacher also remembered this feeling, although it had never actually happened to him. He had only heard about it. We returned to the advisor, who asked one of the members of the secret group if everything was done neatly. The secret agent assured that there was no reason to worry. Everything was done with quality and without any traces. The advisor wondered why the secret group had undertaken this task, but he knew that their mission was to appear only in the event of a threat to life. In any case, this was the first place where trouble could arise, and the agent knew that the old man would come, so she continued her work. To say she was special is an understatement. She promised to provide more accurate information next time. The girl unquestioningly agreed with the orders and soon left the meeting place. Now the advisor had only to inform the leader about the situation, its consequences, and proposed solutions. He never expected that man to just come and ask for help like this. In any case, the advisor understood that much was at stake, and his further activities depended on it. He had to work to find out the whole truth about that boy, gathering all possible facts and uncovering the true essence of what was happening. After some time, a family dinner was held, where all family members gathered at one table. John looked rather pensive, his mind clearly occupied with something important. At the next table, his sister was talking to his brother about how the robbers had suddenly disappeared. One of the villages that suffered constant attacks reported that the robbers came, said that they would not rob again, and simply left. This seemed quite strange even to Jin, as such behavior seemed unnatural to him. He could not believe that everyone was happy about such an event, although it was clear that these robbers had been on the nerves of the local residents for a long time. But something still did not leave him. There was a feeling that the situation remained incomplete or unclear. Seeing her brother's thoughtful face, her sister asked what was bothering him. Jin replied that it was just curiosity. He explained that he did not believe that the robbers simply lagged behind the villagers. If some hero did show up and stop them, it would be a noble deed, but did that really happen? In his opinion, such things usually do not happen in real life. The villagers could solve the problem on their own, but what exactly happened remained a mystery. If this hero really exists and defeated the bandits, the question of whether he can be considered bad or good remained unanswered. It was a rather strange question, but his brother replied that it was a special case. He added that everything depends on the situation, because sometimes circumstances change perception. The brother noted that the law is the minimum requirement, but sometimes circumstances violate the law and then the foundation of truth can be shaken. Thus, the brother evaded a direct answer to the question of whether this person was good or bad. He continued by explaining that a person who breaks the law is not necessarily bad or good, Jin asked how this could be understood, but his brother asked him, if he himself caught the robbers, would he kill them all at once? Jin took his time to answer, considering the question. The brother continued, stressing that he didn't know the man's motives, but perhaps that hero just genuinely wanted to help the villagers without any selfish intentions. This answer made Jin bite his lip, thinking that the motives may actually be deeper than they seem at first glance. That night, the young master met with his teacher, wanting to discuss his thoughts. He told him about Kat, whom he had seen today, and who seemed to him rather unusual and withdrawn. The teacher understood that principles are an important part of life, and if someone has them, it is good, because it is principles that help move forward. However, Jean admitted that the word principles did not mean much to him. The teacher decided to explain that it is easy to talk about principles, but it is very difficult to follow them because they are promises to oneself. When you promise something to another person, two people know about it, but when it concerns a principle, only you know it. He emphasized that following one's own principles is extremely difficult and requires great inner strength. Jin began to understand that his teacher's action was also a manifestation of principle, since he did not explain to him the real reason for his actions. The teacher hesitated in his mind as to whether he should reveal everything to Jin, but decided not to for now. The main thing he wanted to convey to Jin was the need to think things through, because not following this rule could ruin everything. If Jin wants to be respected, he must always think about the consequences of his actions. Patting Jin on the head, the teacher tried to convey this thought to his student, hoping he would understand. That night, the leader was busy reading books, trying to find answers to his questions. He flipped through the pages, analyzing the information one by one, looking for clues. Something in one of the books caught his eye, making him stop. He realized that he had found what he was looking for, the basic knowledge of martial arts that was the basis of training, but seemed simple. This meant that he was getting closer to understanding how his son was taught martial arts, and how the knowledge was passed down to Kanjin in general. Although the techniques in the book looked boring, the teacher was extraordinary. He was able to cause changes in the student and light the fire of the desire to learn. The leader realized that if his son's power was taught useful things, it would be a great achievement. Although Jin's strength was not yet too great, he knew that whatever his son learned would bring him the highest results. However, the person who had awakened a spark in Gina left behind many questions, making you wonder about her true intentions. For example, it is not clear how he knows the other techniques, which has raised many questions for him. The next day, the teacher realized that he had pushed Jin too much in his training, and decided to calm him down a bit by buying some useless book. Walking along the road, he met the owner, who was to fulfill his request. This new person has already come and thanked them for waiting for him. There was a meeting to be had in a bustling bar, and the teacher took a seat waiting for this man. They began to listen to the stories of the mercenary who performed at the bar, and some of them were quite interesting. The teacher, sipping a delicious drink, pondered that Jin should learn battle tactics, so he decided to listen to these stories. Although the mercenary didn't reveal any important details, the teacher did find some basic information for Jin's training. Leaving the bar, the teacher even felt sick to his stomach from these stories. But he had already prepared the program he planned to teach his student. A genie appeared on the horizon and asked where his teacher was, but the teacher replied that he had come because he was worried about his student. The young master joked with a smile, asking what the teacher had prepared for him this time. Perhaps stories about the war between dynasties or something like that, since he had no plans to become a warrior. The teacher was a little embarrassed by such an answer, not expecting such a reaction. Jin went on to say that the teacher might not bother, as stories about ancient legends would be enough for him. Despite this, the teacher still wanted to see Jin train and invited him to show off his skills. Jin quickly got into a fighting stance, showing off his techniques. It looked like a joke to him, but he still readily showed his skill. To the teacher, these movements were basic fundamentals, but to Jin they seemed like empty talk. The teacher was already tired of Jin constantly clinging to his words, and suggested that he just train seriously. Jin was interested in who would be chosen to take the exam, and he was impatiently waiting for this information. Soon, all the students gathered in front of the elder, preparing for an important announcement. All the disciples had to concentrate and fight their own doubts as they stood before the elder. Although the elder was not an examiner, he promised to treat each of them leniently because they were all his pupils. He urged them not to be afraid to express their opinion, because they earned it with their persistence. Jin, however, was bored, finding everything going on extremely uninteresting. He was just waiting for the moment when it was all over and he could leave. He remembered the moment when he and his brother sat at the table and looked at books on martial arts. Jin then asked his brother why he was studying all this, knowing that he would have serious rivals and whether it would be useful for him. He was just studying it, thinking it was nothing special. Suddenly, an elder appeared behind him, glaring at Jin. As Jin sat next to the elder, listening to his boring speech, he felt as if he had dug a hole for himself. The teacher turned to Jin, trying to get his attention. He said that he has high hopes for Jin and believes in his potential. For Jin, these words were unexpected. He did not expect such a turn. It was difficult to feel the responsibility for these words, and he began to think about what awaits him next. Jin spent the whole night looking at old books, deciphering incomprehensible runes and symbols that did not lend themselves to his understanding. His gaze became more and more tired, and he wondered why he was doing this at all when he had so many other important things to do. But suddenly, like thunder in the middle of a clear sky, a mysterious guest appeared in the room, watching him from the shadows. It was the Overlord, his father, appearing without warning, silently watching Jin. The father suddenly appeared in the darkness of the room, stopping in the doorway as if checking on his son. He noticed that Jin was diligently studying the magic books, and his eyes lit up with pride for his studious offspring. Jean sensed something unusual, wary in his father's behavior, as if he was hiding his true intentions. The owner did not come for nothing. He wanted to praise his son for his tireless work and to say that he appreciated his efforts. The father admitted that he was too cold, and now he is happy to support all the expenses of his successful offspring in education. He emphasized that a boy named Devon, one of his most devoted students, helped him with many things. The young master agreed with his father because Devon became his faithful friend, with whom they study and improve together. The father was pleased that his son had such a reliable companion. Jean emphasized that he and Devon are always learning together, supporting each other in difficult moments. The father, not wanting to burden his son, still had high hopes for him, hoping that he would not let him down. Jin confidently assured that he would do everything in his power not to disappoint him and live up to all expectations. A new challenge appeared on the path of the young owner, which he had never expected to meet before. He didn't think he could talk about it so openly with anyone but Devon and his family. Of course, it all didn't seem that important, but Jin continued his studies without stopping. He knew that his father was counting on him, and this thought pushed him to new heights. It was the first time his father had expressed his expectations so directly, and Jin couldn't let him down. For the first time in his life, Jean felt that his father really relied on him, and this gave him strength. At the same time, he began to practice martial arts, strengthening not only his mind but also his body. With each workout, his body overflowed with energy, and he felt himself getting stronger. Jean was sure that soon everything would fall into place and his efforts would pay off. The combination of study and training gradually began to bear fruit, and Jean was happy with his progress. The lessons and regular training were finally starting to pay off, turning him into a more skilled warrior. Jean realized that his path was the right one, and each day gave him strength and confidence. His teacher was nearby, and advised Jin to get some rest, because there were still long hours of study ahead. However, the teacher, freezing on the roof, did not agree to leave his student, even when sleep was already closing his eyes. After all, Jin decided to combine wisdom and fighting skills, and the mentor knew that he should be there to help him. However, since the teacher's age required a regimen, Jin insisted that he go to rest and regain his strength. The mentor understood that Jin was worried about him, and this clearly demonstrated how the boy had grown up and become more responsible. He knew that if Jin passed the exam, his heart would be filled with endless joy for his student. But Jin tried to explain that a mentor would not always be around, and his life was not limited to battles only. Learning was also an important part. However, Jin laughed and joked that his mentor couldn't even read, and that was a real irony. The teacher emphasized that this is why Jin must surpass him and become better at everything. After all, in his youth, even the mentor dreamed of learning and gaining knowledge, striving for a better future. But fate turned so that everything went awry and he could not fulfill his dreams. Jin assured the mentor that he trusted him and would do everything possible to realize what his teacher had once failed to do. The next morning, the boy had to wake up early to continue his training and studies. A new day began, filled with learning and training, which had already become his daily routine. It would seem that it was not easy, and many could think that he did not understand everything, but it was not so. Jin has been studying hard all this time, and has already acquired a lot of important knowledge that strengthened his mind. His state had set a goal that led him to the ultimate goal, and he was determined to achieve it. Jin will not rest until he achieves his goal, because this has become a personal challenge for him. For this, he still needed discipline and endurance, but he knew that he would be able to cope. And this moment of success will be very soon. He felt it and was ready for challenges. Jin promised himself that he would exceed all expectations and achieve success in everything he undertook. Over time, his body became stronger. The feeling of strength and endurance filled him every day. His physical form strengthened, and his breathing became deeper and more confident, like steel. In both his studies and his training, Jean moved in the right direction, pursuing his goal with unwavering determination. The martial arts began to bear fruit, and Jin felt a completely different power filling his body with energy. Rumors of his abilities and success began to appear in the villages, and people mentioned his name more and more often. One day, the teacher came to Jin to talk, but his words were full of mysterious hints. He talked about the success of the young owner and how his life and path are changing. Jean grew up and did not understand why the teacher decided to come, especially after his recent illness, because he would be better off resting. The teacher, however, was offended that he was treated as if he were sick because of a cold and decided to go out into the fresh air. Jin asked him to stay close and not go to the neighboring village for fun, so as not to harm his health. However, the teacher assured him that he was in the prime of life, though Jin, of course, had some doubts. To prove his strength, the teacher even asked Jin to climb on his back, but the boy was no longer a child. The teacher joked that for him, Jin would remain a little student until his 100th birthday, and until he reaches 100 years old, he will consider him his little ward. The teacher jokingly began to squeeze Jin's cheeks, showing his affection and care. At that moment, Jin's father appeared on the horizon, asking what was going on. He was told that everything was fine, but his father could never have imagined that Jean would reach such heights and was proud of him. He had once promised that he would not stop until he succeeded, and now his father set before him one exam that would determine his future reputation. Jin assured that he would definitely pass the exam, and happily watched the hope in his father's eyes. When asked if Nora was okay after the long drive, it was revealed that he had come for a reason but to watch over Jean. The father was infinitely grateful to Nora if he would continue to take care of his son. They exchanged pleasantries, and the teacher thanked him for his warm attitude and support. They were asked to take care of the young master and help him in training. Soon, the squad led by the teacher and Jin went on the road, ready for new challenges. They were about to go to an important exam that would be a decisive test for Jin. The teacher was going to visit Quangela for the first time in many years, although he had already been there 11 years ago. When Jin expressed doubt about the master's abilities, he replied that he had devoted his entire life to raising him and making him strong. Jin was so tired from the books that his head and eyes hurt. So he decided to distract himself a bit. He suddenly jumped out of the moving carriage, demonstrating his strength and ability to act without hesitation. When his foot touched the ground, he landed softly, like a bird ready to soar. He showed his ability to levitate above the ground, moving easily as if he was not touching it at all. As he bounced and moved, Jin demonstrated his mastery of the art of movement that he had mastered through long training. The teacher didn't understand why Jin was wasting his energy when there was such an important task ahead of him. Jin admitted that after a few days in the city, he couldn't concentrate on his studies and needed a warm-up to get rid of the stiffness. The teacher, although he did not approve of such behavior, understood that there was nothing he could do in this situation. He looked at the other companion and said that Jin was very lucky to have such a friend. The teacher remarked that he wished he had had such a friend in his youth, who would have supported him in the same way that Jin is supported now. Jin said that his mentor was always there, supported and helped in difficult moments. However, the companion wondered if he could pass the exam better than Jin, because the challenge was not easy. Jin, even after jumping out of the carriage and running, continued to read, holding the book in his hand, showing his interest in knowledge. He kept moving, exercising and stretching his body, combining physical activity with his studies, knowing it would help him stay in shape. Soon they arrived at one of the transfer points, where they planned to make a rest stop before an important exam. Jin, a little joking, said that he had already been here more than once with his father, and offered to go for a walk because he was tired of sitting in monotonous rooms. However, his friend was stubborn and insisted that they should study more, because the exam is very close, and their preparation must be at a high level. At that moment, Jin realized that Teng Wan was completely unsuitable for his company. He turned to his teacher, offering to go for a walk, but he refused because he felt pain in his body after 10 days on the road. Jin suspected that his old mentor might be looking for a way to find some alcohol, but decided he'd better leave it to him. The teacher could do without him. The boy threw a bag of money, reminding them that his father had built this town and they would not find alcohol here. They would have to walk to buy something valuable. When the teacher saw the money, he thought about it. but once again emphasized that Jin should study more. However, he agreed to buy a drink and get some fresh air. The offer seemed pretty good, and they went for a walk. They immersed themselves in a huge evening festival, where everything around shone with lights and was filled with noise. Jin put on his festive clothes and walked confidently, looking around curiously. There were buildings on both sides, from which girls called him, inviting him to come to them, casting playful glances. The crowd was so great that it was almost impossible to move. People filled the streets and clamored. Jin noted that although his teacher said he didn't like crowded places, he seemed to like it more than he let on. Jean suggested that they go to a decent place because they were in a nice outfit that Jean wore for the first time. It was a gift. Meanwhile, acrobats were performing on the street, performing dangerous stunts with fire, mesmerizing the crowd with their skills. The spectacle was so captivating that it was difficult for them to look away. Nearby, a little girl was collecting money for an acrobat performance, carrying a basket for donations. Jin threw a silver bar into the basket, impressing the crowd with his generosity. Although it was a lot, the boy was not sorry to donate money for such a spectacle. But suddenly they heard screams. People were attacked by robbers, demanding money and intimidating them with their cruelty. The man was on his knees, begging for mercy and asking for forgiveness, promising to return the money next month, because now he has nothing to give. However, the cruel robbers did not believe his words and kicked him, ignoring his pleas. His daughter, watching this brutal beating, wanted to help, but was powerless in front of the audacious attackers. The man repeated that he would return everything next month, asking them to just leave him alone. Bandits only laughed at his words, saying that they needed their profit and did not believe in empty promises. They demanded that the man either give the money now or they would beat him further. On his knees again, the man begged, "My lord," for mercy, but his words seemed to have no effect. Watching this spectacle, the teacher explained to Jean about illegal loans known as loan sharks, where loan sharks prey on borrowers when it's time to pay. He pointed out that it is normal to pay back debts when you borrow them, but these moneylenders demand huge interest, which puts people in difficult situations. The problem is that many people take out such loans, knowing about the high interest rates, and in a hurry, find themselves in such ridiculous situations. Jean expressed his categorical opinion that people who take money at such interest rates are stupid. The teacher gave an example. Devon, although stubborn, took money on interest to save his mother, and that was his reason for taking such a step. Jin looked at the man and realized that he too was just an unfortunate person who had no other choice. However, this association did not affect Jean. He decided that it was better not to think about such things and focus on his own actions. However, he noticed that the money the man had taken from the loan sharks was now the reason for his beating. The man fell from another brutal blow, and now blood left traces on his clothes. The man, barely rising to his knees, fell back in front of Jin, his gaze full of pain. Jin looked at him and felt compassion, realizing how helpless this man was. He felt sad because the man's blood stained his new festive outfit, which he wore for the first time. The bandits decided to calm down a bit, fearing to kill the man by accident, and said that they would take his daughter as payment. The robbers approached the girl, forcefully forcing her to go with them, leaving her no choice. They scoffed, saying that if they sold her at a good price, her father would be able to live better, and if not, they would punish him. After hearing these threats, Jin firmly stated that he would rather tear them to pieces than let them take the girl. He stood before them with a confident look, realizing that they had crossed the line and had no intention of retreating. The robber did not understand who was standing in front of him, but decided that this guy, who was inflamed with righteous anger, should just go on his way. He warned Jin to mind his own business before he got into trouble. However, for his words, the robber received a kick directly in the head from Jin. The young master's leg was struck by the blow with such force that the robber's nose began to turn red, like a New Year's toy. The second robber, seeing such aggression on Jin's part, drew his sword ready to attack. He called Jin an animal and tried to stab him in the back while trying to plant his sword. But Jin was no ordinary warrior. He quickly dodged, showing his skill. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, he pointed his second leg at the robber. He, screaming in pain, crashed into the wall, moaning and exclaiming in pain. People, seeing this incredible battle, began to watch the events with interest. The injured man, who was beaten by the robbers, was lifted to his feet and helped to hold on. The robbers were already begging for mercy, but Jin had no intention of letting them go. He was angry because one of them had dared to address him so brazenly. His teacher shouted, urging Jin to finally stop. Meanwhile, warriors from all sides began to gather, asking who he was and what was going on. Seeing how the guards began to converge on him, Jin decided to act quickly and not delay. Jin began to take out the guards one by one with precise punches, using his leg strength with incredible skill. His hand, moving quickly, hit one of the attackers, sending him flying backwards. Several enemies flew away together before they even had time to get close to him, because Jin acted with lightning speed. His uncle pleaded, "Please calm down, child." However, he was also hit in the back, which made the old man cry out in pain. The old man began to scream that he was dying, and Jean, realizing that he had gone a little too far, gently let him go. He apologized, admitting that he made a big mistake and was too hot. The old man realized that he should have stopped this angry boy earlier before the situation got out of control. Jin, although he understood that the old man was fine, apologized, noting that when he swung his hand at him, he did not calculate the strength. The teacher angrily said that if his blow had been a little stronger, he might have died, as he had never met such strength from his student. A bunch of robbers were lying on the ground, and the teacher warned that this should not be allowed. Jin, feeling strong, stepped on one of the robbers, showing his superiority. However, he emphasized that these robbers were the first to attack and started this whole conflict. The teacher yelled for Jin to remove his leg slowly, or the situation might get out of hand. Jin explained that they weren't just attacking. They were demanding money and trying to sell the man's daughter, so they got what they deserved. He asked why the robbers deserved mercy at all, since they were guilty of their actions. The teacher suggested that it was because they were people who lived by the laws of blood. However, he asked why Jin had to think like a normal person. The mentor tried to understand Jin and explained that he was only supposed to teach them a little and not turn the fight into a brutal massacre. However, Jin leaned over the bandits, his gaze full of determination. He said that from the very beginning it was necessary to tear them to pieces so that they would not dare to commit crimes. Jin wasn't about to sympathize with these scoundrels who were making a mess right in front of his eyes and also stained his new clothes with blood. And yet, this situation could not be ignored. After all, it was impossible to simply ignore the fact that Jin almost killed these robbers. However, Jin saw it differently. No one even tried to stand up for these scoundrels, and that speaks for itself. The teacher insisted that Jin had crossed the line and acted too violently, and the force with which he had acted could have backfired on him. Jin just laughed, saying that if he had been told earlier, he would have helped before the blood stained his clothes. Hearing this, the teacher fell silent, having nothing more to add to his speech. In part, he admitted his guilt because he failed to teach Jean the right thing to do, and it was his fault. Jin did not see his fault in the situation, because in his opinion, he did everything right. Guang Nora bowed his head. He was ashamed that he was the teacher of the young Master Jin, and could not teach him in time. He felt that he shouldn't have looked at Jin like that. After all, he was his student, and he was supposed to teach him right, but he let his guard down. He blamed himself for this, and Jin felt a little uncomfortable seeing this. The boy tried to comfort the teacher, asking him not to take the fool to his head, but the old man continued to blame himself. Jin believed that this was an exaggeration, and assured the teacher that this would not happen again. He had already apologized, but the teacher kept scolding himself, so Jin decided to buy him some local alcohol to cheer him up a bit. The next morning, at the residence, Taewon sat as usual, engrossed in his studies. Young Master Jin walked over to him and sat down next to him, trying to get his attention. He looked at Ten with a harsh, serious look, never taking his eyes off him. From this look, Ten even began to get nervous and sweat, realizing that Jin was not in the mood. It was obvious that something was wrong, but Jin assured him that everything was fine, even though his face said otherwise. In fact, he wanted to share his thoughts and was looking for someone to listen to him, and he began to tell his story, trying to speak out and find support. When asked what he would do in such a situation, Taewon said that he would report it to the authorities, as it is their right to return the money that was illegally taken. But Jin understood that this was the obvious answer and thought it best to avoid such situations. However, Jin argued that if he wanted to become a ruler, he needed to crack down on people who broke the laws. Taewon, however, emphasized that he does not want to live in poverty and considers petty actions meaningless, because it prevents him from achieving the big goal. Jin realized that with this approach, Taewon would never become truly strong and great if he remained so limited in his thoughts. Taewon realized that was enough for today and decided to end the conversation, tired of the discussion. He remembered that Jin had asked him about something important earlier. He once knew the answer to that question, but now he felt confused and asked Jin to repeat the question. Taewon replied that in order to live with dignity, one must study. He followed this principle and planned to succeed, so he continued to study hard. He expressed his hope that Jean would stop showing pity for people, because in his opinion, it was not worth the effort. Jin, looking at 10, realized that this boy was grumbling just like his mentor, the old teacher. However, there was some truth in his words, and Jin thought when he said, "Make people appreciate you, praise you, and see you as a leader 1,000 times over." To Jin, it all sounded too complicated and difficult to reach, like a goal that seemed out of reach. But 10-1 assured him that everyone has the potential to achieve this, echoing the teacher's words. And yet, even if it seems impossible to others, you have to drop everything else and achieve the goal that was already discussed. The choice is always up to Jin. He said sacrifice and patience may be part of the journey, but it's the only way to succeed. Meanwhile, the streets of the city were bustling with life, and people were going about their business. They discussed their everyday problems related to the sea, fishing, and other concerns. Everything went in its own way, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. The city continued to live its usual life. Peace and stability reigned around. Jin raised his eyes to the sky, admiring its cloudless beauty, and thought what a wonderful sight it was today. He was waiting for only one thing: when everything would start, when the decisive moment would come. The only question left was whether he could rise to the challenge and defeat 10-1. The organizer of the exam kept the prepared material on the table, ready to distribute it to the participants. Taking the documents in his hands, he solemnly announced the beginning of the exam. The warriors received their tickets and concentrated on the questions, some clutching their heads as they felt the pressure, and others courageously accepted the challenge, taking the pen in hand, ready to show their knowledge. They began to write, because they had been preparing for this moment for a long time and were determined to win. Jin, after carefully considering the questions, confidently began to write his answers. It seemed a little silly to him, because he thought that passing the test was like writing a whole book. The exam took a lot of time, and every minute required concentration. By evening, it was still going, and the ordeal continued unabated. Finally, when it was getting dark, the atmosphere became even more tense. Jin finished writing his answers, his hand aching from the effort, but he worked quickly and diligently. Looking around, he noticed that he managed faster than everyone else, and this gave him confidence. He even glanced at his main competitor, 10-1, whom he hoped to surpass. But, turning his head in the other direction, Jin saw something incredible. Sitting behind him was another student who also seemed to have finished his exam, as his calm expression showed. The boy stared at Jin, as if challenging him to see if he could really be better. Only one question remained. Did this boy also pass the exam so quickly? And by the number of answers and papers on his desk, it was clear that he had really finished the exam. Looking directly into Jin's eyes, the boy began to laugh, silently challenging him. There was some tension between them, even though they were sitting far apart. When it finally got dark, Jin went to meet the teacher, who was interested in the results of the exam. The teacher asked Jin how the test went, wanting to know his impressions. The young master did not like it when the teacher called him child, because he was not a child, he was his father's son. The teacher saw that Jin's face did not look happy, and thought that he might have failed the exam. But Jin assured that the exam was easy for him, and he passed it. However, when the teacher asked why he had such a face, Jin couldn't give a definite answer. All he said was that he was in a bad mood, and that was all he could say. Jin asked the teacher for a list of examinees, stressing that it was possible, but the teacher wondered why he needed it. Jin didn't give any specific reason, but explained that he wanted to know more about one of the contestants, specifically the one sitting at number 30, because he was interested in him. However, a good reason was needed to start an investigation. Jin insisted that he just wanted the information because he did well on the test and didn't want to worry about his father. The teacher took the hint and promised that the information would be collected, but it would take some time, so he advised Jin to go home and rest. The teacher sensed that something was bothering Jin, but Jin replied that he wanted to see the person who had ruined his mood. Jin admitted that he did not feel special in this exam, as there were many capable participants. He remembered that his opponent, who appeared to him to be very talented, was actually just as special as he was. Jin assured the teacher he wasn't worried and said it was just his sensitivity to his new surroundings. He added that before anything else, he should stop worrying and go eat to get his strength up. The teacher suggested that they all drink together to relieve the tension. He emphasized that today is a special evening for them, so they should celebrate and enjoy food and drink. At that moment, a memory flashed through Guan Nor's mind of one of the evenings by the campfire when he was still a warrior. He sat then, looking into the fire, and thought about the fact that he had a feeling that he had no chance of surviving this war. He shared this feeling with his companion, who replied that if he met someone of similar strength to him, there would only be two options. They will either become best friends or mortal enemies, because the real enemy is the one who knows you best. Therefore, it is always difficult to succeed and lose everything. The old man at the bar got his young students so drunk that they fell asleep right on the table, exhausted. But those memories did not give him peace, not allowing him to relax and enjoy the moment even now. Guan Nora was sitting at the bar and noticed the chief minister entering the establishment. He turned to him, asking what was happening in the city and why he was here. The minister replied that he had come at Jin's request to inform him of the person who had interested the young master, and promised to share the information with the teacher first. The minister clarified what exactly happened, but the teacher said that it was just curiosity, because his student was unlikely to be interested in an ordinary, boring person. The minister assured that he would provide full information and tell Guang Nori everything first, before informing Jin. The teacher was undoubtedly happy with such an offer and support. As Jin lay at the table, passed out after an evening of drinking, Guan Nora's only thoughts were how to keep him safe from possible dangers. He was worried because, despite the fun, danger could await them around every corner. The next day, they set out on horseback for home, and the road was long. Jean noticed that his teacher was riding a horse rather clumsily and even dangerously. Guan Nora, although he could handle a horse a bit, looked unsteady most of the time and rode worse than the others. Jin assumed that his teacher had only been an infantryman in the past and thus did not have much experience riding. Guan Nora became angry, noting that the cavalry always looked down on the infantry, not understanding how much effort and sacrifice the infantry put in. He emphasized that people do not even imagine how many fighters die before those with real talent are found. When Jin asked if he would accept him into the army, the teacher asked him not to bring up the subject again because his student did not yet understand what kind of place this was, full of nightmares. Jin, however, was convinced that the teacher was suffering because of his own fears, though he believed this to be a false thought. Guan Nora explained that in the army, the talented die first, followed by those without talent. This place wasn't for everyone, and the boy had a right to know that. The teacher continued that the army forces people to do things they shouldn't, and often don't even understand what's going on. Jin only became more interested, wanting to learn even more about army life. But the master warned him that if he served in the army, none of his dreams would come true, because the army changes people and takes away their ambitions. The teacher explained that if Jin joined the army, he would attract the attention of cruel commanders who would humiliate and shout at him. He emphasized that if Jin wanted to be great, he had better not even think about the army. The teacher was sure that Jin was already on the right path, because he is from a wealthy family and has great talent, which already makes him special. Jin wanted to learn more options on how to become great, but the teacher explained that with his talent would come great responsibility. Nora explained that accountability means that in the army, thousands of soldiers can die because of the actions or decisions of generals. He pointed out that although many allies can survive thanks to the right decisions, there will still be losses. And this must be understood. This pain and responsibility is part of leadership. But Jin saw it differently. His view of responsibility was the opposite. The old man went on to explain that everyone in the army aspires to be a general, because generals don't die in battle. They lead troops and make decisions. He emphasized that one should always be careful in conversations with generals because they understand the price of war. A general may lead 100 or 200 men, but without a sense of responsibility, he can never become a leader responsible for the lives of thousands. If a person grew up in comfort, like Jin, it is not easy for him to understand what true responsibility for others is. Guan Nora admitted that he himself experienced the horrors of war when he saw soldiers lying on the ground after a battle, and the image haunted him. Many soldiers feel the pain of losing their comrades whom they could not protect. They cannot imagine the guilt felt by generals responsible for thousands of lives and constantly trying to find the right solution. It's all incredibly difficult, and not everyone can become a great leader. But the more responsibility you bear, the more you are valued and respected. Jin realized that he needed to pay more attention to the responsibility that the teacher talked about. The conversation reminded him of Chicks and Grindy, the names of his chickens and the squirrels he used to play with. Jin realized that his teacher had planned this conversation to drive home an important point about responsibility. He realized that this whole conversation was aimed at making him realize the role of responsibility in life. After some time in the mountains, Jin began to climb a steep rock, showing his perseverance. He had to overcome a difficult path to reach the top, but he continued to move forward, not stopping in the face of difficulties. Jin felt tired, like after long hours of sitting for an exam. But with each step, he felt his body come alive. His muscles, blood vessels and heart began to work in their usual rhythm, finally recovering as he began to move again. With a sweaty face, he felt alive and full of energy, like after a good workout. Murim's landscapes gave him strength, and he felt an inspiration that pushed him to move forward. The teacher, trying to catch up, shouted to Gina to wait, but the teacher seemed too slow and clumsy for the boy. The teacher assured that when Jean is his age, he will understand how difficult it is to perform such physical exercises. But Jin jokingly noted that the teacher should make him do what he can no longer do himself. When they reached the top of the mountain, Jin felt how different the clean mountain air was from what he was used to. Jin proposed to start the training right now and forbid the teacher to drink, arguing that he was worried about his health. And for Jin himself, it's time to take a break from books and focus on training. Because it's a good idea that won't take much time. Guang Nora asked him if it was really great to be a big man. But before answering, he noted that Jin needed to take one more exam to conquer the world if he could pass it. However, before saying such loud words, you should start serious training. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Jin pushed away from her, ready to show off his skills. He began to accumulate energy, concentrating all his strength in his body. During this time, he had learned many different techniques, and now he was ready to put them to the test. Guan Nora was proud to understand what a talented student was standing in front of him. Jin had truly become a skilled warrior. After a while, they reached the Guangdong Battle Base, one of the most famous martial arts bases in the entire region. This place was the center of the best martial arts masters and organizations that gathered here for training and competitions. However, one question troubled the teacher. The only son of the local governor wants to work in the government. This meant that he probably had no talent for martial arts, but there were rumors that this was not entirely true. The father claimed that his son was very talented and that his potential would be revealed by the age of 30. People today still respect him despite all the rumors and circumstances. This means that he has a good reputation and may actually have some talent. It's definitely not easy for his father, and it shows in the atmosphere of the combat base. If his son passed the exam again, everything the teacher understood about the situation would become clear to Jin as well. Guang Nora knows that this information needs to be communicated to the young master, but he also understands that Jin is very sensitive right now, and this could become a problem. However, despite this, he decides to go and tell him everything he managed to find out. Meanwhile, Jin achieved incredible results in training. The tree he was punching split into pieces. However, thoughts about the person he saw at the exam did not give him peace. He wondered who this boy was, if he could be his age. But Jin felt something unusual. His eyes looked suspicious. The teacher once spoke about such people, those who hide their true identity. They do this to create relationships with others, and these thoughts troubled him. Jin tried to put everything on the shelves to figure out who this guy was, learn more, and eventually defeat him. The only thing he needs now is to find out who this young man is, because Zhang cannot allow anyone to be better than him. He found himself worrying about this stranger. He understood that these experiences had reached a dead end. Jin better calm down and continue on his way, moving further towards his goal. By the river, Qin began his training, immersing himself in nature and feeling every breath of the wind. Taking off his shoes, he bravely stepped onto the cold ground, allowing himself to feel the coolness with every step. His feet confidently touched the stones, pushing off the ground, as if he was testing his strength and agility. With each jump, he increased his speed, moving so fast that he seemed to be floating in the air, radiating tension and energy. The teacher watched, realizing that the boy would not last long because even experienced assassins needed new abilities to master this technique. When the teacher asked if Qin was succeeding, he assured that everything was going according to plan, even if it was difficult. However, the teacher knew that it was necessary to teach him the third level, so that he could master the true mastery. After all, the teacher planned to explain the movement, which allowed to approach the opponent without leaving a single trace a little later. However, Qin felt that the time had come, and he demanded to continue his studies now. If the teacher could not continue the lessons, he promised to contact Devon to train at his home. Leaving the master, Qin set out for Devon, sure of his decision. But the truth is that the teacher didn't know how to teach third grade, and it took him days to learn the story from the narrator. However, how to explain this to a student? Meanwhile, the storyteller in the bar continued to shout to the entire county, telling another story. The warriors of the Master of Martial Arts listened to his stories with interest, delving into every word, and the teacher listened to gain new knowledge for his training. The narrator said that the assassin and Jin had successfully completed their mission, but new challenges lay ahead. Soon the assassin died, but remained known as one of the greatest, completing his legend. The hall erupted in applause, honoring the fascinating story that everyone had heard. But the narrator, seeing the delight, asked for money, because such interesting stories could not be free. Soon after, Genner presented him with some silver ingots, acknowledging his skill in storytelling. Genner thanked the storyteller and offered him a fee for his fascinating story. The boy gratefully accepted the payment. But the teacher was interested in other stories about assassins, because he liked the previous one very much. The narrator replied that he had many such stories, but would like to save them for next time, having prepared a complete story from beginning to end. In response, Genner wished him luck, thanked him for a pleasant time, and promised to return again. The narrator drew attention to the fact that Genner seemed to him an interesting and influential person, because he gave not just copper, but pure silver. After that, the narrator turned to one of the patrons of the bar to find out more. He asked who this old man was, because he sees him every time he comes here. The old man has been coming here for a long time and does not miss a single evening in their establishment. He was told that it was Mr. Guac, a regular visitor who is a member of the Lee family and often comes with the young master. The narrator realized that if this is the Lee family, then there is a lot of money and opportunity to be found here. That night, the robbers did not sleep, preparing for their new business. They moved through the streets of Muram, holding together, carefully examining every corner. One of them suddenly stopped, frowned, and looked carefully around. After making sure that they had moved to a sufficient distance, he suggested that they stop and rest. They decided that they could relax now, because the danger was behind them. The job was done, and everything went smoothly, so the rest was well-deserved. But he did not know who these strangers from the organization were. But it was clear that they were well-prepared and had come to their domain with a specific purpose. One of them, a tired bald man, remarked that they had too many enemies to count on their fingers, and they had lost everything they had. They need to find a new place and start from scratch, but the worst part is that the other members of their organization did not even have enough time to save themselves. After a short rest, they realized that it was necessary to move on, because the enemies could overtake them at any moment. The robbers ran, not knowing what awaited them ahead, but they were not going to give up. But suddenly a figure appeared on the horizon, which made them stop. They were two young men in expensive suits who looked like children from influential families. They asked the robbers to hurry, because they had been waiting for them for so long that they almost fell asleep. The robbers were confused, not understanding where these insolent boys came from. They wondered which organization they came from and why they were attacked. However, they did not admit to which group they belonged, keeping everything a secret. There were 3 robbers, and only 2 youths, which gave a certain advantage. Instead of running away, the robbers decided to take their chance and try to defeat their opponents. The leader of the team ordered to attack those who dared to block their way. Pulling their swords from their sheaths, the robbers rushed to attack the strangers. The young man watched them nonchalantly, hoping their skills were worth the time spent waiting. Without even drawing his sword from its scabbard, he easily deflected a blow from one of the robbers. With one movement, he pushed the attacker back, forcing him to retreat. One of the young men was able to stand against 2 warriors at the same time, and without even drawing his sword, he neutralized all their blows. As a result, all the robbers quickly learned a hard lesson, finding themselves on the ground. The boy, having touched the sword, began to pull it out, demonstrating his determination. By baring his blade, he terrified his enemies, who already understood that they could not escape. And when he finally swung his sharp sword, a menace appeared in the air that made his enemies flinch. He dealt a fatal blow to the scoundrel who was trying to escape, quickly closing the distance between them. His face reflected the seriousness and ruthlessness of a true warrior. When the robber's companions saw this, they were struck with terror and froze. Incredibly quick sword strikes flew past them, leaving only a trail of fear behind. They did not have time to dodge, and were also severely beaten by this unknown warrior. His skill with the sword made it possible to create something amazing. He delivered precise and merciless blows. Only a single drop of blood remained on his cold blade, which slowly dripped onto the ground. Only one drop and several destroyed robbers were the result of his actions. He turned around, realizing that these men were quite famous in the area. But even that didn't save them from defeat. Hiding his sword, he turned to his partner, noting that this battle was not fun at all. The partner looked at him carefully, realizing that his master was ruthless in his power. Suddenly, his companion fell to his knees, but the reason for this remained unclear. A man in a mask appeared on the horizon with bright eyes that glowed with a mysterious fire. He repeated the words, "What did you mean by fun?" calling for them to be repeated again. The man's silhouette inspired fear and made everyone present tremble, as if in front of an unknown threat. Training with the teacher continued, and Chin tried to improve his skills every day. The boy shared with the mentor that his dantan had now grown to the size of a child's fist. Sometimes it seemed to him that the energy was moving throughout the body, from the head to the tailbone. And this, in his opinion, indicated that it was growing. Like a person who is just beginning to walk in childhood, so his energy expanded its movement, gradually covering the whole body, from head to toe. However, this could be a problem because, as the general once noted, growing it to the size of a bean takes time and patience. However, he did not express his doubts out loud, choosing to remain silent. Watching the mentor's face, Chin decided to show a new technique that he thought was smoother. The teacher watched the boy with pleasure, realizing that one day he would be able to fly like a bird. Although he didn't know the details, he had heard that cultivation was basically internal strength. The teacher hesitated on how to start the conversation, but decided to say directly that Chin needed to slow down. The boy did not understand what the teacher meant, so the teacher explained that excessive training can be dangerous and he should slow down. Chin remarked that the teacher didn't say that at first, but at the time he had no inner strength and didn't understand the risk. The teacher explained that it is necessary to gradually prepare the body, slowly adapting it before diving into cold water. The boy was confident that he could master this power and felt determined to continue. However, the teacher warned that if the energy increases too quickly, the body may not be able to withstand it and fail. Chin asked if the teacher was sure about that, doubting his words. The teacher reasoned that maybe he didn't have all the information, and Chin couldn't fully trust him, because even the teacher didn't have his own inner strength. Chin wondered if his teacher could make mistakes like any other human being. He understood that Guan Nora, although experienced, was still a person who could also make mistakes. In fact, the master only pretended to know everything. But deep in his soul, he understood that there was still much he did not know. Guang Nora decided to admit that in some aspects he still did not fully understand everything, but his student should at least listen to the teacher's advice a little. They approached the river, preparing for the next stage of training. Today the mentor was to teach Chin the third step in his training. After all, Chin wasn't going to slow down. He wanted to know how much longer he had to wait. The guy runs away, ready for another challenge. He pushes off the ground, gathering all his energy. The first stage, walking, is launched, and Chin executes it flawlessly. His movements made a great impression on the master, who watched closely. He seemed to levitate in the air. His every step was light and confident. The second stage was a run, and Chin displayed incredible speed and agility. The guy perfectly coped with the second stage, performing it with complete confidence. His maneuvers were so masterful that they fascinated even the most experienced. That was enough to complete the stage, and Chin handled it flawlessly. The teacher expected it to take 3 months, but the boy mastered the basics much faster. Chin asked to go to the third stage, but the mentor insisted that time was needed to prepare. However, seeing the student's determination, the master agreed to continue the training immediately. However, he warned that the next stage will be held in the water, and it will be necessary to wait until it gets warmer. To complete this stage, Chin must fully immerse himself in water and learn to walk underwater just as he would on land. It seemed crazy to Chin. Walking underwater as if on land sounded absurd and made no sense. The master understood that this task was almost impossible, but deliberately made the student try in order to dampen his ardor. The master tried to convince Chin that walking on water like walking on land was possible. But the task was difficult, and he did not explain how to do it so that the student could find the answer for himself. His words sounded simple, as if it was not difficult, but in reality, everything was not so. Guang Nora assured the student that if he was unsure, he could not do so, reminding him that he was only teaching him at the request of Chin himself, not because he was forcing him. He hoped that this task would take some time, and that the student would consider his actions. He advised the boy to feel the signals from his own body first, but Chin chose not to listen. Plunging into the water, he realized that he would stop if he didn't succeed. However, he tried to perform the exercises as if he were walking on the bottom of the water in the same way as on land. At first it seemed incredibly difficult. It turned out that walking underwater is much more difficult than on the surface. The teacher was cheering from the sidelines, yelling for Chin to feel the water and move slower, when really he was just joking. Chin knew that he would rather freeze than feel comfortable in this water. However, over time, he was able to relax and let go of the tension. He began to move more slowly, using the energy of his dantan to support himself. The master waited for Chin to finally emerge from the water, convinced that the apprentice would soon surrender. He didn't even notice that someone was closely watching them, secretly watching. Meanwhile, in one of the institutions where the soldiers gathered, The narrator carefully watched the old man, realizing that he was not just sitting here. He found out that this old man was using his stories to entertain others, and was doing it to support some heir of Master Li. If this is really the son and heir of Master Li, then he must have a lot of money, and the old man can afford expensive tea and spend large sums. The narrator thought about taking his place, because then he would no longer have to worry about food and money. The narrator has a certain plan to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a girl in black appeared on the horizon in front of him, suddenly standing right in front of his face. He was frightened by such a sudden appearance and hastened to ask who she was. The girl strictly asked to say her name, without showing any emotion. The narrator nervously insisted on knowing who she was before answering her question. The woman did not show an iota of kindness in the conversation. Her tone was cold and ruthless. Suddenly, jumping up with incredible speed, she was behind him. She then struck him on the head, giving him no chance to escape or resist. The narrator fell to the ground, moaning in pain, not understanding what had happened. The girl repeated the question, asking why he did not say his name. Lying on the ground in tears, with broken hopes and a feeling of horror, the narrator trembled, not understanding what was happening. In the counselor's office, the woman came with a report, transferring all the information she had gathered. She had established the identity of this person, but the counselor was interested in why the bug was circling around him, and whether she had checked everything thoroughly. The girl took the body to the doctor, admitting that the situation looked quite suspicious, but believing that it might just be a random bug. She also had to tell the counselor something important that she learned during the investigation. The next day, everyone was preparing for the famous festival, which was held in one of the famous places. Many people gathered around the palace, having fun, rejoicing, and celebrating. People ordered the most exquisite dishes and tasted the best alcoholic beverages. Everyone enjoyed the holiday without paying attention to any problems. This is how the days passed in Marima's world, where everyone was eager for entertainment and a festive atmosphere. Chin sat at his desk, hearing all the commotion and shouts from the crowd. His teacher approached him, asking why he was sitting here, because he was the main character of the holiday and had to go meet people. But Chin was convinced that he had not done anything special. Passing the exam was not of much importance to him. The teacher explained that everyone was happy because of his success, but Chin looked like he had lost the battle, not accepting the fact that someone else had passed the exam better than him. The mentor did not understand why Chin was reacting like this, because he should have been satisfied with his achievements. The teacher could see that the boy was questioning his abilities, even insulting himself in his thoughts. Hearing these words, the mentor could not hold back and remarked that Chin was judging himself incorrectly, because he passed the exam on the first try, when even the most talented pass on the third attempt. The teacher emphasized that only 10 people out of 1,000 successfully passed this exam, and Chin should be proud, not self-critical. Despite this, Chin continued to doubt himself, feeling that his performance was not good enough. The teacher saw that the boy was going through a psychological crisis and decided to support him. He took the student's hand, assuring him that he did a great job and deserved recognition. Guangnora remarked that Chin might be a little behind, considering he was overtaken by Zhong, who had the whole family's support, but it's just an exam. Huan's exam is just a stage to go through, and the real results will be visible later after the trials are over. Despite his doubts, the young master turned out to be very intelligent, even surpassing Devon. In these words, Chin saw a certain motivation and encouragement for himself, which gave him new strength. Guangnora explained that the most important thing was how his father would react to his success, as he had already organized a citywide celebration for Chin passing the exam. Guangnora understood that Chin had many other problems to focus on instead of worrying too much. He advised Chin to better aim to improve his score in Zhong's next exam, which would help him deal with his problems. Guangnora was convinced that Chin's father was truly interested in his studies and proud of him. Chin doubted that his father was really interested in him, but the teacher assured him that he was his father's pride. The words sounded believable, and Chin began to believe them, feeling supported. Guangnora said that if Chin doesn't believe him, then let him talk to his father in person. He assured that his father would definitely be proud of him before the next exam. Guangnora was sure that the clan leader would be pleased to know that his son was wielding a sword with such skill. Chin decided that the right step would be to ask his father a personal question to ensure his support. Guangnora continued to insist that it was important to put in the effort and raise one's reputation at such times. After this conversation, Chin's doubts disappeared, and he finally decided to go outside. He went out not alone, but together with his father, feeling supported. After telling his father about Chong's exam, he felt his full support. His father was always worried about him. worried that he didn't like studying and wanted to know if he could count on him as a son. Jiun was surprised by such a sincere answer and his father's deep feelings. He replied that he would always be his son and would follow his father, promising to do whatever he said. These were pleasant words for the father. He felt joy, considering this day to be one of the happiest in his life as a ruler. When Qin asked about other happy days, his father recalled the day he married his mother, calling her a true angel. Until now, Qin had only heard about his mother from his grandmother, but he had never talked about her with his father. He asked what kind of person she was, and the father repeated again that she was beautiful, like an angel, with a kind heart. Qin had never seen her. Not even a portrait of her mother was in the house, which seemed strange. The father assured them that they did not need such things, and asked them to imagine the most beautiful woman in the world. This is his mother. He was sure that if she had not left them, their life would have been completely different, happier. Qin saw the sadness in his father's eyes, and realized that something had happened in the past that his grandmother had never fully told him about. He was too young then, and the grandmother's words were confused. She said that his mother had died of an illness. Guangnora decided to interrupt their conversation and turn to his father. Father thanked Guangnora for helping Qin pass the exam. However, the mentor replied that he had not done anything special, because Qin had handled everything himself. The father assured that the teacher can turn to Minister Chong at any time, who was always ready to help. It was an act of loyalty on the father's part, showing his respect for his son's mentor. In the evening, Guangnora found a mysterious letter on his desk. The letter lay right in front of him, as if it had been specially left there for his attention. It was clear from his reaction that he had received something significant. Qin guessed that with this letter, the mentor would be able to carry out his plans without any restrictions. However, the teacher didn't look pleased, and Qin asked why, since he deserved the gift. Guangnora calmed down, agreeing that the land he had been given was indeed valuable, and that he had the right to do with it as he pleased. Guangnora was even glad that he now has land, and it's not about the money, but about the opportunities it gives. Before this age, he could not settle anywhere, but now that he has his own land, he can stay and develop it. Qin understood that his father was an excellent manager of resources, and it was evident in his confidence and actions. But Guangnora didn't care, because now he had his own land, and although human greed is limitless, he wasn't going to claim more than he deserved. Qin asked what the teacher was planning to build on this land, but Guangnora replied that all that mattered to him was that Qin pass the exam. If he does, maybe the clan leader will build him a house. Qin categorically stated that he will not allow others to build for Guangnora because it is his duty. The mentor only joked that he too had a sense of shame. Qin promised that he would build a house for him himself. These words shocked the old mentor, who did not expect such an act. But Qin was convinced that he should build this house because it was his promise. He promised Guangnori that he would build him a large and magnificent home worthy of his mentor. For the teacher, these words sounded like a balm for the soul, because Qin's dedication and diligence were of great value to him. The young master was ready to do anything for his teacher, sparing no effort, because he understood how important this support was. The day of practice continued, and Qin worked hard to improve his skills. With a training sword in hand, he mastered new techniques that included fighting bone opponents. He needed to master completely new practices, which required high concentration and dedication. All these exercises required considerable effort and patience to achieve the result. A whole season has passed imperceptibly for everyone, and autumn has already come into its own. Sitting under the tree, Qin continued to learn new techniques and prepare for the challenges ahead. However, his studies quickly exhausted him, and he dropped the book, feeling tired. He realized that he needed to combine mind and body training to achieve harmony. This became his new goal, to strengthen both mind and body at the same time. During this time, he made significant progress. His body became lighter, and his movements more agile. Soon he saw his teacher, who had come to visit him after a long break. Qin was glad that the teacher remembered him, hoping that the new night training would bring even more success. However, Guangnora wasn't just here again. He had prepared a new challenge and a new training point for Qin. The teacher aimed to teach him a new martial art that required even more effort and skill. Guangnora understood that it would be difficult for Qin, but he decided not to stop until he passed the John exam. They approached an old building that looked dark and abandoned. When the door was opened, the building was found to be empty inside, which gave the place an even more mysterious look. At first, it seemed that there was no point in training in this place. But Qin trusted his teacher, even if it looked strange. He warned that this time, the training would be particularly difficult. Qin remembered the master's words. You won't know until you try, and was ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. Nora pulled out a small bag containing something unusual and announced that it was time to start training. A mouse suddenly jumped out of the bag and quickly ran, hiding somewhere among the boxes. The boy was surprised, and the teacher meanwhile began to close the door of the building, making everything even more mysterious. Chin thought this was complete madness, but Nora explained that it was vision training. He had to catch a mouse in the dark. Chin began to shout with indignation, because he could not see anything in the dark and did not understand how to catch a mouse at all. The only thing he asked for was at least one candle, but the mentor emphasized that this was part of the training and there would be no help. The teacher jokingly said that if Chin couldn't do it, he would bring 2 more mice next time, and if you don't catch 2, you will have to catch 3. To complete the training, Chin had to catch 10 mice. Even so, Chin firmly stated that he could handle even 1,000 if necessary and asked the teacher to wait. Laughing, Nora left him, hoping that the next few days would be peaceful, and decided to go out for a drink. Meanwhile, the young master visited one of the nearby villages. The local people gladly met him and congratulated him, because his visit was important for them. Chin brought medicine for his friend Devon's mother, who was at home. Devon looked out of the house and was surprised to see Chin in his yard. Chin pointed out that if Devon is so sick that he can't attend class, he'd rather focus on his recovery than his reading. He warned Devon not to waste time on nonsense when there are more important things to do. But Devon replied that he wasn't going to stop. Devon hinted that if it bothered Chin, he could leave, but he wasn't planning on giving up himself. Despite his illness, Devon continued to practice, ignoring the obstacles. Chin asked if Devon wanted to eat, as he was visibly exhausted. Devon promised that he would start eating soon, although it was obvious that he was barely able to stay on his feet. Chin began to tell Devon about the vision training his master had prepared for him, and although it looked difficult, he was confident. He explained that Nora had expected the task to take several months, but Chin decided against it and planned to catch 10 mice in one day. Watching his friend, Chin remarked that if Devon continued to ignore his health, he might not make it to the exam. He reminded him of the medicine and the need to eat. He asked Devon to listen to his advice because he only gives useful advice, adding that his stubbornness is starting to annoy him. Not long after, the mentor came to visit Chin to check on his progress. He was surprised to see that Chin was very quick to catch the mouse, managing to do so almost immediately. Chin just tried, and he succeeded, which pleasantly impressed his teacher. The master stopped Chin, telling him not to go, because he wanted to prepare another mouse for him. But he knew the result would be the same. The old man understood that the training was just beginning, and he was going to make it more difficult. These words caused a lot of questions for Chin, because he did not know what was waiting for him next. One evening, by candlelight, the mentor prepared the next task for Chin. He put together several objects and held them in his hands, explaining that Chin had to catch them. Swinging, he threw the objects towards Chin with all his might. The boy stood in the dark while the mentor threw bricks at him to test his reaction. He had to learn to catch objects in flight, developing his vision skills and reaction speed. The master threw objects with all his might to make the task as difficult as possible. In the dark, these objects were not so easy to spot, and some of them hit Chin directly in the forehead. Chin felt that it was a difficult test for him, but he understood that it was part of his training. He noticed how some objects hit painfully, leaving bruises, and it seemed like the master was just mocking, but Chin knew it was for his own advancement. Nora explained that the rice cakes were just the beginning and the next phase of training would involve throwing stones. But Chin was not intimidated by this. He was ready to take this training and show his determination. Soon, a meeting was held in the clan leader's office, where the master discussed Chin's training. The teacher told the leader about the different types of masters and the necessary skills that Chin must learn. The leader remarked that maybe Chin didn't need this training because he still had plenty of time to prepare for the exam. However, Guang assured Nora that there was nothing to worry about, as Chin is very intelligent and multitasking at the same time, which will only benefit him. The Lord was sure that the Chan exam was a difficult test, and one had to be prepared for it. Nora agreed, noting that as an only child, Chin has to maintain her health and fitness. The Lord promised that he would try to help, but asked the master to focus on guiding his son to study and not just martial arts. The master agreed and promised to carry out the assignment, assuring that he would prepare Chin in all the necessary aspects. At this moment, Chin's father had a mixed feeling in his heart, as he was worried about whether his son had chosen the right path and whether he would be able to overcome all the challenges. After a while, an exam was held at the Academy of Mindfulness, and all the candidates gathered to take it. The candidates took their seats, feeling the tension and preparing for the challenge. The master conducting the exam suggested that they rest for a while before continuing. Chin felt tense as he understood that Devon had learned a lot from the teacher, who had a special way of learning. They had come a long way, and with only 2 weeks to go, Devon was eager to get home to see his family. He was aware that the exam required a lot of effort and preparation, and this was exhausting him. Mr. Dia appeared behind them and announced that someone had come from the house. It was rumored that Mr. Beck's mother had died 4 days ago. It was extremely sad news, and Devon was shaking with excitement. He didn't know how to calm down, and he couldn't even breathe calmly, feeling the pain of loss. Devon decided he needed to get home immediately. He understood that it was impossible to stay here in such a situation, and he might not have the opportunity to return to Mr. Ban again. Chin could see how hard Devon was, but there was nothing he could do about it. The lecture continued, and the room filled with material that the students had to learn. The young master, along with the other students, listened intently, trying to concentrate. However, the thought that his friend Devon had left the building troubled him. He looked at the questions before him in the exam and tried to concentrate. But he realized that he did something wrong and missed something. This thought did not leave him, constantly haunting his consciousness. He suddenly closed the book, attracting the attention of other students and the teacher. The teacher asked Chin what happened, to which he replied that he might have misplaced his priorities. It wasn't clear to the teacher, but Chin suddenly jumped out of his seat and rushed forward. He did not pay attention to any obstacles that might be in his way. He dropped everything and ran away. It was raining heavily outside, flooding everything around. Master Guan Nora was enjoying this atmosphere, admiring the rain. However, he suddenly heard the voice of his student, and it surprised him so much that he almost choked from surprise. After all, Chin was not supposed to be here, and the master asked what he was doing here anyway. Chin replied that he had some urgent questions, but first he would need to go in and dry off. However, he insisted that this question was urgent, and he did not have time. He asked the master to answer immediately. Chin said that during class he heard about the death of Devon's mother and wanted to go with him, but his stubborn friend said that it would be better if he stayed and studied because it might interfere with his studies. Chin wanted to know if he had done the right thing and if he really should have stayed or gone with his friend. The master replied that everything depends on circumstances and relationships. If Devon really is his only friend, maybe it was worth going. Upon hearing this, Chin realized that this was exactly what he had been thinking. He realized that he was already a little late, and now he had to go to Devon. Guang Nora came out in the rain to Chin, supporting his decision. He said that if Chin felt it was necessary, then he should definitely do so. Master assured him that if Devon said that, he must really hope that Chin would not let him down and study hard. But Chin couldn't help but berate himself for not going with his friend. Understanding the situation, Guang Nora emphasized that if it is not too late, Chin should go and do his duty. He added that there were things Chin had to do himself, and he, the master, would take care of the rest. The words sounded like thunder out of the blue to Chin, forcing him to make a quick decision. And then, under that rainy sky, Chin realized that his next step would be a test and an important stage in his life. Everyone gathered at Devon's house to support him at a difficult time and express their grief. Everyone was grieving the loss of his mother, who passed away, and tried to share that pain together. His brothers and sisters also gathered to honor her memory and say goodbye. Soon, Chin also came to show his support and pay his respects to the deceased. Despite the difficult feelings, everyone understood that it was necessary to complete the farewell ceremony to the end. They were preparing to escort her to the afterlife, performing all the necessary rituals. People started unfurling sheets in the middle of the rain to create shelter. They made something like a tent, raising the sticks and covering them with a cloth to protect them from the rain. A fire was lit to keep warm and maintain an atmosphere of coziness in this sad event. It was an incredible sight, and Chin watched it all, soaking in the moment. He saw Master Guan Nora emerge from the crowd, heading towards him. The mentor advised Chin to wear a raincoat so he wouldn't catch a cold in the rain. After that, everyone lit candles and incense to honor the memory of the deceased, conducting a farewell ritual. The old man approached Devon, saying he was a little late, but was grateful that he had waited for him, and thanked Chin for coming. The master told Devon to focus on seeing his mother off to the other world, and assured him that he would take care of everything else. He noted that they needed to hurry because they were planning to start the funeral the next morning. The next morning, the rain finally stopped. The sky became clear and calm. Everything was ready for the farewell ceremony, and the people gathered in preparation for the mourning ceremony. Some people could not hold back tears, experiencing the pain of loss and trying to find solace. However, others tried to accept it philosophically, understanding what life is, although it was not easy for everyone. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone's hearts were sad and depressing. Master Guan Nora walked past the set tables, watching the gathering. He saw Chin supporting his friend Devon standing next to him. The master understood that this should be enough. The presence of a friend at such a moment is very important. Everyone gathered here to honor the memory of the deceased and show their support to the family. However, Chin still doubted if he was doing the right thing, if there was any way he could have supported Devon better during this difficult time. After some time, the ceremony came to an end, and all the formal rites were performed. All who came paid their respects, and the event drew to a close. Devon quietly thanked Chin for coming at such an important time and supporting him. Looking around, the young master realized that they had completed everything they had to do. Devon also thanked the master, promising to never forget his support and to be grateful to him always. The master wished Devon to take care of himself and his health, and to look after his brothers and sisters. He assured him that a wise child will always find a way and everything will work out for him. Walking along the lawn with Chin, Guangnora noticed that the boy was holding up very well. He offered his condolences, but noted that one should not spend too much time grieving, as Devon did. He reassured Chin by saying that now they need to focus on preparing for the exam, and not to worry, because everything will be fine. Chin admitted that he was very lucky to have such a master. Guangnora just nodded and gave Chin a grateful look but said nothing. They returned to the place where they were supposed to continue their studies, but Devon did not return to classes for a long time. It was hard for him to recover from such an ordeal, and Chin didn't know if he should cry at that moment. But he couldn't pretend. He looked at other people crying and asked himself why he couldn't feel the same, chastising himself for it. He even wondered if he should practice crying, but he couldn't. And suddenly he decided to distract himself and pay attention to something else, important. Chin headed to the kitchen where Grandma was making porridge. She was engaged in usual affairs, trying not to think about the sad. Chin came up behind her, needing her warmth and support. Chin decided to ask his grandmother about his mother because he was interested in how long ago she died and what exactly happened. The grandmother did not understand why he suddenly asked, but the boy wanted to know more, so she began to tell. She said that her mother was always sick, and her father tried to cure her by all possible means, even bringing in the imperial physician, but her condition worsened and eventually she died. Chin was then only 3 years old, as he knew from the words of adults. He asked what kind of person she was and how beautiful she was, trying to restore her image in his memory. The grandmother replied that his mother was extremely beautiful, the most beautiful girl not only in the city, but also in the whole kingdom. She recalled that even when she was sick, her mother would not let go of Chin, and her father had to forcefully take him away from her. Grandma gently put her hands on Chin's head, trying to comfort him. She remembered that he was very young then and could not understand what happened, so he does not remember it. Chin couldn't understand why he didn't remember her face at all, even when they played together. The grandmother again explained that he was very young, and because of that, he could not remember these events. However, it seemed strange to Chin that he did not remember even his mother's face at all, because he always had a good memory, and felt that he could not forget something so important. After these words, Chin noticed that an expression appeared on the grandmother's face, as if she was not saying something. She assured that there was no reason to hide the truth, because she had always been his devoted nanny. The grandmother began to make excuses that she was not lying, but the situation remained strange. She admitted that once when the servants called him crazy, she couldn't help but defend him. She insisted that no one had the right to say such terrible things about her boy, and if someone did, she was ready to defend him to the end. She said she had nothing to hide, and if he didn't believe her, she would be disappointed. It could be seen that the grandmother may be pretending, but she does it very convincingly. Chin began to suspect that perhaps the grandmother herself was hiding something, or convincing herself of something, and realized that he had to find out the truth. His grandmother insisted that his mother loved him very much and always took care of him. But Chin felt that something was wrong. If she was as kind and beautiful as her grandmother described, why couldn't he remember her face at all? However, even trying to understand, Chin could not understand why he did not remember his mother's face, because he had his own, which he inherited from her. This misunderstanding did not give him peace, and he even tried to express his grief, straining to cry, but the tears did not come. After returning to his studies, Chin began to spend more and more time there, immersing himself in the learning process. Soon, Devon, his friend, also returned to his studies, although he was still depressed after the loss. He thanked Chin for his support in a difficult moment and offered to continue their studies together. The young master agreed because there was no other choice, and both went back to work. Studying took up an enormous amount of time, and Chin felt behind schedule. He realized that he had missed 10 days and now he could not afford to rest even a day. He had to read under any circumstances, Regardless of the conditions, Chin did not stop, constantly read and worked, dedicating a long time to it. Winter soon came, and the cold covered the city. Together with their friend Devon, they continued to practice writing and discuss important topics. They memorized the material, checked each other, devoting all their time to studying. Learning became their constant work, and they met difficulties head-on without retreating. One evening, the young master went outside to practice a little. He went to the tree and decided to practice his strokes, feeling that he needed to strengthen his skills. Placing his hands on the tree, he began to accumulate energy within himself. Breathing in the cold air, he felt power fill his body, as if each breath added energy to him. In an incredible way, he began to emit an aura that grew stronger every moment. Power emanated from him, and it seemed that his dantian began to manifest, revealing new levels of power. After that, Chin refocused and began to concentrate his energy, trying to achieve new levels of control. Something incomprehensible, invisible, seemed to be hanging over him, but he felt its presence and wanted to know what it was. Chin tried to release his energy and spread it, but he ran into some kind of obstacle that was blocking him. Each time the process became more and more difficult, and he could feel his efforts becoming more and more strained. He had no idea that he was being closely watched by a mysterious woman who was hiding in the shadows, closely watching his every move. It had been a long time since Jin had started his hard training, and every day brought him new challenges and discoveries. His strength has increased significantly, energizing him to the limit and pushing him to new achievements. Energy overflowed him 100%, covering every cell and prompting him to incredible achievements. His dantian level began to explode within his body, releasing hidden power and potential. He tried to release this power and show his power to the maximum in front of himself, overcoming the limits. But he still felt weak in his arms and legs, so he couldn't stay in one position for a long time, which annoyed him. Before, there was no reason for this condition, but now everything had changed, and he could not explain it. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly wanted to do it, despite his doubts. The chakra within him concentrated into a fist-sized sphere, preparing for a powerful release. And the demonic account of the young master began to manifest itself, changing his appearance beyond recognition. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be going beyond his limits, losing control. However, on the horizon, he suddenly saw the silhouette of a person slowly approaching him. The figure stood directly in front of him, looking at him with its penetrating and mysterious gaze. He looked at this woman with his red eyes and warned, "If she is a bandit, she should leave. And even if you're not a thug, get out of here anyway," he snapped at her, not hiding his hostility. But she suddenly rushed at him, rushing towards him like the wind without the slightest hesitation. The boy, overwhelmed by his own power, instinctively went on the defensive, preparing to fend off the attack. But she, like the wind, swept past him, deftly dodging his blows and counterattacking. Jin realized that there was an extremely strong martial artist in front of him, and this intrigued him. However, he tried to catch her with his palm strike, hoping to overpower his opponent despite her skill. His pinpoint strike was instantly blocked by her, further impressing him with her skill. She circled around him, playing like cat and mouse, testing his strength and endurance. Jin, trying to maintain his self-control, could not understand who she really was and where she came from. This had never happened to him before, and this mysterious person who appeared on the horizon confused him. She possessed an incredible power that surpassed anything he had ever seen or felt in his life. But in the battle with her, Jin felt surprisingly good, as if he was discovering new facets of his own capabilities. The girl opened her eye, and her hand began to glow with chi energy, ready for a devastating attack. She charged forward like lightning to strike the young master, leaving him no chance to prepare. Thinking quickly, he made a plan to counter her, so as not to fall under her crushing blow. Bringing both arms against her one, they collided in a powerful duel that shook everything around them. And the entire forest was enveloped by an incredible flash of lightning from their collision, forcing nature to freeze. The boy suddenly began to fall, feeling his strength leave him under the pressure of this heavy struggle. He saw that nothing had happened to the girl, and realized with bitterness that perhaps he had been defeated. After some time, he woke up in his room, confused and not understanding what exactly happened. He tried to remember the events and couldn't figure out if it was a dream or reality intertwined. As he began to put everything together, he tried to find a logical explanation for what had happened that night. His master woke him up saying it was time for school, and asked him how he was after his long sleep. What does a long sleep mean? After all, it was not a dream for me, he thought, but the master did not understand what was being said. Jin asked the master how he got home yesterday, to which he replied that he didn't know because Jin usually came home late. The master did not understand what Jin was talking about, and advised him to wash himself and go to study without delay. He realized that something was not clean here, and something mysterious, beyond the ordinary, must have happened. During classes, he could not forget that moment that constantly popped up in his memory, not letting him rest. The event that occurred was too real to be a dream. He was sure of it and could not do otherwise. But why did he wake up in his room as if nothing had happened? It confused and worried him. Devon noticed that the young host was acting strangely and asked what was wrong, hoping to help. Jin replied that it was nothing serious and suggested that they work separately because it would be better for both of them. In his mind, the boy knew that the silhouette of the shadow was stronger than him, and he just watched until nothing happened. And the fact that the enemy did not use his advantage annoyed him even more, causing him anger and irritation. Master noticed that Jin looked tired and out of breath, and advised him to rest and regain his strength. The boy told the master that he felt as if he had been running all night without stopping, and he did not understand why. Guan Nora believed that it was only a dream, and under no circumstances could a master carry someone else's burden for him. But Jin couldn't believe it. What was going on then? Guan Nora suggested that the inner strength was too weak. But what does weak mean? After all, I'm doing quite well, thought the boy in surprise, not understanding his words. This was not enough for the master. He believed that Jin was still far from true mastery and needed more effort. Jin remarked that the master should lie less, because he was tired of lies. And he himself felt an incredible power inside himself. Guan Nora left, saying that the boy should not take it too seriously and worry too much. After all, he tried and already used his inner energy before, stopping to rest while climbing the mountain. And all these are manifestations of inner strength, which is not easy to use and requires time to fully master. Guan Nora remembered how he had trained him to increase his stamina, and soon Jin was strong and able to withstand the surges of qi. This meant that he should have been using his swordsmanship all this time, but he had wasted too much energy chasing the unknown boy. Now he must learn to use physical force, and asks his master to help him in this difficult task. However, he did not fully understand where he could get the necessary information for his further studies this time. It was necessary to talk to the father, although he had never done anything before and did not want his son to learn martial arts, but it was absolutely necessary. One day when he was drinking in a bar, he had an opportunity to learn more about something that interested him and could help. He invited one guy to have a drink with him and inquired about his services, hoping to get some useful information. But he explained that he is not such a strong master and is not going to show off his strength. However, Guan Nora believed that he had good potential. If he tells, I will buy him a good drink. This man was using physical force, and it wasn't that difficult. But if it is about the training of a young master from the Li family, he can get into trouble with one word. Guan Nora begged him to tell with all his might, promising a reward for valuable information and complete confidentiality. And he decided to simply explain the meaning of these words, without revealing too much and keeping the secret. Thus, if he tells, the master will be able to explain to the boy, and then he will cope with everything himself, using new knowledge. It was necessary to continue practicing with the sword, improving your skills every day. Each day the training became more and more successful in the hands of the young master, demonstrating his growing skill. He was closely watched by members of Devon's family and were amazed at his agility and maneuvers. It was immediately noticeable that this young man has incredible talent and potential. Jian, noticing his friend's reaction, suggested that he try it himself. To keep Devon's brothers from distracting him, he asked them to prepare food. Jin asked Devon how he was doing with Dan Tian, if he had increased in size since Devon couldn't heal him. But how is that even possible? The boy was surprised, because all this time he helped him to improve his weak and frail body. Devon tried. As he had practiced meditation before, it was easy for him to control his energy and sit still. But if he tried, something should have appeared. Where is she? There was no warm energy. And if he really tried, then there would already be some result. The feeling of warmth during meditation is not bad. However, Devon kept trying because if he gave up, it wouldn't help him in his studies. Then the young master had an idea. He realized that Devon was missing something and he needed to try it under the waterfall. Just believe me, said the young master. Soon you will have grain. After all, cold water does a great job of awakening that grain, although it seemed rather strange to Devon. One night, the drunken master, Guan Nora, came back from the bar, singing songs. He was sure that the information received would take his student a lot of time, and therefore it was necessary to teach him more slowly. Jin saw him from a distance and noticed that the master had drunk a lot. Nora noted that his student had grown up and was now worried about him, but he wasn't just late. He was very late. The drunk master began to molest him because he came with a new idea, and in any case, he can teach him right now. Nora felt that his student should learn this immediately. They would be learning a new 1-inch punch. The strange name seemed like a drunken raving from the master's words, and Jin didn't know whether to believe him. However, the master did not stop and continued to talk about this blow connected with the release of internal energy. "That's how you have to activate it," said the master. "And if you look, you'll see what I've done." Jin noticed that the master just touched the tree and understood that he was very drunk. Nora claimed that he didn't just touch the tree. He hit it and it was shaking now. He repeated it again, causing laughter from the young master. Jin reacted to this with some regret because the master really drank a lot. He decided to play along with him and admitted that it was great. The master continued to teach him. He was forcing him to use his inner strength to master a new technique in order to properly learn how to release energy. He needs to master this 1-inch shot. This technique is applied at a finger-length distance, which makes it unique. That is, the master meant that there was a way to use internal energy at a distance of 1 inch. "Exactly," confirmed the master. "And this is a real secret technique for me." But Jin believed that if he used this technique, he might lose. After all, his fist was much more effective than he thought, and hitting with a finger did not bring the desired result and seemed useless. It was clear that more practice was needed, although he roughly got the point. Looking at his master, who started dancing drunkenly, he couldn't help but smile. It was clear that he needed to be looked after, because he could barely stay on his feet. The boy, lifting the master in his arms, felt that he was very light. Nor was pleased that he was being cared for, but he was worried because the master still had a lot to teach him. "It is said that humans are selfish by nature, so let the master remember to take the medicine and we will discuss the rest later," Jin said. "And you can't take alcohol with medicine," Jin pointed out. But the teacher didn't hear him because he was already asleep. Therefore, there was no choice but to take him home. Fortunately, the master was a little lighter than an elephant, and Jin was able to carry him. At the place where the young master struck his blow, a trace of his energetic influence remained, the existence of which he did not even guess because it was incredible. The next morning, both of them and their friend actively plunged into their studies. However, they were planted separately because they believed that this would be more effective. Soon, a loud sound rang out on the street, attracting everyone's attention. When Devon turned, he saw the young master's face, focused and determined. When he came closer, he noticed that the boy was tapping his finger on the table. Jin made this sound with his finger as he tried to practice the 1-inch punch. However, when he struck with his fist, the energy almost broke the table in half. Devon, watching Jin, decided to try to practice this stroke as well. Not understanding the reason, he could not perform this technique successfully. Therefore, he decided to continue his studies, despite the difficulties. Despite the intensive training of his friend, he did not give up. All this time, he was thinking about only one thing: how to perform this difficult stroke. It may be a 1-inch shot, but it takes a lot of practice. Punches were effective and brought the desired result. However, the effectiveness of the finger strike was not noticeable and seemed to be ineffective. He felt that sooner or later he would succeed, and continued to practice hard. Unbreakable faith pushed him not to give up and move forward, and he was sure that one day his efforts would bear fruit and he would master this technique. Boring lessons continued without change, plunging Jin into the monotony of everyday life. So Jin decided to go outside to get some fresh air and relax. Suddenly, behind the door, he saw a silhouette similar to the figure of his father. The boy asked, "Father, what brings you here?" The father noticed that the son studied hard and kept many books in his room. Although Jean doesn't understand everything the first time, he studies diligently, and this pleases his father with his determination. Having invited his son to sit down, the father noted that preparing for the exam is not so easy if he understands what it is about. Jin replied that even if everything is not clear now, he will master the material in time, because there is still time before the exam. The father hopes that the son will study successfully because he is the only heir, and after passing the exam, he will get a position in the administration. Jin thought about it. He had never had such conversations with his father before, which meant his desire to see his son as an official. He promised his father that he would do everything possible to meet his expectations. Since he decided to study, he does not think it is bad to become an official. He also wants to inherit the business and will do whatever it takes to do so. The father only wants his son to live the way he wants, enjoying life and doing whatever he likes. However, Jin insisted that he wanted the same as his father and would not disappoint him in the exam. Hearing these words, Mr. Lee got up from his chair with a slight smile. He told his son, "It doesn't matter what the outcome is. I still believe in you." Jin understood that if he became an official, he would have to postpone martial arts for later. One day, while walking down the street, he accidentally bumped into a certain peasant. He, apologizing, seemed very upset by this accident. Jin was eating rice and felt that he was not getting any energy from it even if he continued to eat. He needed to eat well, but they brought some worthless food. Because of this, he lost his appetite and could not eat anymore. Suddenly, a grandmother appeared, who emphasized that the boy needs strength, so he should not skip a meal. Jin hadn't expected to see her here. He said he had already eaten a little, but she insisted that he had a lot to do, so let him eat properly. She asked the maid to go and prepare the food again. But no, she herself will come and prepare meals for the young master, and let the maid tell the cooks to gather and go home. Jin asked Grandma not to worry or make things difficult for herself, but she was sure that he would only continue to eat when she started cooking herself. When she asked if he would eat what she prepared, he of course agreed. It was obvious that the young hostess was having a hard time, but what exactly was bothering him? Jin admitted that he just wasn't in the mood. The grandmother replied that she would do anything for him. She assured him that she would continue to believe in him as a young master, and asked to eat everything while it was hot. Watching him eat, she understood that this had not happened for a long time. But why did it suddenly happen? What is he busy with at the moment? What worries him so much? Meanwhile, Guannora was at the head of the clan and told him some important points. Hearing this, the clan leader was furious and wanted to solve this problem immediately. The owner, stopping him, asked, "What do you want anyway?" Guannora replied that he wanted Jin to not be prevented from practicing martial arts. However, the Lord claimed that he always supported his son and never stopped him, even in martial arts. Guannora did not understand the reason, but it seemed that the Lord did not like that his son was learning martial arts. He tells his son to focus on the exam, and that's why his son immersed himself in books. The owner should know how his son needs attention and love, and he only uses him for his own purposes. Mr. Lee realized that this insolence was already crossing all limits. Guannora insisted that he was not mistaken. After a conversation with his father, the boy refused to study. "And if you are wrong, you will receive the punishment you deserve," added the Lord sternly. At this point, a bitter argument broke out between them, and tensions grew. A confrontation that could turn into unpredictable consequences. Their keen eyes met like lightning bolts filled with tension. But the owner decided to reduce everything to a joke, diffusing the atmosphere. He just stood up from his chair, showing calmness, and thanked the master for taking care of his son Jin. The master understands that his son is full of enthusiasm. And if such a situation arises, then the master wants to teach him to use his physical body and focus on it. But when he becomes an official, his passion may fade, and now he can achieve incredible results. And a father should not stop his son. Lee understood what the master was trying to say and took it into consideration, realizing that there was no reason to interfere. Lee told Master Guannor to just go about his business, and there's no need to ask or demand. Just go, he added. However, the master decided to say the last word and ask for one last favor. Jin slept in his bed, unaware of any impending trouble. Nothing portended trouble, and the night seemed peaceful. But suddenly an incredible thought dawned on him that changed everything. He did not understand how he had not thought of this discovery before. Taking the sword in his hands, he quickly got up from the bed, full of determination. It had been so obvious to him all this time that he wondered at his own blindness. But only now he finally came to this idea, and it inspired him. On this moonlit night, he went deep into the forest in search of answers. With his sword at the ready, he arrived at the very place where it all began. He wanted to meet the person who appeared before him then. "Get out! I know you're here!" he shouted, breaking the silence of the night. But no one answered his words, and only the wind rustled in the branches. He continued to exhort, "Come out if you want to have fun! We both know that I will be the next boss." He suspected that the person who attacked him was a bodyguard hired by his father. And at that moment, a woman appeared on the horizon, like a shadow emerging from the darkness. Turning his head, he saw her silhouette, mysterious and attractive. Jin looked at her playfully. Realizing that this person was not his enemy, he asked, "When did it start? All this time you were watching me and reporting to my father? Why are you silent? Are you dumb?" he continued, receiving no response. "Or maybe you're just crazy? But what's the difference?" he added without holding back his emotions. He pointed his sword at her and asked, "Fight with me!" Disappointed to the core, he couldn't believe that he had just lost to her earlier. "But now things will be different," he challenging her. It was noticeable that she was not moving towards him. He supposed he might hurt her, but that didn't bother him. It would be their secret, and his father would even like it, he thought. After all, if Jin can defeat her, then he will be able to focus on his studies. But the woman replied, "What if the opposite happens and I win again?" "Okay," Jin agreed. "If you win, I'll focus on studying. But if I win, I will devote myself to martial arts," he added with a smile. On this night, their duel took place, full of tension and passion. The boy swung his sword, trying to corner her. He wanted to inflict significant damage on her to prove his strength. Tried to break through her defenses, overcoming each of her blows. He directed all his strength and hope into his sword, believing in victory. Now he understood better how to use his inner energy. His sword strike was so powerful that she felt its power. Jin assured himself that today would be different, and he would get over her. He was full of incredible chakra, and everything seemed under control. But the woman remarked, "Jean, you are terrible. You don't even think that one strong attack can weaken your sides, and after blocking, you'll open up," she said. And suddenly, she kicked him in the sides, forcing him to retreat. By this, she forced him to step aside, losing his balance. The boy turned to her. "Why are you behaving like this now?" "I've never fought anyone stronger than me, not even at this level," she replied. "And that's why I keep attacking, even after everything that's happened," she added. For her, Jin was a real reckless fool, but at the same time an interesting opponent. And he was energized because it had worked once, and he wanted to try again. He was going to seize the initiative in his own hands without losing a chance. And when she swung her leg, he suddenly sat on the splits, wanted to use my inner strength to touch her. With one snap of his finger, he pushed her aside, surprising her opponent, with such incredible force that she felt real pain. Pushing back, she moved back, trying to regain her composure. She couldn't believe that he had mastered this skill and was trying to use it. Until this moment, it seemed to her that it was impossible for him. This guy got stronger right in the middle of the fight, and it looks like he made it up himself, she thought. The woman decided to attack him again, wanting to test his new capabilities. And when her sword swept past him, it acted like lightning. He successfully blocked the blow and held it without giving up. It felt like two strong martial artists looking into each other's eyes. But the incredible happened. The power of the young master began to put pressure on her sword. Her guess turned out to be completely correct. This guy has mastered this seemingly unattainable technique. This made it clear that he was an incredible martial artist. Pushing away from his sword so as not to hurt him, she moved away. It wasn't clear to Jin what kind of attack this was on her part. She said, "Every single one of your moves is perfect, but the combos are terrible, and I can lose if I'm not careful." "That's why I will be more careful from now on," she added. Pushing sharply off the ground, she flew towards the young master. She delivered a lightning strike that almost cut his sword in half. Feeling this power, the boy even became nervous, realizing the danger. The flurry of blows on his body were inflicted incredibly quickly without giving a break. He could not even dream that such a thing was possible, and at one point he woke up again in his room full of surprise. He realized that he was lying beaten and exhausted in his bed, and he lost to that girl again, angry with himself. "What is wrong with me that I allowed this?" The intense training was making itself felt, and Jean could feel the growing strength in every movement. Every day his power grew, and his sword strikes became more and more powerful, causing significant damage. He couldn't forget that moment of fighting with a warrior whose skills had left an indelible impression on him. Despite Guan Nora's words about his lack of strength, the teacher noticed that the boy was angry. Approaching him, he asked, "What happened this time?" To which the young master replied that it was the teacher's fault. "It's stupid to say that without an explanation," said the teacher. But Jin was convinced that if he had been taught properly, he wouldn't have had to humiliate himself. Jin was hiding something, realizing that his attacks were powerless against the opponent, and admitted that it wasn't a dream, but didn't say who he was fighting. He continued, "If Guan Nora was a good teacher, he would teach me useful things, and I would never lose to him." Guang asked Nora to just tell the story. But Jin twisted himself. "I know the techniques don't work, even if you use inner strength." And then he began to talk about what happened to him, revealing his experiences. That his apprentice, Guan Nora, had come back after being defeated, and he found it quite funny. The teacher did not laugh. Now he understood what he was being taught. He had enough experience and knowledge of strength and skill. Looking at the wooden sword, the teacher noted that the techniques worked at the beginning of the fight, but then stopped. All because the receptions were not quite receptions. "You put your life on the line," he said. A single blow from Jin would be enough to defeat an ordinary warrior. But against a more capable one, he would become easy prey, just like in his dream. But Jin kept repeating that it wasn't a dream. and the teacher just smiled and said to think about the next step during the fight. Rookies cherish their first time in combat, he added, stressing the importance of strategy. When you act out of fear, your vision and concentration weaken, and you try to hit the enemy. If your blow is not lethal, the enemy will counterattack, and you may lose your life, the teacher warned. Blows made thoughtlessly are worthless, because the enemy will try to kill you. If you fight without a strategy, you will get hit back. In order for the strikes to be effective, you need to think about all the possibilities. Jean realized that he had to take into account not only his actions, but also the movements of the enemy. The teacher admitted his small mistake. You have learned to put yourself in the place of others in certain emotional states. Take that into account when fighting, he advised. At first, the teacher was worried about him, but he knew that the student studied his surroundings well and that he would be fine. You need to make quick judgments about ordinary people, just like in battle, the teacher added. Everything I say sounds simple, but in practice it takes a lot of energy, he noted. Guang Nora asked his disciple, the main thing is not to be too self-confident. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence can turn into arrogance, which will hurt you. But the boy is not naive enough to act like that. And this brought hope to his master's eyes. This instilled hope in the eyes of his master, who saw the potential of the student. Meanwhile, the peasants in the field tried their best to get a good harvest, working from dawn to sunset. The owner watched the workers, and strange thoughts about the future swarmed in his head. His advisor talked about quite interesting and intriguing things that worried him. Perhaps the father assumed that the son was worried about the growth of inner strength, so that he would not be worried about him. The advisor did not believe immediately, because none of the warriors he knew could develop inner strength in their youth, but his son could. According to Han's report, the young master was already greatly developing his inner strength, and the master noticed this. I think that the master was suspicious of him from the very beginning, but now everything is clear. He said that he will start teaching if he loses the battles, the advisor noted. He easily defeated the young master because he used simple punches and did not perform combos. But each move was so powerful that an ordinary warrior would not be able to withstand even one hit. If he trains, he uses his inner strength expertly. The father had only to decide what to do with it, considering the situation. The owner realized that it was better to do nothing. He just wanted to personally look at it and draw conclusions. The next day, in Jin's room, where he was studying diligently, his master appeared. His master came and looked through the window, watching the student. Guang Nora remarked, "Why are you pretending I'm not there? We need to go to training." But the more the young master thought about that fight, the more unpleasant it became for him, and he avoided the subject. Jin decided that it is better not to start a battle if he is not sure of victory, doubting his strength. But it doesn't work like that. Even if you are sure of victory, you can lose, said the teacher, emphasizing the unpredictability of the battle. Sounds interesting. You should read about it. Winning without fighting is the best way to fight, he added. In unusual situations, you can win without a fight. But it would be a lie to say that you can win without a fight at all, Jin remarked. There are no battles that can end like this. And I know that from my own experience, replied the master. Jin noticed that his teacher was driving the point that the situation didn't matter. If a fight started, it couldn't be avoided. But what did you mean when you said victory without a fight? These are the conditions before the battle begins. You must make sure that the battle does not start at all, explained the master. You have to influence the enemy so that he doesn't even think about starting a fight, he continued. This is the strategy of the generals. Even the infantry thinks about what the generals above decide, the teacher added. It is the same in war. Look at nations with mighty armies. When they wage war, the others do not even fight back. That is, you have to show how all-powerful you are to scare the enemy into not even thinking of fighting you. Of course, it doesn't always fit, but it's the best way to explain it, he concluded with a smile. Here, the owner appears behind him and says, The informant was right. The hostess's lesson was very good. Jin asks to accept the mentor's words as they are. But the father understands that his son's power is great, and he can take the place of many people. For me, war is a way to achieve what I want. It's like winning without a fight, the father admitted, revealing his thoughts. That's why I didn't want you to learn martial arts, he continued, with a hint of sadness. It sounds harsh, but it's true, he added, looking his son in the eye. When a person has no power, he behaves differently. When power appears, she wants to use it. Lack of strength causes anxiety. People are selfish by nature. And when they get what they want, you have to be so powerful that the enemy doesn't even dare to fight. But it requires great sacrifices. That's why I thought it was better not to learn martial arts, even if there was such an undeveloped potential, explained the father. Do you think you can beat someone without a fight? He asked, testing his son. Looking at the master, he saw sparks in his eyes, realizing that his son had no equal. He realized that his son has no equal, and his potential is huge. Of course you can win the fight. Master always told you to be a great man. You will pass the exam, you will become great, and you will also become a master of martial arts, supported the father. The father did not understand what the word great meant, but Guan Nora repeated. He must learn the heights of justice and learn the martial arts. Then your student will achieve what he desires. Jin was confident that he would become a wise and strong man, and it was clear that Mr. Guan Nora was successfully mentoring his son. He is actually a good master and is channeling Kang Jin's desire in this direction. But it is too dangerous, father thought. Although the boy was self-confident, his father had no choice but to lead him on the right path. If he decided to do it, let him do it. But before he did, he held out his hand in support. I believe in you, as I always have, he said, squeezing his son's hand. The boy was moved by such words. If his father supports him, then everything will work out for him and he will be successful. Then the Lord decided to leave, leaving his son with his thoughts and goals. He understood what he had been told, but words were not enough to accurately describe the situation. As his son tried to spread the power through Kang Jin's meridians, it caused concern. This person does not know martial arts, but he knows about the danger and even makes it possible. How to explain it? Does he instinctively know this teacher? Thought the father. Anything martial arts can't be put off any longer. We need to solve this now, he decided firmly. After some time, the young master met Master Song, full of expectations. His full name was Kyung Seong, but he had not yet fully agreed to take the boy as a student. So just call me master for now, he said. The young master expressed his respect for him, because his father had done everything possible to invite this person. He trained in martial arts in the mountains, so he was not familiar with Gang Ho. The minister spoke about his abilities. When asked if he has good skills, the minister replied that he accompanies them when delivering goods for production, and they heard that he is stronger than the leader of the escort. Mr. Nora stood behind. Master Song asked who it was, but he hurried to introduce himself. My name is Nora. I'm from the Guak family, and I was watching over this boy before you came. He introduced himself. He felt the incredible energy of a great warrior from this man. He asked what kind of martial arts master son possesses, because Guak Nora had heard that there are two types of masters: internal and external. The concept of a master is subjective. You need to separate internal and external energy, said Master Sun. It's all about distinguishing between martial arts and maintaining balance. Nora couldn't quite understand it, but he taught the boy to run every day. That is, of course, good. Even in the Shaolin Temple, students fill their vessels with water, the master added. And it will take time for the young master to climb the mountain, and that means he is well trained, he continued. Master Sun said that martial arts are a master's secret, so Mr. Nora should not stay here. Feeling shameless, he apologized and left. As the master left, he waved Kang Jin to try, but he understood that this master was no stronger than the previous one. The two of them were left alone, and Song asked him to show him something. The boy, standing on the training ground, began to emit an aura. Only his new master watched him silently. He began to combine punches, showing off his skill. Then he showed a lightning kick. The main thing was the generation of Qui energy in the hands. This sight was quite interesting for Master Sun. And then, during a duel on swords, the master dodged his blows. Analyzing his position, he had time to turn and counterattack. Some of the sword strikes penetrated his defenses, but the combat experience of the master made itself felt. Some of Master Sun's defensive techniques made an impression on the young master. He noted that the master is a real expert. Despite this, looking at the results of the young master, he wanted to take him as an apprentice, but only for a few days. After training, you had to have a snack. Master Song went to Mr. Lee where a table was set for him. He braced himself, and his father couldn't help but wonder how he managed it. Then Master Song, having finished milking, showed his hands. Hard burn wounds were visible on them. Given his inexperience, there's something missing, but he's got a pretty high level of internal strength, he said. The master explained that he should be approached with a special approach because the boy has an incredible talent. If you train him and help him properly, he will become an outstanding specialist, he added. His father rudely forbade him to do so. He had invited him precisely because of his yin channeling skills. He must charge his inner energy, and then the son will consider him a master and trust every word. But how can a master limit his talent instead of developing it? Asked Sun. But the father was convinced that he was the only one who could be trusted, and asked not to refuse his son. Master Song could not accept this decision. He looked into Mr. Li's eyes with a hint of pity, but he still agreed. If the internal energy exceeds my yin direction, then nothing will work, and there will be consequences. We need to make sure that Kang Jin doesn't find out that his power is being suppressed, he added. The master agreed that he would accept it anyway, and apply yin channeling to Kang Jin, forcing him to resign. But the master does not know whether the boy will accept it, because he has achieved certain results. At that moment, the father thought of one person. There is one way to solve all this, he said. Jin, hearing this information the next day, was amazed. Master Song said that he had better not train anymore, especially when it comes to inner strength. You take a risk, and you should always be careful when you use inner energy, he warned. When you learned it, you were reckless, which is why your inner strength is so fierce. But Jin understood that this was some nonsense. He had not had any problems until now. I tried to train, and Master taught me how to develop it properly, he countered. And I don't agree with that at all, and I can explain why, added Jean. But Master Song explained, it is dangerous. There's a big difference when you do different things. If you were training inner strength under a waterfall, maneuverability in the river in the winter, and all the while I was training calmness lying on the bed, then I had the feeling of wandering on impassable paths over and over again, he said. This seemed absurd to the young master, but this is a completely new kind of training that Master Song was trying to convey to him. To demonstrate what he had been through, he showed his scars that were proof of his training. If you feel a strange pulsation in your body, it's a sign of ki blockage, he explained. Jin couldn't agree with that because when his energy was the size of a grain, he was able to build it up on his own. But Master Song could make such a power disappear with just one finger. The genie, looking at him, began to get angry and said, just try it. It's my body and my decision. And then, when they faced each other, the master wanted to prove how much greater his power was. He focused his energy into his finger to break it. Pressing the acupuncture points, he wanted to block her. An incredible feeling of pain passed through the young master, forcing him to clench his teeth. The sensation was excruciatingly painful, piercing through every cell in his body and leaving behind a searing trail of agony he had never felt before. It felt as if something inside him was starting to tear apart, tearing him apart from the inside, and causing an indescribable pain that was hard to put into words. He couldn't tell if it was a sharp pain or a searing heat that engulfed his entire body, robbing him of the ability to think clearly and concentrate. But everything around him seemed to be failing, falling to pieces before his eyes, and he felt himself losing control of himself and the situation. Master Song thought to himself, this boy had reached heights he had never even expected. An extremely talented young man, capable of surpassing all his predecessors. He partially understood his brother, but with such a talent, it was better to let him continue to learn martial arts, because it would be unfair to limit him. And he extended his hand, using the one yin direction fifth technique, hoping that it would help in this situation. Activating the wave, he pierced the boy's energy core with a powerful force, trying to affect and stabilize his internal energy. He had no other choice. They have gone too far. And what will happen next, only heaven knows, and fate itself will order their paths. After a while, the young master asked with concern in his voice, "Are you finished, teacher?" Trying to understand what was happening to him, but he did not feel whether the teacher had finished or not. His senses were dulled and his consciousness seemed vague. Squinting, he realized that his energy core had greatly diminished, and this caused him worry and doubt. Now it would take him a long time to grow it back, but why did it decrease? This question troubled him. Master Song believed that the student would now realize how sluggish his training had been, and it would teach him a valuable lesson. The guy felt out of sorts, embarrassed and confused, not knowing how to react to the situation. Master Song promised to teach him his inner energy from A to Z so that he could defend himself and use his abilities properly. But it was all wrong. Of course, it's not so bad that the core is gone. He'll just concentrate on studying to restore it. It was time for him to go to work. He said goodbye to the master, deciding to take matters into his own hands. As he walked, he was surrounded by numerous thoughts that did not give him peace. He thought about the future and what he should do next. If he starts practicing with this person, enhancing his inner energy, what will happen to his previous master who taught him everything? After all, it was he who taught him everything he knows, and to refuse him would be treason. In those moments, he supported him when it was most important, and was there when everyone else turned away. Motivated and encouraged to do more and more, overcoming the limits of own capabilities and opening new horizons. Even if his learning was at times useless, crooked, or dangerous, what his master taught him should not be so devalued. for it is part of his path. And it doesn't matter what others say, he knows better. He had reached a level where there was no dantian at all, and that was not bad at all. Even though it's completely gone, it's only a matter of time before he can start the process all over again. He's been through it before, so it won't be difficult to do it again, and he'll prove him right. Just like his master who always believed in him. Near the residence, Master Guan Nora was pacing back and forth, unable to find a place for himself, anxious for his student. He could not calm down, hoping that everything would be fine with the student and that his fears would not come true. But why did everything happen so suddenly? Even his father knew. And what he thought he understood, but that didn't make it any easier. Then the young Master Jin appeared and asked, "What are you doing here, Master?" Surprised by his behavior. The Master was worried that Jin might be in danger, but he replied that nothing was in danger for him, except perhaps the school. The boy walked, holding a book in his hands, immersed in thoughts about future exams and tests. But suddenly he stops, as if he remembered something, and turns to look at the Master, to see how Master Nora behaves, watching him with anxiety and worry. This is rather strange. And he turns to the Master, trying to understand the reason for his concern. "I am your student, and if that is the case, you don't have to think about who will teach me," he said, with confidence in his voice. And, of course, he should think about it, because the responsibility for learning lies with him. At this point, the boy continued on his way, deciding not to delve into this conversation. A wonderful place for studying is on the banks of the river, where silence and tranquility help to concentrate and deepen knowledge. Many books were read, opening new horizons of knowledge and expanding his horizons. Numerous tasks were solved, strengthening his intelligence and preparing him for future challenges. Devon reads the books over and over again, not wanting to do what the young master tells him, showing a certain stubbornness. Jean states that there are times when even he doesn't want to do anything, and that's normal for everyone, of course. But Father provided us with a good place to study, and we should take advantage of this chance, he stressed. The exam is only a few days away, and they need to work hard to achieve the desired results and not let down expectations. But these were the words of his master. He always said that Jin was very lucky, and advised him to hope for luck. "But you have to think before you say things like that," Devon pointed out cautiously. But this was the whole meaning of his master. To trust fate, but not to forget about efforts. After a while, the carriage arrived, ready to depart, and this marked the beginning of a new stage. And the young master, together with his friend, returned to his father, where he wanted to thank him fully for his kindness and support. Father understood that they were both trying, and regardless of the results, he would be pleased with their efforts. He accompanied his sons, wishing them success and blessing them on their way. The young master wanted to tell his master that he was being treated and did not go out into the cold, taking care of his health. But he felt better after using Mr. Chong's ginseng. The genie told his master, "If you're going to drink, at least buy expensive alcohol," he jokingly advised. Nora covered his mouth. "Enough talking about your master." But it was obvious that he was just worried about him. It was clear that the boy was genuinely worried about him, and it was touching. They promised that they will come back with a good result to live up to all expectations. The carriage leaves, the boys go to the capital for the exam, full of hopes and excitement. With a look of hope, Master Nora sees off his student, believing in his success and possibilities. He believed that he would try to put his mind at ease, and he looked forward to his return. For a long time they rode in a carriage, contemplating the scenery outside the window, which changed one after another. And already in the evening they felt tired from the road, wanting to rest and gain strength. They needed to pitch their tents to spend the night and prepare for the next day. And the next day, set off again, getting closer to your goal with every step. All this time they were reading books in the carriage, immersed in learning and repeating the material. And they tried their best to prepare as best as possible, not wasting a single moment in vain. Soon they arrived in the provincial city, which was to become the place of their trials. They really liked the place, enchanting with its beauty and atmosphere. Even watching the hustle and bustle of people, you could see that it was wonderful here, and it inspired them. Rumor had it that you could have a good time here, take a walk, but Devon insisted that it was better for him to look out the window and not be distracted. "But we're here and we might not be coming back, so we'd better just take a walk," Jean suggested with fervor. But Devon replied that he would rather rest here. He doesn't want to walk the streets and offers to invite someone else if Jean wants company. He simply waved his hand and refused to leave, remaining true to his decision. So Jean decided to go on his own, despite his friend's dissuasion, and set out for new adventures. Going out to look at the coast in the evening, Jean enjoyed the view. It was clear that many beautiful people were strolling through this city. They came for a reason and shared their impressions with each other. The city was huge, but despite this, he had no particular purpose for walking. Walking along the coast, he heard the cry of one of the boatmen. He offered him a boat ride. For a small fee, he will be able to enjoy various views of the city. Jean wanted to ride a nice boat and decided to give it a try. The boatman said that he usually accepted payment in silver, but he would make a discount especially for the young master. The genie took silver coins out of his pocket. The boatman realized that he was the son of a rich man. Seeing the money in his hands, the boatman was amazed. Finally, they set sail and moved forward. The boy looked around, admiring the scenery. He noticed a boat of rich people nearby. There, on a nearby boat, were courtesans. The boatman said that compared to other cities, their skills are different. If the craftsman bargains well, he can bring the price down to a few silver coins. But there are girls who can demand 100 gold for time with them. It does not depend on beauty or charm. If the young master wishes, several can be invited to the boat. Not only will they be with him during the swim, but they will also stay afterwards. The boatman offered to invite them now, but the boy did not think it necessary to pay women for such a thing. He saw only shame for their behavior. It was clear that the young hostess was not interested in this, and he invited musicians to spend a moonlit night with beautiful music. The word exquisite sounded attractive, so the young owner even thought about it. The master once told him that when he was young, he wanted to become a refined person, but life was cruel to him. For Jean, the word fancy meant being rich but lazy. Perhaps the master will like it when he tells him about it. So the boy was generous and gave the money to the boatman. He was very happy to see this money, and a spark lit up in his eyes. The boatman decided to quickly find the best musician. They were already sailing with music on a bigger boat. The young master waited for a long time and did not understand where the boatman had gone. He switched with another boatman because of this man's status. Some people were riding with him and discussing something. It was clear that he did not invite them. Jean noticed that the boatman's eyes changed when he saw his money. After that, the crew changed and many young men entered the boat. Now, they were sailing where there are fewer people. It is probably clear what will happen next. Everything develops according to the trip, and this is not how the master taught him. He realized that these guys had decided to rob him. There's a big difference between when he does things he's good at and when he doesn't. And this is wrong. He will belittle the tower that he and the master have been building for decades. The young master decided to say to these guys, "Even if you say this is an expensive place, 10 silver is too much. If you could invite the courtesans, why didn't you do it sooner? Why are you here? Besides, we sailed far from the shore." Then the boatman realized that the fish was beginning to worry and assured her that everything was fine. But they are already very far. How long does he have to wait? It was clear that the young hostess was not brave enough, and they got up from their seats. They told him bluntly, "If you give us all your money, we will bring you back to land safe and sound." But it was quite funny for Jean, because it would have been easier to drown him. And behind their smiles, they did not see a normal opportunity. Jin understood that it must be because of their recklessness. They have a lot of confidence, because they can kill or pardon someone. Or maybe they haven't decided what to do with him yet. Then this stout boatman said that he decided to make a porridge with him. This guy must have lived a long time off his parents' wealth, so he can't just die without giving his elders what they need. But the young master often listened to the master's stories that thieves are smart, and he only meets stupid ones. He understood their plan from the beginning, but he did not run away and did not react in any way. The bandits realized that he was trying to deceive them, but it was already too late. Even if he knew everything, this guy was no match for them. Jin realized that their intentions were simply ridiculous, similar to the crying of a child. The boy had always known that people are greedy creatures and cannot be underestimated. But after hearing it, I realized that they didn't do it out of greed. It was clearly their job as far as he knew. Then they attacked, determined to answer him only after his death. One of the bandits swung his sword. The master deftly dodged this blow. Dodging, he hit him back, and flashed past them as if nothing had happened. "Looks like luck has deserted these boatmen, and I promised the master to return safe and sound," he said. The blows of these people continued, although they lost one fighter. He simply evaded, because he promised not to harm people. But this did not extend to those who tried to kill him. Then he swung his leg and neutralized several participants of this adventure. They fell on the boat, and one of them gathered his strength. He wanted the boy to die sooner. But Jin's eyes lit up as he looked at them. After some time of battle, these scoundrels lay on top of each other, smashed to pieces. Jin just went for a walk, but he didn't think he would have so much fun. That boatman looked at him and screamed in pain. The boy put his foot on him and began to press so that blood came out of his mouth. He looked at him like a maniac who had finally experienced what he loved so much. He had waited so long to feel this feeling. These boys were crying and begging him to stop, but the boy swung at them with their own weapon and wanted to deal a devastating blow. But the moment the boy waved his hand, the bandit began to cry and beg for mercy. The guy didn't seem to pay attention to it, but he remembered the words of the teacher, who asked him to keep his promise. Although the blow passed by the bandit's head, he fell on the deck of the boat. The boy looked at these scoundrels and understood that he had done something wrong. Since all these guys were trying to kill him, it was an excuse to fight. It was absurd to sympathize with them, because they tried to destroy him. All that remained was to deal with them. But if the master finds out about it, he cannot pretend that he did not know. He does not want to deceive the teacher, but he does not want to leave these scoundrels alive either. He wants to find an excuse. How, for example, pigs are killed for meat. He must find a reason to destroy these villains. But then he realizes that if he leaves them alive, they might try to kill someone else who won't be able to defend himself the way he can. Who knows? Perhaps several of their victims are already lying under the water. Then the teacher will have no reason to judge him when he finds out. And he swings the stick again. But the master's words are in front of his eyes. These words protect these boys, and he has only one choice. He must stop hesitating. Jin felt somewhat uneasy. He stops and does not continue his actions. He sees that these miserable scoundrels are already in a terrible condition. But all the same, a thought grips him. Evil penetrates his soul and he swings the stick again, but stops again without striking. He does not understand. This is a kind of battle with himself. His hands are shaking. It was necessary to solve it somehow and finally get out of this boat. The next day, the carriage moved forward. The boys did not miss a single book. They drove through the city and the boy looked around. It was clear that people paid attention to these gentlemen. But in front of their mail, everyone ran in different directions. No one noticed that the boy returned from a walk with a new object. It looked like something stuffed. For a boy, she seemed quite unique and unusual. To Jean, she was beautiful and had a perfect shape. But looking at her, he felt the taste of victory, the taste of blood. Devon takes her from him, saying, "You need to read." The boy is trying to take this club from his hands. When Devon gets angry, he pushes the boy aside. Devon knows him better than anyone, and seeing something suspicious in Jean's eyes, he focuses on these silly things. Does Jean want to fail the exam? But Jean just wants to look at her and hold that club in her hands. Devon claims that Jean is the only person he can trust and asks him to choose between battle or the end of their friendship. It was a difficult decision, and it was clear that we had to stop. Devon decides to stop the carriage and tells Gina about it. The carriage stops abruptly. When Jean asks what he's doing, Devon explains that he didn't think their 10-year friendship would end because of one thing. Jean stops him, saying he's completely out of his mind and agrees to do as he asks. Devon looked at Jean and believed him. Then they closed the door of the carriage and continued their studies. Although Jean was not feeling well, he continued to read the books. Soon they arrived at one of the best hotels in town. Arriving, Jean asks his friend why he did this. How could Devon talk about the end of the friendship and forget about it? In response, Devon explains that when Jean was walking around the city, he went to see a fortune teller who told him that he was in for a lot of trouble. He thought that Jin was acting this way because of this club that was the problem. Jean doesn't understand how a friend believes in such things. But still, according to Devon, he read a book called Twists of Fate, written by an unknown swordsman, and became very interested in it. When people learn something good about their future, they are in a good mood, and if they learn something bad, they live in fear for the rest of their days. And what are you going to do here? Such people exist. But they have finally arrived at the place, and this is their new beginning. The next day, everything started with the exam. People concentrated to take these exams because it was an incredible test. Many students sat at their desks and wrote tests. There were not hundreds of them, there were tens of thousands of them, and one of them was the young master Jean. They did this for several days. It was a very difficult exam, and many will not pass it. That's understandable. Devon had learned a lot, and it wasn't that difficult for him to answer the questions. And it was very difficult for some people. Sheet by sheet, they performed the exam tasks. The evening has already come. It was necessary to finish writing. When they wanted to relax, they said to the waiter, "Bring all the dishes you have." And after a while, they started the meal, because there were many dishes. And the boy wanted to try all the local cuisine. Devon argued that it couldn't be. There were only 2 of them. But Jean wanted to taste something delicious and find something new for himself. Devon insisted that they should take it philosophically, be grateful that they passed the exam, and order as much food as they could eat. The waiter assured them that they would be served all the food available in the kitchen. Soon, everything was laid on the table. The guy decided to drink a few drinks, and Devin was not against supporting him. Different conversations started between them. After some time of feasting, Devin fell asleep. Jin realized that it would be better for him to go with the master, and the two of them would try the local cuisine. Suddenly, the boy heard screams nearby. It was obvious that some kind of situation was unfolding right in front of his eyes, and this time it was unclear what was happening. The soldier asked why he was not allowed into the hotel. The exam was already over, but the facility was booked and there were no seats. This guy called himself a high-ranking person. "Even if it's the best hotel in the world, you're not allowed to talk to me like that," he said. But the waiter replied that there were no seats and asked to postpone the banquet until later. The master did not hold back from such an answer and hit the servant. "How dare you? Why should I change my plans? Because it cost me a lot of effort to invite these people." He was indignant. "Let him go and tell these men to vacate all the seats immediately," he ordered. The servant didn't know what to do, but he saw Mr. Jin nearby. He apologized to him and asked for forgiveness. Jin booked this place because he was told it was quiet, but there was a bit of a commotion at the moment. The waiter explained that after the exam is over, many people are looking for a place. At this point, the waiter asked them to leave the establishment, releasing them from all payment, and asked for understanding and cooperation. Jin understood that there was no reason to be angry with him because he was a simple worker. Then he addressed it insolently. "A request should not come from a person who himself needs it." The guy replied that he had his reasons and hoped for understanding, because they had finished taking the exam. He didn't think they needed a place that big, but Jin was sure that it was up to him to decide whether or not they needed it. Mr. Gam was amazed at his answer. Where did he even come from? The boy explained that he wanted to pay all the expenses for Mr. Jin's stay here, but apparently they will not allow it. Then the boy asked the waiter to take Jin to a special room, and he would pay for everything. But Jin explained that if they didn't use the backyard, they'd have to evict everyone, because he wanted to be in a quiet place, but if that was not possible, the whole building would have to be cleared. If this man does not want to enter through the backyard, then the building will not be vacated. The servant found herself between two fires and did not know what to do. Mr. Ham understood that all this would be very expensive. He tried to be polite with him, because he is a scientist and not a local. But this Jin is too rude, and people who decided everything without asking others are now talking about manners. He asked if they would pay for what he wanted, and they promised to do it. But it's not just rude, it's free. Then the boy called him a scoundrel, and Jean forgave him for his rudeness and asked him to stop humiliating innocent people. "And if you do, you'll have to pay me." "You have to pay for me, I guess. Since you rent the building and the rest of the hotel, I will not stop you. Just don't disturb my rest." The boy was indignant and attacked him with his fists. The genie told him that if he took even one hit, he would never be able to move his arm again. The guys behind Gammon stopped him. They wondered what he was doing, but he had a problem and he was solving it. Gaiman notes that Jin is high-minded, and this is his final warning. He won't just keep quiet. Jin didn't care whether to be silent or to speak. Gaiman decided to take a chance. Even if it disgraced him, he would fix Jin's face. His hand flew towards the young master's back. He stopped and immediately wanted to counterattack. He pushed Gaiman aside with his back. He had heard that some people enjoyed emotions, and this boy showed it. Gaiman was amazed because he thought he was a scholar, and this guy was studying martial arts. Then he drew his sword, wanting to show this brat his place. Jin laughed. "Raining your sword at an unarmed person is proof that you're worthless." The guy screamed out of anger and attacked. But as he approached it, his hand was stopped by some unknown force. "What is this man doing? Why did he raise his sword at Jin?" someone thought. The boy realized that this man had met him somewhere. They met in the preliminary exam, and he stopped this guy's punch. He stopped that punch and told Jin that he had seen it before. He introduced himself as Kang Jin, and he also remembers him well. And this guy's name is Jin Ho. It can be seen that they have a very good memory, because they remembered each other at first sight. Jin Ho asked the young master if he was also taking the exam like him. It certainly is. Jin Ho said that Jin did well in the preliminary exam, but the results are not yet known. "Didn't you know?" He asked what happened. Why did they use martial arts against each other? The boy realized that he would not be able to resist two high-ranking people, and immediately retreated. Gumong said that they argued because he was asking them to leave the establishment. But the word argued is not to call it. Jin Ho explained to his friends that this young master had passed the exam and now wanted to take John's exam. The people who came with the gentleman were happy to see him, because it was an honor for them. Jin knew in his mind that he didn't really want to meet them, but he pretended to be interested. Jinho reported that these people were all famous sect heirs, and acquaintances with them might be necessary. He understood that this was a good way to get to know each other. There were many famous girls from various influential sects in this company, and they noticed that Jin was quite handsome. Jinho didn't stand still and offered to go somewhere to have fun. In such a situation, his friend will stay here, and he will go to another place. Of course, one could not agree with this. But the young master ordered the servant to bring Devon a bed so that he could rest. And Jin went with these guys, masters of martial arts, since it became more interesting for him to live. Maybe they are stronger than him, and he will have something to learn. It was already dusk outside. Night was enveloping the city. The atmosphere in the establishment was lively. People were discussing their business, and Lee was sitting at the table, deep in his own thoughts. One of the guys approached him, apologized, and explained that he didn't know anything about him before. Lee understood the true motive behind his words. He was not speaking from the heart, but only because he had suffered defeat. In response, Lee only asked not to dwell on it. This happens. Hearing this, the guy thanked him. Peng, one of the attendees, brought up the subject of the Buddhist attack on Kunlun. It was much more terrifying than the 5 dragons, who did not have the reputation they do now. Namgung Jongsu added that he was there too, and even he was surprised by it. A member of the Wudan sect joined the conversation, admitting that he also did not understand the difference between softness, which is stronger than hardness, and inner strength. How strange to hear this from someone who understands sword theory so well, one of the masters remarked, noting that Wudan's movements are slow, but his strikes are quick and precise. Lee listened carefully to every word, peering into the interlocutor's eyes. He couldn't help but notice their confidence, strength, and energy. After all, they are all martial arts masters. At that moment, he realized how narrowly he had viewed the world, which the master had never been able to tell him about. He felt his own weakness, understood that he knew too little, but he couldn't just accept it. However, now that he knew such things existed, he could begin to study them. To begin with, Lee decided to memorize everything they said. The conversation was continued by Mojun Su-ryong, who noted that she had recently seen young Master Lee also master martial arts. He modestly replied that he had only learned a few techniques, because just reading books was bad for your health. That was all. But the girls objected. The techniques he demonstrated did not look simple at all. But Lee didn't want to hear it. He understood that if the conversation continued, he would be compared to the scholar Lee, who supposedly only knew a few tricks. There was a short pause. The representative of the Wudan sect spoke first, stating that since the young master was a scholar and everyone knew it, he could be given a concession. Others supported him, noting that Meng is also a strong martial artist. He seemed to be enjoying the conversation and declared that even if he were impulsive, he would still know how to act rationally. Fortunately, young Master Lee managed to get out of the way, otherwise it could have ended badly. These words cheered those present. Lee, avoiding open reactions, only thought to himself that they were hypocrites. He knew very well that the inner energy had not disappeared, and these people were no better than him. Meng, eager to make an impression, once again apologized to the young master. He even noted that thanks to quick movements at the right moment, he avoided a fatal mistake. Lee just wanted to meet him again after finishing his studies. Their eyes met, but the boy turned away. Then he asked if everyone really wanted to discuss martial arts in such a beautiful place. After all, this meeting was organized to strengthen relationships, right? Having said this, he raised his glass and announced that he wanted to make a toast. Lee was sure at that moment that the guy was definitely looking at him. Lee had no doubts about anything else except for one thing. What made this young man so interested in him? And again they caught each other's eyes. You could tell that some invisible spark had ignited between them when their eyes met. Lee felt, he's just like me. But why is he looking at me so closely? However, that was the end of their meeting. Some time passed, and early in the morning, Lee trained in the yard. He performed various movements, practiced strikes, and honed his skills. His only goal was clear: to regain his former strength as quickly as possible. He didn't want to admit that his opponent was much more experienced and skilled. Even if he had the same inner strength as before, he felt that they were not equals. Previously, Lee had been unable to train so intensely due to his studies, but he was confident that he would be able to recover. Now, something was going wrong, and he couldn't find an answer as to why. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, and told himself that now was not the time to think. He needed to act. He calmed down, deciding that his body was simply not used to it yet. Lee was confident that he would soon be able to regain his strength. This ended his training, and evening came. A young man was walking through the yard, deep in thought. Suddenly, he noticed someone else standing nearby. It was Lee. He asked why he was up so early, but the boy only answered with the same question. It turned out that it was necessary to perform a midnight workout. Immediately afterwards, Lee asked if anything was bothering him. The guy admitted, "Yeah, a little bit." Lee replied that worrying never helps anything. He put his hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Despair was visible in his eyes. "Yes, the exam is exactly the test that many people are nervous about," he said. And then the next day came. A lot of students gathered in the courtyard. One of them turned to Lee, saying he shouldn't have come. He even started making excuses. They said the families would have been informed of the results anyway, so they could have found out without it. The decisive moment came. A man appeared with a giant sheet of paper in his hands. It contained the names of those who had passed the test. The students immediately gathered and rushed towards the man with the sheet of paper. Everyone wanted to be the first to know whether they had entered or not. Lee was in no hurry to push and make his way forward. Even from here, he had a great view of everything he needed. However, he immediately turned to the boy and greeted him. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Lee said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. A-lister." He looked first at Lee, then back at the list, and then back at him again, as if in disbelief. Actually, Lee didn't expect to be able to become better than him. The teacher approached them. He immediately began praising their work, because thanks to them, the person who was supposed to be an invigilator at the exam resigned from his position. The teacher was confident in his students, because by becoming the best among all, they made him the happiest person. However, the students also understood perfectly well that their success was due to the teacher, and they were infinitely grateful to him. But he just shrugged it off, explaining that he had never doubted it. He had seen many talented people, but he had never met anyone as capable as Dewon. Then his gaze fell on Lee. The teacher didn't even say a word, and Lee, as if understanding his thoughts, simply replied, "Thank you." After that, he added that he would never forget his lessons. That was enough for the teacher to understand that Lee had grown up. He even took second place. The conversation then turned to working for the government, but Lee admitted that he wasn't sure if he would go that route. The teacher was surprised, but Lee explained, "I'm the only child in the family. I have to inherit the family business." The teacher tried to convince him that working for the state was prestigious and promising. But Lee calmly reminded him of his own words, the importance of choosing your own path. The teacher was confused, not understanding where exactly he had made a mistake. Lee tried to calm him down, assuring him that while the students might not be able to come every day, they would always visit to make sure he was okay and to take care of him in his old age. "I couldn't be happier, because in my last year of work I had students like this," the teacher said. And it was at that moment that everyone knew that this year would be his last. Bowing down, they promised that they would certainly thank him for everything. Meanwhile, two men were working in the garden, discussing the latest news. The news was also lively discussed by women who were washing clothes. Even those who simply played games were not left out. The entire crowd, especially those who had taken first and second place, listened attentively. They heard that this year the exam was much more difficult than usual. Rumors about the two young men quickly spread among everyone present. After playing spinning top, the two decided to go out for a meal. There was an old man in the crowd, looking intently at everyone, as if trying to find someone in particular. Lee himself knew that the master was definitely waiting for him. However, they were gathered here now to announce the schedule and properly allocate their free time. So everyone followed the teacher. He turned around and warned them. The training would take place in the palace, and they must remember the main rule: to remain silent until the emperor asked a question. He thanked the teacher, who only responded with a slight smile. They began to climb the giant stairs. At the entrance, they were met by one of the employees and told that they could come in. They entered the wide-open door, but as soon as the doors closed, the employees began discussing the new arrivals. One of them heard the question, "What do you say about them?" This was asked by the Lord of the Privy Council, Gasu-jin. It was clear that he couldn't judge by appearance alone, but he wanted to hear at least some kind of assessment. The Lord knew this man as someone who could recognize a person at first sight, so he asked him for his opinion. He wanted to hear only one thing. Is there any benefit from them? The interlocutor thought for a moment. Then he spoke. The best student, one, was full of spirit but had an inferiority complex due to his poor background. However, considering that he had studied under Mr. John, he would probably become a strict and principled official. However, he immediately moved on to Manhwa, missing out on second in the rankings. The Lord noticed this, and the man hurried to correct himself. Speaking about him, he noted that he is quite arrogant. But if we look at it from a positive side, then we can call it natural elegance. so it is difficult to judge whether he is good or not. However, he already has the appearance of a real manager. At the same time, he emphasized that this is just his personal opinion, which may still change. He even added that he had the same feeling when he first met the general. For the Lord, General Jeonseo was always perceived in a special way. He even imagined a picture where the general was sitting astride a horse. After that, he realized it would only get more interesting from now on. Some time passed, and finally the master met his student. Lee didn't understand why he was so worried, but the master admitted that he was afraid of failing the exam. "I can't screw up like this. It's just not going to happen," he said with confidence. The master smiled, pleased that at least today his student was speaking frankly. At this moment, Lee noticed his father. He came to say that he was proud of him and not disappointed in him. His grandmother arrived with him to greet the young owner. She noted that if he started working here, he would no longer be able to remain the young master. He would have to be called the young sir. The father immediately moved on to another topic, and his grandmother supported him. It was time for him to start his own family. They asked if he had a girlfriend. Lee honestly replied that he had never even thought about it. Then the father turned to his grandmother, reminding her that she had lived in their house for over 40 years. He emphasized that she raised both Kang Lee and himself, so she has every right to express her opinion. He asked her to think about whether there was a woman who could take care of Lee. But the grandmother just waved her hand and immediately turned to Khan. "Young Sar, what kind of women do you like?" Lee didn't know what to say. He just remained silent, listening to all this, and involuntarily glanced at his master, but he just sighed and told Lee not to look at him. He explained that choosing a wife was an extremely important decision, because you would have to spend your whole life with this person. So you should think carefully. Lee raised his head, thinking about what kind of woman would be like to raise his children. But the only thing he said about her features was that she should be beautiful. And not just beautiful, but impeccably beautiful. The master held a gold bar in his hands, but did not understand where it came from. Lee immediately explained that his father had given it to him. He believed that the money could be needed in various situations, and added that Lee could borrow as much as he needed from General Manager Jong. "I suppose you want me to establish a reputation as an honest manager?" the master said thoughtfully. "But why did you give them to me?" He didn't understand and continued to ask. It was strange that Lee refused the money so easily. The master himself was a little embarrassed to ask for more, because when his father found out that Lee had passed the exam, he had given him some more land. So now he was ashamed to accept the money. But Lee quickly ended the conversation. He asked the master for only one thing: to stop drinking cheap alcohol and buy himself something of better quality. In response, the master only smiled and agreed. Meanwhile, Lee continued his workout. He did push-ups on one arm while standing upside down. The master sat down opposite him and looked at him carefully. Lee seemed too thin. He asked if everything was okay. Lee replied that he had done his best during his training. "It's good to be flexible, but don't forget that strength comes with mass. It's not for nothing that they advise you to gain weight," the master noted. A dispute arose between them on this topic. In the end, Lee only reminded the master how strict Juan was. After that, he suggested that he go on a journey before taking office. But the master refused, explaining that at his age he could no longer afford to travel as easily as before. However, the most important thing he noticed about this young man was that Lee had already grown up. The master, as usual, patted him on the head. But this time, Lee asked him not to do that again in front of others, reminding him that he was no longer a child, but a grown man. The master couldn't help but agree. Now we really should be more careful. He even apologized for behaving this way towards a man important to the country. But at that moment, Lee grabbed his hand. This happened just as the master's hand reached for his head again. It seemed that the master was already used to this gesture, and Lee, on the contrary, was trying to wean him from this habit. Then an argument broke out between them about the master being lonely and old. "He has grown up and is now mocking me," thought the master, realizing that the student was no longer the young man he had known before. The conversation turned to the offer Lee had made yesterday. But he only wanted to continue studying martial arts. The master stood firm. "Martial arts make no sense, so there is no need to bring them back. Master, I know my body better than anyone. After I met Songdyuk Ryan, things only got worse," Lee said. Immediately after that, Sun pushed himself off the floor with his hand. He performed a split in the air, making several turns, and then turned to the master, asking him to ignore what others said. He urged not to worry because he himself is looking for a way to change the situation. "These are only temporary difficulties. They have always been and will be," he said. Meanwhile, the young man was rapidly jumping from one stone to another. Lee repeated the same movements that the master had shown him as a child. The master was momentarily transported back in time, to those distant times when his student was still very young. Lee understood. The old man was gradually weakening, but that's only because he himself has become too weak. If he had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. At that moment, lost in thought, he began to repeatedly kick the stone. "Don't rush, don't torture yourself. Everything comes back slowly," he said to himself. But suddenly something made him turn his head back. Right behind him stood an old man. His hairstyle and mustache looked quite funny. "What are you looking at like that, old man?" Lee asked, tilting his head. The man was surprised at first that he was called that, but Lee explained that there was no one behind him, so he was addressing him specifically. In response, the old man said that he was just passing by, saw Lee running back and forth, and decided to stop and take a look. He immediately asked what sect he belonged to. Lee didn't immediately find a response. The very word sect sounded strange to him. He even wondered if it might look pathetic. He quickly came up with an answer. The sect is called Not a Step Back in War. The funny old man just smiled and said that it was a wonderful name, although he had never heard of such a sect before. The old man replied that he had no idea how they trained. Lee reassured him, saying that this sect would soon become famous. When the old man asked the master's name, he replied, "The last name is Kwak, and the first name is, well." And again he added that the master would definitely become famous. But to the old man, all this sounded extremely strange, and he did not hide his surprise. Something was clearly wrong with this old man. At one point he even asked why they hadn't shaken hands yet. Some time passed and evening came. Lord looked through the documents, reflecting that much depends on productivity. At the same time, it cannot be said that this is bad. The more he read into the document, the deeper he became immersed in thought. A moment flashed in his memory when his 3 best students stood before him. But he remembered Lee most of all. He had no doubt in the words of the old man, who said that this guy looked a lot like General Jong Seo, although his enthusiasm was a little less than that of the general himself. Lord wondered what job Lee was best suited for, but there is a lot of work. He looked out the window, as if talking to my lord, who was not there, and didn't know what to say. He didn't understand why all this responsibility fell on him, but he was not going to back down and was confident that he would survive. He pondered the best decision, and remembered the old man who had hinted that Lee was the disciple the brothers were looking for. Brothers. Although he was one of the 7 demons, he was drawn to passion and broken destinies. He was suited for this task. It was Bharatya who spoke to Lee, dictating the conditions to him. If he could touch him and teach him at least something useful for the rest of his life, he would recognize him. Immediately after that, Lee suggested that he look for someone else. "What kind of person are you? And what kind of nonsense is going on?" "I understand your thoughts," said the old man. But he heard the same thing in response. And the next moment he had to dodge, because the old man suddenly jumped on him. Already in the air, he said, "If you also study martial arts, you should know that it is not easy to keep track of people like me." It got to the point where Lee was just waving his arms around, trying to get away. But the old man dodged every move and declared that he was just trying to be important, so Lee shouldn't be acting like that. He asked to be sure. If he wanted to, he would make Lee agree. And then he added that he had heard about him, that he had passed the exam and even came in 2nd place in the rankings. He called him a very smart guy, but noted that Lee was too slow to react. However, he immediately clarified. He doesn't know this for sure yet. He has only heard rumors. "What do you need, old man?" Lee asked. "I have a problem, and I think it can be solved today if everything goes well. It's good that you're easy to talk to, so I'll get straight to the point. Have you ever thought about becoming an apprentice? I need a student who can learn my martial art. It is quite difficult, but when I saw you, I thought you were capable of mastering it." Lee had a simple reason for refusing. He already had a teacher he was serving. "All the better," said the old man. "That means I just have to get you to agree." After several repetitions of his arguments, the old man finally agreed. Lee decided to give him a chance. After that, he raised his hand and began to knead his wrist, preparing for the next step. Lee even joked, "Not very impressive compared to your confidence." After that, the old man asked him to step aside a little, but he did it not with words, but with a sharp gust of air that blew directly into Lee's face. He turned his head and saw something amazing, a giant handprint on the rock. Only true martial artists could leave such a mark on stone. But to do it with a human standing between your hand and the wall, that was proof of exceptional skill. The old man closed his eyes, and then looked at Lee with one eye, as if checking to see if he would start falling to his knees before him and begging to be taken as a disciple. "If that makes you a martial artist, then I think anyone can become one," Lee replied calmly. But immediately after that, he noticed something interesting. He walked over to the wall and placed his hand against it, and the next moment, the same imprint appeared on the stone. However, it was 10 times smaller. The old man at first thought that Lee simply didn't understand what he was saying, but then he changed his mind. If a boy at that age could already leave a mark on stone, then maybe he had really found the right person. This thought made him ask, "Can you say that again?" But Lee's answer was a little different than the old man expected. He used a technique in which he lifted a stick from the ground and pulled it straight toward his hand. And then he jumped up sharply. Lee spun sharply in the air several times like a top. There was a powerful blow that flew straight towards the wall. A strangely shaped cut appeared in the rock, something that resembled something familiar. After that, Lee took the baton in his hand. It was much stronger than the stick the old man had used to make his mark. But without hesitation, Lee launched an attack with it straight down the cliff. What he saw made the old man involuntarily swallow. He couldn't believe that the boy had repeated this trick, even though he didn't know how to perform it. However, instead of being surprised, he immediately decided to take it to the next level and gave Lee another challenge. The old man began to quickly untwist his arms in front of him, creating a circular motion. Soon this circle began to lift everything in front of it. It seemed as if he controlled the air itself. Lee looked at the old man in surprise, not understanding whether he was really a martial arts master, because he had never heard or seen anything like it. The spectacle was so incredible that it struck him to the core. After that, the old man asked with a smile, "Well, how are you?" Whether he was interested enough or not, Lee decided to clarify. He asked if he became the old man's disciple. Would he be able to learn to replenish his dantian with internal strength or break the hard with the soft? This question turned out to be extremely interesting for the old man. He asked, "So if I teach you to fill your dantian and hit hard with soft, will you become my disciple?" Lee replied without hesitation, "Yes." But the old man suddenly started laughing loudly, not understanding what was wrong with this guy. What impressed him most was that Lee had no skills other than pure inner strength. It was even more amazing to watch him try to imitate his martial arts without even knowing the basics. Now, the old man could not understand why his teacher still taught him like this. He decided to ask Lee, to which he replied that he had learned everything he needed to know. From the overall picture of the story, old Lee understood that his master was undoubtedly a good man. However, he asked us not to dwell on this and to just join the fight now. It is in battle that we can learn several important things. Lee was not going to refuse this offer. Moreover, you could say that he suggested it himself. He even accused the old man of not knowing how to teach. Then the old man explained the essence of the technique: to use the enemy's strength, amplify it, and send it back to the enemy. Lee sighed in annoyance. The old man was making his explanations too complicated. And the old man, in turn, was amazed that the boy had already started thinking for a long time after just one phrase. And he didn't understand how the boy had even studied martial arts until now. "Why are you making such a fuss over such simple things? If my master really knew how to do this, he would have taught me much easier," Lee declared. In the boy's eyes it really looked easy, but the old man saw things differently. Teaching a 3-year-old child to hit hard with a soft one was much easier. And this scoundrel, if he himself had not wanted to make him his student, he would have killed him long ago. He even remembered the moment when he himself had been accepted by his teacher, and he was sure that the teacher must have been happy to take such a capable student. And now, scratching his mustache, he looked at this impudent boy and decided that he would take him only at his teacher's request. So he decided to take the next step and asked Lee if he could meet his master. The guy thought it was a good idea, but added that he was busy at the moment and suggested coming back later. For such disdainful treatment, the mustachioed man could barely restrain the desire to teach the impudent young man a lesson. Quan raised his arms, stretched, and exhaled in relaxation. He felt much better. He even wondered if he could be happier than he was now. After all, most of his income came from the land that his master had given him. Now he could not fear hunger. Needless to say, only pleasant thoughts were swirling in my head, especially after a good night's sleep. After all, money decides everything. His thoughts also turned to alcohol. Previously, he had only drunk cheap alcohol, but now the student himself had advised him to buy something of better quality. So after a wonderful sleep, he decided it was time for a drink. He went to a place that sold the best alcohol. Sitting majestically at the table, he enjoyed his drink, his eyes assessing everyone around him. He was 100% sure that everyone envied him. And really, who wouldn't envy such a good life? At least that's what he thought, sitting by the window with a magnificent view, where he was the main character. After drinking expensive alcohol, he went out late at night. He enjoyed every step he took, carefreely singing a song to himself. But at one point he stopped abruptly. Some inexplicable feeling ran through his head, making him wary. He sensed danger and became much more cautious. Stopping, he began to carefully examine everything around him. Suddenly, snatching a knife from behind the shroud, he sharply lunged forward. However, even while running, he kept turning back, certain that someone was watching him. He turned his head back again, ran, and more often thought, maybe it was just his imagination due to old age? But the sense of presence was becoming clearer and clearer, and when he realized it was time to stop, he stopped abruptly and called his name out loud. And then he shouted that maybe he wasn't righteous, but he had never done harm to anyone. He started asking why they wanted to kill him, and eventually panicked. And just then, a mustachioed old man with a funny hairstyle stepped out of the darkness. The same one who had recently been with his student, Lee. Now Quan wanted to know who he was and why he scared people so much. He even pulled out a bag of money, as if hinting, if you need money, you can take it. But the old man ignored this and instead just asked, so you really aren't a martial arts master? Immediately after the question, the old man gave his name, Seo Young Poon. He asked if Quan had heard of him before, but Quan had never heard the name, so the next question was logical. Is Lee your student? At first, Quan thought that Lee had offended this Poon in some way, but the latter immediately assured him that there was no offense. However, he was curious about what exactly Quan was teaching this boy. Repeating his name once again, he emphasized that the surname Pun was very well known in Murim. He explained his curiosity by the fact that he once saw Lee training and realized that he had great potential and a solid foundation. When Quan heard that Lee had done nothing and was fine, he was so happy that he even called Poon his brother. Poon himself clearly did not expect such a reaction and did not fully understand what was happening. Quan immediately took the friendship to an even higher level, declaring that he would henceforth simply call him Pun and suggesting that the formalities be dropped. At this point, Poon realized that he had completely lost control of the situation, but not wanting to change the subject, he continued the conversation, noting that Lee was indeed well trained. Then he asked permission to ask another question. Please ask whatever you want, and since we are the same age, let's communicate freely, Quan replied nonchalantly. Immediately after that, he even suggested changing the place of the conversation and treating the guest to something delicious. But when Poon refused, Quan put his hand on his shoulder and warned him that if he wanted to talk about it, it would be a long conversation. So he better go get a drink, because it would be awkward to talk about it in this atmosphere. To the sound of singing and lively chatter, they moved forward. After a while, they reached the same place where Quan had recently left. There, over a mug of good drink, Quan willingly talked about his student, answering all the questions that interested Pun. Poon's interest in this young man grew more and more. Moreover, he managed to learn almost everything. Quan did not hold back and told him literally everything he knew. Despite the fact that the theory he was teaching the boy was complete nonsense, Lee still understood it, which surprised Quan himself. He even called himself a talented teacher. Poon looked upon him as the greatest genius among geniuses. He saw in Lee the talent that could ensure the prosperity of his sect. For this boy, overcoming all obstacles, could rise to the highest level of martial arts, the 10th degree. However, Poon noted that there are limits to Quan's teaching. He pointed out to him that he knew nothing about real martial arts. In response, Quan accidentally mentioned another person from Murim, Krian's son. Poon tried to remember the name. It seemed to him that Master Zhong had once mentioned it. Then Quan began to tell the man's story. But the further he delved into the story, the more surprised Poon became. He learned that Lee had been taught 3 basic breathing techniques, and now he had almost no chance of encountering energy blockages. Quan also expressed his joy that Lee had passed the Imperial exam, because now he would be able to earn thousands of times more than if he had continued to rob people with a knife in his hand. He concluded that Lee was a true enthusiast, especially when it came to martial arts. Moreover, he even stated that this guy literally came down to them from heaven. In the conversation, they delved deeper into discussing Lee, touching on more and more details. And finally Quan, with his next question, seemed to understand everything without words. Does Poon want to take Lee as his disciple? When Poon said he would not deny this fact, Quan immediately urged him not to delay and to make Lee his disciple right away. To which Poon only sighed and replied, "That's why I was looking for you. This brat doesn't do me any favors at all and is always looking at me with suspicion." Quan decided to help here too. He began to tell how to gain Lee's trust. First, you need to understand one thing. As far as I know, no person can have 2 teachers. But Poon just laughed out loud and asked not to be compared to those old masters. It makes no difference to him how many students there are, even 10. He just wants someone to take over the martial arts of his sect and pass it on to the next generations. After these words, they shook hands. Both were confident that they now had an ally. And of course, after shaking hands, they immediately moved on to drinking. A new day had dawned, the streets came alive, children were running, playing, and joyful voices were heard everywhere. Women went about their business, hanging out laundry under the rays of the morning sun. Meanwhile, a serious conversation was taking place in one of the rooms. Respected people gathered at the table, among whom was Lee's father. Urgent priorities were discussed, and the main topic was the destruction of a group of scoundrels, whom everyone present considered cruel scum. It was about finding a way to get rid of them all at once. Father Lee also pondered this problem. Their organization was growing rapidly, but it was difficult to eradicate their enemies alone. However, he still believed that there was a way to capture their leader. Everyone present addressed him as a leader and awaited his instructions. He suggested first getting rid of those who are only executors, and emphasized that in order to completely eradicate the enemy, it is necessary to collect information more carefully. He warned everyone about the importance of this approach, and the audience immediately responded with a unanimous, "Yes, sir." After that, Father Lee went out into the yard, watching the children play, and lost in his own thoughts. But suddenly he heard a quiet, barely audible voice greeting its master. He spoke to this voice, asking not to call him master, since he had already granted him freedom. He was more interested in what had happened, and why he had insisted on meeting through Manager Chun. He was afraid that something serious was brewing, which was why he had arranged this meeting. He also noted that he had seen Pun nearby. Father Lee knew this man as one of the 7 demons, who was called the eccentric demon, but he couldn't understand what he was doing here. In response, he heard an explanation. The eccentric demon met with the young master and the elder Quan. However, Father Lee still did not understand what exactly happened and why. The answer surprised him even more. It turns out that the eccentric demon has been looking for a disciple for a long time. Now it became obvious to the owner. His son had been studying martial arts for a long time, but he decided to announce it only now, when the eccentric demon appeared. If he agreed to teach Lee, it would have a huge impact on him. Father Lee understood his interlocutor's emotions, but sternly warned him that this time he had crossed the line. The voice asked the master for permission and understanding, reminding him that he had never forbidden the young master from studying martial arts. After all, the path of a martial arts master is one of endless improvement, so there was no reason to worry as long as Lee concentrated on his studies. But the father understood. This path has no end, and the higher a warrior rises, the more power he receives. From the moment a person steps onto this path, his life changes forever. As a father, this is what he feared most. So he repeated in a firm voice, "My son will not study martial arts." A man sat in front of the esteemed host. He bowed low before His Majesty. At that moment Vaughn entered the hall. After finishing the conversation, he left, having heard greetings addressed to him. It was the Lord who had met him on the street and explained that it seemed that His Majesty had noticed his efforts. That was why he had been appointed to the position of Royal Inspector of the 5th rank. He immediately greeted the minister. In response, he offered him a cup of tea. After that, they went to a more comfortable place to talk. While pouring the tea, the Lord remarked that there was nothing strange about this. He explained that it was he who recommended her to His Majesty. Then he suggested tasting this tea, noting that His Majesty had given him this variety, and although he rarely drank it, he had made an exception for her. He then asked if Vaughn knew what the position of Municipal Royal Inspector was. Vaughn answered as he understood it, and the minister concluded that he had at least some understanding of his new role. But it seemed to Vaughn that the Lord was hinting at his dependence on him, since it was he who had secured the position for him. At the same time, he could not determine exactly what the minister meant, so I decided to clarify by directly asking what exactly he meant. He also tried to clarify his position. I simply investigate rumors, find facts, and report them to the command. After this answer, the Lord looked at him a little differently. A new expression appeared in his eyes, although he said nothing in words. He just laughed and pointed out that the Municipal Royal Inspector was good at expressing emotions. It seemed like it would be difficult for Juan to learn to hide his feelings. He said that he had already studied Vaughn well, despite his difficult life, and praised him for doing a great job. He also mentioned that he had reread his answer several times when asked what was most important to him about caring for people. Vaughn thanked him for his attention, but wondered why he was so interested. It turned out that his answer reminded the Lord of a certain person. He told him about him. He was a very troubled boy, but the strangest thing was that the more problems he created, the happier the people around him became. The Lord saw similar features in Vaughn, although Vaughn himself had no idea who he was talking about. Then the Lord asked Vaughn to simply do his job and moved on to another topic, his friend. He wondered who this man was, because he had come second in the exam. But the Lord had not yet had time to finally decide on his opinion of him, because he did not know who he really was. At that very moment, Lee stretched, feeling tired. One thought kept running through his mind. How much time had passed and there was still no news? How much longer would they make him rot in this place? The most interesting thing is that he was sure that after passing the exam he would not return here. But for some reason the teacher called him, and now he is here again. The teacher started the conversation by noting that he hadn't seen Lee since he passed the exam. He suggested that he sit down first. Then he said that Vaughn had become a municipal royal inspector. It was hard to say how things would turn out, but first he would have to travel around the country to study the mood of the people. He had to understand the differences between the cities in order to become an official royal inspector and work at the court. Lee immediately guessed that one would probably earn a handsome salary, traveling the country at the expense of ordinary people. The teacher just looked at him and called him an idiot, explaining that this was not the case at all. He reminded him that Vaughn was a man of principles and rules. If he travels around hiding his identity, his suffering will be unspeakable, the teacher added. Lee even admitted that he would like to go with him because he knows absolutely nothing about the world. But the teacher was sure. One knows much more than he seems. After that, Lee remembered the letter he was supposed to receive and asked when it would finally be delivered and where he would be working. It was really strange that he was still not there. The teacher thought the same thing, so he asked if there was a place Lee would like to go. At the same time, he thought that with his results, he was most likely to be appointed as a district judge. But Lee thought it was a waste of time, while the teacher had a different opinion. Especially if Lee really intended to inherit the family business. "Why do you pity me if you didn't choose this path yourself?" asked Lee. The answer was simple. The teacher thought that with his meticulousness, Lee would succeed. All that was left was to wait, no matter what happened. Soon, everything would become clear. Lee bowed to the teacher, after which their conversation ended and he went into the city. There he would approach the merchants, buy something, and at the same time ask for the necessary information. Had a short conversation with one of the men, and then I thought it was worth telling the children about it. He bought this food especially for them. As he approached the children, he wondered if he already knew the mayor of the city. After all, Vaughn was very quick in his decisions, and if he gave an order, the mayor wouldn't even have his head on his shoulders. Suddenly, children appeared in front of him, running out to meet him. They were happy to see him, and he handed them food. The children begged him to stop the people who had suddenly appeared and were now breaking into their house. But Lee explained that they were not breaking in, but were simply trying to rebuild. However, the children insisted. These people appeared so suddenly when Rabboni had not even arrived yet. But Lee calmed them down, explaining that it was all because of one, because he had become a high-ranking officer. The girl said that in his letter, Vaughn asked that they contact him if they had any problems. That's why they tell him everything that happened. However, they still asked him to stop these people as soon as possible. Because if they left things as they were, their brother would definitely get angry. Lee tried to calm her down, saying that he would pay them later, so there was no reason to worry. The girl mentioned that he had also given them money last time, and that had caused them problems. But Lee just called it unnecessary worries and asked her not to worry. "You can't be so stubborn, then you'll have to suffer less," was how he tried to reassure them. But when he suggested they go to his house, the children became worried again, saying it would cause them even more problems. Lee immediately told them the excuse he had come up with. It didn't matter, especially since one probably wouldn't be able to return home for several more years, so there wouldn't even be any need to make excuses. Vaughn would definitely give his permission for that. Quan was incredibly happy to see them at his home. The children were also happy to see their grandfather. And when they called him that out loud, Quan smiled and said that his grandfather had prepared gifts for them. But first he invited them to look at their new room and led them forward. When Quan had taken the children away, he returned to Lee to discuss the old man they had both met. Quan tried to calm the boy down, explaining that the old man valued his talent very highly and only wanted to make him stronger. "Didn't you happen to say that your inner chi accumulates very quickly?" A voice suddenly rang out. It was Pun, who appeared completely unexpectedly. A young boy was walking next to him. This was Pun's senior student. He immediately began to explain to Lee that he took it for granted, while an incredible number of people were not even capable of doing what he was doing. Lee, without wasting any time, spoke to Poon and set him a condition. If you want to be my teacher, you must first teach me something truly impressive. And then he bluntly added, to be honest, everything I know was taught to me by my teacher, not you, old man. Kwon immediately intervened, explaining to Lee that it was wrong to talk to elders like that, but Poon was not worried. He just smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not an ungrateful scumbag. If I become a martial arts master, I will serve you wholeheartedly as my teacher. Poon suggested that this was his way of showing gratitude. After a while, Lee took a deep breath of air. He stood right in front of the waterfall, concentrating, and it was at that moment that I realized that Poon wasn't just fooling around. The speed at which he was developing his inner ki was far greater than what Lee could achieve on his own. But even so, he still couldn't shake the feeling of unease, an emptiness in his stomach. Lee tried with all his might to get rid of this obstacle, confident that if he succeeded, everything would change. He wanted everything to turn upside down. After a while, many people gathered in the yard. Among them was Lee, who received congratulations from everyone. He answered them, and his new colleague, who, like Lee and Won, worked for the government, suggested that from now on he work even harder. Lee had already heard that the young man was going to the capital soon, and asked him if he liked the prospect. The young man replied that the capital was the best place to work if you wanted to gain fame and prestige. Lee warned him that if you went to the capital without any skills, it didn't matter how influential your family was. In any case, you would never be able to grow to even a hair on the dragon's tail. And he asked if he was okay with that idea. But this boy was one of those who believed that if he could at least become the tail of a dragon, one day he could grow into a real dragon. Suddenly, the boy asked sharply, "Did you ever think we were friends?" He reminded them that even though they had studied together, Lee had never opened his heart to anyone but one. Because of this, the boy thought that he and Lee were just colleagues. He would also like to be friends, but Lee always seems to keep his distance. He noted that Lee had changed a lot recently, but before he had given the impression that he didn't like them at all. So he emphasized that in his eyes, Lee had always been just a familiar face. But then the boy unexpectedly took Lee's hand and said, "From today on, we are not just classmates. We are friends." Lee agreed to his proposal, but at the same time, he was amazed at how easy it was to read. He admitted that Lee was just an acquaintance to him, but after many years together, he had gotten used to him, and now they would be working together. So he suggested doing everything they could to show what they were capable of. After a while, Lee was left alone. He knew that his relationship with his new acquaintances was different from the one he had with Hyun and Daewon, but calling them friends seemed too presumptuous. He understood that the teacher's words about never relaxing were more true than ever. After all, he had come this far, and he still couldn't afford to lose without even starting the fight. After weighing all the pros and cons, he realized that there were many people who had been watching him for a long time. Many still considered him a monster because of his past, but he didn't want to be perceived that way, so he had to make his intentions clear. He had many reasons to reflect on his behavior, but at the same time, he found something in it for himself. After all, he couldn't lose without even starting the fight. Later, he spoke with Kwon, who asked if he still planned to become a police officer. Lee replied that he wanted to become a police chief. He knew a place where he could get that job and work close to home. But Kwon immediately pointed out that the police chief was responsible for the security of an entire prefecture. That was equivalent to a 7th grade officer in the army. Then Kwon laughed with joy that his student had become an official. He understood how hard Lee had worked up to this point. But now, he would have to work even harder. What interested Lee most was what it was like to be at the top. He had no intention of equaling those below him, and he understood that now even the mayor would be subordinate to him. Kwon was clearly aware that this was not the top yet, but he did not say this out loud. The main thing is to convince the student to continue moving forward, and then he will become even more successful. Lee said he was leaving tomorrow. The official appointment was yet to be made, but he had to report to the police station to accept the position. A vacancy is always a bad sign if the previous employee was not promoted. Therefore, you need to be careful and carefully check everything you work with. The teacher seemed to be picking on every little thing, but Lee tried to calm him down, saying that he was worrying too much. However, Kwon only wanted to explain that many people hide their mistakes before leaving, and that they should be careful with this. Lee acted extremely self-confident and assured me that he would figure everything out. He reminded that he was the heir of the Lee family, and if he had not been smart, he would never have obtained this right. All this time, Poon listened attentively to their conversation from the sidelines. When he approached, Lee immediately asked, "Are you still here? Didn't you leave because you were disappointed?" But Poon just smiled and replied, "Only in your dreams, brat. I'm not going anywhere until you call me your teacher." He declared that he was not going to go anywhere until he heard the word teacher from him. The guy warned that it would not be easy to teach him, because now he does not have much time for training. "What are you talking about?" Poon asked, concerned. Lee calmly replied that he was now an official. Quan added that the guy had become the chief of police, managing dozens of people. But it didn't matter to Poon. He just explained again, if the boy inherits his martial art, he can interest thousands of people in learning from him. Lee also said that he had already mastered what Poon had shown him last time, which was a real surprise to the teacher. But at that moment he stood up and said it was time to leave. What he heard from Lee was a real challenge for him. The student had already mastered what he had only recently demonstrated to him. He invited Lee to the training ground. Together they went to the hall. There, Lee immediately picked up a fan. He began to demonstrate smooth movements, skillfully handling his weapon. It was so incredible and elegant that it was impossible not to be amazed. Poon, watching him, felt the same way. He watched the boy's movements with admiration, realizing that he was truly special. He was sure that the one who was sent by fate was standing before him. At one point, Lee moved forward with lightning speed, abruptly closing the fan. He understood that the situation was complicated. Although he knew the principles of martial arts, his internal speed of assimilation was not yet high enough. Glancing at the old master, he realized that compared to him, they were like heaven and earth. He sought to repeat every movement with the same precision as the teacher showed. These techniques surpassed the 7th level of martial arts out of 10. At the same moment, he tried to clearly reproduce the same technique. But in the end, he had to land, and understand that at the moment he is still only at the first stage. Poon praised him, noting that it usually takes several years, but here it didn't take even one. He asked if the boy realized that what he had just done was something incredible. However, I immediately asked him not to say that he wanted to reach the highest level. He told me about another student who has been training with him for 10 years, but is still only at the 3rd degree. Despite this, standing behind Lee, he honestly admitted that he still lacked strength. But this was to be the reason for even deeper study of martial arts and the duty to take care of his older brother, as Poon noted. He warned again that it was much more difficult than it seemed. "Not that much time has passed since I decided to study, and now I've passed the exam." Everyone said the same thing. "It takes time to read the necessary books and understand their content. So please think of a way," Lee requested. Then he turned to his master Quan, noting that he was well versed in such things, but still asked to learn from the old master and pass on the knowledge to him. He looked at him with a very hard, demanding look. Quan just smiled and told him to just trust him. Poon silently watched their conversation. He understood that he too was facing a difficult test. Quan's training began immediately, and they got down to business without delay. He skillfully mastered the weapon he received. It was a heavy iron sword that he swung skillfully around him. Poon didn't criticize him too much, just remarking that for an ordinary person, he was performing at a pretty good level. Quan justified his slow movements by saying that if he had started training earlier, he would have mastered these skills by now. Military martial arts are designed for mass destruction. They are different from the ones we practice, he explained. Since Quan had served in the military, this was probably the only martial arts practice he had ever had in his life. So Poon asked him to give up his old skills. "Imagine what Lee will say when he sees that we haven't succeeded," he added, testing his resolve. They knew that this guy thought differently than everyone else. What seemed normal to him might seem strange to everyone else. The master believed that he himself should come to the right conclusion. Poon was afraid to even imagine what would happen if he refused. Quan insisted, "You have to stand your ground, no matter what. Speak with confidence and then the answer will come by itself." "As always," he said. Poon asked again if it would really work. Quan replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." After these words, he scratched his mustache. And then he went to talk to the guy. As soon as Lee saw him, he immediately declared, "It seems you are becoming more and more my teacher, old man." At that moment, Poon only thought about one thing. What if the guy said he couldn't do anything and decided to leave? But he remembered Quan's words, asking him not to worry. He was always confident in the boy. He would never stumble. After all, this daredevil will never give up on something that can benefit him. But even now, Lee expressed his doubts about the advice Poon had given him earlier on technique. But Poon always had his arguments. Then, whether to show off or simply out of curiosity, Lee suddenly asked if he had taken the imperial examination. The only response he heard was, "Fool." He didn't argue, but simply turned around, determined to prove him wrong. That he is wrong in thinking that it will take too long to move to the next level. After all, it didn't take long to ignite the fire in his chest. Just like to make him take up the sword and show what he is capable of. A new day has come. It was already time for the young owner to leave. His clothes were different from what he usually wore. He was wearing an exquisite light purple cape. He looked incredible. Grandma was pleasantly surprised, but Quan didn't quite understand why an official serving the country and its people would wear silk clothes on his first day. Grandma quickly reassured him, explaining that on the first day he had to look appropriate to make the right impression. Lee explained it in his own way. Today is a special day, so I decided to wear a gift from my father. He assured the teacher that he would change into more suitable clothes later. The teacher only advised him to behave naturally. The head of the family would have liked to see this moment, but he was busy. Suddenly, Quan announced that he would also go with him. Lee was surprised and asked in what sense, since he was not going to accompany the criminals. He asked Quan to take care of his health, assured him that they were not far apart, so he would visit them. And he asked his grandmother to watch over him and not tell him if he started drinking too much. He thanked his grandmother for her promise to watch over him, said he would be back, and wished them well. He also invited them to come to him if they wanted to relax, and there, above the door, was a sign, Police Bureau. Everyone who sought to serve their people gathered here. But as soon as Lee crossed the threshold, he was immediately struck by what he saw. He was amazed at how small the place was. Shouldn't the police station be at least twice the size of his house? Inside, everyone greeted him in unison, calling him the senior police chief. Sitting on his horse, he carefully examined them, involuntarily thinking, "Is this my new team?" He jumped off his horse and walked towards the man, who was also coming towards him. The first thing he wanted to know was who was in charge of the building. After that, he ordered everyone to return to their posts and the lead detectives to follow him. He couldn't find anything to say except a short, "Yes, boss." It was a little unusual for Lee to hear such an address addressed to him, but he soon had detectives lined up in front of him. Among them, he noticed two familiar officers, and realized that the same 10 cadres were standing behind them. "The total number of people in our unit is 142, one of the officers reported. Lee slowly looked around them. He didn't like why they were all in such a good mood. He remembered the words of the teacher who warned that he could be despised even for his mercy. But you can't just get rid of them. In general, he remembered everything he had learned while studying with his teacher. The last thing the teacher told him was that he should make the person standing before him a true confidant. At the same time, the officers did not understand what was happening to him. His silence and strange behavior surprised them, and he was still replaying the teacher's words in his head, trying to figure out how to do it. But then he remembered in more detail. Find a reason for them to obey you. You are their boss. If they are not stupid, they will never ignore this fact. But you can't overdo it, otherwise they will complain to the authorities about the violence. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. He apologized for his late introduction and gave his name. And since it was his first day here, he asked for their help. In response, they gave their names. Listening to the presentations, he carefully analyzed each one and involuntarily thought, I wonder which of them will stumble first. After inspecting the place where he was, he realized that it needed repairs. If you have to spend several years here, the building should be clean and well maintained. Suddenly, a man ran out from behind the gate and kneeling down, begged for help. One of the officers just sighed in dissatisfaction and muttered something about how ordinary people always arrive late. As soon as the poor man, bursting into tears, ran closer, the officer indignantly called him impudent. But at that moment, someone's hand reached out to his head. It was Lee's hand. He pushed the officer away and, smiling, turned to the man. What happened? Why such haste? He, crawling on his knees, begged my lord for help. His wife had been kidnapped. Lee asked him to calm down, stop crying, and tell him everything in more detail. The man turned out to be a farmer from the village. He said that some scoundrels had grabbed his wife right on the street, but he couldn't explain anything clearly. He cried, choked, and spoke in fragments. Lee asked who he was, where he lived, and when his wife had been kidnapped. Only then did he get any clear answers. However, whenever the farmer tried to describe the kidnappers, he simply called them bastards. Lee wouldn't understand anything like that, so he asked him to explain it differently. They're the ones who lent me the money, the man finally explained. Hearing this, Lee suggested that they calmly figure things out step by step. 2 months ago, I borrowed 1 silver shekel from them. Last month I came to repay the debt, but they were gone. So I tried to pay back the money this month, but they said I had to pay 8 silver shekels already. They showed me the contract that said that, Lee quickly pieced together a picture of what had happened. His wife had been taken as collateral for an unpaid debt. The man confirmed this, began to bow low again and beg for help. With him was a loan agreement, which he handed to Lee. Lee took the document in his hands and began to read it carefully. It was clear at first glance that this was typical usury. He explained to the farmer, "Before you put your fingerprint on it, you need to read what you are signing first." However, the man only replied guiltily that he couldn't even read properly. However, choking back tears, he continued to beg to save his wife, and even offered to find eyewitnesses who could confirm his words. Looking at the contract, Lee saw that the interest for the first month was only 3 pence. But if the debt was not paid on time, the amount would increase dramatically. The man hit his head on the floor again, repeating that he was wrong, that he knew nothing, and again begged for help. Lee stared at the contract. A typical usurious contract, and couldn't understand how this fool had signed the papers so senselessly. At that moment he began to get angry. Why are there so many stupid people around? And what the hell was this exactly that turned out to be the first thing he did in his new position? But at some point he thought, doesn't this case seem familiar to him? The man didn't know that the debt had grown so much. He came to return the money, but found no one there. Lee asked again if he was sure that he had really arrived on time but had not found anyone, and he warned him that if he lied even a little, he would be punished severely. But in response, the man even suggested, "If I'm lying, you can beat me half to death." Hearing this, Lee realized he had a solution. After that, Lee ordered him to get up, but he, as if in a delirium, repeated that if he was not helped, he would bite his lips until he died. "I told you to get up," came a cold, firm voice. He then ordered him to return home and leave the matter to his own consideration. He repeated the same thing again, leaving no room for argument. After that, the man, although reluctantly, still went home. Lee turned to the officers. "What do you think about this situation?" They looked at each other, assessing the situation. The first expressed his opinion. The contract must be fulfilled. The farmer himself violated the terms. Then he mentioned the name of the creditor, Sun Il-sang. He described him as an honest businessman who donates money to the police bureau every year. Every month, he donates 20 silver coins, thus expressing his respect for the hard work of the police. It seemed to Lee that strange thoughts were going through this officer's head, so he moved closer. In a quiet voice, the officer announced, "Of this money, 5% goes to senior detectives and their assistants. Another 5 are divided between him and his partner, and the remaining 10 are used by the former police chief for official expenses." But Lee only replied dryly that he was a good man, and then asked bluntly, "So what do you say? Are you going to figure this out or not?" The officer only repeated that the contract should be fulfilled, and that would be the right thing to do. Lee asked if there would be any backlash if they intervened, but he assured them that there would be no backlash. They were simply adhering to the terms of the agreement. "Are you sure there won't be any problems? Or maybe you forgot what I asked?" Lee asked coldly. The officer hurried to reassure him. He said that there had been no problems so far, and he would make sure that nothing happened. Lee smiled and clarified, "So you're taking responsibility?" At this point, a second officer, a stocky, plump man, chimed in. He confirmed that most of what his colleague had said was true, but hinted that the woman needed to be returned. However, the first officer did not understand why this was necessary, since they already received 5 bodies, and also had other privileges, unofficially. But, meeting the chubby guy's gaze, he immediately realized that he was trying to hint at something. After that, both of them fell silent and just stared at Lee in silence. Lee didn't say a word either, just stared at them intently. Within seconds, he heard apologies pouring in his direction. And suddenly his sharp order sounded, "Arrest him!" Lee repeated clearly and without hesitation, "Arrest that bastard's son and bring him here." The first officer, let's call him Dovgi, was momentarily confused, wanted to object, but the chubby guy quickly interrupted him. "Immediately!" In addition, Lee ordered the same man who told him this whole story to be brought. Dovgi didn't understand why he was being let go, but he didn't argue. After that, Lee simply turned around and went into the office. There he sat comfortably, crossed his legs, and calmly awaited the development of events. First day on the job, and those who should be his right-hand man are ignoring the law. One of them even openly suggested taking bribes. Lee understood this perfectly well and realized that the state of affairs in this place left much to be desired. After some time, the plaintiff, the same man who had told him this whole story, was brought to him. Lee sat in a luxurious chair, listening to himself addressed as my lord. He sternly warned the man, "Next time, don't put your fingerprint on the contract until you've read it carefully. Don't forget. One mistake can make you someone's slave. No matter how stupid you were, you should have realized that something terrible could have happened. He went on to explain that he might be able to find his wife, but getting his land and house back would be much more difficult. In addition, the man himself would not go unpunished either. Lee ordered him to kneel until he solved his problem. But in response, he heard that he would stand until the last moment, until my lord finds his wife. After a while, a curious voice asked, "Why are you doing this?" This was the same businessman who had been brought in on Lee's orders. On the way, he kept asking if they even knew who he was. But as soon as he approached Lee, he immediately knelt down, paid his respects, and explained that he had participated in today's ceremony. He wanted to congratulate the new chief in person, but the officers told him to come later. And now he suggested that perhaps he had inadvertently offended him on his first day of work. Puklyak approached the businessman and asked if he had returned the person he had kidnapped. The chief detectives had already taken her away, was his answer. After that, he turned to Lee, promising that he would atone for his offense for offending his lord, and would never again use people as collateral. Lee turned to Long and asked, "What are you doing? Shouldn't we start with a flogging?" he added. But Dovgi didn't understand, because he knew that only the district governor could administer punishment. The businessman was washing himself in a cold sweat, admitting his mistake. Lee pointed out to Dovgi that this was the second time he had ignored his orders. Realizing the situation he had found himself in, Dovgi immediately ordered detectives to arrest the businessman. Lee just wondered how easy it had all been. Already tied up, the businessman pleaded with his lord, "You can't do this to me!" But at the same moment he felt a strong blow to his back. The pain made his mouth drool. This blow was immediately followed by another. The loud screams only brought a slight smile to Lee's face. The two officers quickly realized that their boss was a scary man, and they must now be extremely careful. But it was Puklyak, seeing Lee raise his hand, who immediately ordered him to stop. The businessman could barely stand on his feet. However, there was one more condition from Lee. If he could withstand a few more blows, then all of this fool's land would become his property. Just a few blows. Finally, the businessman broke down. He admitted that he was wrong, kidnapped Samo's wife, but is ready to return all the land and will not demand the borrowed money back. He just begged to stop the beatings. Then Lee turned to Samo and asked, "Did you hear what he said?" "He will return all the money." But he only shook his head. "I will never contact such people again, even if they return my wife." And he respectfully asked my lord to act according to the law. The man was sitting at the table and reading some papers intently. He couldn't understand him at all. The man remembers the man's words when he told him to obey the law. Why did that weirdo say that? It seemed like a pure victory for him. He had found a wife, saved the land, and had the opportunity to pay off his debt. The dark-haired man began to get irritated because he could not understand the reason for this behavior. It's a pity that at such a moment there is no teacher or Devon next to him. That guy didn't worry about anything. The law is a minimum standard. His reputation won't suffer if he keeps it up. A second later, he realizes that he just needs to do it and not be afraid. Some time passes. The man is again very irritated. He was again going through and reading some documents. From this record, it seemed that the previous manager was not working at all. The boy calms down a little, because he understands that he needs to get to work. He starts working. Thus, night falls, and the boy still continues to work, although the room is already dark and only one candle is burning. Meanwhile, two men stand outside and look at the house. They don't talk to each other, but they still continue to look at him. It's been 7 days, and one of them I've been thinking about stopping the guy. But it doesn't seem like the best idea. They decide not to do this because the guy is very busy, checking all the cases from 5 years ago that the manager put off for later. Additionally, he reads every complaint they receive. Soon, the men decide to just leave him and be ready if anything happens. A second later, they approach the house. When they go inside, our hero says he's had enough. The subordinates just stared at him questioningly, not understanding what he was talking about. The young man, with a predatory smile, says that he is finished and now they will be able to catch several criminals. Since he has finished checking the documents, he needs to go and catch a few criminals himself. The notes mention people they haven't caught yet. The subordinate says that it's not his problem, and that they should catch the criminals themselves. And the young master's job is to give orders and make decisions. But our hero doesn't like it. He studied martial arts and will be able to defend himself in case of an emergency. The subordinate says that if he leaves, he may lose his authority. The fact that the young prince had to go to the criminals himself means that the detectives did not do their job. In that case, everyone will be constantly worried. Usually, when investigating cases and making arrests, you have to do stupid things. Are they really saying that the guy should stay here and check the documents? The young gentleman asks if there is any rule that prohibits him from acting personally. There is no such rule, of course, but when will he do his work if he is busy? The subordinate promises that they will catch him, and the young master will act when they catch the criminal. The young man feels very insulted that he has to deal with this. On the other hand, he can simply ignore the words of his subordinates. Someone at the door says that the boss has come to visit. The subordinate said that it was an old man named Quack Number. Hearing his name, our hero says to bring him here, but then changes his mind and decides to go to him himself. The guy quickly gets up and goes to the guest, while his subordinates try to understand why he moves so quickly. When he ran out into the yard, he was very happy to see his teacher. But the teacher doesn't hug Lisa. He just bows and says, "Congratulations to the police chief." The student doesn't understand this reaction. It turns out that this was staged so that the subordinates would not understand anything. The guy orders the others to continue working, and he will be with his guest now. The subordinates understood the order. Grandpa walks inside and looks at everything carefully. The teacher reminds the boy that he must maintain his dignity, which is why he said so when they were not one. The boy is very glad that the teacher came to him, because he has something to tell him. The old man is interested in how his student is doing and how his new position is going. A second later, our hero impulsively begins to talk about everything that happened to him. Judging by what his teacher said, the boy failed again. The teacher reminds the boy that he should put himself in the shoes of others. That is why he does not make decisions based on the law. Quack No also thinks so and says that the student should act fairly because he is a good judge. But is a fair decision always the right one? If you think about it, you can find a better solution than acting fairly. The teacher gives an example. Would a boy punish a man with 10 strokes of a cane for stealing dumplings? Our hero replies that he would punish him because he broke the law. A guy will even punish someone who hit another for making fun of his wife. The teacher begins to feel that he has taught the young man poorly. The main character thought that what he had just said had made the teacher worried. There's nothing wrong with the boy's actions, but the teacher asks him to be more compassionate. The student says that he is really trying. If it weren't for the teacher, he would be like those bribe takers right now. Because Devon said that once he lets circumstances dictate how to interpret the law, he shakes the foundations. The teacher understands that Dewan sounded very intelligent, and it will be difficult to convince the boy otherwise. To make matters worse, he had to say that to the child. The old man begins to think about how to explain this to the student and suggests telling a story. Upon hearing this, our hero smiled happily and agreed. Once upon a time, there lived a very happy family. The man was hard-working, honest, and willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of his family. And his wife cooked for him, washed his clothes. It was an ordinary, happy family. But one day bandits appeared in the city, and one day bandits attacked their house. They kidnapped his wife and burned the house to the ground. The man who returned later wept bitterly when he learned what had happened. But the man could do absolutely nothing in such a situation. Then, the teacher asks, "What does the student think the man did?" Our hero replies without hesitation that the man took revenge on them. It was indeed true. The angry man decided to take revenge on them personally. He simply didn't have time to grieve. He had to train. Thus, the fatigue from training obscured the pain more and more each time. One day it was snowing heavily and the man finally realized that he had gained enough strength. But because of such great power, he became a real monster. He knew no pity at all and brutally killed his enemies. He hacked, slashed, and killed everyone indiscriminately. And finally, the man found the criminal who completely ruined his life. And finally, the monster did what she had been striving for all her life. Of course, many were killed and their blood flowed like a river, but he took revenge. After the story, the teacher asked the boy what he would do with this man. Would he punish him for killing people? The protagonist simply remains silent, pondering his answer. He finds out that he had actually already thought about it. But the main character couldn't come up with an answer, so he went to Devona and asked the same question. Daiwon said that whether he was good or bad, he was a criminal. Why didn't the man turn the bandits over to the state if he could have caught them? When assessing the seriousness of a case, one must also take into account the circumstances. That's all the teacher was trying to tell the boy. The main character is completely confused about what to do. The criminals must be caught, but he can be condemned if he accepts them and praised if he doesn't. The protagonist asks how he can take the circumstances into account in this situation. However, the teacher does not answer and says that he will be able to solve this issue himself. Quack No, I understand that this is a very difficult task because it requires compassion. Kang Jin must remember one. Everyone has different opinions, and no matter what he does, someone will always judge him. Sometimes the law shows a different direction than people. You can't deny Devon's words, but the guy must understand how to maintain a balance between the law and people's opinions. The teacher jokes and says that the boy will definitely be able to make the impossible possible. The main thing is to act and everything will be fine. At first, of course, it will be difficult, but with experience, it will become easier. Kang Jin needs to gain more experience, but he doesn't know if he will be able to do it if he works with documents. Kwok No is surprised. If the guy is the police chief, shouldn't he go out and interact with people? Then, the guy says that he was told to sit and work with documents. Hearing this, the teacher got angry and started shouting. Our hero said that he was told that this way, he would be able to maintain his authority. The teacher says that if the student only reads documents to solve the case according to the law, he will never be able to learn about the circumstances. A second later, the old man shouts at his student. He asks what Kang Jin's dream is. He asks about the dream that the boy wants to achieve no matter what. The teacher recalls our hero's words that no matter how difficult it is for him, he will definitely achieve his dream. After that, our hero was once again convinced that he was very grateful to the teacher and that he really needed him. A second later, the boy was completely angry with the teacher and also very angry with his subordinates who told him to sit here. Kwok No is sure that these people do whatever they want and are just taking advantage of the guys. Now the main character must be determined to show them who he really is. The teacher is pleased with the result. He decides to stop there, because if he continues, the student will simply kill everyone. If it weren't for the teacher's words, the boy definitely wouldn't have guessed to read the documents at all and check people's words. These bastards deceived him. He is sure that his subordinates simply hid the truth. Suddenly, a squirrel falls on its knees to the main character. It was Pippi. The boy didn't understand what he was doing here. Our hero is still irritated that his subordinates dared to take advantage of him. But he has calmed down a bit. The squirrel was also angry. It seems that it was because its owner was being humiliated. These scoundrels made people not admire him, but indignate him. Soon, the same two subordinates who had told him about the documents in the morning appeared on the horizon. They ran towards him. The men immediately started asking what had happened and how they could help. Kang Jin puts on a smile and apologizes for calling them out so early. The men smiled and said that it was no problem at all, because it was their duty to come at any time. The main character says that he called them so urgently to ask about something. The men were ready to listen carefully to the boss and his questions. Kang Jin took the document and asked if it was filled out correctly. It was a shift schedule, a normal routine, and the subordinate asked what problems he had. Our hero asks why the inspector constantly patrols an elite area where only hundreds of people live, while the slums are patrolled every other day. It was obvious to the subordinate. In an elite area, at least there was something to protect. Another subordinate added that it makes more sense to send patrols to elite areas, because thieves are more likely to go where the money is. Of course, it sounded quite logical, but according to this document, most crimes are committed in slums, and patrols are still carried out mainly in elite areas. If someone is robbed in a slum, the damage will only be about 1 or 2 nyanga, while one thief in an elite area can steal hundreds more. Then the main character says that there are many more murders in the slums. The subordinate says they can't do anything about it as long as the victims' families remain silent. The guy asks if they are really to blame for this. The subordinate says that if necessary, they can increase patrols in the slums, and now they will be once a day. The police chief says they should send 10 patrol groups to True and leave 1 in the elite areas. Residents of elite areas already have excellent security, so there's no need for so many people to be involved in one thing. Or the guy suggests an alternative. They could increase the total number of patrol groups, but if they do that, they won't have time to be home. They don't even have enough people to work during the day. From now on, all criminals they apprehend will be handed over to the governor only after the guy personally examines all the circumstances. The subordinates are obviously not happy, but our hero orders them to obey him. They start arguing and say that the officers might start complaining about the increased workload, so they ask him to think again. Kang still insists on his point. He's not going to listen to these bastards now. Their job is to catch criminals, so it's unlikely anyone will complain about it. A second later, the man orders all the officers and detectives to be gathered. They will now undergo training to catch dangerous criminals. This is their obligation, so the 2 of them will also have to go through these classes. Kang Jin, I promise to make sure they are prepared to the point where they can survive even after encountering a crowd of criminals. Soon, all the detectives and officers were gathered in one place early in the morning. They immediately guessed that it's all because of the change of government. Soon, the main character joins them all. 8 officers and 72 detectives arrived here, in addition to those who were currently on patrol. The young gentleman looked carefully at each of them. He remembered the teacher's words that arguing with subordinates about routine would only harm oneself, because everyone has very different opinions. Therefore, our hero must make sure that they cannot say a word against him. We need to create a situation in which they cannot object. We need to crush them so much that they cannot rise up, lower the level of crime, increasing their notoriety. So the guy will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kang Jin tells them about training that will help them fight very dangerous criminals. He orders them to take the batons. When he sees that they are not doing anything, he says that the last person to take the baton will receive 10 blows with a cane. He also orders his 2 subordinates to take sticks, because they do not do so. The officer was the last to take the stick, so he will receive 10 strokes of the cane. If the military has its own laws, then they will have their own. Kang orders Mr. Lee and Mr. Chun to grab the officer and give him 10 strokes with a cane. And if they feel sorry for him, they will also receive 10 lashes. A second later, the boy turns to Mr. Im and Mr. Peck. He orders them to give Officer Yo and the 2 guards 10 blows each. Hearing this, everyone present fell into a stupor, but the officer immediately agreed because he didn't want to receive it himself. The guard couldn't understand why the boss was behaving so cruelly. The protagonist replies that it's just training, and it's his responsibility, but he's still going to punish him with blows. Soon, very loud screams of unbearable pain are heard from the room. When it was finally over, the unfortunate people lay with their bare buttocks covered in bruises. The man applied pain-killing ointment to them, but even a light touch caused a lot of pain. The mustachioed man tells them not to scream like that, because he was already trying to pity them. The man apologizes and says it was an order. Soon, the main character enters the room. If the man didn't understand anything from today's punishment, then that's too bad. Soon he ordered them to be here. You can tell by their faces that they have something to complain about. He asks if they have read the laws. The subordinate apologizes and says that he was wrong because of his stupidity and incompetence. Our hero doesn't know much, but he knows how to train others, and is confident that his subordinates will thank him someday. The man asks what exactly the boss's idea is. Kang has already said he will give them a chance to thank him. When the punishment was over, the young man came outside and was ready to tell them exactly how they would train. Our hero will act as a criminal, and each of the groups will fight to capture him. Even though their training was cancelled due to an accident, they still receive a reward. The group that defeats him will complete the training and receive 20 silver coins as a reward. Hearing about the reward, the locals immediately perked up. The main character is rich enough to pay 20 coins daily to each group that defeats him. The subordinates think the boss is just making fun of them. However, he announced it in front of a bunch of people so everything could change. 20 coins is 2 coins per person. How can the boss be so bold in saying such things? Especially since he looks quite weak. Men are confident that they can win over a guy, but it's still better not to relax. Soon, our hero asks who will go first. Within a second, everyone starts arguing about who will go first, because everyone wants it. Kang is disappointed that there is no normal person here who would suspect that he has ulterior motives for saying such things. The mustachioed man says that they won't be summoned on their own, because if he summons not one person, but a whole group, then he definitely has reasons. In times like these, survival requires intuition. Taking a neutral stance is the best choice. Soon, Officer Jun's group comes forward. They will be the first. The officer says that they will not beat him with full force, so our hero cannot worry. A second later, the fight begins, and the team leader has everyone surround the guy. A second later, they all swarmed around our hero and surrounded him. This training is aimed at improving their discipline, but is also useful for developing strength. A second later, the officer ordered the chief to be grabbed and they all jumped on him. But the main character managed to easily dodge all their attacks and blows. A second later, he grabbed both officers by the belt and slammed them to the ground. The head still ordered everyone else to attack him. However, the main character managed to dodge their blows very easily. It seemed like he didn't even have to exert any force to do so. Kang Jin dodged like a real cobra. Our hero managed to grab one of his subordinates and use him as a human shield. Those present think that the guy is just lucky to be able to dodge blows so quickly. The other group thinks they will have to go next and take the initiative so as not to lose money. Kang Jin realizes that he is waking up beautifully and thinks that he should continue to do so. An officer yells at his subordinates for not being able to catch one person, but nothing worked at all because the main character continued to dodge and push them away from him. After a while, everyone was very tired of the endless attacks that brought no results. The men were breathing heavily after such physical exertion. Kang Jin, you were breathing heavily and admitted that he had underestimated his subordinates. Although he had trained martial arts for many years, he almost fell into their hands. One of the subordinates asks if they will still have a chance to make up for it. Until the training ends, each group will have a daily opportunity to complete the training and receive 20 coins. These words inspire them, and they are ready to continue the fight tomorrow. A glimmer of hope appears in subordinates, and their morale rises because they think that they will definitely be able to win tomorrow. The main character is glad that this training has boosted their morale so much. The mustachioed man notices that the boss has almost been caught many times. Can we assume that this is a coincidence? One of the subordinates had a bad feeling. The two looked after Kang Jin as he walked away. It seems not all of his subordinates are idiots. He thinks he could hire these two as his assistants instead of the slackers he has now. Sometime after training, the men gathered at a table to rest. They all looked beaten and tired and were discussing today's training. They told us how our hero was almost captured, but at the last moment he managed to dodge. But they don't lose hope that they can defeat him tomorrow, and then it will all be over. They are almost there. Once they teach him about it, it will be in their hands again. It turns out that Officer So has already returned from vacation, and they strongly suggest winning tomorrow. It's important to think of it as if they were trying to catch some kind of predatory beast. They've been training for 7 days and they're still repeating that they almost won. Those mustache men think they're real fools. This time their leader is a professional, and his level is definitely higher than theirs. They won't succeed even if everyone rushes in. The mustachioed man has the idea to simply surrender to our hero because he doesn't want to be beaten. A second later, another idiot raises his glass and proposes a drink to the fact that they will win tomorrow. Everyone immediately supports him and raises their glasses too. The next day during training, they try to throw a net over the boy to catch him, but he quickly dodges. But even despite this, the subordinates are not going to give up and decide to try again. They throw a net at him from both sides. The main character understands that if he gets caught in the net, the situation will be very bad, so he needs a weapon. It seems he has no choice but to show them the real difference between them. Everyone was very happy that they had caught him in the net. This was their chance, and one of the subordinates even called our hero a beast. Kang Jin heard his name just now perfectly. The subordinate realized that he had gotten a little carried away and stopped understanding what he was saying. A second later, our hero easily throws off this net. Those present just froze in place and stared at him in surprise. He praised them and said that it was quite unexpected. The guy could not have imagined that they would move to this stage of training so quickly. Unfortunately for them, this meant that the carefree days were over. Soon, this net flew straight at the subordinates, who were unable to dodge it. Our hero hopes that now they will try even harder. After a while, everyone found themselves badly beaten again. They couldn't win again. And now, when Kang Jin is about to leave, he sees something in front of him that blocks his way. In front of him stood a group that was blocking his passage. At its head was the same mustachioed man. This group has always made the best use of its numbers. Suddenly, off to the side, he saw another group led by Officer Peck. They were kneeling, the leader holding a white flag. Kang Jin asks what happened to their group. Are they really not participating in training? The man says they'll just come up with a plan because they don't want to attack thoughtlessly and then get beaten up. The guy understands that this makes sense, but even so, they are the police and must act. Officer Peck has made a decision. They are not strong enough to catch our hero, so he will pursue him while the others go to headquarters and call for help. It was better than just losing. You just had to find someone who could do it. Their group tries to catch the criminal after they become sufficiently trained. This meant that they wanted to start serious training, and the guy was happy about it and gave permission. The group was very happy that they were able to do this. After that, he turns to Officer Im's group. They have wisely used their numerical advantage. The head says that before that, he had experience serving in the army, and he taught these basics to his subordinates. A second later, the main character takes out a bag of 20 coins and throws it to the man. The man still had the courage to continue the fight. Moreover, he was able to avoid total defeat. Officer Peck and Officer Im could only stare at our hero in surprise. The first level of training was over, and since their group was the best, the guy gives them a reward. The main character wants him to share his training methods with others. Soon he returns to his other subordinates, who are currently writhing in pain on the ground, and orders them to stand. A second later, they give up. If this were a real battle, these two would already be dead, and they are also considered senior officers. Therefore, as punishment, he removes these two from their positions. They were shocked by these words, and just stared at the boss in silence. He says they will still have a chance. The main thing is to show their success as constables. If they show their skills, they will be returned to their positions. The men were very saddened by this news. Their voices and bodies trembled. Our hero doesn't doubt his decision for a second. He thinks he should have done this sooner. Soon, Kang Jin met his teacher. They walked peacefully under the moonlight, and the boy told him everything that had happened. Now no one can say a word against them. Khan believes this is the most effective method of maintaining order, punishing and rewarding those who deserve it. Kwakno just stared at his student in silence. and the student began to think that he had done something wrong again. If the teacher tells him what happened, Kang Jin will help him put everything together correctly. The old man suggested they just continue their walk, as the evening air was wonderful. The teacher said that punishing subordinates is far from his duty. It is not in keeping with his position. But the main character didn't quite understand this, and asked the man to explain the details. That's why the teacher said that the old man thinks about how to explain everything to the boy so that he understands. Although he had served in the army for decades, he rarely spoke to the general. This was because they were in different places. He tells me that it was a long time ago, back when he was in a military camp and under siege. The teacher very rarely told Kang Jin about the war years. It was not something to talk about on the street. So a second later, he picked up the teacher and said that they would go get something to drink now. A second later, the main character quickly ran with the teacher in his arms. They went to some establishment, ordered food and drinks. He continues his story. The general told him this when the man was a sergeant major. Everyone thought they would be dead by now, but the teacher felt a fire inside him and felt that he was not going to die. At other times, he would have said he wasn't afraid to die. It was the first time in his entire service that a general had said such a thing to him. The main character believes that this idiot was trying to cover up his mistake with words. Before that, the teacher said that the commanding officer is also the commander, which means he has more responsibility. And in this case, the general should have been held responsible if the battle was lost. He simply forced the teacher to fight to the death with his sweet speeches. The old man realized that the boy saw it completely differently than he did. The duties of a general include raising the morale of soldiers, and it is thanks to this that the man survived. Our hero also remembered something after listening to his story. A long time ago, there lived a soldier. He was wounded in the leg, and it was festering, and the soldier's general sucked the pus out of his leg. But the mother, upon hearing this, wept bitterly, because she understood that now her son was in debt and would undoubtedly rush into battle. And if this continued, he would one day die. The main character is still perceived as brainwashed. I think Kang Jin is good at managing people, so he should continue to do that. Such manipulations gave the man goosebumps. The teacher feels that the conversation has taken a strange turn, because the student is more excited than usual. Suddenly an idea comes to the man's head, and he stands up abruptly. He sits down next to his student and hugs him tightly, saying that he is alive. The old man asks him to leave the past in the past and not be angry. Kwok No asks not to worry so much about him and not to put him in an awkward position. The old man tells him to learn to lead people, but in moderation. And the teacher also asked him to be kind to poor people, because they are already unhappy. The old man understands perfectly well that his student has a rather unusual mindset. He wondered if this could be considered selective parenting, or if the boy had simply learned to think like a normal person. The teacher felt that the boy was thinking about something now, but you said that he was always thinking about something. Then the teacher asked if he could think as much when talking to others. In a negative sense, this can be seen as selfishness. But in a positive sense, the point is that he thinks a lot before making a decision. This is why it becomes increasingly difficult to convince a guy otherwise. Meanwhile, the main character still tries to find out from the teacher what the general's name was. So the next day came. It was quite hot outside, so our hero fanned himself. On the ground lay beaten and tired subordinates. It seemed that they had just had a training session. A second later, he sternly ordered them all to line up. The guy was doing them, but the men could barely stand up. Finally, they were able to get to their feet and quickly ran to form a formation. Kang Jin stood in front of them and said that they had trained very hard this year. And so, starting today, their training is coming to an end. Hearing such happy news, everyone starts crying with joy. This hell has come to an end. At first, the boss was disappointed because they were all weaker than him. He doubted that they would be able to catch even a single criminal with such skills. Their training is over. But if the statistics on catching criminals again become worse than in other provinces, they will be required to train again. Subordinates confidently say that this will never happen again. They have significantly improved the statistics and will help our hero achieve more. The subordinates have a plan to help their boss get a promotion, and then he will go away from them. To do this, they needed to improve their statistics to the maximum. When they looked back, they saw a cart with barrels and pigs. Kang Jin let them eat and drink as much as they wanted today. Let's just say they could celebrate their graduation. Everyone was very happy about this news and shouted for joy. It was a dark night outside. A woman was running through the forest. She looked very tired and beaten. She was running and constantly looking back. It seemed that someone was chasing her. There were tears in her eyes, when suddenly she saw someone in front of her. She fell from surprise. A man stood in front of her. It seemed that this was her pursuer. The girl was starting to get hysterical. She was shaking with fear and begging not to kill her. But the man only smiled slyly and said that she should receive her punishment for hoping. The woman could do nothing, so she just screamed loudly and cried, and her screams echoed throughout the forest. It was dawn. At this time, our hero was doing his training. The boy was as focused as possible. He even controlled his breathing. Suddenly, he remembered his training sessions with his teacher when they were at the ponds. It was truly impressive, although our hero called it mere show-off. The teacher then said that he could surpass even the one who was respected under heaven because he had reached the 7th level. But the boy will be able to understand how strong his teacher is only when he feels this power himself. If a young man rises even 1 level, his strength will triple. But the problem is that most people cannot reach level 3. For the boy, it was a very convenient martial art, because it did not overlap with the nameless art of swordsmanship. But he agreed to help him, so the boy must show him the result, because the teacher said he would come today. Kang Jin felt this energy inside him. If he gets rid of it, he will be able to learn much faster. But before he gets rid of it, he must understand what it is. Then boy, I think you should just try it. The protagonist sees no reason not to do this. He directs a layer of energy towards this unknown thing that is inside him. It seems like it really hurts the guy to do this, but he continues to endure it and continues to do it. No matter how many blows he inflicts on this unknown object, it still holds and does not break. Therefore, the main character tries to speed up the force of the blows to finally get rid of this thing. An unbearable pain spread throughout his body. Kang Jin could not bear it any longer. The young man has no control over this. He just has to increase his speed and break through. Our hero decides to do it, no matter what it costs him. It had never occurred to the young man before. Kang Jin puts his all into it. He blushed at how much force he was putting into it. The main character screams from the unbearable pain that has gripped his entire body. He no longer has the strength to hold it back. Just then, the teacher came to him. He shouted and asked him to control himself, because if the boy didn't manage, he would become disabled. The teacher felt that the 2 meridian protectors were already open, but he didn't understand why. If Kang did this without preparation, it would destroy him. Kwok no won't let such talent just disappear. The main thing is that the guy doesn't lose consciousness. Kang Jin has to endure this. 10-level art should be safe, so why does this happen? The teacher feels some strange, sticky, and cold energy from our hero. Chonggui not only taught the guy martial arts, but also put a mark on him. The teacher tells him to hold his breath for a long time until his lungs tremble. The main character needs to focus on his feelings. If he can, it will be his salvation. Kang Jin is trying his best to get out of this state. Soon, everything was fine again. The teacher helped our hero. The young man, meanwhile, cannot understand what kind of energy is inside him. It feels as if he has been reborn. Now our hero has become a professional who has discovered 2 protective meridians within himself. The man asks if Kang Jin now considers him his teacher. The boy just stared at the man silently and didn't answer. A second later, Kang Jin bows to the teacher and kneels. Now he will be this grandfather's apprentice, whether he likes it or not. The protagonist smiles joyfully and warmly, looking at him. After that, he bows to him 3 times. Meanwhile, a subordinate came to the ruler. The man knelt before him and apologized. He felt guilty for not being able to drive out the strange demon. The ruler tells him to lift his head because it's not his fault. If the demon wasn't here, who knows what would have happened to him. What has already been done cannot be changed. Even Brother Song will not be able to hold back this demon. If they try harder ways to stop him, there is a big chance that Kang Jin may suffer because of it. One can only hope that there will be no hostility towards Murim. He orders several people to be sent to the temple to watch our hero's every move. He's not something to be messed with so easily, so they can't know everything. The subordinate is about to go to carry out the order, but the ruler calls him by name. This was the first time he called him by name since the day the leader died. He understands that his subordinate is very busy, but he has no one else to discuss matters that affect our hero. The man says with a smile that if he had to make a joke of himself, he would definitely do it. But if this happens, the man asks him not to sacrifice himself, but to do as he did a long time ago. The boss really relies on his subordinate. Suddenly Meebo comes to our hero. The guy lets him in. They tried to find at least some clues about the criminal, but could not find anything. There aren't even any witnesses, so it's very difficult to do, but the man will try his best. The boy doesn't understand why most people are still in the elite area. It turns out that Lord didn't like this idea, so the main character wants to meet with him in person and resolve this issue. Only in this way can they work and not be afraid of the Lord. A second later, our hero throws him a bag of money. This was so that they would not be afraid to follow his orders if they differed from the Lord's orders. There's no need to be so careful, and he says to count this money as his personal donation. The subordinate cannot take this money, but the young man insists on his own. Without thinking twice, the man takes the bag in his hands and agrees. Inside was gold. He would have had to work for years just to hold it in his hands. Our hero says to divide it all among his subordinates, but the man says that it's still too much. From now on, anyone who works here and receives a gold coin from anyone other than him will die immediately. Kangjin knows very well how much they earn from various deals. The subordinate interrupts him and says that he has never taken bribes, but the boss wants to finish his speech. He believes that everyone should take that kind of money because they are all risking their lives, so they have to provide for themselves. The boss takes care of them, so his subordinates don't have to worry about anything but catching criminals. He will also be responsible for the expenses during the investigations. He again tells them not to worry about money, but to focus all their energy on catching the criminals. After a second, he falls silent and agrees with his words. And right now, the man is going to investigate to find the killer as soon as possible. He really hopes that our hero didn't mix poison in this. When the teacher hears about the amount of money the student gave to his subordinates, he is shocked. The young man doesn't see anything wrong with it. He simply encourages them to work. But even if that's the case, the teacher still thinks it's too much money for them. He tells his teacher not to get drunk just anywhere, so as not to get into trouble with the police. Be careful to maintain authority. The guy definitely knows how to spend money wisely. He was told to give more than anyone could imagine so they wouldn't have to think about anything else. It turns out that those were his father's words. A second later, Kangjin asked if there was any news from Grandma Childeok. The old man coughs and says he has already seen her. The main character asks how she is doing and if the teacher liked her. But the teacher doesn't answer directly and says that what's important is not what he felt, but what she felt. The guy will talk to the grandmother and advise her to show initiative, and the teacher only needs to look presentable and have the money to give her gifts. Kang says that he himself has never been married simply because none of the candidates were good enough for him. The guy asks if he would become more normal if he got married. The teacher admitted that he was still very worried about the boy. Kangjin now has a specific goal, to be faithful to his position and improve his reputation. Kwakno was very happy for his student. He must choose his own future, so the old man can rest for a few days with this old woman. In the future, she may become the teacher's wife. When the boy was left alone, he opened a box and took out a weapon, but he cannot use it while holding a special weapon. He picks up this unusual weapon and begins to talk to it, as if wondering how to use it, because even such an unusual thing deserves a breath of fresh air. Soon, the main character goes into the forest and sees drops of blood on one of the trees. He is curious about how this person felt. Was he happy, worried, or scared? It seems this person was very enthusiastic if they made such a mess. The guy was sure of only one thing. This crime was committed by a fool who couldn't cover his tracks. Therefore, you need to hide very well. The main character was walking down the street. One of the passers-by greeted our hero. The locals said that crime has decreased since the guy was appointed as the head. They even have a new market. After that, the young man went about his business. Absolutely all the locals were very happy to see him, greeted him and smiled at him. Kangjin couldn't understand why everyone called him my lord. It seemed like something was wrong here. Maybe he caught too many people in the criminal world? Maybe he should have listened to his subordinate's suggestion that time. There was already gossip among people that Day-Ban from the big faction was trying to bribe the guy. There's nothing to worry about, because the young gentleman turned him down. That's what makes him incredible. Then our hero said that a bribe is when someone wants to commit a crime and gives another person what they want in exchange for help in their plan. Not long ago, the boy saw a detective patrolling the streets very diligently. He was one of the people who arranged their meeting. I wonder who would have the courage to offer the man a bribe if these rumors spread. Meanwhile, Li Daebang was scolding his subordinates. They had to find any way, no matter what it cost them, but nothing worked. They were chased as if they wanted to be eaten alive. Nothing happened with the police chief either, because he couldn't be bribed. If things continue like this, they'll just die. They have no other choice, even though it is very risky. But it's better to try and take a risk than to die just like that. This is exactly what the head expected from his right hand. And he calls another subordinate a freak, who constantly does nothing but sit silently while his organization suffers from a crisis. He tells Asum to go and try this plan, and if he succeeds, he will become the next leader. Tonight, the leader will be able to sleep peacefully thanks to Asam. Kan felt as if his arms and legs were moving separately. He needed to combine arm and leg training. Suddenly behind him, he hears someone calling him. A girl runs towards him. It was Jong-ha. The guy was so busy that he didn't even notice her. He asks how she is doing. Kang-jin told them that they could contact the manager if they needed anything. Then why is she here? It turns out that Jong-ha just wanted to say thank you for everything. Then she asked if the man knew anything about Daiwan. It turns out that he didn't. Kang Jin only received the letter a few months ago, but if it's important to the girl, he can ask about it. The position of inspector gives that guy more power, but the girl shouldn't worry about that. If someone touches Devon, it can be seen as an act of rebellion against the emperor, so no one will do that. In fact, there have been many cases where inspectors have been killed in order to cover up corruption. The main character tries to calm the girl down and says that martial arts masters are with him. Kang Jin hugs the girl a little and says that her brother is very smart, so he will definitely return alive and well. Now all that is required of the girl is to focus on raising Mimi and Hoon. A second later, our hero realizes that the girl is old enough to get married. When her brother returns, all the boys will be lined up to find her a husband. The girl is very embarrassed and ashamed of such words, so her whole face instantly turns red. No matter how secretly he had to operate as an inspector, he shouldn't have left his siblings like this, even trusting our hero. Only the teacher knows Kang Jin well enough. The teacher will die before him, but he must live as long as possible. The young man is annoyed by his own thoughts. The young man had a bunch of questions in his head that he couldn't find answers to. The young man tried his best to convince himself that he was not a monster, but simply special. Our hero couldn't calm himself down, so he took that unusual weapon. After that, he went outside. Suddenly, he hears some screams and doesn't understand what happened again. A man came to the main character asking for help because something was still unfair. The protagonist calmly replied that he would tell the man everything as soon as he received the results of the investigation. After this, the unfortunate man is returned home. Then, Kang Jin turns to Officer Mi. Seo Soo-hyun is the wife of a man named Nam Gong-jin. The fact is that this man is the governor of Guangdong province, but they are unlikely to be able to get anything from him. However, it sounded like they could get something from him if they wanted. A second later, the young man orders everyone he just mentioned to be brought to him. Of course, they can bring them, but the people who work for them don't allow them to do so. If these people refuse to obey the order, they can force them to come. The officer was shocked by the chief's suggestion. If subordinates fail to carry out his order within 2 hours, they will face severe punishment. After some time, the subordinate comes to his boss. Kang Jin never thought that a subordinate would ever come up with such a proposal. Why did he want to take Officer Mi's place? This man is very influential in the prefecture. It is said that their governor visits them every year. Should our hero obey him just because he is influential? The governor is already unhappy with them, so they can't just call his family. Until now, it was common practice for the police bureau to send gifts to the governor every month. But when our hero took office, they stopped doing so. It seems the governor is not happy just because of the lack of gifts. The main character has already defeated those bastards, so he is ready to let these leaders try him out. Kang Jin takes responsibility for all the problems that arise because of him. But he still orders Jang Sam to be brought here. Soon, a man comes to our hero. The boy tells him that he called his management here to sort everything out. But Kang Jin thinks he made a mistake. A guy will be severely punished if there is even a drop of falsehood in the man's words. But he swears that he told the whole truth. You couldn't relax because they were dealing with serious people. If everything that mustachioed man said before was true, then he had nothing to worry about. Jang Sam again dodges our hero and says he will always be grateful to him. The man admits that at first he wanted to commit suicide, but then he gathered courage and came to our hero. Kang Jin is the last hope for such simple people. In other prefectures, everything people have is taken away by bandits and people live like slaves. A second later, the young man turns and walks away. He is happy that he has become widely known. As soon as the teacher hears about it, he will be very happy. Soon, the governor and his wife arrived at the call. The governor kindly asks the woman to show some respect and not be so nervous. It is considered a great disrespect, because our hero didn't even come out to greet them. The couple sees a young man sitting on a throne looking at them. The governor had no idea the police chief was so young. Goon introduces himself and says he has never seen our hero before. When a guy talks to his wife, she calls him impolite. She never thought the guy would be so ill-mannered. It seems that this woman knows her place in the family very well. Kang Jin said he was just doing his job, so he didn't want a ceremony. The woman came here only to show her respect to the Lee family. She asks the boy not to act so impudent. The young gentleman's face immediately changes when he realizes that the woman is threatening him. The governor is trying his best to mitigate this situation. After that, he turns to his wife and also asks her to behave more politely. The woman still listens to the man and apologizes to our hero, after which she introduces herself. Although the main character doesn't like this lady at all, he understands that if he quarrels with her, he will have problems. A second later, he orders his subordinates to bring Jang Sam. This mustachioed man complained that all his belongings were taken from his house for no reason. so our hero must deal with it. The woman is outraged by this and says that this freak stole her jade ring. Then, the woman wants to claim that this scoundrel stole her ring because he didn't appreciate her kindness. Kang Jin doesn't think the woman is lying, but he also doesn't think the man is lying. So what happened? The governor intervenes and tries to calm his wife, saying that he will buy her another ring. The young man notices that the governor is not very suspicious either. Night fell. The young man went outside to walk a little and think. It doesn't look like any of these people are lying to him. Then he thinks that it could have been done by someone blinded by greed. The main character couldn't understand at all what he should do. Suddenly, the young man saw a crowd of men blocking his path. It was already curfew, so the boy didn't understand what they were doing here. These people were looking for Kang Jin. The guy thinks it's not worth it, especially since the young man has time to explain everything. Kang Jin says he is exactly who they are looking for, then asks who they are. The strangers don't answer him, but they still look at each other. A second later, they surround him and take him into a circle. As expected, our hero turned out to be right. These strangers are the ones trying to crack down on honest officials. The strangers surrounded our hero and were ready to attack, as they had taken out their weapons. But Kang Jin didn't seem to be worried about this at all. And in a moment, these bastards attacked him in a crowd, wanting to kill him. These bastards seemed to have no dignity at all, because they attacked an unarmed boy with the intent to kill. The young man was ready to take the blows, and turned to face one of the enemies. This freak was completely confident in himself, because he felt an advantage due to having a weapon and comrades by his side. Kang Jin skillfully grabbed this scumbag by the wrist and knocked the weapon out of his hand. With one easy movement, the main character threw him over himself. But that wasn't the end. There were still many enemies who were shocked by the young man's movements. The young man picks up the unfortunate man, whose body is writhing in pain, and says that it was only self-defense. Seeing that our hero is not as simple as he seems, they froze in place. But a moment later, one of them rushed towards Kang Jin. However, the guy easily dealt with him. He threw his own friend, who was unconscious, at him. With this, he distracted the enemy, and a second later he himself approached him. Kang Jin hits him hard on the head, and he immediately falls to the ground. After this, the enemies begin to fear. But even so, they are not going to retreat. In fact, our hero was very disappointed that he had such weak opponents. The young man approached each of them very quickly, striking them. The enemies didn't even have time to blink an eye. Those who were still standing and watching this were in shock and froze in place with fear. When Kang Jin was finished with most of these bastards, he turned to those who were still conscious and asked who had sent them here. Two immediately fell to the ground and began to crawl away, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Officer Im has ordered his squad to destroy anyone who stands in their way. A second later, they bravely and courageously attacked their bastards. How dare these bastards even touch them? A real fight broke out between the officers' group and these bandits. A man was watching all this. He had heard that the group had suffered badly yesterday. Even the police can't do anything, so he decides to ask the Hulban faction for help. At a time like this, it's necessary to get money somewhere. So the man decides to pay them so they can take over the entire area. It doesn't matter at all whether it's a district or not, because everything is extremely serious right now. First, you need to survive. Meanwhile, the governor's wife was very unhappy to be here, but her husband asked her to be patient. A girl told Officer Jiang that she saw strange people here, but he doesn't quite believe it. Although Seo Soo-hyun talks about dangerous things, she understands what work means to a person. If it were without profit, the boss would arrange a severance. Officer Peck came to our hero and told him everything. Kang Jin can perfectly understand the anger of a woman whose jade ring was stolen. But if Jiang himself really stole the ring, then Kang Jin will be charged. If he stole it, he will have to work for hundreds of years to pay back the amount. Suddenly, our hero's teacher enters the room. A second later, the guy lets go of his subordinate. The teacher asks Kang Jin to tell him if there is anything bothering him. He will definitely try to help him. Kwok No's words always help him, but now the student wants to try to solve it himself. Fortunately, the teacher was not at all offended by Kang Jin's refusal. Kwok No understands that he needs to be more patient. This time the guy has figured everything out well. Suddenly the old man wants to remind his student of something. He reminds him that the teacher will always be there for him, and there are many people around him, so Kang Jin should know that he is not alone. The main character knows that he too was able to help many people. He is the heir of Li Ka-jiang. There are many people around who will want to offer him their help. There are many specialists who will help him in this matter. The teacher is still very worried about the student, and hopes that everything will be fine with him. Soon, the main character went to Li's bank. There he was greeted kindly by a bank employee. He also greeted Mr. Yuck. 6 months ago, he worked for our hero's father. The rumors about Kang Jin had even reached here. The main character has an excellent reputation. They say he is an honest official. Our hero wants to ask Mr. Yuck for something. The young man asked if they had brought a jade ring to this bank recently. The bearded man thinks that the guy wants to buy a ring for some girl and wants to help him with it. But the main character quickly gives up on this because he doesn't need it. The gentleman warns that if anyone finds out about this, our hero may have problems. But he doesn't understand what the problem is. The main character explained that he was conducting an investigation and did not understand at all how this could cause him problems. Kang Jin asks to simply answer to his question. He asks if this ring was sold and is there stolen jewelry on the market. Mr. Yuck still doesn't seem to understand anything. A stranger is sharpening knives and softly humming a song to herself. She is preparing the tools to make dinner. It hasn't tasted this good in a long time. Finally, she had sharpened the knife sufficiently. She turns and looks at the bound man sitting in the other part of the room. The man is trembling with terror and tries to scream, but he can't because his mouth is bandaged with a rag. It turns out that this unfortunate man was the main ingredient in tonight's dinner. Meanwhile, Mr. Yuck finally understands what jade ring the main character is telling him about. As far as the gentleman remembers, this ring was given to the woman for her wedding by Lee Kangjian. Ms. So's family is one of the most influential families, and there's nothing wrong with that. He asks why the young man came here. Mr. Yuck says he can find out if the ring was put up for sale. It will take him 2 days to do so. If Ms. So lied to the guy, then he was going to show her that she shouldn't do that. It turns out that Kang Jin's father is proud of him, and although he is constantly busy with work, tries to take care of him. The father was very happy that his son got this position and wished him good luck. This news greatly encouraged Kang Jin. The young man shares that he has already begun to outpace other prefectures in terms of results. Mr. Yuck highly praises our hero, because achieving such success is a truly worthy result. After some time, the main character went to the forest, holding the same strange weapon in his hands. The boy himself noticed that he had become more resilient. It seems that this is all because of the words that his father was looking after him. He stands and thinks about when his father will come again. Suddenly, a black and transparent silhouette appears in front of him. The young man is very happy, because the more time passes, the more enthusiasm awakens in him. Meanwhile, our hero is being watched from behind the trees by someone. This stranger senses some strange energy. Kang Jin is currently pondering how far he will be able to develop his level. Does he think he can surpass the coolest masters? He wonders when exactly this inspiration came. Had he wandered for decades in search of a disciple, and now he had become indifferent? The main character finds it hard to believe that he could do something so simple. Now the young man is full of strength. The stranger isn't sure he can handle this energy because the guy's level has risen too quickly, so the stranger is risking his life. The girl doesn't know what will happen if she doesn't block his path. She must protect our hero. A second later, the stranger bravely runs out to him and shouts for him to stop. Kang Jin was a little stunned because he didn't understand who she was at all. The girl feels bad energy coming from this object in the boy's hand. The stranger asks what this strange object is in the young man's hand. The stranger advises Kang Jin to throw this thing away because it won't end well. But to the young man, it's just a piece of iron. Instead, he offers to make another bet, but the stranger refuses. As soon as Kang Jin passed the exam, he began practicing martial arts, but one day he was unable to defeat this stranger. The stranger offers, if he wins, the main character will get rid of this strange thing. But if Kang Jin wins, he wants the stranger to finally remove the veil. The protagonist promises that he will definitely keep his word and suggests getting down to business. But Kang Jin doesn't have a sword, so he decides to use this thing. But a second later, the stranger throws a sword right at our hero's feet. Kang Jin was a little indignant at such a gesture and asked what it meant. The stranger asks not to be offended by him and explains that this is his main weapon. The main character takes the sword he was given and is about to start a fight. A second later, the stranger begins to run to the side, accelerating with each step. They move quickly and silently like lightning. The protagonist carefully watched his opponent's every move. The young man uses the insect's first swimming technique to quickly approach his opponent. He quickly points his sword towards this stranger, but the stranger wraps his sword blade around his own. Now our hero felt what it meant to fight against Arumi. Kang Jin was thrown back a little by such a blow, but he stayed on his feet. The stranger realizes that he will have to use a little more force against Kang Jin. A second later, he uses the sea dragon technique in the sea. The attack was lightning fast, but Kang Jin was able to quickly dodge, and the sword slid right over him. The young man was not at all frightened by this, but on the contrary, it only made him more interested. Kang Jin quickly dodged and praised his opponent. He is indeed quite strong, but our hero is sure that the stranger will not be able to defeat him like last time. A second later, the stranger rushes at our hero again. The opponent uses the fierce dragon movement technique. But Kang Jin is ready to confront this and uses the technique of the insect's path to the light. A real fight begins between them. It is impossible to guess which of them will win. The main character is definitely not going to give up. It seems that he is not at all inferior in strength to this stranger. Previously, the girl thought that the advantage was on her side and that the guy had very little combat experience. But that's not the case at all. The main character has already become self-confident, although the young man was out of breath. Everything was much better than he thought. The young man has not yet lost his fighting spirit, so he is still confident in his abilities. The guy thinks that this will be enough for victory. Suddenly, the enemy is already running towards him. The main character understands perfectly well that the enemy will not kill him. A second later, their swords cross again. Lesser strangers embrace our hero's sword, and he doesn't understand how this could have happened. The opponent uses the hand element. A moment later, she quickly brings her hand closer to the boy to hit him. But the young man quickly manages to grab her hand. The collision of such force throws the stranger back several meters, but she is still standing. Kang Jin shouts at the opponent that he is his bodyguard, so he should not use such techniques. Although it took many years, Kang Jin was finally able to see through his bodyguard. The guard still asks our hero to hand him this contraption. Kang Jin tells the guard to show his face and keep his manly word. But the stranger says that it doesn't concern him at all. Through these words, Kang Jin realizes that his opponent is a girl. This upsets the guy even more, because he realizes that he couldn't even win over the girl. Evening came. The main character met with a banker who gave him information. The jade ring was not in the owner's house, nor was it in the market. But then where could it have gone? Suddenly a teacher approached him and asked what he was thinking about. Kang Jin asked where his teacher was going. But the old man evades the answer and only laughs mysteriously. Many questions arise in our hero's mind again. What words should he choose to congratulate the teacher on his happiness? Kang Jin asks directly if he should greet the teacher, but Kwak No doesn't understand what he's talking about. Kang Jin doesn't really want to congratulate him, but if Kwak No is happy, then he will be happy too. The teacher thanks the boy for his concern, but tells him that he has nothing to worry about and that everything is fine. Kwak No never thought that this would become a problem. Although he only has one student because of Kang Jin, he can't pay attention to the others. The guy doesn't worry about others at all. If you think about it this way, he doesn't improvise in communication when he's with other people, and doesn't worry about them in any way. Kwak No takes out of his pocket a ring he bought as a gift, and asks the guy to evaluate its appearance. This ring cost about 2 zlotys, although it was quite small. Kwak No says that the young man had better prepare a ring for his future wife. This ring would be a good fit for the teacher's wife, so he prepared it for Kwak Number. Kang Jin asks if the teacher will definitely wear this ring, and asks if he was offered an incredibly expensive ring. Would he immediately decide to wear it? After this conversation, the main character felt much better. A second later, he runs away because he has things to do, but promises that he will definitely prepare clothes for the teacher. The teacher still doesn't understand how Kang Jin could fall into thought. When our hero returns to his room, he calls guard Baekpo Du to come inside. It will be impossible to find him now, and the culprits most likely know about it. A second later, Mr. Baek walks inside and Kang Jin immediately asks the question, how long have they lived here? The man was born and raised here. Our hero asks how many rich families are in their prefecture. Mr. Peck knows that Ms. So is missing her ring, so she wants to find it. Once a woman finds the criminal, she will definitely not leave him unpunished. If Mr. Peck is concerned about something related to our hero's investigation, he should tell him about it now. Peck can tell the boss about it, but they are being watched closely, so if anyone finds out about it, their heads will be cut off. Knowing this, Beck can't do anything. If the guy just makes up stories, then Lee Kajan might get hurt too. It's obvious that someone from a wealthy family did it. Peck says there's another suspect besides Jong Sam. A second later, Mr. Peck says that the suspect is Mr. Ka Jiang. Hearing that this could be Soo Hyun's husband, the main character is very surprised. Kang Jin didn't understand why her husband would need this. Why would he steal something from his own house? For this reason, he was excluded from the list of suspects. But today's words from our hero made Mr. Peck think about the correctness of his investigation. Kang Jin thinks there was some other matter that the head of the Nam family told Nam Gong Jin about. Unfortunately, there are no documents or evidence left now. Mr. Peck is starting to regret telling about it. It seems Mr. Peck can solve this case, but he fears it is dangerous. Suddenly, our hero laughed. He thought that Impodu alone would be enough for this. Kang Jin understood that he had taken the risks into account and told his boss about it, which meant he trusted him. Mr. Peck trusted the main character because he always thought about former managers and other people. Hearing that Kang Jin was believed in, The boy became even more inspired. Kang Jin tells the subordinate not to take advantage of his acquaintance with him anymore. Nam Jin looks normal on the outside, but rumors about him are very different. They say he is a frequent visitor to the red light district. However, it is very difficult to prove. People say that Mr. Nam has many mistresses, but because of Ms. So, they dare not think so. If so, then he stole the ring to please a lady. Now, our hero has received information that the governor does not like his family. Mr. Peck promises to carefully investigate everything and prove that Mr. Nam is innocent. At night, the father asks the subordinate if she did what he asked her to do. The girl says that the guy seems to already have the minimum if he has started gaining experience. Even she can't increase this level, so the man says he will prepare himself. The girl shouldn't worry. After that, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket. With this, he remembered his wife. The man tried, but nothing worked. He misses his wife very much, and doesn't even dare to think about a relationship with another woman. However, she need not worry because he is not alone. A second later, the man called Hun to him, and he came immediately. Gong says they have 1,000-level medicine, and it will be enough for about 5 people. Many people have come to the assassination squad. Gong keeps preparing ingredients, but even so, he can't supply enough. Soon, the man orders them to give a double dose of medicine for Hyang-ah and a single dose for Kang Jin. Although Gong is a little shocked by such an order, he is going to carry it out. The next day came. A group of men were sitting at a table in a restaurant, enjoying themselves. One of the men is very angry. He doesn't know what to do now. The subordinate tries to cheer up his boss and says that one day the day will come for them to shine too. The head thinks that if they join Tabanu, they will be able to handle everything in a moment. They just need to get their act together and take control of their lives, otherwise they will be drinking Shaoxing wine for another 10 years. Suddenly the door to the room opens. The boss thinks it's the employees and says they've already given the money. But, unfortunately for them, they weren't employees at all. The gang urgently needed to get away. These were Kang Jin's subordinates. They came here to capture them. A second later, they began their attack on the group, but the bandits couldn't even fight back. The head fell helplessly to the floor and began to promise that he would do anything if they would spare him. This bandit looks a lot like a person who is often given orders. The chief doesn't understand why the man is acting like this, because he has already bribed him. The bandit swears to them that he has been living an honest life lately. Mr. Peck quietly whispers to the bandit that if he wants to live, he should sit quietly. Although the man is a bandit, he certainly wouldn't attack an elderly person. Mr. Peck personally watched him. A second later, the protagonist looms over a man who is crying and trembling with fear. Kang Jin doesn't like the expression on his face, so he orders him to smile, and he obediently follows the order. Kang Jin also wants to study this bandit and says that he smiles properly. A second later, Song Du-yi bows and says it is an honor for him to meet Kang Jin here. Our hero jokes that the bandit likes this floor if he keeps fighting on it and tells him to raise his head. The bandit admits that he has a few acquaintances, but he is not going to turn them in. Peck explains that he uses such people as informants. A second later, a mustachioed man sits down next to him and tells him to stand up, not to worry, and just answer the boss's questions. He'll even be rewarded for it. Soon, Kang Jin asks if the bandit knows anything about the red light district. The bandit relaxes a little when he realizes that Kang Jin is also thinking along these lines. Suddenly, Peck elbows him hard in the chest. Mr. Peck is very sorry that this fool was not killed today. Kang Jin can tell good and bad people apart. If so, he should act like a police chief. A second later, he approaches the bandit again and orders him to follow him. The guy asks if the bandit came here to tell about the House of Tolerance. There aren't many places like this. Initially, women had to change there, but after he arrived, deliveries became impossible. The protagonist begins to ask him questions. Does he know a person named Nam Jin? Before the wedding, this man was very influential, and his name was always heard. But after the marriage, he began to go to the House of Tolerance. He does not know the man's whereabouts, but recently he has stopped appearing in the vicinity of the prefecture. The bandit doesn't know exactly where the brothel is, but if the man gives him a month to find out, he will. Peck says that money is not important. A second later, the young man throws a bag of money at his feet and orders him to find out everything he can. Upon seeing the reward, the man says he will find out absolutely everything, even the color of hostess's underwear. After that, he lets the bandit go, so that he can complete his task more quickly. Baek has heard about the Cheolguan faction, and asks who our hero wants to call. When the bandit is done with this matter, they will leave his organization and sweep it all away. This idea was suggested by Impo Du. It is impossible to pull people out of the black community, but it is possible to stop an official in his place. Peck says other black community organizations are not standing by. That's why Kang Jin trains them. The main character is uncomfortable working with losers, so he suggests they catch him themselves. The young man doesn't want his subordinates to put themselves in danger, so he orders a list to be prepared by tomorrow. The boss must take care of his subordinates because it is his job. In fact, Kang Jin would like his subordinates to at least touch him. Night fell. The main character was busy scattering a group of bandits. His subordinates were shocked that he was capable of doing this on his own. They stared at him in amazement. Suddenly, the boss turned to his subordinate Mai. The guy orders him to set a training day. It's very difficult for him to talk about it, but he understands that he can overcome his subordinates using one hand. These words made them freeze in place. In fact, the subordinates wanted to intervene in the fight, but Kang Jin handled it too quickly here. After a while, the bandit comes with news. The main building of the House of Tolerance is quite famous, so it has opened several branches. Kang Jin needs to go there in person. Nam Gon used to come to this very place, and the bandit is sure of it. He also said that the hostess works on the 4th floor, so he couldn't find out anything about him. It will take a lot of money to inspect the entire building, but for the main character, this is not a problem at all. It's surprising that the head of the family exaggerates his abilities and still goes to a House of Tolerance. In order to get to the hostess on the 4th floor, the bandit needs about 20 gold lions. If the governor goes to hostess, why did he need to get married? Then, Kang Jin decides to give a whole 30 liang for a thorough investigation. This money will be enough to go up to the 4th floor as a customer and find out everything. Our hero will give the bandit money in order to awaken his thirst for success. But the man didn't want to ask for a lot of money. That would be enough to find out everything. The main character praises the man for his efforts and for giving it his all. A second later, the bandit leaves. Kang Jin thinks that as the heir, he needs to learn how to run things. He understands that he can't go to the House of Tolerance, but remembers that he has a master in this matter. He definitely won't like it if our hero pretends to respect him. Soon, Kang Jin comes to the teacher and he asks where he went in the evening. Kang Jin says he can accompany the teacher to the place he went to late at night. But Kwak No has his own business too. But this was just the chance to tell about him. He understood that our hero would take care of him until his death. Kang Jin advises him not to go to that house anymore. Although Kwak No now has people, he still can't get to the guy's residence. Our hero once again reminds the teacher that he is much younger and healthier than him. The boy thinks the teacher has forgotten everything. Kwak No worries too much considering he has a warm house with 10 rooms. Kang Jin once said that if he passed the exam 6, he would give his teacher a wonderful house. And Kwak No will have no more students. The main character promised to make the teacher a very nice and big house as a gift. It seems the old man finally remembered it. A second later, the young man turns around and says he'll come later if the old man doesn't remember. A moment after that, the grandfather grabs the student by the sleeve and stops him. He gently takes his hand and says that he has always believed in Kang Jin. But the main character doesn't understand how anyone could believe in such a loser like him. But the teacher pretends not to understand this and jokes. After that, they both burst into loud, joyful laughter. The cart raced forward, kicking up dust. Lee ran alongside her, and Quan sat inside, impatiently waiting for an answer. Where were they going anyway? Lee merely repeated what he had already explained. They were heading to a place where they could drink the best alcohol, and it was special for the two of them. He called this place special, and asked the teacher if he had heard of Guanila. The teacher had heard many rumors about this place, but they all scared him. He knew it was too expensive there. That's why, Lee explained, he's taking him there. He said that if it weren't for him, the teacher would never have ended up in such a place. However, Lee warned that he had taken extra money, just in case. But as soon as the teacher heard how much alcohol costs there, he immediately shouted for the boy to turn the carriage around. Despite this, Lee was able to convince him not to worry. Although it's hard to say whether Quan was truly worried or just pretending. After a short conversation, they rushed forward again. And finally, an incredibly beautiful place appeared before them. They were greeted by a magnificent gate through which they entered. As soon as they arrived, a man approached them. He opened the door for them and solemnly greeted them. Welcome to Guanila. Lee stepped forward confidently, stopping right in front of the carriage. Extending his hand, he helped the teacher get off. He gazed with admiration at the majestic arch in front of him. He had never seen such luxurious places in his life. Lee, noticing his confusion, reassured him. It's just a place to relax. While they were discussing this, the servant, hearing their words, realized that they only knew about Guanila by hearsay. So, he decided to explain everything so that they wouldn't regret the money they spent when they left here. However, as soon as he began to speak, his attention was immediately drawn to the silver coin in the old man's hand. This interrupted all his words, and Quan, holding out a coin, asked to accept it and take care of them, since this was their first time here. The servant gratefully accepted the coin, calling them masters, and solemnly promised to serve with all his heart. Some time passed, and the table was already set with luxurious dishes. Lee leisurely poured himself a drink while appetizing meat smoked in the background. Kwon enjoyed the exquisite alcohol, which gave a pleasant warmth even to the heart. They were joking, talking about their own things, and just enjoying the moment. Kwon believed that whatever alcohol was, over time, it would turn into something inexpressive and disappear. But here was real wine. Although the boy was a little worried, "Your glass is full and mine is empty. You'll need to be taught some manners," was what really bothered Kwon. But the guy was worried about his love of alcohol. He thought he wouldn't live that long, and immediately advised him to eat first and then drink. However, Lee's gaze made the old man shut up and listen to him to the end. The fact is that recently a very disturbing thought has appeared in the boy's head, which he shared. When the teacher dies, it will be a great loss for him. He didn't even know what to say at that moment. However, Kwon did not see anything strange in this, because these were just thoughts. Lee was surprised that other people thought about this. It seemed immoral to him, but Kwon stood his ground. All people think about such things. He suggested imagining, if a child hopes to receive an inheritance, does this mean that he wants his parents to die soon? The answer is obvious. No. This is what Kwon was emphasizing. People are inherently selfish, and sometimes such thoughts can arise involuntarily. But it is important to answer one question honestly. The same thing that Lee posed before this. Is such an idea immoral or not? People get easily excited by thinking about various forbidden things. But even if someone says, "I'll kill you," during a fight, it doesn't mean they'll actually do it. However, Lee still thought that such thoughts were wrong. The teacher repeated again, "Everyone thinks about this, and if you think it is wrong, just don't dwell on it." Taking a sip of wine and listening to these words, the boy truly felt his tension ease a little. But he still didn't understand why drinking was okay. When he drank wine himself, everything was fine. But in the end, it always led to mistakes. And here the teacher had something to explain to the student. If you drink moderately, it can become a real medicine. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door and a polite request for permission to enter. The door slid smoothly open, revealing a passage. Two beautiful girls entered the hall. One was older, holding a musical instrument in her hands, and the other was very young. And for some unknown reason, Kwon was stunned at that moment. The girl with the instrument immediately introduced herself and said her name. "My name is Peck." Lee didn't attach much importance to this, but Kwon kept shaking his head, staring at them with his mouth wide open. It got to the point where Lee even asked him to shut his mouth because it looked unbecoming. Peck sat on a chair, preparing to play, and the little girl turned to the guests, asking if they had a favorite song they would like to hear. Lee suggested that they perform the one that sounded best, and promised a reward if they managed to entertain the teacher. Before starting, the girl politely warned, "If my voice suddenly turns out to be too harsh for your ears, forgive me in advance." Her fingers lightly touched the strings. She played a melody, and her voice sang, "The place where I come from. It's been a long time since the day I left this hated land." And again, Kwon, enchanted, opened his mouth wide. "I am proud that I lived a decent life, was a decent man. But over time, I began to miss the place where I came from." Such touching words were heard in the song, and tears gradually appeared in Kwon's eyes. The place where I come from. Will I be able to return there at least before I die? As soon as the song ended, Kwon applauded loudly. Lee didn't even understand why he was moved to tears. However, he praised the girls for their incredibly beautiful voices and excellent playing of the instrument. And then, with slight surprise, he remarked, "I asked you to entertain the teacher, and you made him cry." But Kwon immediately reassured him, saying that they played just fine. In general, this music could be listened to forever. After that, Lee asked the teacher to just enjoy the evening, since he himself was here on business. Having finished their business, they went outside. As everyone talked about this place, Kwon finally understood why it was so significant. But he was also interested in what kind of official business was involved. He jokingly called the guy a chatty fool who came here to investigate. However, the guy just smiled and said that maybe the girls just liked him. "Just look at this cheeky fool. Handsome, promising position, lots of money." Kwon agreed. Lee really has everything a woman would want. But he reminded her that since they were here to have fun, they should enjoy the evening and not spoil the atmosphere with unnecessary conversation. When asked about his work, the guy didn't answer, only saying that a teacher can rest here peacefully for about 7 days. This calmed Kwon down, and he finally shrugged it off. "Well, then go to work." He even started talking about the war songs he sang in battle, saying he didn't need to sit here and listen to love songs. But he added that if he suddenly remembered this place, he would ask Lee to bring him here for his 60th birthday. The guy immediately agreed, and then the teacher asked, "By the way, is it true that you are not going to get married? Didn't you say yourself that you would get married if you found a beautiful girl?" Kwon recalled. But Lee just shrugged it off. "No, I won't." The teacher did not understand this choice. He was convinced that if he had had such opportunities, he would have married as soon as possible, and he would have had a child quickly. But Lee calmly replied that this was precisely the reason why he didn't want to get married. Because with it would immediately come the responsibility of raising a child. The teacher, with a little apprehension, suggested, "Are you afraid of marriage because you're afraid of having a child?" But suddenly the boy said something truly terrifying. "What if this child is just like me?" The teacher froze, and Lee calmly explained that he had to understand what he was talking about. After a pause, Lee just shrugged. "Even now, you don't know what to say?" He believed that silence was simply confusion from what he had heard, but he didn't see a problem with it. The teacher didn't know how to answer, but he understood that he couldn't back down, so he decided to change his approach. "Then you'll just teach your child the way you once relearned." But Lee shook his head. He thought it would be too difficult. The teacher asked again, "Was it that hard for you?" "It was easy to study. It was hard to take care of myself. Every day was like an internal war," Lee replied, "like a thin thread that could break at any moment. Constant efforts, escaping from thoughts, fighting them day after day." But the teacher didn't understand him. He thought that since Lee had willpower, he should talk about it. He tried to explain again. He would have the opportunity to teach his own son. The conversation unexpectedly went in this direction. Then Lee asked the teacher not to try to offend him. He recalled how in the past he had forced him to overcome his fear, sent him to spend the night in abandoned rooms, forced him to do hard training. But Lee never learned what fear was then. He only realized this when his father began to push him to get married, and then his teacher began to constantly press him on this topic. At that moment, he felt real fear. But he promised that he would do it, not now, but when he found a girl who could handle him. The teacher just nodded. He believed that such a girl would definitely appear. So Lee simply asked to wait until that moment came. Until that very girl appeared, whom he would look at and immediately understand. It was her. Kwon realized that this was not a problem he could handle alone. Meanwhile, a man, the master of Nam, was standing on the street. A subordinate approached him and reported the delay, explaining that he was late due to an incident. "We wanted to know if everything was ready, but he asked for a little more time." The owner started talking about the money, how much had already been paid, but the matter was much more serious. Problems arose not only with the new detective from the Criminal Investigation Department, but also with the headquarters. Some issues still remained unresolved. After that, the conversation turned to Guanila. However, Nam just smiled, saying that true pleasure is something completely different. Despite this, he ordered his subordinate to hurry up and prepare everything as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he still had a flower left that he could use, although even the thought of it made his chest feel hot. But first he wanted to deal with one girl. Meanwhile, two girls were standing on the balcony. When they saw the owner, they were delighted and began to wave to him. It was Police Chief Lee. He walked confidently across the carpet, maintaining complete calm. He didn't even turn his head left or right, not paying attention to the people around him. By doing so, he left others with only a faint hope. Even to touch his hand, they didn't even dream of it. It would have been enough just to catch his eye. He himself could not say that these views were unpleasant to him, but their subtext was completely different. At this moment, a woman entered the hall, addressing the dignitaries, including Lee. She immediately understood. He didn't even look, let alone touch. He wasn't interested in girls at all. She asked directly, "In all this time, you haven't liked a single girl?" Lee calmly replied, "No." Moreover, he added that the rumors about this place were greatly exaggerated. But the woman wanted him to change his mind today. She expressed her hope that he would finally find the girl he liked. Lee just listened in silence. Watching him take a sip of his drink, she wondered, would he remain so adamant even in front of Mi-yeon? Lee couldn't help but think, this woman must think he's strange. Meanwhile, she had already gone out into the corridor, where a real beauty stood before her. The girl calmly explained that she had nothing to worry about. "Now I already feel the desire to win," the woman replied. She told the beauty about Lee's character, about his incredible self-confidence. That's why she asked to learn as much as possible about him. If she managed to win him over, it would be a great success. It doesn't matter how influential you are now. Once they die, you'll be left in the shadows. You're a smart girl, so I think you know what I mean. After these words, Mi-yeon once again agreed to complete the task, but emphasized that she was not going to open up to him easily. Manhwa just nodded approvingly. That's the right approach. That ended the conversation, and they went to him together. And then the moment came. He heard footsteps outside the door, and they entered. His gaze immediately fell on her clothes, focusing on her bottom and shoes. Gradually he began to raise his eyes higher and higher. This incredible beauty appeared before him. She gave her name and greeted the host. Their gazes met. Her eyes were mysterious, and he studied her carefully. He was surprised that she was without a musical instrument, and he also noticed a ring on her hand. She just smiled and said she would try to entertain him with songs and poems. She started moving in front of him, and he motioned for her to continue. There was a special atmosphere in the room. The woman sat in front of the mirror, carefully straightening her hair, and in the reflection, right behind her, appeared Lee. He noticed her gaze in the mirror and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because you are beautiful. Is that why you called me into this room?" But she just smiled mysteriously and replied, "It has several meanings." He was immediately curious, but she promised to explain everything gradually. After her words, he had a suspicion. This girl was clearly up to something. She immediately noticed his gaze and asked if he wanted anything else besides an answer to his question. And when he asked in surprise what exactly she wanted, she just smiled mysteriously. "Don't you like looking at women?" At first he didn't understand what she meant, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, "Of course I like it. But I remind you that I'm here on business." Now he asked what the price would be to hear the answer. She smiled and said quietly, "What a pity." "What exactly?" he asked. The girl just sighed. "The fact that you never learned to understand women better." She explained. If he knew more, he would be able to make better deals with people. But he had a different idea. Many small deals with small profits are good, but sometimes one big deal is worth all the others. And now he had just that opportunity. And he was reminded that his patience was running out. She started talking about the other guests, and noted that most of them were wonderful customers, so his presence here didn't seem like anything special at all, especially when it came to women. In her eyes, he was just one of many men. But she added that she would remember him as the person who gave it to her, and placed her ring on the table. After her next words, he was finally convinced. This woman was not just beautiful, but also intelligent. "You are the smartest girl I have ever met," he said. She only tilted her head slightly and replied, "To win your favor, I had to prove it." But all of that was secondary. More than anything, he wanted to hear from her what she really wanted. After all her smart words, he felt that she was starting to annoy him. He told her directly about it, and in response, she mentioned Gong Jin, who also considered him a regular customer, and shared her first impressions of him. She wanted to say that she could help Lee, because she guessed that he was here to personally hear from Gon that this was the ring he was looking for. However, for now, she suggested not to rush. Moreover, after the completion of this case, it was believed that they would see each other often, and this in principle even interested him. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing Yeon, surprised that Lee had finally given in to her. After all, he had rejected so many women. They couldn't understand how they were worse than her. A loud argument broke out between them, which could be heard even from below. He was overheard by two cleaners, for whom it was very rare to even see women like John. Their entire dialogue revolved around one topic, this girl who was considered the best here. Judging by the rumors, the men decided to bet that she would definitely become a concubine. Moreover, last year, Yang Hyun offered her the position of main wife, but she refused. In general, the men placed their bets and waited to see how things would unfold. But time did not stand still in this place. Yeon continued to entertain Lee in the room. He looked at her as a sweet and sophisticated girl. It didn't look like she was doing it for the money. At least, it didn't seem that way to him. After all, it was rumored that men would line up just to hold her hand. He couldn't understand what she was up to, but decided he would think about it later. He had to deal with Nam Gong-jin first. For now, all that was left to do was enjoy the moment and relax. Meanwhile, two men were talking outside. The mustachioed man politely apologized to his host. He was upset that he couldn't come here last month, even though he had made a reservation in advance. Work made it impossible. But now he heard news that stunned him. John would soon leave this place. This alarmed him, and he immediately wanted to know who this man was. After all, he had put so much effort into making her his wife that he simply couldn't believe that she could just disappear. He ordered her to be brought in immediately, feeling insulted. Lee saw all this, watching the conversation through the window. John already knew from the shouts under the window that he had arrived. Lee asked her if everything would be okay, but all he got in response was a mysterious smile. Gon, furious, walked forward, seething with anger, and then the girl came down and stood right in front of him. He spoke to her with a broad smile, and she calmly replied that she had been waiting for him. Gon winked slyly at the mustachioed man, who until recently hadn't believed that such a thing was possible, but suddenly something in this moment surprised him. Mustachioed, realizing his mistake, invited them to come inside. They began to climb to the second floor. Manhwa watched this, not understanding what Yeon was up to. She was afraid of only one thing, that Master Lee was seeing everything. Immediately after that, he was invited into the room. Lee couldn't immediately figure out what exactly the man was thinking. Before that, John talked about her plans. She wanted to make everything as natural as possible, but when Lee asked what exactly she meant, the girl only replied cryptically, "You'll find out soon. There will come a time when I can intervene as naturally as possible." So Lee just sat and waited for this very moment. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out in the hallway. Was that really a cry for help? Hearing this, Lee instantly jumped to his feet and rushed forward towards that room. He abruptly opened the door and entered to find out what had happened. John acted as if she had experienced real horror. She clung to Lee with trembling hands, barely breathing, stuttering, and struggling to get her words out. His gaze immediately stopped on the man. He clearly didn't expect to see Lee here and asked in confusion what he was doing here. Lee, maintaining a calm expression, replied curtly, "Resting." But his intense gaze betrayed anxiety. The girl begged for help, her eyes shining with tears. Now Lee understood her plan and even noted to himself that the method was quite good. He decided to sort out the situation while John explained. She had refused him, but he tried to force her to wear this ring, insisting that from now on she was his woman. At this point, the girl began to lose consciousness, but Lee noticed a faint smile on her face. It seemed to be silently saying, "I'm pretending." Meanwhile, the man continued to insist that this was all absurd and that the girl was just trying to slander him. Other employees of the institution had already come running to the noise. Jean, turning increasingly pale, declared that this was a conspiracy against him. Then Yeon whispered to Lee in a low voice, "If he took the ring now, that man would have no way to refuse. And if you accuse him of attempted violence, it will be much easier to deal with him." So Lee immediately brought 2 charges against him. The first was the theft of the ring. The second was attempted rape. Jean could deny that he didn't give her the ring. But as for the second accusation, Yong and Lee put on a great show. They even called a doctor, and Lee officially announced his arrest with a shelf. Jean denied everything, begged to believe, and explained that the situation looked awkward, but he wouldn't give her the ring and wasn't going to do anything with it. And then Lee said something interesting. "Of course, the investigation should be thorough, but not in your department, but in the Gwangju Police Headquarters, so let their department handle the case." Jin, upon hearing this, immediately turned to the governor and asked him to tell the inspector of the Gwangju Police Department's Criminal Investigation Department, Hong Seo-min, that he was being unfairly accused and put in an extremely awkward position. Lee didn't even expect such a turn of events. It was clearly not part of his plans. After a while, he was already sitting in the office of the inspector of the Gwangju Police Department's Criminal Investigation Department. Han demanded evidence, but Lee was convinced that when a criminal was caught at the scene of the crime, no evidence was needed. Everyone in charge of order had seen the situation with their own eyes. However, all the arguments were not in Lee's favor. Hong generally believed that it was better for people from noble families to settle such matters among themselves. Besides, Mrs. So could very well have simply said that the ring was lost. Lee insisted that the jurisdiction conduct a reinvestigation. Hong saw his determination, but hoped that he, being from a wealthy family himself, understood the essence of the matter. However, Lee stood his ground and declared that he could not accept this. After that, Hong turned to direct conversation and said, "Do you know who Jin is? He is the son-in-law of a high-ranking official." He tried to explain to Lee that nothing would work if his subordinates tried to interfere where they shouldn't. Hong warned him that Lee might not understand it yet, but he himself knew perfectly well what this could lead to. Lee couldn't say that this information came as a surprise to him. He himself understood perfectly well what he was getting into. To somehow calm Lee down, Hong said that for the sake of his reputation, he was ready to let this situation go, but Jin would still pay the price. Lee thanked him for his words and promised to take it into consideration. Hong, in response, asked him not to be too upset. After that, Lee asked permission to take his leave. Turning around, he walked towards the exit. Han noticed how his eyes literally sparkled with anger, but he could not understand why the son of such a high-ranking family decided to become an ordinary district inspector of the criminal police. The Lee family was behind him. He could have easily started a career in the capital, so why? This question remained an unsolved mystery for him. It was evening. Lee walked alone, leisurely strolling down the street and thinking that he understood everything himself. But now that it was about his job, he felt dirty. And if he just went ahead with it, it might reflect badly on his father. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "So, how did everything go?" It was the teacher. He smiled, pleased that everything was going according to plan. "You do realize that ordinary people live under the influence of desires that are different from their own? You mean the same feelings you mentioned earlier?" Lee guessed. But the teacher had something else in mind. "You're just angry because you didn't get what you wanted." He went on to explain that this work, which Lee called his own, was not really his path at all. However, despite everything, the teacher continued to believe in him. Suddenly, Lee felt something cold on his belt, and at the same time he heard a voice. "Are you angry? Do you want real power? Trust me, I will give it to you. I will give you such power that no one will be able to ignore you anymore." It was an iron club, and its appearance irritated the boy no small amount. The voice urged him to trust, but Lee only grimaced contemptuously and threw the baton to the ground, calling it a piece of shit. However, the next moment something made him reach out to pick it up again. Immediately after that, he jumped sharply upwards, soaring high into the air. He headed to a place where there was not a single living soul. There, he finally spoke to the baton indignantly. "I treated you normally. How dare you interfere?" With all his strength, he struck the huge stone with it. The blow was so powerful that it flew into the air. "I can understand why you're disgusted. Whatever you are, you're just a piece of metal. How dare you call yourself a work of art? Try saying something again." Lee snapped at the baton, hitting it with all his might. He even threatened to put it in a fire and melt it down. A new day had dawned, and the weather had become calmer and more balanced. Lee Kang talked to Yeon, telling her how everything turned out. She thanked him for his help and even promised to do whatever he said. But she immediately made a request, and it was for him to make his own decision. It was quite unexpected, and when she finally voiced it, she asked to take her with her. She assured him that he would not regret it. This was far from what Lee considered normal, and he didn't even know how to react. It didn't seem like she was lying. So he asked her again what she wanted. But she, as always, smiled mysteriously and replied that she would tell me later. However, she emphasized, first of all, the promise already binds them both. The heat outside was unbearable. The people working in the fields were exhausted from the grueling labor. He came to observe their work. He turned to the man standing behind him and asked what that meant. The man replied that people were checking the rumors themselves. They spread too quickly. As for Kwok's mentor, he explained that he had already sent someone to him. And then, out of nowhere, Kwon appeared. He immediately asked if it was true that Kang Jin was in a relationship with Kinyo. Kinyo didn't even understand what he was talking about. Didn't Kwon go to Gwangju with him? Kwon explained that he had returned early because he had a matter to take care of. Moreover, Kang himself had said that he had come on business, so he decided not to bother him. They both started to get nervous discussing it, but Kang Jin's father remained calm. It was more important to him that his son liked everything. After that, he asked Kwon if he had any idea what a wife for his son should be like. Kwon himself did not have a wife, but he understood perfectly what the ideal match for Kan should be. First of all, this girl should be intelligent. The father agreed, and Kwon went on to list other qualities. Second, she must be brave, and third, she must be beautiful. Overall, Kwon concluded that this was a big problem for his son, and finding such a woman was a waste of time. He asked his father to talk to his son, because he was sure that Kang himself would not listen to him, but he would definitely listen to his father's words. He promised to take this into account, and suggested acting in accordance with the situation. Meanwhile, Kwon, as if by chance, began to fuss. New fertilizer had just been delivered. After that, he simply turned around and went home. The father ordered his servant to find out all the details and investigate the situation more deeply. Kwon was left with his thoughts, watching them and wondering how much they really looked alike, like father and son. However, such rumors would not have arisen without reason. Besides, Kang is not the kind of person who does stupid things. He wondered if it was just a result of him being in his prime. But then he stopped himself, thinking that it was even better than his complete indifference to marriage. He shook his head again, forcing himself not to be distracted. He was thinking about something completely different now. What this man had planned really threw him off balance. Meanwhile, in the dark place, there was a conversation about Nam Gongjin. He was too impatient. They discussed exactly how to proceed, The mustachioed man asked about the delivery situation, and in response he heard that there had been some difficulties recently, but most likely the goods would still arrive on time. However, he wasn't particularly interested in the product itself. Much more important to him was how he could use this girl. He ordered the supply to continue, and at the same time prepared a trap. The mustachioed one understood him without further ado. Meanwhile, Li Kangjin was walking alone again. But suddenly he met Quan, his teacher. He was sure that he had long since returned to his hometown. However, Quan explained that he returned because of rumors that reached him. Since it was getting cold, Kang invited him to the house to talk in a calm atmosphere. Over a cup of hot tea, he told him how it all happened. Li Kang said that he had worked hard and done a lot over the past month. But in the end, the results were zero. The teacher did not agree with this, because he knew that at least the false charges against the man named Chan were dropped, and the stolen money was returned. After that, he asked Khan, "What exactly made you think so? Were you working just for the sake of results?" Kang began to sort through everything in his head. Was he angry or just upset? But in the end, he decided that this was only a temporary result and could be improved at any time. He realized that this was not the only reason for his worries. The teacher explained that not everything is so simple and emphasized the main thing, the goal. He reminded Kan that his real goal was to become a great man who would help helpless children. He understood that this was the first time Kang had encountered real dirt, and asked how he felt afterwards. It may be your first time experiencing this, but it happens to everyone. Should you follow their example if everyone is going through it? In general, as a teacher, he wanted to tell Khan not to rush and to be confident. He would achieve his goal. He also reminded us not to be overconfident, but not to lose heart either. After all, Kang is not one to give up so easily. All of this was just preparation for the question about the girl from Guanila. But he decided to be patient. Today was not the best moment. That's why he never asked about her. Meanwhile, Khan's father was also left with many questions. He felt he should have thought about this sooner. He looked at the moon and talked to the woman, hoping she was wrong in her assumptions. Smiling, he said quietly, "Our son met a girl just like you." And at that moment, a light breeze ran over his body, as if carrying with it some signs of fate. He swung his club so fast that the wind swirled around him. A figure appeared ahead, holding a sword in his hand. Kang suddenly stopped and praised the fortune-teller. He hinted that everyone was trying to take possession of her. But right before the girl's eyes, the club suddenly hit the ground on its own. Kang admitted that he had been bored lately, and she demanded hers back. However, he only smiled, and replied that such words were said after a victory, and then called her a coward if she did not keep her promises. After that, he calmly asked to show his face. At first he was sure it was a boy, but it turned out to be a girl. Kang couldn't believe that a woman could beat him. She stated that she would say this only after her victory. Kang bounced back and said that everything would be the same as last time he won. At the same time, he began to look more closely. He did not expect such insane speed from his opponent. This was the reason for his tense expression. Immediately after this strain, he felt a sharp pain. It was her heel, flying swiftly straight into his face. However, he remained calm, claiming that it was not scary at all, and skillfully dodged the blows. He even mocked her, calling her attacks too obvious. He warned that she had opened up too much, and in battle it could be dangerous. She stood her ground, demanding that this thing be returned to her, because it needed to be destroyed. However, Kang stated that it now belonged to him, and he would not give it away just like that. He even gave her a few compliments, admitting that she had become significantly stronger in a short time, and her inner strength had noticeably increased. He pointed his thumb at himself and confidently declared that she could not compare to him, because he was a genius. From the expression in her eyes peering out from under the gauze, he finally realized that this was the same person he had met a few years ago. She called him her master and warned him that this thing was extremely dangerous, capable of causing enormous damage. She also warned that although his fighting skills were strong, one day a conflict could arise, and without proper preparation, it would cause a dangerous release of energy. However, despite all her words, he only silently pointed the weapon in her direction. At that moment, fear gripped her. She saw black energy completely envelop his body. It was then that she realized that he was already under the influence of this force. Suddenly, a barrier of green energy broke through and began to envelop his body as well. The girl was even more stunned by what she saw. And Kang just asked defiantly, "Does he really look like he could be broken by some pitiful piece of metal? Besides, this energy is more of an advantage than a threat." But she insisted that it was still dangerous, and maybe he was just wrong. In response, he only swung his club over his head, assuring them that nothing bad would happen. After a while, he headed towards the room. There he was met by a man who sincerely thanked him and believed that Master Kang had given him a new life. Khan even offered him a new job. However, he explained that the landlady had already given him a job. He himself was surprised that she would allow such a small person, as he called himself, to work in her house. As Captain Han had assumed, the divorce papers had already been sent. But the fact that she gave him a job was truly strange. What surprised him even more was that after such humiliation, the man still agreed to work under her leadership. However, he explained that he had 2 children. Bowing again, he promised to work honestly and live hard. He added that Madame had simply misunderstood him. She was usually not such a bad person. He even said that her character was always fair to her subordinates. However, to Khan, these words sounded naive. He also understood that the same thing had happened to others. She probably wanted to dispel rumors by hiring him, because people were easily deceived. But he saw a benefit in it for himself. If people praised him so easily, then one day he would become a true great man in this world. The main character had a unique talent to find the positives in any situation. This big guy said that today was the time to act, and the man across from him only confirmed his words, explaining that he had personally clarified everything and received permission. It was clear from their joy that they had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. While discussing their plan, they were 100% sure that it would work. The only thing that caused concern was the silhouette of one person. Some time passed after their conversation. They gathered and solemnly called it a punishment operation of one man. At this point, they did not consider themselves to be mere bandits. Their plan was simple, to knock Daban off his feet. They had been waiting for quite some time, but this fool never showed up, which was starting to annoy them. They found their own excuses for why it was worth waving their fists now. They hated all scum, although people said that this police chief was supposedly a good man. There was even a rumor that he once helped a farmer get his land back. They recalled stories about the boss, whom everyone praised endlessly. While waiting, they found topics to talk about, but suddenly they were interrupted by a voice from above. "So you're talking about me?" Standing before them was the same boss, Kang Jin. He calmly asked what exactly was bothering them so much, since they had come to him in the middle of the night. Everyone instantly tensed up, drawing their weapons. Kan turned just a little and reminded them of what they had spoken so boldly about a few minutes ago. For some reason, their faces no longer looked as cheerful as before, and if they wanted to talk to him more gently, he didn't mind. But first, he suggested we see exactly how they were going to attack him. The order to suppress was given, and they rushed at him, which only made Khan laugh. "Suppress? Call a spade, kill," he snapped, watching them. The next day they stood in the yard with their heads bowed. It seemed they had failed to suppress Khan. Moreover, they themselves looked depressed, and they were even on their knees. Khan wondered how it would be more fun to mock them in this situation. But their blue faces already spoke for themselves. The bullying had been more than enough. But who would let such fools go so easily? Kang wanted to find out something from them. He even promised that he would beat the one who spoke first the least. It is not surprising that the boys immediately began to confess. They were Daban's people, and they themselves were simply trying to fix everything. It turned out that it was Daban who gave them this task. So he really wanted to kill Khan, but it would be too risky for these guys. So they decided to limit themselves to re-education. Since Kang had heard it himself, he did not consider their words to be lies. And then suddenly a fat officer ran in from around the corner. Shit Fist followed him, the one Kang had asked to investigate. If these guys were really from Holban, could he, Kang, gather some people to teach them a lesson? He immediately tensed up, because he knew very well that these people belonged to the Murem, and for them he was just small prey. Kang asked again, if he helped him gather people, would they really dare to act? But at the same time, he warned him to be careful in his answers. Moreover, if he gives in to their demands, there will be no point in it at all. Shit Fist called himself a fool, but he understood what Khan was getting at. The black society that operated in Guangdong province was controlled by Guangzhou, but their power was so great that even other regions were forced to pay tribute to the Hyolban organization. Khan, calling Daban's group rats, stated that they also needed to be dealt with. Now he wanted to hear what he would get in exchange for his help if he were put in charge of Helban. Shit Fist saw this as a unique chance for himself. He instantly fell to his knees before his boss, began to bow and shower promises. After listening to him, Kang was even surprised himself why he hadn't thought of such a possibility right away. He came closer. I quietly asked if he really robbed Namgon's house, and then he added that he would make him tremble with fear every night. And then, At least, the Guangdong Black Society would be his. Khan explained his logic. A person who knows how to give out rewards and orders, but cannot punish enemies legally, must at least do so illegally. The fist was ready to do anything. He promised that if Kang supported him, he would do everything at the highest level. And if something goes wrong, he asked not to worry. He would say that he acted independently. Kang asked him what his thoughts were, and what he intended to do next. He replied that he had come personally to assure him that he would live an honest life. These words touched Lycan's heart. But Kang just put his hand on his shoulder, and suddenly squeezed hard, making him scream. He did this on purpose, so that he would understand what the consequences would be if something went wrong. The pain was so intense that his face turned red. Lately, Khan has come to the conclusion that some people need to experience it firsthand to keep their word. He writhed on the floor, begging and swearing that he would certainly fulfill his promise. Khan looked away, his attention focused on this particular building. Meanwhile, Quan, accompanied by Yan, emerged from another building. She wished him a safe journey, calling him her master. He asked her to come back home quickly because it was cold outside. He got the impression that she was too smart to remain an unmarried adult woman. He remembered how she had once made cookies. Then she said she added a little honey because he seemed to like sweet things. He didn't understand how she knew this, but she simply explained. She saw and remembered that the last time he was here, he ordered a lot of sweet food. That was why he found her not only intelligent, but also very observant. Perhaps because she was Kino, she understood perfectly well when it was appropriate to intervene, and when not to. She just smiled, saying that she didn't want anything else, but simply appreciated that the owner would visit her every now and then when he remembered. But even so, Quan still couldn't figure out what she was thinking. After she left Gavanila, she would have to go somewhere. He also remembered the rumors, and couldn't understand why there was talk about Yan sleeping with Kang Jin. He just glanced after her, thinking. He understood that she was extremely intelligent, and their meeting would definitely happen again. I had to go to one place. There, Kang sat at a table with one of the detectives. To eat well, he ordered noodles. The same, addressing him, remarked that Khan didn't like it, so why did he come here again? Then and now, the dish really didn't look very appetizing. With the expression of someone about to eat something horrible, Khan began to pull the food into his mouth. At this moment, a man appeared, sincerely happy to meet the owner. He bowed to him in front of everyone, thanking him for the opportunity to live a good life, thanks to his help. He passionately declared that he wanted to thank Khan for his kindness, and asked only to tell him how he could help, even in small ways. Kang himself was surprised that the man was so grateful to him. After all, he had simply helped him find the cow and return it to its owner. But there were already rumors among the people that this time the host was truly outstanding. He had helped more than one person. He was completely different from all the previous ones. Kang sat down and calmly explained to the man that he should stand up and not do it in front of everyone. A few words of reassurance so he doesn't worry. And after that, he even invited him to eat with them. Kang himself took the chopsticks. Smiling, he praised the establishment and said that the restaurant was really good. They continued their meal. The detective was left with his own picture of everything that happened in his head. The sun was already starting to set over the horizon. The man turned to Hyun, remarking that even though Goryongwan was the best in Guangdong, was it worth going against the death penalty? In response, I heard, "You must have always had confused thoughts. What can I do about my weight? In terms of words, the gray truth is not something I can influence." He recalled the priest who was the most powerful in Guangdong and explained that everyone must be responsible for their actions. They exchanged a few jokes. And then he added that with age, everyone must pave their own path. The priest is now 40 years old, and once he was also younger and made mistakes. But now you can't make mistakes anymore. Hyun warned him to watch his words and actions, because if he sinned, it could be a big mistake. He just shrugged it off, saying that he wasn't as stupid as people thought he was. He was sure that Goryongwan would definitely be surprised when 2 representatives of the volcanic force came to wish him a happy birthday. But suddenly he noticed that Hyun was acting strangely. His attention was intensely focused. He stared ahead, as if he saw something there. And at that very moment he ordered everyone to get ready. Arrows appeared in the air, flying rapidly in their direction. But he was ready. He instantly drew his sword and cut down all the arrows flying straight at him. When he looked to the side, he saw a small group of people in the forest. People in masks begin to move towards them. Hyun grips his sword tightly. But will he have enough strength to defend himself? Will he be able to repel the attacks of these rabid strangers? One of the attackers says, "One of the famous swordsmen of the Vulcan clan. A well-deserved reputation." But suddenly the order is given. Get out of here immediately. The others should take on the opponents. and he will take care of Hyun. People wearing masks instantly disperse. Hyun seems to be starting to guess who these people might be, but the thoughts end. We have to repel the enemy's sword again. He tries to find out in words who they are and who organized this brazen attack. The attacker at this moment realizes that he is facing a warrior who is fighting for the title of one of the 5 volcanic swords. Their swords clash with their tips. In this tense fight, Hyun clearly understands that his opponent is at least his equal, and perhaps even stronger. That is why he decides not to drag out this confrontation and abruptly steps aside. The man in the mask cannot understand whether he has made a mistake. He still remained puzzled. Who was in front of him and what kind of people were these? Under the mask, a pale, almost white face was visible, and the eyes were ominously illuminated in red. Their fight continued to gain momentum. But strength is not limitless. Plum stand was the name of the fighting position. One of the fighters suddenly shouted at her, sounding the alarm. But Hyun immediately shouted back that this was not allowed. Everything went completely wrong, and we had to resort to desperate methods. Hyun used his most powerful technique, Deadly Tsunami. However, his opponent also had his own trump card, a technique called the Sharp Fagum. Will this blow be able to break through the Deadly Tsunami? The next moment, everything exploded with a loud bang. And through the flames of the explosion, a point burst through and pierced Hyun's body. But the enemy did not remain unharmed either. A deep cut appeared on his body. He felt blood oozing from the wound, and at that very moment he saw Hyun fall to his knees. 2 leaders had fallen, and now each of their men held their breath, worried for them. The masked men were given the order to destroy everyone. One of the men tried to break through the blockade, but there were too many enemies. It was then that the pale man's name became known. His name was Banju. Someone from his group had poured salt into his wound to prevent infection. Meanwhile, in Khan's office, a conversation with an officer about this event continued. He said that even little-known people were afraid that their throats would be cut. He meant not only ordinary people, but also superiors, because the captain protected them from external pressure. The officer sincerely thanked him for saving them in the first place. Now that the situation was like a falling autumn leaf, Kang was actually picking him up. The officer also asked if he planned to catch all the bad guys. "What can you do? Such is the spirit of Sadan," he said. This pressure from outside was connected with the cousin of one of the high-ranking officials. Perhaps it is worth doing something right, but when such things happen, any desire to work disappears. At the same time, it is a chance to get a benefit that he would not have received otherwise. This was the officer's response. Kang, in turn, asked what the current situation was. He was told that there was currently no one who did not respect the chief. Kang asked him to stop praising me, saying he would blush. However, his inner voice shouted, "Continue, and praise me even more." But suddenly there was a knock at the door. An employee ran into the room. Kang immediately asked what happened and why he was so stuffy. The man, breathless, reported the murder. Kang instantly jumped out of his chair. There was something very serious in the air, and they went to the scene to figure it out. Kang immediately opened the door, and the first thing he saw was blood on the walls. It was everywhere, on the floor, on the furniture, on the walls. Even the ceiling was covered in bloody splatters. From the arrangement of the chairs, he realized that everything had happened right here. There were handprints smeared with blood on the walls. Just being in this room was enough to feel disgust and terrible fear. Even an experienced worker was surprised, because such a brutal murder had not occurred in their area for over 20 years. Goosebumps ran down Khan's skin, and an incomprehensible grimace froze on his face. He saw only traces of how this puppy tried to get away at any cost. Khan turned sharply to his men and ordered everyone who could be a witness or at least somehow involved in this matter to be brought. He warned that if anyone was being pressured, they should report it to him immediately. He would deal with anyone who did so personally. After that, he ordered all detectives and police officers to come forward immediately. He was sure that the criminals had left something behind there. I decided to act immediately. It couldn't be ignored. Everything had to be checked. They couldn't afford to miss a single detail. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, one word rang in his head. Idiot. He looked around the room and realized that nothing had changed since the crime, even after some time. A strange feeling filled him, something like excitement. He understood that anyone in his place would not have made such a mistake. Only one thought bothered him. A complete fool had done this. He even began to imagine how he himself would act in such a situation. At first, he would undoubtedly go crazy with excitement. But at the same time, he would enjoy this feeling. Even now he was starting to tremble with adrenaline when he saw those tracks, and suddenly he jumped sharply away from the wall. He remembered his teacher's words. A master always believes that his student will make the right choice. but now he found himself thinking that these words were at odds with reality. He remembered how his master had taught him as a child. You don't need to make excuses. It's hard to resist temptation, but once you learn the truth, you must endure the test and conquer it. His eyes filled with red the more these words filled his thoughts. He stopped, looked around again, and headed back to the station. They've already rounded up all the suspects. It's actually a good thing that everyone in the village knows about any strangers who come. Khan immediately approached them to begin questioning. He turned to the first, ordering him to listen carefully, raise his head, and answer, looking straight into his eyes. He began to stammer while kneeling, but Kang immediately asked, "Why are your hands shaking?" He didn't want to resort to such cheap tricks, but he had to. The man replied that his hands had been clean for over 20 years, and that at his age he could no longer do such a craft. Kan leaned closer, examining his eyes, eyelashes, cheeks, chin, and mouth. Everything was as it should be. He studied each suspect in detail, gradually narrowing down their number, looking for differences. Even if it is impossible to learn all his secrets from his facial expression, at least it would be possible to identify the suspects. Only one thing was important to him: to find a connection with the criminal. Find that connection, before you get angry yourself, before finding out the true reason. At this very moment, the pale man was sitting on a chair while his wounds were being bandaged. He was asked to be more careful, to which he promised not to make such a mistake again. But in response he heard, "I'll deal with this myself. You better take care of your wounds." After bandaging, having received permission, he decided to leave. The owner was left alone in this beautiful room. He looked out the window, lost in thought. If it were Ran, he wouldn't be in this situation. He should forget about it, but it wasn't working. Meanwhile, outside the door, someone could be heard trying to calm them down. More precisely, the sound came from the street through the window. He thought that Generals Zhongquan and Childeok should have blocked all the entrances. However, the conversation in the yard was easy to hear. It was a little girl named Mimi, who seemed to be completely indifferent to all the prohibitions. Behind her back, the girl tried to stop her, explaining that she couldn't come here. "But my strong and big brother said I could run here," Mimi replied stubbornly. And at that moment, she crashed head-on from acceleration. It was Master Chan, whom she immediately greeted cheerfully. He was sincerely glad to see them, because although they lived in the same place, they saw each other very rarely. He apologized to them for this, but the girl only calmly replied that they could take care of themselves. Kang explained that they can consider him an exemplary father, and that there is nothing strange in the fact that his older brother's supporters call him that. Little Mimi immediately called him her stepfather. He thought for a moment, realizing that he was giving these children too little time. Then he asked them if their lives were back to normal. They said everything was fine, they were being taken care of, and Mimi was generally impressed by how good it was here. Especially the fact that they often ate rice with meat. He was pleased with this, and he asked them to make themselves at home here. The girls just thanked him. Mimi began jokingly reproaching her older sister for not calling him her stepfather and presented her arguments. Eventually, the older girl also called him her stepfather, apologized, and thanked him sincerely, noting that they now had everything they needed. He only reminded her that she could walk freely here and asked her not to tell Mimi too much. He watched them with a smile as they walked in the other direction. But before they left altogether, he asked how old their brother and sister were. "I'm 18, Mimi is 13, and Huni is 15, the eldest replied. After that, they bowed politely to him, and he had a clear impression of them, especially of the older sister. She's 18 and a fairly calm and balanced girl. Chong had already been scolded in the past for his excessive flirtation with the wives and children of officers, so now one of the attendees was expressing serious doubts about this man. Another suggested what he thought was the most effective method. If they were tortured with water or a club, they would quickly testify. But the plump officer immediately warned that in such a case, there would be a lot of false testimony. He quickly moved on to another idea: to interrogate the suspects individually. If Kang allowed it, they could solve the case in 3 days. But the mustachioed officer pointed out a problem. 3 of the suspects were locals, and he feared being punished without sufficient evidence. Liars cannot be reliable witnesses, and sometimes even crazy people can pose as eyewitnesses. After that, Khan turned to the next officer. He suggested a simpler approach to this. The murder took place near a mountain, and the captain was convinced that the criminal in this case was the same person as in the previous murder. He suggested starting by interrogating everyone with connections to the mountain, and even resorting to torture if necessary. The plump officer asked doubtfully if he really thought it was necessary to start with the herbalist Lim. Besides, the mountain guardian lived very close by. He talked about Mr. Ko and insisted that the investigation should start with him. Hearing this, Kang became interested and asked to tell him more about it. Mr. Ko is the guardian of the mountains. He doesn't do anything special. His job is to check the roads and provide assistance to those in danger. This can partly be called police work, which, however, also belongs to the law enforcement officers themselves. After hearing a brief story about him, Kang immediately ordered Master Ko to be brought in. The man, with tears in his eyes, insisted that this was injustice. The treatment of the little man had always been unfair. Kang listened carefully and concluded that he didn't seem to be lying, although the expression on his face didn't tell the whole truth. Lying without preparation is extremely difficult. Meanwhile, a sheet of paper was already lying on the table. Kang asked Lim what he thought about it, but Lim just sighed. "I'm very sorry, but there is no evidence to press charges right now." Every conversation led them to a dead end. Lim asked Khan, "What do you say if we start over? I once encountered an unusually intelligent criminal." He remembered a case when he worked at Hanami. There had been a murder, but none of the suspects had ever been formally charged. The criminal appeared on his own, without coercion, and voluntarily confessed. Kang immediately asked, "Were you trying to get to the vines?" "Exactly," Lim replied, explaining that the case had become widely publicized. The captain serving at the time had taken off his uniform and left after the investigation, as had some of his subordinates. "Are you implying that this could happen again?" Khan asked warily. Lim objected, "No way. It's just that if the investigation progresses gradually and we only find lies, then the truth will definitely come out. One lie makes them all true," he added quietly. The investigation in that case was just as thorough. The person who could have been a suspect conducted the investigation himself. But the real insight came much later. If you start from the beginning, you can see hidden clues that will help identify the criminal. At this moment, a mustachioed officer ran into the room and, addressing the captain, reported that blood-stained clothing had been found in Mr. Ko's residence. "Is this really a clue?" Khan stood up abruptly from his seat. It was already dark outside. A lot of time had passed. He stood by the window, peering into the darkness and thinking. Ko's face flashed through his mind again, and those blood-stained clothes that the mustachioed man brought. But he didn't consider it conclusive proof. Blood? Where's the body? He tried to think logically, asking himself a few questions. There must be something. But it feels like everything has been washed away. Without a corpse, there is no evidence. This question bothered him the most. Is it possible that Ko was so scared that he hid not only his clothes but also his body? He sat in front of the window in deep thought for several hours, until the first rays of sunlight began to penetrate the room. But whatever one may say, there was no logic in this. What would the master say in this situation, he wondered. The master always knew the right answer. But how long can you rely on someone else? At that moment, Kang decides to act. He abruptly opens the window and shouts for Lim Photo to be called immediately. He takes off his outerwear, deciding to think things over again. Will he be smarter than the others? Or maybe he should act alone. He gets on his hands, concentrating on the thought that this fight will definitely turn in his favor. He decides that even if he can't catch this scoundrel now, at least he won't be able to kill again. But then he catches himself thinking that he will only lose this way. At this moment, Lim runs up to him. Without hesitation, Khan orders him to immediately arrest the mountain guardian. He calls him the most likely criminal. Lim opens his mouth to say something, but Kang instantly interrupts him. "You're not making me repeat everything 3 times. His voice sounds harsher. He seems to be losing his temper. And to emphasize his words, he suddenly kicks Lim in the stomach. "What the hell is going on here?" he snaps. He warns that if Lim does not obey, he will personally throw him in prison for disobeying the commander-in-chief. Was such a tone justified? Or maybe he even went too far? But in the end, people were brought to him. Some were glad to have survived, while others were outraged that there was too much noise around. Someone took it as a bad joke and was eager to take revenge, but didn't know who. The 2 men discussed among themselves that it was good that they had finally found the culprit. They played this false accusation show perfectly, but they were still worried about Mr. Ko. Although, the bloody clothes in his residence were a strong argument, and yet it looked strange, because he didn't look like an ordinary killer at all. Because of these thoughts, one of the guys had been unable to work properly for several days now. It seemed as if an emptiness had appeared in his stomach. So he said goodbye to his uncle. His face was full of disappointment. He sat there, engrossed in reading the papers. In front of him stood an employee who looked confused. He didn't know what to do, as Gongjin still insisted on his evidence. Khan ordered the ambassadors to be sent, because the main thing now was to find dispassionate information. But from the man's reaction, he knew something had happened. Kang asked again, The man just wanted to know what the captain was going to do with Lim, since a lot of time had passed since the arrest. Not receiving an answer, he decided to just leave. Khan himself also asked himself. If he wanted to do it himself, he had to know how to do it right. Moreover, he is the person everyone looks up to. This place itself has never had a pleasant atmosphere. To be more precise, there was always an oppressive, unpleasant aura here. Sitting in prison was unbearable. Cold, damp, eerie darkness. The only thing that was pleasing was that at some point the workers brought food. They threw a piece of bread into each cage. Finally, they approached Mr. Limit. He thanked them for the food they had brought. The bowl contained well-cooked chicken and broth, fragrant and hot. The mustachioed one asked Lim if he was okay, because he had heard that he had been badly hurt. However, the mustachioed man himself did not understand why it had all happened this way. He was especially interested in why they had not both been put together on the list of suspects. This meant that the General Counsel had helped him. Lim pondered the words that could have landed him here. The mustachioed man asked him to be patient. This is only an informal disciplinary measure. The captain's anger will soon subside, he assured him. But Lima was more interested in the murder investigation. He asked how the case was progressing. The mustachioed man calmly replied, "Case closed. Sanjiji is found guilty." Lim just sighed. He himself had assumed it would end this way. Meanwhile, silence reigned in the other room. Khan sat in thought. He firmly reminded himself that he had to be confident in his decisions. He approached the candle and examined it closely. He understood. You need to be confident in the chosen method of investigation. Every person has their own unique energy. If there is someone who reacts differently to death, it is worth finding them. But Khan was not alone in the room. A large man sat nearby, his hands tightly bound. Khan was interrogating him. Kang calmly explained to him, "If you cooperate well, you will never get hurt again. You will not meet the boss, and you will not be punished like the others." Then he looked him in the eye and asked, "You're a man, right?" After that, he ordered him to tell his name. He replied, "Rip." Under the influence of hypnosis, Lee asked, "Did you beat up 3 people and almost die yourself?" Rip admitted that he did, but added that it wasn't originally planned. After that, Kang asked again, "Have you eaten yet?" And then he added another question. 3 hours ago, did you rape a woman named Chani?" He immediately denied it. "No, I didn't do it." But Kang himself knew he was innocent. He had heard the story before. That wasn't what pissed him off the most. What annoyed him was that Rip's face showed that he was still lying. However, just by looking at energy fluctuations, it is difficult to say for sure whether a person is lying or not. Kang asked again, "Weren't you the one who sold the girl for 5 years?" But as soon as he saw the change in energy, he realized he was telling the truth. For the first time during the entire interrogation, Kang smiled, thinking, "This man is in big trouble tomorrow." And he added in a cold voice, "Don't even hope for a quick death." An icy chill ran down Rip's spine. He realized what a mess he was in. Meanwhile, Kan went out and went to talk to the mustachioed man. The mustachioed man did not understand why this particular position raised so many questions. Li Kang explained that it seemed like he was just being played. The facts did not match reality. He thought that the mustachioed man could lie so skillfully that it sounded like the absolute truth. In general, the commander concluded that the game had already begun, and warned that he would now ask one question. But there is a condition. The mustachioed man must lie a little in his answer. If by the end of the answer Khan does not notice the deception, he will receive his reward. Kang asked if he had heard anything. The mustachioed man began to tell that he had recently heard an interesting thing. He hinted that people who work in the secret surveillance department had almost perfected the art of detecting lies through facial expressions, gestures, and human behavior. From this, Khan concluded, this person was from the Privy Council. The one who runs this department was watching him to see if he was telling the truth. But if so, why from afar? It remained incomprehensible. The rules were simple. Khan proposed to start. He immediately focused his gaze. The mustachioed man's energy was fully revealed before him. A game of questions began between them. While Kang was watching him closely, he was weeding out lies, analyzing facial expressions, gestures. But still, his main support was energy. At one point, the mustachioed man asked why he was doing this. Kang replied, "That way, there won't be any liars among the suspects." This was already starting to annoy him. The mustachioed man remembered the old saying, "They say it is impossible to distinguish the truth from the lies of a madman," and explained this principle a little. Kang understood his hint, that people might take it the wrong way. Now he began to doubt even more. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, The man slowly, almost silently, stealthily approached the tree. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but at the same time he tried to calm himself down. "It wasn't me who killed," he repeated in his mind. "There is no evidence." His hands trembled as he clutched the flower he had just pulled up, along with the roots. The captain's words flashed through my mind. "Did you kill the person who knew the truth about this murder?" He convinced himself over and over again. "I don't know anything. Someone like me can explain everything himself." But still, he couldn't help but think, what if Mr. Ko gets me first? And suddenly, a figure appears behind him, whose presence he could not even have foreseen. The first sword of Vulcan was furious. Who dared to point a sword at their Vulcan? He walked quickly forward, followed by a group of people. They were heading straight for the Cluflon Temple. A boss named Ku was wandering around the room. Jinho entered the room, asking for permission to enter. It was his son. Ku immediately asked if he had found anything important. However, Jinho couldn't say that he had found any clue. When asked how much more time it would take, he answered with a question in return. "Don't you have any other evidence?" Ku only said with horror on his face that the Vulcan disciples, as well as the 2 Vulcan swords, had been destroyed. How could one entrust the sword to Chang Nam? Is this the one who leaves traces behind? But Jinho objected. "We can't just pretend nothing happened. The volcanic wave is the current problem, but you wouldn't have called them if you didn't need help." However, he saw no other options and did not know who else could deal with volcanic fire. The son tried to encourage his father. "You've been here since you received the blessing. This already means that many people trust you, and this fact will not allow you to break ties. It's been less than 20 years since you founded the martial arts department, but it's already become #1 in Kwandong. It's only a matter of time," he added. His words encouraged Ku, who even cheered up a little but still warned. Now is not the time to strive to become the best. There is a time for everything, and Jinho only wanted to live up to his father's expectations. But suddenly his face was filled with surprise. What he saw before him was a shock. This surprise mixed with fear, and his legs gave way. He fell. A brutally murdered body lay right in front of him. Seeing it, he rushed in the other direction in panic. The dead man's face was bloodied, and death had come in a brutal manner. A pale white hand covered his eyes. It was Commander Kang, who arrived here a little later to inspect the crime scene in detail. Up until this point, he had been convinced that he had caught the culprit by surprise, by blaming Mr. Ko, by catching Lim. But now it was clear that Ko had more important facts, and there was one more question to ask. However, it was difficult to understand what exactly he knew. Even if it wasn't the same killer and he wasn't involved in any way, Kang felt like he was missing an important detail. In any case, he would have come here too under different circumstances, and this only fueled his excitement. In any case, he would track down the killer. At this moment, a mustachioed man appears, turns to the captain and hands him a book. At first, Khan doesn't understand what kind of book it is, and just picks it up to leaf through. But after looking at a few pages, his face changes. He is very surprised. Mustachioed explained, "Sundu brought this morning. He said he found the book in Namgongjin's secret place." Hearing this, Kang began to smile. Kang leaned over and whispered in the mustachioed man's ear to secretly bring Namgongjin, and also to bring all the records he had made. In a sense, this might have been enough, but it didn't give certainty of guilt. So he decided to personally see to it that the murderer got what he deserved. Meanwhile, the man continued to sit in his office. He was beaten after interrogation and tied to a chair. Mustachioed asked him, "Is this hard for you to get through? Can't you just keep quiet? Is that right?" He raised his head and saw Khan in the doorway. Kang walked straight up to the mustachioed man and asked, "Did you learn anything new?" But he just shrugged. Just silence. As expected. Khan thought for a moment. Maybe the method was wrong? He called it a literal interrogation method. "We need another way," he thought, but still thanked the mustachioed man for his efforts. The mustachioed one left and Khan approached the chair. He moved him closer, sat in front of the suspect and asked bluntly, "Am I right or wrong?" Then he looked at him carefully and said, "You are similar to me in some ways." After which he offered him a deal. He showed him something and said he would destroy it without a trace. Then he started waving the same book in front of him. He raised his head and looked at the book with curiosity. "Beck doesn't know people like us, and you realize this won't just end with you?" Kan said. "Even if the spirit is already dead, it still hurt the Nam family. This is what you've been waiting for more than death itself, right?" Kan asked, carefully watching his reaction. Then he began to speculate. What would happen if this diary became known to the whole world? "This deal is not just a deal for you, It's a deal for your ancestors and for anyone who wants to be proud of such a dirty man, he said. He warned that he would have to trust him. If this became public knowledge, how would your family react? This diary is too much evidence. But people always believe what they want to believe. Kang asked him to raise his head, held the diary right up to his face and warned, I can pour out all your shame. And it doesn't just apply to you, but to everything that's written here. This is your only chance, Khan added, and handed him the book. But he began to demand something more. This was already starting to annoy Khan. If the drowning man is saved, he has no right to demand anything more. He should just say thank you, he thought. But the man only asked for one thing. And according to him, it was simple. I want you to kill me. Here and now. And if you can't, when I get to the castle, make it look like an accident. Then I'll tell you everything I know. However, death remained death, and Khan tried to avoid it by any means. However, from the fire in his eyes, it was hard to tell if he was really against it. In the end, he agreed. I want to hear the whole truth. Is this the work of the Left Coalition? And where are they headed? Asked Khan. Meanwhile, Yan walked around the yard with Kwan. She laughed as she talked to the host. He also laughed in return. Their conversation was light and pleasant. Kwan mused, if I were better, Kang Jin could have made a significant contribution to my work. The captain sat at the table thinking, what interesting people they are. But at some point, this thought began to seem disgusting to him, and when someone knocked on the door, his smile disappeared from his face. However, what surprised him even more was that it was his teacher. Kang asked if he had eaten lunch, and heard in response, actually, that's why I came here. After that, they went to a place where they could eat deliciously. When are you going to get married? The student asked the teacher. He replied, first we will live together, and in the spring we will get married. He even suggested that Khan himself come visit by then, just as the construction would be completed. The teacher asked him not to delay the wedding, because he was already waiting and nothing was happening. Kwan started a conversation about that crazy dancer, asking Khan to just think about her surroundings. The poor thing lived in an ordinary home, grew up like all children. But Kang understood perfectly well. If she had really grown up like an ordinary child, the master would not have been interested in her. There had to be a reason for this. The girl had to be able to turn her head. Kwan began to make arguments. She's not just beautiful, she's also smart. Kang thought about it, but only saw one thing. The teacher was most interested in her. What are you doing? Just listening to a murder story? Kwan asked, continuing the conversation. Kang thanked the teacher for coming and promised to take his advice into consideration. After enjoying dinner, the teacher said it was time to go home. But before leaving, he reminded them once again. Think about her. The student promised to look into this matter. He understood that it would be quite fun. It was already night outside. They finished eating, and the teacher went home. But Kang was in no hurry to return. He went out for a walk, though not to think about the girl, but to consider the situation with the killers. He was looking for the easiest way to track down these types. But at some point he stopped abruptly and turned his head. Come out, without any fuss, he said, not wanting to attract attention. It seemed like he was talking into the void, but it wasn't. You even tried to put up a bed to keep me from getting in the way. But you don't care, do you? And now everything's ruined. After these words, people in black appeared from the shadows. They were wearing masks. But Khan only said a few words about their choice. You won't need masks. You'll lose anyway. However, they, confident of their superiority, surrounded him from all sides. But Kang had no intention of backing down. He just looked at them calmly and said, you better turn on your head. I'm alone here. You have a chance. Just attack, and don't waste time. Khan loved discipline. And even more, he loved the moment when someone cried out at its cruelty. He carefully assessed his opponents, studying their appearance, stance, and behavior. The usual types, he thought. But despite this, they did not relax for a second. They probably had no idea that Kang could anger them with his nimble jumps. He waved his hand, indicating that they could attack. And finally, one of the armed men commanded, kill him! First attack, Kang dodges without any problems. But that's not enough for him. He also manages to hit one of the bastards with a blow of his hand. At the same moment, another attacker appears right behind him. But Khan deals with him with one deft move. They sought to drive him into a blind corner. But instead, Kang felt someone's mask crack. He acted skillfully. He threw off his robe to create the illusion that he had dived under it, preparing to strike from below. And at this very moment, the blow of his foot easily cuts through the silk fabric. At this moment, he was proving his superiority to them, when suddenly a new enemy appeared behind. But silk fabric is not only lightweight, but also extremely strong. It was perfect for tying an enemy's hand. That's exactly what Khan did, completely immobilizing the bastard. And when he was distracted for a moment, it was necessary to act immediately. For Khan, this battle was only the beginning. Since you've started killing, see it through to the end. Otherwise, things will go badly, he told them. But this battle completely shattered all the attackers' plans. Their mission turned into a complete disappointment. Khan explained to them that real danger must be felt. But even the sword that appeared behind him did not arouse the slightest fear in him. On the contrary, he just kicked again. And in a moment, all the attackers were lying on the ground. Where did they come from? Was the question that only took up extra space in his mind. Isn't it time to start sorting out all these troubles? Meanwhile, the mustachioed man learned about 3 new murders, and also that the attackers were captured alive. The hairy man was afraid of only one thing, that he had miscalculated. After that, he extended his hand to his servant. He grabbed him by the throat and asked menacingly, "Do you want everyone to die?" He accused him of completely losing his mind. Do you even understand anything? But even about himself, he thought the same thing. He miscalculated, and now problems have arisen because of some fool. As punishment, the young master tied up these bastards, giving them no chance to escape. They weren't even going to say anything to him. He held a heavy stick in his hands, ready to punish them quickly at any moment. Their mission had failed. Everything had gone wrong, and he wasn't going to wait long. With a sharp movement, he brought his stick down on one of the prisoners. Blood immediately flowed down his face. "You didn't end up here by accident," he said coldly. Stop trembling with fear. He realized that his ruined vacation was also their fault. Since they were not going to say anything, he continued to beat them. "With people like you, there can be no doubt. Observing your mission will do me no good. Remember, you can't influence my success, so stop complaining." After long, exhausting beatings, the fire in his eyes was almost as hot as the blood that flowed from the prisoners. It continued to drip onto the floor. Everything around was covered in red liquid. Even the young master's clothes were covered in blood. It drove him crazy. What's wrong with these people? Feeling the disgusting, pungent smell of blood on his hands, he rushed to wash himself. If this continues, he will definitely have problems. This was already starting to piss him off to the core. After a while, a desperate cry rang out in the building. "Save me!" The soldiers arrived immediately to check what was happening. They hesitated. Should they go in or not? After all, the situation could be dangerous. But that wasn't the point now. The most important thing was the scum that had fallen into his hands. No matter how scared they were, they had to go in. If everything was okay, they would just come back. In the end, they decided to split up. One group would stay here, and the other would go in search of the boy. They took up positions near the door. But suddenly, before they could even enter, the door suddenly flew open. Their acquaintance appeared on the horizon, pleading, "Help! Save me!" He was very exhausted, could barely stand, and almost fell while trying to escape. But suddenly the darkness pulled him by the leg. The warriors realized that they needed to act immediately. They rushed forward. When they entered, the dark silhouette of the young master appeared before them, and everyone froze. He came out of the darkness and calmly said, "If you are unable to fulfill your duties, then society itself will have to change. And if it turns out that this was indeed an attempt on my life, then those responsible must be caught," he added. The boy didn't understand why all the warriors froze, as if paralyzed with fear. But in the end, they left him alone and moved on. Kang Jin turned to the remaining people. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you send out the next squad?" But the soldiers, frightened, answered in a terrified tone, "No, no way." Everyone rushed inside, looking around the room. The detachment that remained behind did not yet understand what was happening. But when they finally reached the scene of the battle, they saw a terrible sight. All the warriors lay dead on the ground. They were completely destroyed. And all this was done by just one man, a young master. Before them stood representatives of the Black Society. If this is true, then they are originally from Murim. How to deal with the young master now? Meanwhile, somewhere in the slums of this city, people lived in poverty, and it was hard to watch. The mood in this place was so depressing that you could go crazy. Our hero's mood began to drop. He saw these people who had completely ruined his day, but this mood was proportional to hope. But the main question remained, hope for what? And soon something could happen here. This day was coming to an end, leaving only a point. What the hell is the hope here, he thought, looking around these squalid places. And suddenly he rushed forward sharply, but he was immediately stopped by powerful warriors. They said the exit was in a completely different place. Gradually they tried to convince him that there was nothing here, but the hero just shrugged it off and said, "The less light in a person, the better they can be protected. But this is a completely foreign principle to me." He wanted to find out what they were counting on, but all he got was the answer. "There's no one here. If you're coming here, at least have a good time," one of them said. In front of him was a shabby door. He slowly opened them, and behind them a beautiful palace opened. He was greeted and invited to come forward. He was also given a mask to wear. He took it in his hands, examining it slowly. Putting on the mask, he realized he would need it. The investigation begins right now. A moment later, the bound and humiliated freak told the hero everything, begging only for a quick death. Kang Jin had promised himself more than once that he would not allow the name of his ancestors to be disgraced, especially because of this worthless person. Finally, he caught him. Along with him, that damn tail that trailed behind him. The Dark Alliance is a group that calls itself the Nameless. Perhaps they realize that they are scum, worse than animals, and don't even deserve names. Then why hide your face under masks if it's true? Whatever it is, it's a problem. He must make his choice, the right choice. But for some reason this time, he felt like he would truly carry out his will correctly. Kang Jin was confident in his cleverness, so he had to take advantage of this situation. After all, the master taught him this method, when he feels like he is thinking about the reason why people kill animals. Isn't it ironic? The police chief responsible for public safety is now himself involved in hunting down all these nameless scumbags. Worse than animals. They are not human. They are not even animals. For him, their destruction is a matter of honor, and he sees no problem in it if it allows him to satisfy his own desires. In this, he sees a way to solve many other sufferings. The door opened and a little girl appeared before the hero. The one who brought her wished him a good time. She looked at the young master, sobbing, and begged him to save her. With a sharp movement, he removed his mask, looked her in the eye, and asked her name. The girl's name was Huang An. Hearing this, he thought to himself, he also has a sister. Her name is Mimi. She used to be just as thin, but recently she had gained a little weight. He ran his hand over her head and assured her that she would soon regain her strength too. It was just a terrible dream, and when she woke up, she wouldn't have to remember it. Just relax. He helped her calm down and put her to sleep. And he set to work. He knew he was making the right choice, one that would benefit him. The boy who followed him followed in his footsteps and eventually reached the place where the young master was. He still wasn't sure if he should interfere. Was this problem really supposed to be his burden? He didn't know. However, he understood one thing perfectly well. These people did not deserve to be saved. Human trafficking, torture. What kind of creatures were these? But the young master is not someone he will easily deal with. And besides him, even the elder won't be able to help. In the snowy yard, one of the elders went out for a walk. It was Master Guan Nora. He slept well, had a great time last night, and was just warming up now. Who would have thought that 2 years ago he didn't have a penny? And now he owns everything he could want. But now he was bored. No worries. He smacked himself on the lips, reminding himself of where he came from and who he used to be. He must be just getting old. He used to hate snow in the army, but now he actually likes it. Guan Nora understood that he didn't have much time left. He just hoped that Kang Jin was okay. We return to the titular city, where something terrible is happening. Terrible things were happening in the brothel. All these freaks were lying in pools of blood, and their masks were broken. The young master scattered them one by one for everything they had done on this earth. He exterminated them, forcing them to forget their own crimes. But he himself will never forget what this place was like. Walking forward, he checked to see if any of them were still alive. Everything around was bathed in red, even the ceiling. The cobwebs in the corners also turned crimson. Bloody handprints were visible on the walls. One of the scumbags was trembling with fear. He walked through this place and realized what had happened here. But after everything that happened, one thing became clear. Kang Jin. He was at the same fighting level as him. But who was he if he could create such a perfect picture as this? As he moved forward, a beam of light shone from the room. As he approached, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man bound in chains, trembling with fear. He didn't know what to do. He was betrayed, his own people. Our hero was pleased. This scumbag is still holding out. And he'll be even happier if he lasts a little longer. Kang Jin, holding the sword, thought it was simply wonderful. After all, in front of him was the very monster who had committed unspeakable crimes in this world, so terrible that even words could not describe them. He had broken every possible law, and now it was time to atone for his sins. Thoughts swirled in the hero's head, and it became even clearer. These scumbags who did such things are not human, although it seems like he gets a kind of pleasure from it. His hobby was cutting meat. He was going to use his skills. And probably this freak, nailed to the wall, was also well versed in this art of precise cutting. Did he know that Kang Jin had always wanted to test his sword on something living? But after seeing the cow slaughtered, he realized that he couldn't do that to a living creature. However, Looking at this scumbag, he was sure that it wasn't human. And thanks to him, he will finally be able to destroy creatures like him. The man, realizing that only pain and punishment lay ahead, begged for death. But the boy smiled and advised him not to say the obvious. Of course, he would die, but not immediately. The young master continued to hate him to the core of his soul. The feeling was so strong that only the shadow of a ruthless fate lived within him. After all, he deserved it. Let him look at the cold sword. The blade that flashed before his face claimed its first victim. Red liquid flowed down it. But suddenly, he felt someone's presence. His blood-red eyes swept around the room. He didn't notice right away. The door behind him was slightly ajar. Someone was there. He stared ahead intently. Turning around, he headed for the door. Leaning down, he peered into the doorway. I opened the door, but no one was there. To make sure, he stuck his head forward. He thought about what he had dreamed, and sighing, closed the door. I returned to the work I didn't have time to complete. After he was done with that, he opened the door. His work was completed. The owner of this miserable establishment got what he deserved. His soul finally found peace. Kang Jin walked through the red corridors. He was looking for the one who was following him. He's already dealt with those scumbags who were doing terrible things here. As he walked, he smiled. But at the same time, his teeth were clenched with pleasure. The atmosphere was permeated with cruelty. Suddenly, he heard a scream, a human voice begging for help. He looked around instantly. Something was wrong here. He rushed forward, looking for where the sound had come from. Approaching, he abruptly opened the door. There were people inside, girls who were being held here by force. He thought for a moment, should he release them? If he did, the remaining scum might escape. But he firmly informed them that everything was over and they should follow him. The girls understood everything. They knew who he was and what he had done. His cruelty frightened them as much as it did those he had destroyed. They did not believe him. However, Kang Jin continued to convince them that they were safe now. But they didn't believe him. And when he tried to get closer, they screamed in fear, begging for help. He knew he had just saved them, but he didn't understand why they were acting like this. One of the girls, who had seen him before, explained, trembling, that they were scared to death. He froze for a second. Silently, he raised his hand and ran it over his face. He smelled a terrible smell, the smell of death. His hands were covered in red liquid. He was dirtier than he could have imagined. His clothes, hands, face, everything was covered in red liquid. He understood. He had already crossed his own line. His body began to tremble. His psyche couldn't take it. It seemed like he had made the right choice, but had crossed a moral line. Suddenly he shouted, as if convincing himself, "I didn't kill people! I killed animals!" Tears welled up in his eyes. He rushed out of the room, leaving the girls alone. After slamming the door, he didn't know what to do next. It was true. He was shaking. He was scared. He didn't kill anyone, but an unbearably heavy thought hung in my head. He remembered the moment when the master warned him not to do this, without explanation. But if that was the case, why did the master teach him this at all? He was grown up and should have known how to control himself. The teacher was still an authority for him. He had to understand that. Under no circumstances should you kill a person with your own hands. Once a guy made a promise. He knows he's not stupid and won't make excuses. He will never forget this. After all, he swore an oath to the master. And then he caught himself thinking, maybe he was just making up an excuse. And this thought echoed in his mind, like an irreversible crack. As he walked through the bloody corridor, he realized that this was no excuse. Yes, he cleansed this world of scum. But despite everything, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he himself had become part of this horror. Suddenly, he was overcome by uncontrollable rage. He grabbed the nearest stick and hit the furniture with all his strength. He frantically smashed everything around him, spewing out his anger. He put so much effort into building all this. I've overcome so many obstacles, and now I've destroyed everything with my own hands. He made a promise to himself, and he broke it. He has crossed the line of no return. If the master finds out about this, he will probably be disappointed in him. And if he says that he didn't expect anything else from him, that will be even worse. A terrible thought was swirling in his head. What if the teacher called him a monster? What if he started to hate him? What then? What should he do if the most important person to him turns his back on him? He dropped to his knees, unable to cope with these thoughts. And at that moment, the door opened. The teacher stood there. Kang Jin's eyes widened when he saw him. He didn't know what to say. The teacher stared at him, stunned. Finally, he said quietly, "Kang Jin, what's wrong with you?" The hero couldn't believe his eyes. "Teacher, is that you?" he croaked. He began to apologize, repeating that he had failed to keep his promise. Falling to his knees, he didn't know what to do now. "Let's go back an hour. A woman came to the teacher and told him everything. What she said struck him to the core. Realizing this gave them a good reason to hurry. He couldn't believe his ears. This couldn't be true. It just couldn't be. He believed in his student. Kang Jin couldn't do something like that. He's not a fool. The teacher tried to find an explanation. Perhaps he was attacked. Something provoked him. He raced without stopping, and one question was ringing in his head. What happened? After all, his student had to listen to him without question. And now, finally, he reached this dirty place. He opened the door and saw a shocking sight. This shocked him so much that it seemed his heart was about to stop. Kang Jin was on his knees, covered in blood, and around him are mountains of destroyed bodies. The teacher, trembling, asked, Is this what you did?" He didn't know how to react to this. He looked at the student and, barely hiding his shock, asked, "What did you do?" "Why?" Kang Jin, lowering his head, explained. He couldn't control himself. He broke his promise. Guan Nora understood. For 10 years, Kang Jin had been holding himself together. And now, what should he do about this situation? How to get out of it? It wasn't just dangerous. It was painful, unbearably sad. He did not hold back his anger. He shouted to the whole room, "Kang Jin, you—" This made the boy fall silent and turn his full attention to the teacher. He roared, "Get up and tell me, did you do it? Get up, you bastard, answer me!" The teacher understood that if he didn't regain control, everything they had worked on would be lost. He kept asking, "What have you done?" The boy was shaking, his voice stuttered. He muttered, I killed a human." The teacher interrupted sharply. "A human? They're not human. Did you see what they did?" The boy, trembling, replied, "But I still broke the rule." The teacher was silent. He had to convince him that all was not lost. The master was trying to regain control. Let him ask himself, would he really allow himself to be arrested? Was the master teaching him to turn the other cheek? So let him answer honestly. He's the district attorney, the man who catches criminals. He was on duty when he was attacked, and he won. He destroyed all, not people. And now he's not just Kang Jin, he's Prosecutor Kang Jin, and he has to understand and explain all of this to himself. Whatever the boy was about to say, the teacher interrupted him. "You fool. You weren't satisfying your own desires, you were fulfilling your duty. So why are you torturing yourself as if you had committed a crime?" And at that moment, the guy realized he was simply following orders. These were not people, but freaks. He saved the lives of innocent people. The teacher watched him and thought, now we can't put pressure on him. We need to give him time. Let him gradually regain control over himself. After all, now he is looking for answers himself. And then the boy asked the teacher, Did I break my promise?" To which the teacher, chuckling, replied, "If I had, I would have killed you already." So he didn't destroy anything after all. However, deep down, Guan Nora doubted. Was he doing the right thing by convincing the boy that he had done the right thing? They went out into the street. The teacher silently pondered. What to do now? Soon, soldiers ran up to the air. They noticed Teacher Guan Nor in the distance. His face was heavy, gloomy. He looked them over, and it became clear that something terrible had happened inside. The soldiers waited for further orders, standing ready. The man who came out to meet them looked extremely depressed. He asked the air what had happened, but first he ordered that order be restored. The best solution would be to burn the place down. But what next? First, we need to clean up here, and then they will sit down at the table and discuss everything. The man immediately began to carry out the order. Next day, all the girls who were in that terrible place were evacuated. They were washed, dressed in clean clothes, and slept in normal rooms under the care of Teacher Guan Nor. He brought them food, helped them, tried to create a safe environment for them, but they were still afraid of even the slightest rustle. The teacher, acting gently, asked how they slept, but the girls didn't believe him. They didn't even understand that they had been saved. It wasn't surprising. Fear still haunted them. "Here's the food. Eat whenever you want. I'll be back in the morning," he said quietly. "The soldiers from the administration will guard the territory 24 hours a day. They should not be afraid. Let them rest and gain strength." As soon as the teacher left, an advisor immediately approached him. He said the girls would need time to find their families. The events of that night will soon become known to everyone. The teacher has ordered that it be reported that Kang Jin saved them, but it could have consequences. If even one of them spoke up, rumors would spread quickly. However, Guan Nora repeated, "The heir saved them." But even despite this, he realized that the very fact of salvation would remain unchanged. He thought for a moment. He needed to meet the owner. But where is he now? This noticeably worried the advisor. He didn't know what exactly the teacher was up to.
Under the pale light of the lonely moon, the night forest froze in anticipation of a bloody massacre. Dozens of dark silhouettes and cloaks silently rushed through the thickets in a single swift stream. The leader ordered to act as quickly as possible, calculating that after the first losses, the enemies would panic and scatter. He cold-bloodedly added that there was no need to pursue the fugitives. They would be deliberately allowed to go to sow even greater terror. The shadows continued their relentless run, inexorably approaching the target. The attackers swiftly leapt over the high stone wall, making no sound. Two guards reacted too late, exclaiming in shock into the darkness at the sight of uninvited guests. The killers fell like stones from above, instantly attacking the confused guards with their blades. The next second, a powerful blow shook the massive wooden doors. The squad leader rushed into the building, preparing for a devastating attack. His heavy kick completely smashed the sturdy partition. Fragments scattered with a crash in all directions, opening the way to the main hall. Two men at the table froze in surprise, staring at the destroyed entrance. Dozens of feet struck the wooden floor synchronously, instantly filling the room. The leader gave a harsh order to his men to capture the enemy leader alive only. The defenders shouted, drew their weapons, and rushed at the attackers, vainly trying to repel the assault. The assassin's blade swiftly cut through the air, delivering a deadly blow to the very first guard. The next enemy flew back with a furious scream from the merciless swing of the sword. Two surviving fighters desperately prepared for attack, tightly gripping their blades. But in a moment, their weapons proved useless. The attacker's blade mercilessly sliced the face of one of them. Stepping over bloodied bodies, the leader confidently and inevitably moved deeper into the mansion. With a powerful kick, he broke down the next door, bursting into the private chambers. In the room, a stout man jumped back from the bed in fright, leaving a terrified woman there. The leader coldly inquired if he was the main one here, and disdainfully advised not to fuss, as he had little time left to live. The stout man grabbed the blade, shouting about the audacity of the attacker, but in response he heard only an icy sneer. The killer disgustedly called him a creature who dared to kidnap children, and steadily moved forward. The air in the room seemed to freeze before the inevitable clash. The fat man clumsily swung the sword, but the leader gracefully and effortlessly blocked his attack with one hand. A quick strike with the hilt to the temple instantly deprived the kidnapper of consciousness. Looking at the fallen body, the attacker mentally felt disappointed, realizing that the power of the old school was a complete lie. Meanwhile, in a luxurious pavilion above the night lake, the true initiator of the punitive operation stood unshaken. Behind him, one of the subordinates in a mask silently landed. Upon the report of the complete cleansing of the county, the leader nodded with satisfaction, ordering to use this chance to finally restore order among the old schools. Learning that only two clans remained nearby, he without hesitation ordered to deal with them as well. The subordinate instantly took off into the air, disappearing into the darkness and leaving his master alone. The leader thoughtfully gazed into the calm water, reflecting on the danger of walking on thin ice and mentally reproaching Teacher Kwok for recklessness. Clenching his fist tightly behind his back, he angrily admitted that the enemies had finally shown their true face. He clearly understood that Kanjin Nu must not be allowed to meet with these monsters, although he realized the impossibility of completely eradicating them. Returning to the residence, he decided to intimidate the opponents so strongly that they would be afraid even to raise their heads. The next day, the majestic palace complex peacefully warmed under the rays of the sun. In the spacious hall, the most influential officials gathered, anxiously awaiting the words of their leader, who sat at the head of the table. With a forced, eerie smile, he declared that the situation had become extremely bad. His gaze suddenly grew heavy, piercing those present with cold and merciless contempt. One of the officials nervously swallowed, trying to justify the presence of military force. Another official, sweating profusely, timidly reminded about the financial resources of their faction. A third elder tried to defend himself with the existing power and influence. The leader laughed sarcastically, reproaching them that in their love for resources, they had completely forgotten their direct duties. He rose sternly, reminding them that the people were suffering because of them, and refused to constantly clean up after them, threatening his own intervention. With a sly smile, he promised that in such a case, far more than one head would roll. Leaning on the table, the leader was outraged by their inaction and once again urged them to work, referring to the fact that he was no longer a young man to do everything himself. One of the officials thought discontentedly that they too had long since ceased to be young for such challenges. The leader disdainfully clapped his hands, dismissing the meeting and ordering them to get to work immediately. The attendees hurriedly left the hall, rejoicing at the opportunity to escape his wrath as soon as possible. The man remained standing in the middle of the empty room, feeling the heavy burden of responsibility. He fell into the chair helplessly and irritably, mentally cursing his incompetent subordinates. Throwing his feet on the table, he asked despairingly into the void what else they lacked for normal work. Suddenly, a worried deputy ran into the room, causing the leader to tense up instantly. The subordinate leaned over and whispered something very quietly but emotionally into his ear. When the door closed, the leader looked ahead gloomily, refusing to believe that the enemies dared to take a new step so soon after his warning. In the silence of the luxurious room, the man thoughtfully touched his chin, running through the next plan of action in his mind. Meanwhile, above the traditional estate, hidden among dense forests, the sun shone peacefully. Inside, a gray-haired man with a scar on his face was having a tense conversation with three rescued women. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, he gently offered them fresh cookies. Biting off a piece, he mentally noted that a friendly approach would make them cooperate faster. The women relaxed a little and began to eat the offered treat with appetite. Noticing this, the old man thought with satisfaction that the ice had finally broken. Taking the initiative, he carefully moved on to business, recalling the horrors they had to witness. The mention of the ordeal made one of the girls shudder and confirmed that it was a real nightmare. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive, and the women's bodies trembled with uncontrollable fear. The emptiness in their eyes testified to deep trauma after recent events. Composing herself, the captive bitterly admitted that she had been brought there by force. When the old man noticed that the children mentioned her care, she hastily denied any connections with the kidnappers. The interlocutor raised his hand reassuringly, assuring that he was not going to conduct an interrogation, since without their intervention, everyone would inevitably have been killed. Bowing their heads in despair, the women confirmed their loneliness, and the man mentally cursed the bastards who hunted orphans. Tapping the cup thoughtfully, he voiced the main problem. The further fate of the girls remained uncertain, as some considered them accomplices. This statement caused a wave of panic. The women jumped up indignantly, denying such terrible injustice. Smiling kindly, the old man assured that this was exactly why he was here, to find a way to save them. When one of them asked hopefully about the plan, he noted their incredible luck. Tension reached its peak when the man revealed the truth. Their savior turned out to be the police chief himself. The girl's face flushed with the realization that the merciless monster had saved them. The man with a scar grimly stated that she had seen Kanjin's cruelty with her own eyes. Looking at the hot tea, he firmly declared that he was telling the absolute truth. He asked whether the warrior had caused any harm to the captives, to which the women were forced to admit his non-involvement. Before the girl's eyes appeared a terrifying image of the blood-soaked savior, whose wild gaze was no different from that of their tormentors. Having sobered up, the captive girl asked suspiciously what benefit they had from lying about the events of that day. The old man's face twisted with disappointment. He spat with disgust that human greed knows no bounds. Losing patience, he exclaimed that they were doomed to death, and now they themselves were rushing back into the beast's jaws. Wishing them luck with such an attitude, the man sharply turned toward the exit. Panic seized the woman. She fell to her knees, clutching his clothes, and tearfully begged for a second chance. Other girls joined the pleas, while the old man coldly remarked that after such impudence, it was hard to believe them. He contemptuously compared her to those who, after being rescued from the water, demand their belongings back, causing the woman to repent even more on the floor. Sighing heavily, the man listened to her desperate vows of lifelong loyalty. Eventually, he softened, helped her to stand, and decided to see the good deed through to the end. The woman obediently sat down, catching the surprised glances of her friends. The old man smiled slyly, realizing that her resourcefulness would work to his advantage. The tension eased, and the girls asked hopefully if they were now safe. Assuring them of a quick release, the man took a pouch from under his coat and threw it on the table. With a dazzling clink, gold ingots poured out, causing the women to be stunned. The man admitted that although their audacity impressed him, he still intended to help them. Laughing, he promised to find them work, while the girls exchanged distrustful glances. In exchange for safety, the old man set a single condition. They must make a promise for their own good. With the onset of night, the estate was enveloped in a disturbing aura. Outside, everyone desperately searched for the culprit of the bloody massacre. The man sternly warned that any rumors about that day must disappear. The women obediently averted their eyes, promising to keep their mouths shut. His gaze became icy. He reminded them that excessive chatter would lead to fatal consequences. Terrified to death, the captives trembled, nodding convulsively in agreement. To secure success, the old man raised a finger, informing them that now they would have to play a role. The girls exchanged embarrassed glances, not understanding the savior's plan. Meanwhile, absolute chaos reigned on the ruins of the destroyed estate. A confident step crushed wooden debris, breaking the silence of destruction. The man in green clothing, with a victorious look, towered over the ruins. With a self-assured smirk, he declared this territory his own property. His loud laughter was suddenly cut off by a powerful blow to the back of the head. Outraged, he grabbed his head, shouting discontentedly at the officials. The enraged official reminded about the maimed people and sleepless nights of investigations. The man in green just waved it off, brazenly stating that risk is the foundation of criminal life. Despite the shouts, he smiled complacently, anticipating his triumph. When the official raised his hand for another blow, the impudent man fled with a frightened scream. Running away, he shouted with a manic gleam in his eyes that he would definitely become a living legend. While life raged outside, in a dark room sat a man in purple clothing, unperturbed. With cold calmness, he convinced himself that the enemies had brought death upon themselves, and therefore his conscience was absolutely clear. In the dimly lit room, the young man sat with a gloomy expression, immersed in heavy thoughts. His gaze remained cold and tense while silence tore through the surrounding space. The hero sat with his back to the exit, feeling the oppressive atmosphere pressing on his shoulders. Suddenly, the heavy door creaked open, letting in a thin strip of light. The young man looked around irritably, sharply saying not to disturb him. However, his teacher stood at the threshold, cheerfully brushing off the aggression, declaring a bunch of matters to attend to. A short but eloquent pause hung in the room as the mentor confidently walked inside. The bright sun outside the open window sharply contrasted with the hero's gloomy mood. The mentor sat down nearby and directly asked if the young man was convinced of his own innocence. He lowered his eyes with doubt while the teacher placed a hand on his shoulder, assertively stating that the student had done everything correctly. The elder reminded a key fact: the young man had simply destroyed the criminals. He calmly explained that killing those who terrorize the people is quite natural, although he added that it would be wiser to interrogate them for information about the lairs and accomplices. Kanjin bitterly realized that the teacher had simply invented a convenient excuse for his outright failure. Noticing these doubts, the mentor sternly raised a finger, reminding him of the absolute duty to obey him unconditionally. He aggressively declared that if he called the sun the moon, then so it would be, ordering blind trust in his words. The young man obediently agreed, and the teacher smiled warmly, promising that someday they would remember this moment with laughter. The hero was suddenly gripped by anxiety, and he cautiously asked about his father's reaction, to which he received an immediate answer. He is incredibly proud of his son. The young man's face stretched in shock, as he could not believe he had escaped his father's wrath. The mentor dismissed his fears, explaining that the destruction of the bandits only incredibly strengthened the family's reputation. To prove his words, the elder sharply grabbed the student's face, forcing him to focus entirely on him. With quick, unexpected movements, he began to tussle the young man, creating disorder in his perfect appearance. The elder shamelessly felt his clothes, explaining that for the public, the hero must look as if he had just gone through an exhausting battle. The action instantly shifted to the majestic buildings of the city square, bathed in bright daylight. A crowd of people gathered on the streets, embracing each other with relief and sincerely rejoicing at the end of the bandit terror. A young girl with tears in her eyes rushed into her father's arms, celebrating his safe return. Loud laughter echoed around, and the men smiled broadly, finally shedding the burden of constant fear. A woman in the crowd fiercely cursed the defeated criminals, while a man nearby shouted that they should have been torn to pieces and fed to the pigs. The locals enthusiastically discussed their lord, who not only survived the treacherous assassination attempt, but also personally dealt with the attackers. One of the townspeople, referring to his brother's connections in the police, nervously recounted the real bloody massacre in the enemy's lair. The crowd listened with open mouths, deeply impressed by the incredible scale of what had happened. The narrator emotionally waved his hands, describing how their lord heroically stood against 20 armed-to-the-teeth psychopaths. Another man proudly added that in less than a year, this mighty leader caught all the scoundrels in the district. People nodded energetically, acknowledging that their ruler was no ordinary man, as he completely destroyed the infamous Bloody Gang. A man shouted with malicious joy that the bastards were finally wiped off the face of the earth, triumphantly clenching his fists. Meanwhile, the mentor and the apprentice quietly observed the noisy square, standing aside. The elder pointed to the crowd, drawing Kangjin's attention to how sincerely the people praised his name. The young man flinched from surprise when the teacher suddenly and very firmly squeezed his palm. Looking straight into his eyes, the mentor reminded the student of his boundless talent and absolute right to do whatever he pleased. Kangjin held his breath, finally realizing the true weight of his power and authority. However, the elder instantly changed his tone, radiating a threat and sternly warning never to show carelessness again. He harshly criticized the operation, noting that due to negligence, many people had to be involved, some of whom were senselessly harmed. Releasing the student's hand, the teacher directly stated that the sacrifices could have been avoided if the hero had acted perfectly, demanding the utmost from him. Pointing to the happy townspeople, the elder asked if this joyful life was truly what Kangjin desired. The young man firmly confirmed his intentions, after which he received a strict order to live in the present and never look back. The mentor took his hands again, reminding him of the cruel law of the world. To gain one thing, you must always give up another. But then he confidently smiled, declaring that thanks to his power, these rules no longer applied to Kangjin. He unequivocally ordered to take absolutely everything if something had to be sacrificed, and the young man resolutely accepted this dark instruction. The elder firmly pressed the apprentice to himself, making him promise not to repeat mistakes, and proudly noted his rapid maturation. Kangjin responded with a slight smile, embracing him in return, ironically suggesting that the teacher had simply become shorter. Later, the action moved to the stern gates of the police department, where absolute, unshakable order prevailed. Two guards lazily rubbed their eyes, complaining that due to the complete absence of crime, they simply fall asleep on the go. One of them recalled the times of petty bandits, noting that after the brutal cleanup of the Bloody Gang, no madman dared to enter their territory. The guards sincerely admired their almighty chief, regretting only the law that forced him to change his place of service every 3 years. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, a fresh sheet of paper lay on the table, densely covered with calligraphic text. Kangjin, with a cold, intensely focused gaze, continued writing, now fully controlling his fate and the future of the entire city. A bare tree stood lonely against the gloomy sky, swaying from sharp gusts of wind. In the yard, Kangjin stood motionless, his long purple garment fluttering restlessly in the wind. His gaze remained icy and focused while fallen leaves swirled around. He slowly reached out his hand to the massive trunk, mentally giving himself an iron promise not to allow past mistakes to repeat. Fingers dug forcefully into the bark, leaving deep dents from a sudden flash of determination. His reflections were abruptly interrupted by the teacher's voice, causing the warrior to freeze sharply. Turning around, Kangjin calmly asked the mentor for help. The old man blinked in surprise, completely not understanding what the confident student wanted from him. Soon Kangjin was already standing in the office in front of a massive desk, covered with countless papers. The teacher looked shocked at the huge stacks of scrolls, wiping sweat from his forehead at the scale of the work done. The student dryly explained that he had written down all possible causes of the past disaster to completely avoid its repetition. The old man silently read through the endless reports, trying to grasp the boy's maniacal attention to detail. He sighed and admitted that he had always feared collapse, but unexpectedly, the crisis brought them good. Kangjin decisively cut in that he needed clear algorithms for perfect decisions in any crisis situations. The mentor skeptically asked if he intended to continue artificially generating problems for the sake of will training. He sternly emphasized that things easy for others required colossal and exhausting efforts from Kangjin. The young man directly asked the teacher's opinion, to which he simply ordered him to sit down. Kangjin obediently sat down on the chair, while the old man explained that his actions were not wrong, but simply seemed strange to others. The student objected indignantly, sincerely not understanding the difference. His red eyes narrowed from intense thoughts and inner conflict. The mentor raised his voice, sharply reminding about the existence of people who consciously sow chaos and lie for profit. He explained that Kangjin was making superhuman efforts only to remain at the level of an ordinary person. Placing his hand on the student's shoulder, the old man proudly noted his incredible progress and the correctness of his path. The mentor's gaze fell on the scrolls, and he categorically forbade further senseless tests of will. The old man lightly patted the boy on the chest, urging him to listen to the old veteran. He recalled the past and shouted angrily that no one in their right mind on the battlefield begs for more enemies and blood. Kangjin objected that it was better to fight and win, but the mentor suddenly suggested avoiding battles altogether. Bloody memories of youth surfaced in the old man's mind when, as a wounded soldier, he prayed for the end of the war. Turning back to reality, the teacher advised to wish that terrible situations would not even arise. Kangjin asked confusedly how he would manage to avoid all possible provocations. The mentor smiled slyly and poked him with a finger, entrusting his sharp mind to find the solution independently. While the young man immersed himself in thoughts, the old man mentally rejoiced that he was able to challenge him through pride. The teacher realized that now he had to find a way to finally tip the scales in favor of his student's ego. Meanwhile, outside, the bright sun illuminated the majestic sign with the name of the neighboring residence. In the wide courtyard, a whole crowd of students in blue robes lined up, respectfully folding their hands. Ahead stood two leaders in green and red clothes, frozen in a deep bow. The gray-haired master responded to the gesture, thanking for the warm welcome despite the suddenness of the visit. The man in red awkwardly apologized for his futility and helplessness during recent events. The master assured that the help was invaluable, and the Vulcan clan would always be indebted to the Nine Dragons. The host modestly brushed off the praise, apologizing once again for the inconvenience before saying goodbye. The old master sharply turned around and gave his people a silent order to set off. The procession in blue organizedly left the territory, leaving the hosts alone. The man in red sighed with relief, stating that the Vulcan clan is going through far from the best times. He seriously added that despite their weakening, traditions require bowing down to the very ground. His companion in green laughed, promising the father the same respect from his generation. The father noted that Vulcan's failure turned into an advantage for their school, as all others felt their influence. The son confidently picked up the thought, declaring that it is time to strike while the iron is hot and secure supremacy in Canton. He convincingly explained that with the support of the residents and increasing strength, their school will send Vulcan into the past. The father smiled contentedly, duly appreciating the son's brilliant idea of creating a new alliance. When asked about the plan, the young man admitted that he would need his father's direct help. The strategy was to bypass all schools and propose a pact of mutual security against the backdrop of the crisis. The young man added that they must gather the best warriors of Canton to prove the necessity of a united force. In response to the father's doubts, the son smiled slyly, suggesting to lure the competitors into a friendly meeting and demonstrate the techniques of their school. The man in red shuddered, instantly realizing the audacity of this harsh move. The son cold-bloodedly explained that after such a demonstration, no school would be able to operate around them. He emphasized that all masters consider themselves the best, but the real difference in strength will quickly break their pride. An ambitious fire flared in the young man's eyes as he promised his father the status of an unshakable pillar of the entire canton. The father joyfully grabbed his son by the shoulders, unable to contain his pride for his strategic genius. They laughed loudly and together headed to the residence, anticipating absolute power in the region. The man smiled predatorily, noting that their similarity would prevent his affairs from turning into a boring routine. The sharp teeth of the pitchforks dug forcefully into the dry, rocky earth. Two peasants worked exhaustingly in the field, while nearby a hen with chicks pecked the ground carefree. One of the men wiped sweat, complaining about the back-breaking labor and the greedy old man who took half of their earnings. He bitterly realized that by the time they saved money for their own plot, the stingy old man would buy up all the lands in the district. His partner insisted on continuing the work, because otherwise they would remain simple hired hands forever. The work resumed with new strength, and the birds continued to get underfoot. The small chicks carelessly ran after the hen right under the dangerous tool. The peasant, breathing heavily, swung the pitchfork down with force. The metal pierced the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Two bloodied bodies of accidentally killed chicks were left lying on the ground. The workers realized their mistake with horror, understanding that the stingy owner would skin them alive even for such a trifle. The matter quickly went to court, where the frightened hired hand and the outraged old man stood before the impartial judge. The judge silently listened to the parties, maintaining an icy calm. The old man demanded compensation, cunningly arguing that by autumn these chicks would have grown into full-fledged hens. The judge mentally noted the old man's sharp tongue, recognizing the logic of his potential losses. The hired hand tearfully begged for justice, as a silver coin for two chicks was an exorbitant price, to which the judge proposed a market calculation. The old man brazenly claimed that his chickens were special because they were fed select rice every day, so in half a year they should have grown to the size of pigs. The judge was frankly surprised by such an absurd statement, but he decided to use the same rhetoric against the farmer himself. Watching the farmhand sobbing, the official acknowledged his guilt only in that he had hired such a miser. Eventually, he agreed that the worker should pay the price of an adult chicken, but suddenly asked about the grains spent on the birds. A barely noticeable, cunning smile played on the judge's face. The farmhand stared at the owner in shock, not believing that he was ready to continue this senseless lie. Catching the old man, the judge forced him to confirm that the chicks were indeed fed rice and expensive medicinal herbs every day. After a pause, he unconditionally obliged the hired man to pay the old man 1 silver coin. The hall froze in tense anticipation of the resolution. The old man blinked confusedly, not understanding where the judge was leading. The judge cold-bloodedly ordered to calculate the total cost of the elite feed that was supposedly spent on the birds over 6 months. Everyone present froze, realizing the scale of the trap into which the greedy farmer had fallen. The assistant announced the amount, which totaled a full 3 silver coins for the spent provisions. With mocking politeness, the judge ruled that since the hired hand reimburses the cost of adult chickens, the old man is obliged to return the money for their 6-month maintenance. The worker burst into tears of relief, while the greedy old man trembled with horror. Suddenly standing up, the judge summarized that the old man had just sold 3 silver coins for 1 and declared the case closed. The old man screamed hysterically about injustice, refusing to accept such a conclusion. The judge cast a look full of contempt at him, cutting off by saying that the calculation was made exactly according to the logic of the plaintiff himself. As the judge left the yard, the farmer was forcibly held back by the guard, and the moved hired hand continued bowing. With a warm smile, the judge advised the worker to be sure to collect the debt and to come back again in case of problems. Brushing off the thanks, he moved on, leaving the saved hired hand to bow. Meanwhile, in the spacious courtyard, a training duel between 2 martial arts masters unfolded. They rapidly exchanged strikes with training swords, slicing through the air. The dynamics of the fight were off the charts, and the fighters' movements turned into blurred silhouettes from incredible speed. Eventually, the tip of the wooden sword struck the stone floor with a sharp thud, marking the end of the sparring. The elder man, leaning on his sword, discussed with his son the sudden fall of several influential organizations. He marveled at how powerful leaders, skilled in martial arts, could be destroyed in a single day. The son philosophically remarked that in uncertain times there is always a global redistribution of power. The father laughed, praising the youth's intelligence, but warned that such bold theories would not be taken seriously by anyone. He categorically rejected the possibility of a connection between the fall of the Bloody Gang and the actions of the Vulcan sect, considering it impossible. The son gloomily pondered that if the rumors were true, it would be the perfect chance to take the empty place at the top. The senior master sternly ordered the heir to throw these thoughts out of his head so as not to bring misfortune upon their school. The young man obediently agreed, although the fire of ambition still burned in his eyes, which the father interpreted as a desire to serve the country. Sinisterly smiling at his own thoughts, the son decided to hide his true plans in order to gain influence in the future. At that moment, the elderly servant respectfully bowed, reporting the completion of the task. The judge, sitting at his desk, praised his subordinate for the speed, noting the invaluable role of Mr. Kwok in the swift resolution of the conflict. His gaze became cold when he admitted that despite the lack of combat skills, this Mr. Kwok perfectly reads people and handled the problem excellently. Silence fell in the spacious office, while the servant obediently awaited further instructions. The judge frowned, pondering that completing such a task was practically impossible. The servant confirmed his suspicions, relaying the executor's words that no normal person could have pulled off such a thing. The man in purple frowned, mentally searching for a hidden meaning in the words he heard. Meanwhile, spring was flourishing outside, covering the tree branches with fresh white blossoms. The bright sun illuminated the blooming garden, emphasizing the festive atmosphere. A noisy crowd gathered near the gates of the large estate in anticipation of the ceremony. Under a rain of multicolored confetti, the gray-haired man and his chosen one solemnly walked in wedding attire. The groom laughed sincerely with happiness, while the woman beside him shyly covered her smile. Kenjin silently watched the teacher's joy, convincing himself to share it, yet his soul was tormented by unrest. With the onset of night, the estate stood still under the glow of the full moon. The newlywed couple remained alone in the room, enjoying the silence after the loud celebration. The young girl, Mian, calmly and sensibly expressed her thoughts. The teacher listened attentively to her, mentally impressed by how cold-bloodedly this unusual girl behaves in any situation. In the semi-darkness of the room, the lonely flame of a candle barely flickered. The couple lay in bed, tightly entwining their hands. The man looked at his wife with regret and quietly asked her forgiveness. She gently objected, seeing no fault, but he insisted that the woman endure a little longer. The wife decisively declared her intention to find a job, but the man protested, reminding her of the sufficient amount of their own savings. The woman softly corrected him, calling the money joint, and with a smile noted that he had almost given up going to taverns. Covering his palm with hers, she assured that the man needed funds for confidence and urged to live carefree. She promised to take all the troubles upon herself, and the touched teacher joyfully admitted that meeting her was a true gift of fate. The man explained that as soon as Kanjin recognizes Mion, their life will become easier, to which the wife responded with readiness to accept the girl as a dear daughter. He strictly forbade her to call Kenjin young master, despite the woman's habit of old customs. The teacher sighed, understanding that his student had built an icy wall around himself, but his wife promised to make efforts to get closer. The man emphasized that it was not about efforts. She had to behave like a full-fledged wife of the mentor to make the boy get used to it. He added that only in this way would the student take her seriously, which caused genuine surprise on the woman's face. The wife froze, pondering the unexpected words. Understanding the man's logic, she submissively agreed to act according to his plan. The teacher smiled with relief and advised her to rest after a long day. A light breath instantly extinguished the candle, plunging the bedroom into darkness. Lying beside her, the man mentally acknowledged that his life would be shorter, so Kanjin's acceptance of the girl would be a salvation for both women. The next day, the teacher and his wife sat solemnly in the bright hall, awaiting the visit. Kanjin entered the room and respectfully folded his hands, greeting the mentor and his wife. The woman politely wished the police chief success and safety, which greatly surprised her husband. Kanjin calmly and coldly thanked her for the care. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard, and Mion approached the room, respectfully addressing the couple as father and mother. The girl laughed cheerfully, covering her mouth with her hand at the amusing reaction of those present to such words. In the well-kept garden, flowers were blooming, filling the yard with spring tranquility. During the walk, Kanjin questioned the teacher about the time of Mion's appearance and learned that it all started about a month ago. The old man admitted that the girl constantly visited after leaving the Bright Tower, which surprised the student, who considered her a brothel worker. The teacher laughed, assuring that he would not force him into a relationship and would leave everything to the natural course of events. The student categorically rejected this idea, but the old man continued to praise the girl's sharp mind and beauty, calling her the perfect match. Kanjin frowned, realizing that the mentor cared about Mion exclusively for his own benefit. The old man urged the student to stop resisting, threatening to force him to submit, although he immediately softened the tone by mentioning the necessity of the father's consent. Patting Kanjin on the back, the teacher stated that he had done everything possible and handed over the initiative to Mion. The student recalled how the old man immediately began manipulating him after meeting the girl, praising her intelligence and determination. Kanjin directly asked if the mentor had hidden motives in this whole conspiracy. The old man fearfully denied it, but the student only suspiciously squinted, confident in the existence of a secret plan. Eventually, Kanjin pretended to give up and agreed to believe, and the teacher happily ordered to pay attention to the girl at the next meeting. When the student turned around and walked away, the old man hurried after him, amusingly excusing himself that he was not forcing anyone. The lights softly flooded the quiet courtyard, enclosed by the high wall of the estate. Mion and the teacher sat facing each other, focused on having a serious conversation. The old man grimly warned the girl about inevitable difficulties and asked if she was sure about her choice. Mion calmly and resolutely replied that she fully understood the complexity of the task and was not going to retreat. The man sighed heavily, noting that such a girl could easily find another, more compliant man. He acknowledged her talents in learning and art, but strictly emphasized the necessity of having a clear goal. The old man rejected the idea of ordinary female education, stating that in this house she awaited a completely different level of training. Mion bravely suggested that she could work in the field, but the teacher objected, explaining that the new training would break her much faster than physical labor. The girl thought deeply, believing that despite Kangjin's difficult character, he remains an ordinary man with weaknesses. The old man read her thoughts and sharply shattered the illusion that his student could be easily approached. He warned that Kangjin is an extraordinary figure who for years rejected marriage proposals from the most influential and smartest families. Mion only smiled slyly, stating that it is precisely because of this impenetrable wall that she wishes to become his only wife. The experienced man, with a slight smile, advised the interlocutor to carefully study the chosen one in order to win his heart. The conversation took place against the backdrop of a luxurious estate surrounded by a blooming garden under a bright blue sky. The master of the house, dressed in luxurious clothes, calmly sat at the table, watching the cup being filled. The woman opposite, with a friendly smile, poured him tea, maintaining a light atmosphere of the meeting. After taking a sip, the man seriously remarked that it was time to find Taewon. Meanwhile, in the yard, a carefree flock of chickens was bustling about, unaware of the approaching guest. Only one bright rooster proudly sat on a high beam just under the roof of the barn. His gaze suddenly flared up, noticing movement below. The bird swiftly took off from the perch, heading straight towards the feet of the unknown man in the purple robe. The rooster fearlessly landed right on the man's shoes, raising a cloud of dust. The warrior calmly moved forward, allowing the cheeky bird to comfortably settle on his shoulder. He ironically noted that the father of this rooster always ran away from him, but the little one turned out to be remarkably brave. With a light wave of his hand, the man tossed the bird into the air, making it spread its wings. Watching the flight, the warrior philosophically reflected on the fleetingness of a chicken's life, which ends faster than it gains meaning. His face became thoughtful as he caught himself trying to find deep meaning in the life of such tiny creatures. Realizing the absurdity of his thoughts, he decided to work more thoroughly on his own principles and already knew exactly where to start. In the spacious hall, 4 officers lined up, their faces expressing extreme tension. The police chief announced in a cold tone that he had decided to conduct a special training session for them again. Hearing this, the subordinates broke out in a cold sweat, wondering who had angered their boss this time. One of them timidly objected that they were already the best in the country and asked about the limits of this torment, to which he received an icy look and a question about the reasons for such confidence. The leader harshly reminded that their level compared to other districts was insufficient, as they had overcome all crime only thanks to his intervention. The officer instantly straightened up, promising to do everything possible to meet the high standards. A sinister smile spread across the chief's face. He was pleased with such enthusiasm and promised to personally take charge of their training, causing the subordinate to shudder with horror. Ignoring timid excuses, he cheerfully assured that it was not a burden for him at all. Soon cries of pain and exhaustion echoed over the walls of the training ground. Dozens of officers were practicing strikes with their last strength, gasping from incredible strain. The tension on the ground reached its peak, the air bursting with rapid movements and heavy breathing. The leader effortlessly knocked down the best officer, mockingly asking why such a trifle caused him to tremble. While the beaten subordinate trembled on the ground, the warrior mentally agreed with his father. Possessing power naturally causes the desire to use it. He realized that his teacher's words were also true. Any problem is better solved immediately while it is still possible. Looking at his exhausted people, he decided to set clearer criteria for his own actions, loudly ordering the squad to become stronger. With a predatory grin, he reminded that the sun was still high, demanding that they completely get rid of old weaknesses for the sake of new strength. On the manager's desk towered piles of unresolved reports and documents. He was immersed in papers when suddenly he was informed of his father's arrival. Surprised by the visit, the son immediately ordered the guest to be taken to the office. The father entered, gesturing to his son not to stand up, but the son respectfully invited him to sit down. The elder man approached the desk, carefully examining the stacks of scrolls. He noticed that the son looked too preoccupied, to which the son replied about the endless work it had accumulated even before his appointment. The father proudly noted that he was pleased to see his son honorably leading the department and setting an example for others. The son modestly bowed his head, attributing all his successes exclusively to his father's guidance. The elder man laughed, admitting that as a merchant, he did not understand state affairs, but he realized the great responsibility his son bore for the welfare of the people. He added that rumors about the son's fairness and honesty filled his heart with pride, to which the warrior sincerely promised never to disgrace the family's reputation. Suddenly, the father's face became more serious. He hesitated before voicing his main thought. The man admitted that his pride was so great that he wished to see his son as the best police chief not only in the district, but in the whole world. The son smiled joyfully, assuring that if he had known about such high expectations, he would have tried even harder. The father authoritatively leaned his hands on the table, urging his son to listen carefully to him. The warrior instantly focused, leaning closer to the table, ready to absorb every word. The elder man spoke warmly that every father places hopes on his son, especially when he is his only one. The son's gaze became sharp as a blade. He felt the full weight of his father's words. He firmly promised to do everything for his father's pride, and the father confirmed his faith in him with absolute confidence. Silence prevailed in the room, filled with mutual understanding and an unbreakable family bond. The father smiled contentedly, mentally noting that Kanjin had long understood his value to him. The scene changed to a picturesque sunset, bathing a bridge over a lotus pond in golden light. The father stood there with a gray-haired advisor who cautiously inquired whether the girl Miyun was still considered the right choice for marriage. The advisor acknowledged the importance of marriage in a man's life, but humbly left the final decision to the head of the family. The father cast a sharp glance at him, immediately realizing that the advisor had already intervened in this matter. The gray-haired man shuddered inwardly, struck by his master's incredible insight. He tried to justify himself, explaining that he had known Kanjin for a long time and considered this girl a worthy companion despite the difference in status. The father mentally noted the perfectly measured speech of his subordinate, showing no outward emotion. Turning away, he acknowledged the advisor's reliable intuition and promised to think about it, but suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. The advisor tensed when the father mentioned the recent incident that caused Kanjin a deep emotional wound, admitting that his own attempts to comfort the young man had been in vain. The head of the family looked hard at his interlocutor, silently expecting truly wise advice from him in this difficult situation. The man in purple attire respectfully bowed before the leader, noting that Lord Kwok really knew Kanjin well. The leader's gaze in red suddenly caught on a black cane that had mysteriously appeared near his desk. He firmly grasped the weapon, frowning and mentally trying to understand its origin. The subordinate calmly explained that it was just a kind of reminder, causing even more confusion in the boss's eyes. The man in purple reminded that it was with this weapon that the leader had cruelly dealt with members of the perverts' society. At the mere mention, the leader's face distorted, and a sinister, dark aura began to emanate from the cane. The subordinate placed a stack of documents on the table, adding that this item would henceforth serve as a warning about past mistakes. The leader froze, suddenly feeling a strange, hidden power inside the seemingly simple baton. Dark energy continued to pulse, hinting at the unexplored properties of the weapon. Tension in the room increased as the air grew heavy with invisible pressure. The leader silently watched the subordinate, immersed in his own gloomy thoughts. Meanwhile, in the sunlit square, a young man in green confidently declared that he would definitely pass the exam and return. The mustached man placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, confessing that he had once envied scholars, but now he was filled with pride for his outstanding son. The young man, with a warm smile, promised never to disappoint his father, to which he wished him good health. Respectfully folding his hands in a bow, the boy officially said goodbye before departure. He quickly jumped into the carriage, mentally rejoicing that the change of plans would give him time to settle other matters. Settling into the seat, the young man smiled slyly, deciding that it was better to deal with the exam first. At the same time, the man in purple opened the door of his office, surveying the empty room. His gaze slid over the clean table, and he noted with relief that the paperwork had significantly decreased. Sitting down at the table and unrolling the scroll, he tried to enjoy the rare moments of peace. However, his face quickly darkened with thoughts of the elusive enemy, who had been inactive for too long after the recent killings. Openly bored without work, he lazily stretched in his chair, dreaming of going outside and punishing someone. Finally, he sighed heavily, clasping his hands behind his head in anticipation of any kind of entertainment. In the armory, the recruit Don diligently counted swords, wondering when he would be officially sent on a mission. The boy smiled dreamily, imagining his future in the ranks of the elite squad. Suddenly, he sharply turned around, flinching at the unexpected appearance of the chief in purple. Don instantly straightened up and loudly reported, only to receive a cold remark not to shout so as not to waste energy. The novice blushed, nervously trembling under the heavy, piercing gaze of the leader. The chief dryly inquired about the time of his enlistment, and the confused boy replied that he had served only a month. The man authoritatively threw his arm over the subordinate's shoulder, asking if he was having any difficulties at work. Noticing sweat on Don's face, he sarcastically suggested that their management was too simple, causing the novice to panic and deny it. The chief frowned in displeasure at the boy's next shout, demanding a clear answer about the difficulty of the service. Eventually, he patted the frightened Don on the shoulder, advising him to relax and not take his jokes so seriously. Changing the subject, the leader asked about the reason for his previous smile. He mockingly suggested that the boy simply enjoyed the sight of the weapon, which made Don justify himself again. Calming down a bit, the novice admitted that he had remembered tomorrow's first salary and the gifts he planned to buy for his family. This simple phrase made the chief sharply shudder from the unexpected realization. A tense silence fell in the room while the man digested what he had heard. Fearing the reaction, Don began to apologize panic-stricken, promising never to think about unrelated things at work again. Ignoring the apology, the chief sharply approached and with unhealthy interest asked if all people really buy gifts for their family from their first salary. He plunged into thought, realizing that his father and master did not need money, leaving him without ideas for a gift. Crossing his arms over his chest, he inquired what exactly the novice planned to purchase. Don enthusiastically told about the intention to buy warm, quality clothes, since their house was still cold. The boss burst out shouting, demanding confirmation whether ordinary people really give clothes as gifts. Having received an affirmative answer, the man thought deeply, while Don mentally shuddered at the unpredictability of his boss. Breaking the silence, the leader suddenly threw a gold ingot into the hands of the bewildered newcomer. He explained that he always generously rewards good lessons, leaving the boy in a state of absolute shock. Turning around, the boss headed for the exit, quietly muttering to himself thoughts about whether it was too late for him to buy clothes. Idan remained standing in the middle of the armory, not believing his own eyes and tightly clutching the gold. Soon the neatly wrapped package gently lay on the wooden table. The man in purple respectfully handed it to his master and his wife, asking them to look at the contents. The old man unfolded the fabric, his face stretched in surprise when he realized it was ordinary clothing. They silently examined the gift, not expecting such a gesture. The master's wife gently ran her hand over the fabric, impressed by the incredible fineness of the silk. The student proudly declared that he had chosen the best material in the entire store. The master could not hold back and exclaimed joyfully, his eyes shining with genuine happiness. The old man rushed to embrace his protege, while his wife watched the scene with a warm smile. The man frankly did not understand such a strong reaction to simple clothing, believing that money would be more useful. Laughing, the master explained that true value lies not in money, but in the time and effort spent choosing the gift. Finally understanding the essence, the student admitted that he had not previously understood the difference, as his pocket money would have been enough for any item. The master smiled with a paternal tenderness, confirming that thanks to him, he lived without worries, and once again emphasized that true gifts are not measured by wealth. The man in purple attire proudly stated that he had invested a lot of time and effort into his gift, hoping for a joyful reaction. He confessed to the senior interlocutor that he had long hesitated with the choice, since he only used the best, to which he received a wise answer. The main thing is not money, but the sincerity of the heart. The elderly woman, holding a wrapped package, pondered confusedly why they gave such importance to such simple things. Someone slowly stepped onto the carpet, accompanying their appearance with a quiet chuckle. The woman, with a fan hidden behind her back, silently observed the casual conversation of the trio in the room. The guest in purple gestured confidently, continuing to enjoy his role in the conversation. The observer, however, clenched the fabric on her chest, and her gaze filled with heavy sadness and pain from what she heard. Memories took her back to the past, when she was just a little carefree girl in a happy family. They lived in poverty, yet the child did not even suspect it, happily devouring food. The parents consciously starved themselves, giving the last crumbs so that their daughter could eat like a normal person. This boundless love bore fruit. The girl blossomed, becoming as beautiful as the care invested in her. Over the years, her beauty only multiplied, radiating light even in the simplest attire. But now, looking at a cheerful company, she bitterly realized being born a beauty in a poor family was a fatal mistake. The girl touched her face, despairingly understanding that she should have guessed the consequences much earlier. Her eyes widened with horror and hatred toward herself. If she had known the future, she would have mutilated her appearance with her own hands. In memories, her beauty brought her parents only pride and sincere happiness. Rumors about her beauty spread quickly, and wealthy families lined up at their modest doorstep, promising a life without want. But the real problem was that the girl turned out to be too attractive, drawing the attention of merciless monsters in wolf masks. Envious people sent bandits after them, and the father, with a sickle in his hands, desperately tried to protect his family from the dark shadows. An unknown savior scattered the wolf pack with a powerful sword strike, cutting through the air and enemies. The blade swiftly cut through the flesh of the villains, granting a brief moment of hope for salvation. But the world turned out to be much crueler. Armed killers with tiger stripes replaced the wolves. It was then that the family realized a terrible truth. Escaping from small predators, they had jumped straight into the jaws of a giant tiger. The parents tried with their last strength to flee with their daughter, but the merciless blade instantly ended the father's life, flooding everything with blood. The next moment, the mother fell too, and the girl screamed in unspeakable horror, watching the massacre. Both closest people lay dead right before her on the blood-stained floor. The beasts were already preparing to tear her apart as well, grinning fiercely in anticipation of an easy prey. At that second, a sharp sound of a strike rang out. Someone swiftly cut the monster, snatching the girl from the jaws of death. The heroine froze in place, stunned by the unexpected rescue against the backdrop of the bloody slaughter. Her savior turned out to be an influential lady from the Golden Pavilion, who soothingly placed her hand on her shoulder. Within the luxurious walls of the pavilion, the orphan, with eyes empty from grief, learned that she would be able to take revenge on her tormentors. She silently accepted her new fate, preparing for a long journey. Fortunately, the girl had considerable talent, dedicating all her strength to exhausting training and dancing. Her sharp mind also became a weapon. Nights passed continuously studying books and strategies. Incredible efforts transformed her into a completely different person, and she was reborn as a dazzling star of the stage. Later, she gained the status of the best courtesan of the Golden Pavilion, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Beauty brought her real power and countless riches, enough to hire an entire army of mercenaries. She manipulated the most influential people, who for a few sweet words were ready to throw the world at her feet. Her gaze sharpened. The perfect time had come to use all the accumulated resources for the long-awaited revenge. Returning to reality, she mentally mocked the irony of fate. The police, who once ignored the poor, now themselves took to punishing criminals. The old man joyfully called her by name, inviting her to join their company. She put on a polite smile and smoothly headed to the table, hiding her true emotions. The man in purple sharply turned around, surprised by her sudden appearance. Sitting next to him, the girl grimly stated that all this was terribly unfair, causing the neighbor to twitch nervously. The guest and the elderly couple exchanged confused glances, not understanding the reason for her dissatisfaction. She directly asked the man why he stole what rightfully belonged to her. The girl bitterly added that because of him, all the years of her hellish efforts turned out to be in vain, leaving the interlocutor completely bewildered. Suddenly, she sharply changed her tone, bowed low, and sincerely thanked him. The man blinked, puzzled by this sudden change from anger to mercy. Later in the yard, he loudly called his subordinate Edon. He instantly rushed over, happily responding to the commander's call. The subordinate stood at attention, ready to carry out any order. The commander admitted with satisfaction that the effect of the gift exceeded all his expectations, and advised the boy not to flaunt money in front of the elders so they wouldn't take it away. Edon showered with thanks, pompously declaring that for such a commander he was ready to jump even into fire, to which he received an approving response about the value of loyalty. The warrior smiled broadly, proud of his leader's praise. They cheerfully discussed the local weakling, who naively called himself a bandit, mocking his meager strength. Rejoicing in the trust, the subordinate briskly promised to return quickly after completing the assignment. The commander silently watched as the boy ran away, mentally noting that his plan worked flawlessly. Left alone in the room, he unfolded a beautiful blue fabric, carefully examining the item. The man approached the mirror, and his heart beat faster with excitement. He beamed with a sincere smile, trying on the new clothes. His cheeks slightly reddened at the thought that he received this gift from her. The leader's face was illuminated by a predatory smile, for he was finally convinced that money no longer mattered. This mission unexpectedly turned into a matter of the heart, opening absolutely new horizons for him. The young man mentally scolded himself for not knowing such simple truths, which always seemed mundane to others. Folding his arms on his chest, he thoughtfully gazed at the dazzling sun towering above the residence. A brief pause hung in the air, filled only with the tense silence of the spacious inner courtyard. The thoughts were interrupted by subordinates who hurriedly ran to the sudden summons of their master. The leader calmly praised one of the warriors for good work, contentedly accepting his deep bow. The subordinate in the bandana nervously laughed, acknowledging his own weakness and sincerely thanking for the support given. The leader's eyes flashed dangerously as he leaned over the warrior, asking in an icy tone whether he had successfully digested everything swallowed. The man shuddered, nervously blinking, and fearfully admitted that he did not understand the hidden meaning of those words at all. Grabbing the subordinate by the neck, the leader directly reminded him of the sect of the fallen blood, forcing him to panic and confirm full compliance with the order. Releasing his grip, the master coldly stated that he did not tolerate weaklings, while the warrior desperately begged for a chance to prove his usefulness. Suddenly changing anger to mercy, the leader ironically expressed concern about a possible invasion of destroyers into their prefecture. Calling Officer Edon, the master unequivocally ordered him to take the frightened informant with him and set out on reconnaissance. Noticing the officer's confusion, the leader calmly explained that the target was criminals controlling a powerful underground organization. With a cunning smile, he added that it would be much easier for the two of them to cope with this challenge. Edon instantly turned pale, mentally recalling his recent vow to go even to hell on the orders of the chief. The officer sharply straightened up and promised to quickly prepare a detailed report on all uncontrollable enemies, gathering indisputable evidence. The master ordered to do everything possible to help the informant, hinting at receiving new, more important tasks in case of success. Smiling contentedly, the leader released the warrior, who immediately rushed off to start the mission as soon as possible. Left alone with Edon, the master sharply changed his tone and ordered to closely monitor the new partner, reminding about the danger of human greed. He heavily placed his hand on the officer's shoulder, demanding to immediately and without any concealment report any suspicious actions. Promising support from another officer, the leader with a slight smile allowed Edon to ask a clarifying question. The master calmly brushed off doubts about the city patrols, stating that the fight against villains is better entrusted to those who deal with them at the snap of a finger. Edon gasped in surprise at the promise of a symbolic reward, but immediately received a stern warning about the fatal consequences of even the smallest mistakes. The officer fervently assured his dedication to the principles of the police, while the master called this mission the final test of the chief informant. Idan energetically struck his chest with his fist, swearing not to fail, and finally received permission to go. Having saluted with maximum determination, the officer loudly confirmed the order. The leader thoughtfully watched him with his gaze, pondering that it was not worth testing useful people, but this situation was meant to finally prove their reliability. His face again took on a cold confidence, for he never trusted those who had not passed a strict test. The action shifted to a luxurious office, where two officials stood tensely before the massive desk of their chief. The gentleman admitted that he perfectly understood the complexity of the political situation, and that was why he gathered the most experienced subordinates to find an immediate solution. One of the officials, sweating from nervousness, tentatively suggested involving an independent inspector for special affairs. The leader thoughtfully propped his chin, noting that such a step requires a direct order from the governor due to connections with the arbitration court. The subordinates confirmed that only an official gubernatorial appointment could initiate a large-scale exposure of corruption schemes in the region. However, they reminded about extremely tense relations with the authorities due to a recent bloody incident involving the husband of Lady Shu. Having heard all the concerns, the gentleman calmly stood up, taking full responsibility for resolving this problem upon himself. With a commanding gesture, he ordered the officials to continue their work and keep all papers in absolute cleanliness. Left alone, the leader mentally hoped that he appeared sufficiently unyielding, although the idea of resolving the conflict through bribery seemed painfully familiar to him. Irritatedly pondering the daily bribes disguised as gifts, he threw his head back, racking his brain over how to surprise the greedy governor. His empty gaze froze on the traditional red lantern, slowly swaying under the wooden ceiling. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened from a sharp revelation, and he mentally cursed himself for the extra torment of choice. A brief moment of silence came, filled with invisible tension and concentration before the decisive step. The man went out into the garden and approached the massive tree, thoughtfully touching the deep mark on its bark and noting the swift passage of time. He took a smooth step back, focusing his attention on the giant trunk against the crimson evening sky. The warrior pressed his foot into the ground with devastating force, preparing for a swift leap. His body exploded with speed, soaring high into the air and leaving behind a trail of torn leaves, heading toward the upper branches. The landing was absolutely perfect. The man instantly assumed the lotus position right on a thin branch without losing balance. The branch beneath him barely trembled from the impact, but the hero's profile remained unshaken, as if carved from stone. In his mind, he admitted that others would have already relaxed, feeling the pleasant warmth of spiritual energy, but his ambitions reached much further. Predatorily smiling, he decided to allow himself a moment of peace, jokingly thinking about showing this picturesque place to his master. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open sharply, flashing with a bloody red light that foretold the release of colossal power. His face contorted with extreme tension, and a pulsating energy aura materialized around his head. Sitting on the tree, he allowed the powerful greenish-yellow energy to completely envelop his body. The aura instantly changed color to deep violet, creating dense waves of pure spiritual power around him. The violet streams vibrated with such force that they made the entire tree groan dangerously and sway under the pressure. A sudden flash of dazzling light burst from beneath him, lifting the warrior's body upward with incredible force. The hero majestically hovered in the air high above the giant tree, continuing to meditate unshakably inside the impenetrable violet sphere. The youth's gaze flashed with cold determination as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. His body plunged downward rapidly, spinning in the air like a dark whirlwind. A powerful beam of light cut through space, accompanying his lightning-fast landing. His boots struck the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. He barely wavered on his feet, thinking confusedly that he had momentarily lost vigilance. Sudden shock distorted his face. A stranger's presence unexpectedly struck his nerves. Before him stood an unflinching red-haired guest, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. The old servant bowed respectfully, expressing great honor to accompany such a venerable person. The guest smiled softly, canceling formalities and explaining his early visit as a simple misunderstanding. The servant gestured to invite him into the residence, noting that the host would return only in the evening. Heavy footsteps echoed through the quiet courtyard of the estate. The red-haired man moved forward unhurriedly, leaving the troubled servant behind. The evening sky bathed the roofs of the residence in a soft but tense crimson. Suddenly, a dark figure fell like a stone from the sky directly onto the courtyard. The servant shuddered, wondering when exactly the young master had managed to return. The guest squinted predatory, noting with satisfaction that the rumors about the family's incredible protege were true. Refusing the servant's offer to announce the visit, the red-haired man decided to approach himself. The young man sharply turned around, asking the servant about the arrival and identity of the stranger. The servant hastily explained that before them was the long-awaited guest of the master himself. A tense silence hung in the air, breaking the calm of the evening estate. The red-haired man slyly inquired why the famed terrible demon turned out to be so clumsy. The young man cut off displeased, saying that this nickname belonged to the old man, and frowned at the insolent tone. His red eyes narrowed as he boldly noted that he and the guest looked like peers. The servant broke out in a cold sweat, silently begging to avoid conflict. The young man indignantly ordered the guest to drop unnecessary formalities. In his memory, the stern image of the old master briefly surfaced. He snorted arrogantly, while the red-haired man challenged his confidence. The young man admitted that he had been lazy lately, but firmly denied his clumsiness. The guest sneered mockingly, stating that weaklings never realize their own weakness. The young man abruptly interrupted the conversation with a loud shout, refusing to listen further. His face expressed sincere incomprehension of what was happening at all. The guest offered to demonstrate his skills as a gift, causing the servant to panic even more. Despite the old man's pleas, the red-haired man calmly assured that it was not difficult for him at all. Without unnecessary words, he turned his back and confidently walked towards the training arena. The servant bit his finger in despair, realizing that a real disaster was approaching. In the semi-darkness of the armory, the training blades calmly awaited their time. The young man took a wooden sword, deciding that it would be quite enough for the guest of his father. He arrogantly said that the wooden sword would hold up, dismissing the advice to take a real weapon. Firmly gripping the hilt, he announced the beginning with a predatory expression on his face. Stepping onto the arena, the young man asked his opponent in surprise why he was still unarmed. The red-haired man carelessly shrugged, seeing no need to arm himself. Angered by such impudence, the young man mentally promised not to hold back his sword. Springing from his place, he rushed into attack, wishing to test the limits of the stranger's confidence. He cold-bloodedly decided to see how long the unarmed upstart could hold out. The wooden blade sliced through the air with a deafening whistle and a deadly swing. The guest gracefully dodged the blow, mockingly advising the young man to watch the sword. Blinded by rage, the young man promised to fight to the end, even if the opponent yielded. His face twisted with anger, while the guest continued to maintain a mocking smile. A dazzling flash of energy illuminated the arena as their forces finally clashed. The red-haired man easily evaded another lunge, leaving behind only a blurred silhouette. Clenching his teeth, the young man put all his strength into a devastating horizontal sweep. The guest deliberately exposed his neck to the strike, forcing the opponent to shockingly consider his madness. The blade stopped lightning fast a millimeter from the skin, causing no harm. A powerful shockwave tore through the space as the guest deflected the attack with bare hands. The young man froze in confusion, while the red-haired one waited with interest for him to finally lose control. The arena shook from a series of wild, continuous strikes from both sides. The young man was thrown backward, gasping for air from the missed counterattack. He snarled fiercely, unable to hide his own humiliation and pain. The guest squinted with satisfaction, admitting that it was this very rage that intrigued him. He coldly finished off his opponent with words, calling his skills a pathetic imitation. Losing the last remnants of his mind, the young man let out a wild roar and charged into battle again. A colossal wave of energy burst from his blade, ready to destroy everything in its path. The clash kicked up a cloud of dust as a powerful strike was blocked, putting an end to this confrontation. The young man in purple attire charged with a furious scream and bloodshot eyes. The woman with burgundy hair met his gaze coldly, instantly recognizing in him the legendary star that strikes the heavens with its fierce energy. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, the focused scientist calmly drew hieroglyphs on the paper. His thoughts were gloomy, for corruption turned out to be much deeper than he expected, and the threads could even lead to Grandpa Sam. Having finished writing, he froze for a moment, doubting whether he could safely deliver this message. Suddenly, a sharp sound made him flinch and sharply turn his head. The door burst open with a crash, and 3 armed killers in masks stormed into the room. The young man instantly jumped back, tensing and demanding to know who they were. The strangers did not hesitate and cold-bloodedly gave the order to eliminate the target. Dodging deadly blades, the scientist firmly grabbed his letter and sharply moved aside. Having no other way out, he rammed the wooden window bars with his back, breaking out outside. The killers looked out into the breach in surprise, not expecting such agility from an ordinary scholar. Regrouping after a hard fall, the fugitive instantly got to his feet, raising a cloud of dust. He mentally scolded himself for not confusing the tracks better, as the pursuers were already landing right behind his back. A desperate chase began, where three armed shadows relentlessly pursued the unarmed scientist. His eyes widened in horror as new enemy figures appeared ahead, finally cutting off the path to salvation. At the critical moment, an elder ally rushed to help, ordering the young master to flee immediately, as their chances of holding out were slim. With the clatter of steel, the loyal guard took the blow upon himself, fiercely demanding to know who dared to attack them. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the warrior grabbed the scientist by the sleeve and forcibly pulled him away from the danger zone. The youth ran with all his might, gasping from exhaustion and panic. At the same time, at the other end of the courtyard, the warrior in purple unleashed devastating waves of energy, attacking the mysterious woman. She disdainfully assessed his assault, acknowledging his achievement but mentally calling his power too immature. When the enraged swordsman charged into close combat, she coldly pronounced that he still lacked another 10 years of training. With a casual gesture, the woman extended her palm forward, which immediately shone with a purple aura. A giant semi-transparent hand materialized in the air, creating an insurmountable barrier before the attacker. The warrior desperately pressed on the sword, but the terrible pressure made him grit his teeth from the strain. It was into this chaos that the senior guard burst headlong, shouting to his young master. Thrown back by a powerful impulse, the swordsman in purple staggered, rapidly losing his balance. Cold sweat rolled down his face, and his strength finally left his body. The woman mentally marveled at his stubbornness, while in the background, fugitives rushed past her in panic. In the commotion, the guard accidentally collided directly into the back of the disoriented warrior. The swordsman's eyes flared with demonic red light, and he fiercely swung his blade at the obstacle, which the woman met with absolute indifference. Her hand flashed forward and delivered a merciless strike with two fingers straight to the attacker's forehead. A blinding light flared from the impact, and the warrior's skull jolted from the incredible force of the blow. The young man instantly fainted and went limp in the woman's arms, who calmly noted that today's encounter had turned out to be extremely interesting. Later, over a cup of tea, she openly asked the clan patriarch whether he had truly prepared for the consequences, since she did not intend to interfere in their family affairs. A tense silence filled the room, full of unspoken threats and anticipation. The woman admitted she was impressed by the young man's speed in regaining control, but doubted whether he could maintain this power for life, hinting at her own usefulness. She smiled mysteriously upon hearing the confident assurances of the leader. The patriarch respectfully bowed his head, thanking her for her vigilance, but firmly insisted that all incidents must remain in the past. The woman's face turned icy as she warned that a single loss of control would lead to disaster, advising to think carefully about her words. The leader paled, recalling mentally the terrible incident when the boy in a fit of rage completely destroyed the illegal arena. He understood that only the elder saved his son then, and with anxiety realized the scale of the threat from his only heir. Their game of cat and mouse continued in the spacious hall, where everyone concealed their true motives. The next day, the peaceful sky brightly illuminated the exquisite roof of the clan pavilion. The woman casually drank tea in the company of the now calm young man, ironically reminding him of his blind obsession with victory yesterday. The boy maintained perfect composure, and with a gentle smile replied that he would gladly take a few lessons, elegantly avoiding a display of strength before the family. The woman mentally noted his impeccable discipline and manners, understanding that such ambitions are usually not spoken aloud. The young man smiled warmly but soberly assessed the chances in his mind, being 100% sure that any attack would end in his complete ruin. Openly offering her to become his teacher in the future, he mentally vowed to crawl before her until he gained true power. A brief, silent pause filled with hidden character confrontation hung between them. The woman smiled predatory, captivated by his phenomenal ability to hide emotions, and was finally convinced of his nature. She suddenly stood up, wishing him success so that she would not be bored in the future, which made the young man shudder with surprise. At last, she warned that a time of incredible intensification of desires would come, and then he must come to her in a place teeming with monsters to feast to his heart's content. Without waiting for an answer, the woman turned around and confidently walked away. The young man watched her back with a gaze burning with anger, mentally promising to cruelly repay the humiliation he endured. Suddenly, she threw over her shoulder that he would have to give up the outrage, that very black weapon, causing him silent shock. She coldly warned that others were already beginning the hunt, which would inevitably bring him misfortune, but offered her help in solving this problem. The young man responded to her only with a silent, penetrating look, analyzing the proposal. Smiling triumphantly, the woman said that his refusal suited her perfectly and left. The action shifted to a secret vault, whose shelves were bowed under luxurious porcelain and priceless antiques. In the center of the room stood a colossal pile of open chests filled to the brim with gold. Incredible wealth dazzled brightly, testifying to the true scale of the clan's power and influence. In the middle of this fabulous treasury stood a faithful guard with a lit lantern, seriously inspecting the entrusted riches. The manager sat at the table, counting papers and mentally complaining about rising expenses due to the need to appease influential people. In the dim light of the room, he calmly continued sorting through documents, focused on his calculations. From the darkness of the corridor, a figure with a lit lantern suddenly emerged, breaking the silence of the residence. The manager instantly recognized his young master Lee Kan-jin, awkwardly excusing himself for not having permission to meet him earlier. Lee Kan-jin ignored the apology, immediately getting to the point and informing manager Chung of his request. A tense pause hung between them as both assessed the risks of the upcoming conversation. Chung warned the youth anxiously not to interfere in a dangerous matter, fearing the consequences if they failed. However, later a confident smile appeared on the manager's face, as Governor Sumo was just another target for their guild, not worth extra worries. Suddenly, the wall of the residence shattered into pieces, accompanied by a deafening roar and a cloud of dust. The spacious hall instantly turned into a battlefield, where armed mercenaries unleashed a merciless rampage. A stocky man with a headband irritably crossed his arms, aggressively urging his subordinates not to waste time on trifles. His young accomplice suggested absorbing the Yajok sect, but the leader sharply rejected the idea, reminding them of their fierce resilience and unwillingness to submit to anyone voluntarily. The leader ordered the young man to follow him, coldly noting that acting alone was too suspicious, and the slightest report to the master would cost him his head. Two men cautiously entered the secret room, filled with antique shelves and artifacts. The man with the headband decisively kicked the wooden floor, purposefully searching for a hidden cache. The kick created a crack in the boards, revealing an intricate mechanism of a secret hatch. He hurriedly opened the find, and his face instantly lit up with predatory joy. Inside was a chest filled to the brim with gold and valuable scrolls, which finally convinced him of the correctness of the decision to rob the sect. The gold ingots dimly glittered in the semi-darkness, fueling the mercenaries' greed for profit. The leader sneered slyly, mentally mocking the leadership's decision to assign such a naive boy to him. He handed a gold ingot to his frightened subordinate, tempting him with a reward for hard work, although the young man refused fearfully due to fear of punishment from the leadership. Ignoring the boy's panic, the leader placed the gold in his hands, cynically convincing him that this was not a robbery of peasants, but merely a sincere expression of gratitude. Noticing the young man's doubts, he changed tactics, skillfully manipulating his feelings and suggesting spending money on medicine for his parents. The subordinate tensely looked at the gold, desperately trying to find justification and convince himself that it was not a bribe or a violation of orders. The leader rejoiced inwardly, observing the boy's moral torment and knowing perfectly well that the first step toward betraying one's own principles is always the hardest. Meanwhile, Lee Kan-jin stood unshaken in his crimson robes, immersed in deep thought. His gaze was fixed on the majestic portrait of the god of war Moon Jong, towering on the wall of the mansion. The young man was fascinated, pondering how an ordinary general from a family of civil servants managed to gain such respect and become a true deity in the eyes of the people. An unexpected sound of footsteps snapped him out of his thoughts, forcing him to instantly gather himself and strain his hearing. He sharply turned around, reminding himself of the need to be cautious with the powerful, whose cruel whims are impossible to predict. A cold smile appeared on his face as he firmly decided to gain absolute power as soon as possible, so as never to bow his head before others again. As soon as the governor entered the room, Lee Kan-jin respectfully bowed, officially introducing himself as the chief of police of Shin District. The governor of Guangdong, Su Chin-su, looked sternly at the young man, showing no emotion on his face. Lee Kan-jin glanced sideways at the official's figure, mentally noting that his powerful stature fully matched the terrible rumors. The governor demonstratively walked past, deliberately ignoring the greeting and forcing the policeman to remain in a humiliating bow. The air in the office became heavy with invisible tension, but the young man maintained perfect composure, waiting for further actions. While the high-ranking official leisurely settled behind his massive desk, Lee Kan-jin humbly stood in the middle of the hall, folding his hands in a gesture of submission. The policeman's face instantly took on an extremely serious and focused expression. However, inside he was boiling with rage, sarcastically promising himself to cruelly avenge this humiliation as soon as he surpassed the governor in status. Su Shin-su indifferently shuffled papers on the desk, behaving as if the guest in his office did not exist at all. Only later did the official cast a quick, cold glance at the frozen figure of the young man. The governor was genuinely surprised, as he expected to see a proud and spoiled son of wealthy merchants, not such a well-mannered servant. Finally, he broke the silence, asking displeased why the police chief had not reported his arrival immediately. Lee Kangjin instantly raised his head, displaying a sincere, friendly smile on his face. He bowed respectfully again, skillfully flattering and assuring that he simply did not dare to distract such an outstanding leader from important state affairs. The young man added that even simply observing the governor's devoted work inspired him, to which Su Chin-su laughed loudly, noting his eloquence. The governor smiled contentedly, recalling how, thanks to the lightning-fast actions of this clever young man, he was able to quickly expose his son-in-law's misdeeds. When the official praised him as a model for others, Lee Kangjin modestly waved it off, stating that he had only strictly followed the ideal principles of the governor himself. Creating the most favorable atmosphere, the young man changed his tone to businesslike and announced that he had come with an urgent request. He explained that a recent crackdown on street gangs had revealed a much larger crisis from which the peaceful residents of the province continued to suffer. Looking directly into his interlocutor's eyes, Lee Kangjin convincingly proposed to make the people place all their hopes exclusively on the figure of the governor. The young man boldly asked to expand his powers, promising to reduce the crime rate to unprecedented levels for the sake of strengthening the leader's reputation. Su Chin-su thoughtfully stroked his beard, analyzing the young man's unclear successes in fighting corruption and trying to unravel his true ambitions. Lee Kangjin skillfully concluded his speech, bowing his head and offering to use himself as an obedient instrument to multiply the official's glory. While the governor hesitated, the young man narrowed his eyes predatory, realizing that he had perfectly played the bait and the official was about to swallow the hook. The governor sternly asked if he would be able to handle such a task, and Lee Kangjin mentally shouted from absolute triumph, the trap had successfully closed. The young man in purple attire resolutely promised the governor to reduce the crime rate, putting his own life at stake. Having received consent, he smiled contentedly, thanking for the given chance. Meanwhile, a burly swordsman with a heavy blade on his back approached the traditional residence. Inside, the sect leader calmly slurped hot noodles. The warrior loudly stepped over the threshold, reporting his return. Po Yan, leader of the Samuk sect, put down his food, demanding precise confirmation of the information. The swordsman reported on the Deben sect, which had swiftly captured the Xinyi territory and insidiously infiltrated the ranks of the Fallen Blood sect. The leader smiled predatory, realizing that the rapid expansion of the enemy was worthy of detailed study. While the warrior stomped in place, Po Yan mentally sighed irritably at the subordinate's impenetrable stupidity. Another sect member interrupted the conversation, sarcastically drawing attention to the swordsman's arrival. He harshly criticized him for senselessly brandishing his blade at such a critical time for the organization. The warrior fiercely bared his teeth, ready to attack the offender. But the leader's authoritative shout instantly stopped the escalation. The burly man complained about the disrespect, to which he immediately received a reprimand for violating subordination to the leader. Po Yin cut off the dispute with disgust, ordering to focus on investigating the affairs of the Pequan sect. His advisor reported on the abnormal speed of the enemy's seizure of power, which directly indicated hidden support from powerful patrons. While the warrior suggested mindlessly cutting down competitors, the leader insisted on identifying the puppeteers who targeted Guangzhou. After analyzing the situation, Po Yang concluded that such a delicate operation must be backed by an influential official. His face darkened with the realization of the scale of the conspiracy, as a minor sect would never have received government support without a significant reason. The action moved to a luxurious gazebo built right above the calm lake surface. The governor leisurely drank tea in the company of a woman, enjoying polite conversation. He smiled slightly, pleased with the tranquility. However, the idyll was interrupted by a familiar young man in purple, who was swiftly walking down the long corridor. He bowed low, apologizing to the governor for the lost trail of the mysterious minister in Sichuan. The governor tensed, realizing that the disappearance without a trace of a high-ranking official foretold serious problems. He ordered the search not to be stopped, despite the fact that those lands were completely controlled by the powerful Yu family. Taking political responsibility upon himself, the governor commanded his subordinate to focus exclusively on the task. The official silently took a sip of tea, looking heavily at the horizon. Suddenly, the young man abruptly approached, unexpectedly calling the governor father. The son proudly reported on his successes in office, emphasizing the absence of serious crimes in recent months. The father warmly noted the young man's internal changes, acknowledging that public service had benefited him. When the son asked for advice, the governor listened attentively. They continued the conversation, slowly walking through the cobblestone courtyard. The father warned that any retreat would destroy the earned reputation, but the young man confidently declared he had his own plan. The son sought to act independently, although he openly feared for the fate of their trading company. The governor reassured him, promising to settle business matters, and ordered him to act strictly according to the law. Rejoicing in this trust, the young man promised to return with brilliant results. However, at the end, the father sternly warned the son against destructive vanity. The mention of the impossibility of a second mistake made the young man shudder with hidden fear. He clenched his jaws tightly, barely restraining his nervous tension. Having mastered himself, the son respectfully promised not to disappoint either his father or the mysterious master. Far in the mountains stood an abandoned, forest-overgrown traditional building. In a dark room covered with cobwebs, someone was breathing heavily and hoarsely. Trembling hands rested on the dirty floor while the unknown person fiercely refused to wait any longer. Clenching his fists, the figure in black felt confidence in his newly acquired combat skills. Pausing before the ajar door, the warrior decided to act as cautiously as possible to avoid exposure. The shadow silently slipped into the thicket, driven by the urge for immediate search. Meanwhile, in a noisy tavern, two men were having a tense conversation at a table. The warrior with a headband whispered anxiously about the threat from the Samuk sect, which could easily crush their small organization. His young interlocutor tensed, acknowledging the enemy's dominant status in Kwanju. Casting aside doubts, the boy decided to immediately report everything to Officer Peck, despite his colleagues' warnings. At dawn, Officer Peck, the governor's son, after releasing tension, drew his sword in the courtyard of the residence. His gaze burned with cold, unwavering determination. The body was enveloped in a dense purple aura as he assumed the perfect combat stance. The morning sun brightly illuminated the clear, cloudless sky, emphasizing the moment of truth. The young man executed a lightning-fast strike, dripping with sweat, yet demonstrating absolute deadly control over the blade. Grimacing from strain, the young man breathed heavily, thick cold sweat rolling down his face. With a loud exhale, he lowered the trembling sword, trying to regain strength in the empty training yard. Raising his eyes to the sky, he asked himself with disappointment, could his endurance limit really be a miserable few hours? Doubts continued to tear the hero from within, undermining any confidence in his own abilities. Suddenly, the smiling face of a woman who once advised him to act independently, assuring him it was not difficult at all, surfaced in his memory. Returning to reality, he gripped the hilt, doubting whether he could truly master the technique in just one day of continuous training. The next moment, his gaze changed drastically, filled with cold determination and readiness to break his own limits. Meanwhile, from the thicket of the forest, two experienced masters were closely observing his exhausting efforts. The young man sprang up again, transforming into a whirlwind of blurred silhouettes and flawless sword swings. One of the elders grimly noted that such an incredible talent for combining movements would inevitably lead to a fatal weakness in battle. Deciding to intervene, the master stepped out of the shadow of the trees and calmly gestured for the student to come to him. The boy instantly stopped training and quickly approached his mentors. The elder openly admitted that he had tried to hide the truth, but ultimately acknowledged the extraordinarily high level of his combat abilities. Hearing that his genius had become a cause for concern, Kanjin stared at the master in surprise. At the request to explain the situation, the mentor asked about the essence of the movement technique, to which he received a dry, rehearsed answer about the rules of development. The master denied any violations, emphasizing that the real problem lay in the too blind and strict adherence to these rules. He tried to convey to the student that each combat form carries a deep meaning, which he simply ignores for the sake of speed. The second mentor intervened in the conversation, directly stating that behind the perfectly honed technique, the young man had completely lost the very essence of the art. Deciding not to waste time on empty talk, the old master stepped forward to demonstrate everything by his own example. Drawing the blade, the old man sharply sliced the air, commanding the boy not to take his eyes off his movements. He executed a lightning-fast strike, explaining that a single swing is only a basic, primitive unit. Immediately, the master shifted into a whirlwind of continuous attacks, demonstrating how the perfect fusion of stances turns into a true destructive force. Kenjin confidently stated that he already knew this, to which the old man parried, emphasizing the limitless variability of combinations. For clarity, the mentor took a new combat stance, concentrating unstoppable energy in the blade. With incredible speed, he lunged forward, activating the devastating form of the supreme tiger. Stopping, the old man explained that it is the circumstances on the battlefield that dictate the necessity of using such fierce attacks. After that, he smoothly leveled the sword in front of his face, radically changing his aura to an absolutely calm one. Instantly closing the distance, the master performed a series of soft and fluid maneuvers. He created an impenetrable dome from the blade's swings, resembling a merciful rain that repels any enemy threat. Finishing the demonstration, he emphasized the importance of defense, making Kanjin finally realize his blindness. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the mentor confirmed that the boy's natural insight already does half the work for him. But his face immediately grew serious when he assumed that this innate talent prevented the young man from grasping the true law of the sword. The old man's gaze pierced through, demanding the student finally break his own patterns. To relieve the tension, the second mentor made a strange analogy, and suddenly an illusory pig knuckle appeared in the air. Smiling broadly, he enthusiastically continued to explain the process of tasting his favorite meat dish. The old man comically imitated greedy eating, demonstrating genuine animalistic pleasure from the process. He carefully chewed the imaginary piece, emphasizing the importance of every smallest shade of flavor. Spreading his hands, he drew a parallel. If you swallow meat like water, it loses its meaning, just like mindlessly performed sword technique. Kanjin's eyes flashed joyfully, and he clapped his hands loudly, finally understanding the deep meaning of this crazy lesson. The first master watched this in shock, not understanding how the absurd analogy with food worked better than his combat demonstration. The young man immediately returned to training, mentally reproaching himself for previously ignoring such fundamental things. In his imagination, the image of that mysterious woman appeared again, and now he clearly understood why she called his movements clumsy. His crimson eye gleamed fiercely as he gave himself a harsh vow to polish every stance from scratch. He made a powerful lunge, and this time his body moved in absolute harmony with every breath and weapon. Suddenly, the dynamics of the perfect training were interrupted by a desperate scream from a subordinate officer who was running swiftly towards him. Kanjin looked around irritably, outraged that his direct order not to be disturbed had been so brazenly violated. Seeing the man gasping from running, the young man coldly ordered him to calm down and immediately report the situation. The officer was barely catching his breath, trying with horror to find words to report the catastrophic news. Kanjin's eyes instantly widened in shock when he finally heard and realized the scale of the tragedy. Without any hesitation, he sprang from his place, ordering the subordinate to lead him to the epicenter of the events. In the square in front of the residence, there was a dead silence. In the center lay two bodies, tightly covered with blood-stained cloths. The young man gloomily approached the dead and, unable to hold back heavy breathing, knelt before them. With a trembling hand, he threw back the edge of the soaked fabric to see with his own eyes the mutilated faces of his people. His gaze became icy as he sharply turned his head to the guards, demanding immediate explanations for this massacre. He dryly stated that these two were the best investigators and immediately suspected a bloody revenge for their previous mission. One of the subordinates snarled fiercely, declaring that this audacious attack was the work of an enemy sect from Gwangju. Kanjin silently listened to these accusations, not lowering his dead gaze from the bodies of his loyal comrades. Darkness covered his face, and he mentally admitted his own guilt, realizing that he had shown unacceptable carelessness toward the enemy. Bowing his head, he felt the bitterness of loss tearing him apart, as he could no longer repay the dead for their loyalty. The young man abruptly stood up, radiating a terrible, murderous aura, and in an icy tone ordered to be taken to the families of the fallen, preparing to begin merciless revenge. With the cold gaze of red eyes, the man sternly asked where they were. Meanwhile, above the quiet village, the bright sun shone carefreely. A woman with a baby on her back calmly hung out the washed laundry. A man approached the peasant woman who had fallen to her knees before him and asked in surprise about the reason for such behavior. She bowed low without raising her eyes while he silently observed her. The baby on the woman's back smiled joyfully, feeling no tension at all. The man ordered the woman to raise her head, and she readily straightened up. In her eyes flashed anxiety due to the unexpected visit of His Highness. Suddenly, the woman's face was distorted by genuine horror. With a trembling voice, she began to beg the milord to confirm that what she heard was a lie. The woman staggered from shock, and the man calmly asked her to sit down. Helping her to sit, he mentally scolded himself, wondering if he should have entrusted this difficult mission to his officers. However, he firmly decided to take responsibility personally, as he despised commanders who hide behind others' backs. Gathering his thoughts, he quietly but resolutely asked her to listen to him until the end. The woman trembled, and bitter tears continuously rolled from her eyes. The man looked at her grief with sympathy, yet his face remained impassive. Suddenly, she broke into a desperate scream, unable to contain the despair from the loss. The peasant woman covered her face with her hands and sobbed bitterly, while the baby looked confusedly at her tears. Feeling the mother's grief, the child also burst into loud crying. He silently towered over the broken family, clenching his fist painfully from helplessness and anger. Heavy dark clouds thickened over the settlement, reflecting the gloomy atmosphere of that day. The man left the yard with quick steps, deeply offended by the inflicted humiliation. His eyes burned with furious rage, and he mentally vowed not to forgive the enemies for their deeds. As he walked away, he made a harsh promise to himself to make the guilty pay the highest price. Elsewhere, an elderly man with a scar asked in surprise about the unexpected departure to the provincial capital. His stout interlocutor nodded affirmatively. The elder frowned, trying to understand why this scoundrel suddenly left the province without warning. The subordinate reported that besides clearing out underground gangs, no suspicious events had occurred. Citing a pile of work, the fat man hurriedly apologized, and the elder let him go without further questions. He silently watched the subordinate, who quickly disappeared behind the massive doors. Left alone, the fat man suspiciously wondered why the leader ordered to hide the truth from the old man. Evening twilight fell on the city street. Warm lanterns were lit. The man confidently walked through the night city, pondering that the master would find out the truth anyway. He realized that the master would be more disappointed by his anger than by the guilt for the loss of people due to underestimating the enemy. Clenching his teeth, he was angry at himself for the thirst for revenge instead of sorrow, understanding that he still had room to grow. Suddenly, his steps stopped abruptly. He found himself in front of a large, traditional building towering in the darkness. With a creak, he opened the sliding doors and decisively stepped inside. In the room lay two seriously wounded men, watched over by a bald warrior. Looking at the mutilated body of his comrade, he understood that these cautious officers had fallen into an ambush. He sternly ordered the bald guard to immediately and in detail tell everything that had happened. The man listened intently to every word, trying to reconstruct the picture of events. In memories, one of the wounded desperately argued that without a preemptive strike, they would all be destroyed. Two officers tensely discussed the hopelessness of the situation. They argued heatedly, realizing that their enemies kill first and think later. The mustached officer insisted on reporting the impossibility of an offensive, but his interlocutor demanded a frontal attack on the Samuk sect. The mustachioed man shockingly refused to stoop to the level of criminals and use dirty methods. Returning to reality, the bald warrior added with tears that the leader ultimately ordered everyone to retreat due to danger. The man instantly realized that the attack happened the very next day. Otherwise, the higher command would have shared the fate of the dead. Analyzing the situation, he understood that the warning was ignored and blamed himself for the retreat. Frozen with rage, he realized that he had imposed his rules on subordinates too harshly. His red eye flashed with a terrifying sight as he understood that only he must be responsible for the bloody outcome. A predatory smile appeared on his face, for the enemy's action had opened his eyes to new truths. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the mustached officer sighed heavily, leaning over the table. His face was covered with sweat from tension. He could not comprehend the cause of the disaster. Suddenly, the room's door burst open with a bang, interrupting his anxious thoughts. The long-haired leader angrily struck his subordinate with a powerful blow, accusing him of recklessness. Grabbing the wounded man, the leader burst out shouting because the fool had ruined all the plans and violated the order not to touch the Bianquan sect. The subordinates exchanged confused glances, not understanding where those miserable fists came from or what was happening around them. The man in the purple robe suggested kneeling, but the leader coldly demanded other options. The subordinate nervously insisted that they needed to act swiftly and find the real culprit to prove their own innocence. The chief furiously slammed his fist on the table, cursing unknown bastards, and ordered an immediate check of the province for enemies. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a solitary candle, four men gathered around a round table for a secret meeting. One of the conspirators grimly noted that harsh measures would have to be taken, since an enemy with such a temperament would surely seek revenge, but another confidently assured their safety. The leader raised his hand, categorically forbidding the enemy from approaching Gwangju, as his control over the underground would be fatal for their operations. The leader angrily squinted, questioning his warrior whether he really had not attacked the Bianquan sect or killed officers. The conspirators continued discussing the unprecedented crisis, urging each other to analyze the method of destroying the enemy's nest. The mustached man tensed, realizing that this perfect scheme was missing only a few details, and with horror recalled the fatal consequences. The candle flame flickered ominously under the words that everyone had been killed so brutally that their remains could not be gathered. The warrior with the sword desperately justified himself, reminding about the order not to interfere, while the leader puzzledly pondered the identity of the real killer. In the dimly lit room on the bed lay a heavily wounded warrior with a tightly bandaged torso. Suddenly, he sharply opened his eyes, greedily gasping for air and covered in cold sweat from the experienced horror. Groaning from unbearable pain, the wounded man tried to get up, convulsively clutching the blanket with trembling hands. The man with long black hair unequivocally ordered him to lie back down, stating that the mangled body was not yet ready for movement. The chief approached the table with documents, harshly repeating his order while the warrior embarrassedly stared at his silhouette. The exhausted subordinate, not believing his own eyes, asked in a trembling voice how his leader had even ended up nearby. The wounded man's face suddenly distorted with despair as he remembered Officers Peck and Ima feverishly reaching his hand forward. The advisor in purple inquired about the police, to which the warrior nervously explained that the Shinyi District Administration openly supported the destroyed sect. The chief remarked in an icy tone that anger would not change the facts and ordered to keep a cool head, promising to avenge the fallen. The leader with piercing red eyes stepped forward, hunched predatorily over the wounded man. Without blinking, he unequivocally declared that this warrior was his responsibility, and he would protect his people to the end. The wounded man, overcoming agony, began to slowly rise, throwing off the blanket under the watchful gaze of his rescuer. Breathing heavily, he finally sat up, wiping drops of sweat while the chief silently studied his scarred body. The leader noted that gratitude alone would not suffice, and the subordinate gave a crooked smile, agreeing that the shame would not be washed away without bloody retribution. The warrior sat on the edge of the bed, lowering his head and gathering his thoughts before recounting the merciless slaughter. Recalling the attackers, he acknowledged their strength, but assured that to the chief they were nothing, since Officer M was pierced through with a single devastating blow. The leader frowned at the police's involvement, but his advisor logically suggested that their protection had allowed the small sect to seize the entire district. Hearing the terrible details of the bloody massacre, the chief continued to listen in absolute eerie silence. Holding his shattered ribs, the warrior confessed that he survived only thanks to an instant preemptive strike, after which the chief asked about Peck's fate. The warrior's body trembled with powerless rage as he horrifiedly confirmed that Officer Peck had met the same brutal death. The chief's face twitched barely noticeably, and in his narrowed eyes flashed uncontrollable, devastating anger. The image of the joyful crowd sharply contrasted with the cold thought that a reckless charge at the monster would only destroy all their hopes. Turning his back, the chief sternly cut off, saying that the subordinate had to act according to instructions and find a way to survive at any cost. The wounded man silently lowered his gaze, completely crushed by the realization of his own helplessness. The chief reminded about old rumors, and the warrior feverishly nodded, assuring that he now definitely knew about the Samok sect's non-involvement. The dark-haired leader calmly approached closely, noting that he needed to hear all the details of this dirty affair. The advisor summarized that an unknown killer wiped out the sect along with the officers, and the warrior shockingly realized that he had become the main suspect. Dripping with cold sweat, the wounded man explained that although the Samok sect likes threats, they would never go for such an open destruction. The chief nodded, understanding that these enemies act by completely different methods, while his warrior sat on the bed, emptied by pain. In the eyes of the wounded man, an unshakable, fanatical determination suddenly flared up. Despite the strict order to rest, the man sharply jumped up, declaring that he would not lie down while his people were paralyzed by horror. He firmly stepped barefoot on the wooden floor, realizing that the slightest manifestation of fear would make the enemies come for them all. The warrior angrily grabbed the sword hilt, shouting that no matter how much of an ignoramus he was, he would never dare to raise the blade against officials. The leader interrupted the dispute, emphasizing that due to the enemy's connections with the police, their organization faced the same bloody fate as the cult of the fallen blood. The advisor nervously asked about the advisability of intervention, but the warrior coldly cut him off, saying that the destroyed cult was at its peak and only they had enough power for such a daring strike. He gloomily stared into the void, reflecting on his inability to properly judge people. The wounded fighter breathed heavily, covered in sweat and fresh bruises. The city was enveloped by night, and above the lantern-lit roofs, the moon shone brightly. In the middle of the festive street, a man appeared, instantly drawing the crowd's attention with his luxurious and radiant appearance. His face remained impassive as he mentally agreed with others' conclusions. Assessing the guards at the entrance, he noted that the subordinates looked ordinary, except for being a bit arrogant. To lure the target out, he had to reveal his presence, though this necessity annoyed him. The guards sharply flinched when they suddenly noticed a stranger in front of them. One of the sentries greedily scanned the guest with his eyes, mentally assessing his colossal wealth. The servant instantly changed his tone and with a flattering smile offered to escort the honorable gentleman inside. With a mocking smile, the guest inquired whether this servant was capable of doing his job properly. Deciding to give him a chance, he majestically followed the joyful guide. An expensive drink poured into an exquisite glass. He was already sitting relaxed among women, laughing loudly and pretending to be a carefree rake. The courtesans whispered, impressed by his unprecedented generosity and colossal gold expenses. Declaring that the girls knew how to please, he dramatically took out a heavy pouch. The women joyfully squealed as he scattered shining stones before them with a laugh. Suddenly, a rumble sounded, and his face twisted into a predatory smile. In the gaming hall, he threw dice intently, gathering a tense crowd of onlookers around him. The spectators roared excitedly, urging him to raise the stakes. The dice clattered across the wooden table, deciding the fate of the next round. While the crowd went wild, he barely contained his disgust, eagerly waiting for the victims to take the bait. In a bright room at a small table sat a woman, calmly conversing with her companion. She was reminded of the advice to simply retreat, to which she responded with a barely noticeable surprise. The interlocutor smiled slyly, recalling the infamous reputation of the local libertines. She stated that the true identity of this man had never been revealed, although such a confession seemed strange. The woman calmly sipped her drink, admitting that all she could do was wait endlessly. The interlocutor tensely took a sip from her mug, sinking into heavy silence. The woman was absolutely certain that this mysterious guest had come here not at all for entertainment. Meanwhile, in the yard, a man irritably sliced through the air, realizing that the enemies had not taken the bait. He began to concentrate energy, pondering whether to seek help from the steward. Suddenly stopping, he decided to deal with the consequences himself, refusing to wait for someone else's intervention. A powerful pulse of energy burst from his palm, shaking the air. He spun around in a combat stance, releasing a devastating whirlwind of power around him. The wave of his aura reminded of the fifth-degree technique in the invincible wall of power. The man struck the ground with his feet, unleashing a pillar of blue light. His eyes blazed red against the backdrop of turbulent energy streaming through space. He maneuvered in the air, slicing through streams of power with confident and smooth movements. The ground beneath him cracked as another energy surge burst outward. His face remained icy as he skillfully controlled the flows of his own aura. The power gradually subsided and his gaze became cold and penetrating again. A woman suddenly approached him, causing him to freeze in mild surprise. She bowed respectfully, greeting her master with a soft but confident smile. He cursed silently, disappointed that he was interrupted just a step away from spiritual enlightenment. Quickly regaining composure, he inquired about the reason for her visit, convinced he could repeat the breakthrough later. She carefully placed a bulky package wrapped in expensive fabric on the table. Unfolding it, the woman revealed a multi-tiered box filled to the brim with exquisite dishes. At his surprised look, she modestly confirmed that she had prepared everything herself. He gloomily chewed the meat, accustomed to considering food merely as fuel. However, the taste unexpectedly impressed him, making him mentally acknowledge the guest's culinary talent. Setting aside the chopsticks, he bluntly stated that she clearly did not come here to feed him. The woman cautiously mentioned the appearance of a libertine, to which he irritably snapped back, forbidding her to show jealousy. She calmly agreed, admitting that she had no right to such feelings. He attentively listened to her unexpected offer of help, understanding her difference from others. His eyes widened with interest, and he ordered her to continue. She silently stood before him, waiting for permission to act. With a predatory smile, he asked if she could handle this dangerous task, to which he received a firm agreement. She assured that she would never consider him obligated and promised not to take risks. Having received permission, she bowed low, grateful for the opportunity to prove her usefulness. In her mind, she repeated her stepfather's instruction. To gain the favor of this man, she had to take his side at all costs. In the dim room, the wounded soldier struggled with great effort to get up from the bed, holding his bandaged chest. The leader dryly refused him participation, ordering him to fully recover first. Staggering from pain, the subordinate desperately insisted on his point, seeking to take revenge on the enemies himself. Tears of helplessness ran down his tortured face. He begged for a chance to meet the fallen comrades with honor. The leader, with a cold gaze of crimson eyes, mentally questioned the advisability of meeting with the dead man. The wounded subordinate, despite the pain and fresh bandages, staggered and tried to get up, showing fanatical stubbornness. The leader stopped him with a sharp remark about the risk of stitches tearing, then coldly inquired about the location of the Samak sect. The soldier's face twisted in confusion, as all evidence indicated the clan's non-involvement in recent events. Comfortably seated on the chair, the leader cynically remarked that the primary task was to calm the people's anger and sorrow. A predatory smile played on his face as he added that they would have to act secretly, but with unwavering confidence. The woman opposite, calmly pouring tea, confirmed the leader's logic, emphasizing the necessity of destroying the Samak sect for the satisfaction of the crowd. She confidently stated that calming the families of the fallen officers and devoted followers carries much more weight than finding the real culprits. The interlocutor with the long braid agreed, noting that punishing the innocent would perfectly lull the vigilance of the true enemies. A rhetorical question hung over the hot tea about yet another inevitable consequence of their bloody plan. The woman raised a finger, declaring unequivocally that this would serve as a harsh warning to all future opponents. Her words brought a satisfied smile to the face of the interlocutor, who promised to arrange the most demonstrative reprisal. The advisor respectfully bowed her head, expressing gratitude that the gentleman had heeded her strategic insight. The man fell silent thoughtfully, pondering the final details of the ruthless plan. Later, the leader addressed his wounded subordinate, sternly warning that he was taking him on the mission only because of excessive talkativeness, and threatened punishment for any deterioration of condition. Suddenly rising from the table, he gave a brief order to set off. The night silence was broken by cries of pain and muffled sounds of blows echoing against the dark sky. The spacious courtyard instantly turned into an arena of death, strewn with the bodies of fallen enemies, bleeding. One of the opponents fell with a crunch onto the stone pavement, spitting out clots of blood. The leader majestically towered over the defeated enemy, allowing the wind to scatter the hems of his purple attire. From the darkness emerged three enraged fighters, shouting threats and clutching weapons in their hands. The chieftain calmly assessed the new threat, cold-bloodedly deciding to deal with this petty trash first. The largest of the attackers raised his sword with a fierce roar, closing the distance. The blade whistled through the air, but the leader instantly reacted to the attack. With a lightning-fast move, he seized the initiative, driving the enemy into the ground with incredible force. Without looking back, the chieftain addressed his apprentice, ordering him to carefully memorize every move for future battles. Taking a step towards the bewildered enemies, he explained that fear is the fastest path to defeat. The next opponent rushed forward, desperately trying to reach him with a short blade. The leader easily dodged, noting that only absolute calm allows one to read the enemy's actions. His leg struck the attacker's body lightning fast, demonstrating flawless timing and reaction. The broken opponent staggered helplessly, preparing to receive the final blow. The leader's hand pierced the air with a devastating attack, reinforced by the advice to strike without hesitation, especially against a group. He stood calmly among the mangled bodies, calling the destruction of such trash purely a matter of efficiency. The same predatory smile appeared again on his face as he added that the rule "kill or die" best increases effectiveness. The last surviving enemy trembled uncontrollably, having lost all will to resist in the face of a true monster. Thick drops of blood loudly splattered on the wooden floor, leaving eerie traces. In the dimly lit room, three prisoners, covered in wounds and bruises, were tightly tied to chairs. The burly executioner, with a bloodied club in his hands, looked questioningly at the elder, waiting for permission to continue the torture. The investigator roughly grabbed the captive by the hair, hissing that a quick death would be too easy a punishment for them. He harshly stated that now their survival depended only on how useful they could become. Losing patience, the executioner indifferently advised one of the prisoners to just die, unwilling to spare life for all. The prisoner realized with horror that this monster had deliberately spared his life for some terrible purpose, and began to think frantically. On the luxurious wooden table, neatly stacked gold bars gleamed brightly. The leader silently drilled his subordinate with his gaze, waiting for an explanation of his disgraceful failure. The man, sweating cold sweat, resignedly bowed his head and admitted his guilt before the boss. The leader coldly cut off, saying that the difference between action and intention is enormous, calling the subordinate's survival a pure coincidence while he sobbed pitifully. Sitting at the table, the leader admitted that he respected him for past merits, but the question of trust was now completely destroyed. When the subordinate tried to justify himself, the boss sharply interrupted him, reminding him of dangerous dirty money in direct violation of the order. Slowly rising, the leader admitted that he understood human greed and gave an example of a traitor who had completely lost his humanity. The heavy steps of the boss echoed off the floor, emphasizing the deadly danger of the situation. Lowering himself to the level of the humiliated subordinate, the leader advised him to thank the officers whose actions forced him to quickly confess to treason. He admitted that he had lost vigilance and now intended to use him as a replacement for the dead. The boss's eyes filled with a chilling coldness as he forbade repeating this mistake, not wanting to see his empire destroyed. Under the crushing gaze of red eyes, The subordinate sprawled on the floor, demonstrating absolute submission and fear. Standing over the mutilated body, the leader mentally noted that now he would have to personally discipline this unstable youth. His gaze became even sterner as he doubted whether the boy could endure constant proximity to him. The youth's face was completely soaked in blood, and his gaze faded into emptiness after the experienced horror. In the middle of the room lay a gruesome body cut in half, surrounded by pools of blood, before which the clan members gathered. While one of the subordinates trembled from the cruelty of what was seen, the leader with icy calm noted that this was done not out of revenge, but as a standard procedure. The ruler coldly pondered his own methods, clearly realizing that his thinking had long since gone beyond normal. Recalling the recent failure in Gwangju, he tensed, trying to calculate how far his enemy would go. Discarding unnecessary emotions, the youth adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror, preparing for the next step. Behind him, the informant trembled on his knees, while the master unemotionally weighed whether to leave the traitors alive. Having grasped the enemy's tricks, he understood. Foreign indifference would mean death and interest, a chance for survival, after which the name Son Dewey echoed in his thoughts. The youth sharply turned to the confused servant, harshly demanding an answer as to why such a critical matter had fallen into foreign hands. Without waiting for explanations, he flatly added that his direct intervention would provoke absolutely uncontrollable consequences. His gaze became icy as he noted the complete lack of faith in such people, forcing him to rely solely on his own mind. Killing the informant now would be a mistake. Officers must not be drawn into shadowy affairs, and managing this scoundrel turned out to be too convenient. The servant on the floor turned pale and did not manage to utter a word upon hearing the approach of heavy, inevitable footsteps. The next moment, the lord's heavy boot mercilessly pressed the traitor's head into the wooden floor. The man groaned hoarsely, writhing in vain under the crushing pressure that made his bones crack. Looking down arrogantly at the victim, the young man calmly delivered the verdict. The received reports were quite sufficient for immediate execution. The informant's face twisted grotesquely from unbearable pain as he gasped for air under the stranger's boot. A powerful blow threw the body aside, accompanied by a final warning, stop thinking and bring only results. Turning back to the mirror, the master ordered in an icy tone to carry out everything without any hesitation. The beaten and humiliated man, sweating and trembling all over, meekly croaked his consent. Later, the atmosphere changed sharply. The master sat surrounded by two cheerful courtesans who tried to attract his attention. But his face radiated only irritation and boredom when he openly stated that all this brought him no pleasure. One of the women timidly suggested entertaining him with a melody, but the young man sharply brushed her off as if she were an annoying fly. The courtesans exchanged confused glances, wondering mentally why he had even summoned them if he did not enjoy the moment at all. Suddenly, the space plunged into complete darkness, heralding a transition to far more sinister events. In the dimly lit room, 3 conspirators gathered, one of whom reported receiving secret information. Shadows concealed their faces while a muffled, ominous whisper echoed over the round table. 2 interlocutors nodded synchronously, silently approving the further plan of action. In the semi-darkness, a predatory smile flashed when the proposal to test their plan in practice was voiced. The man with a mustache spread his arms contentedly, declaring that they would definitely catch the target and use it as bait. Meanwhile, the master left the pleasure establishment, sighing in disappointment over yet another wasted evening. The accompanying servant fearfully noticed the lord's displeasure, to which he curtly replied, "The rumors about the luxury of this place turned out to be complete lies." To the servant's pitiful promises to fix the situation, the lord only snorted contemptuously, reminding that all their previous efforts had been in vain. The young man cast a mocking glance at the subordinate, ridiculing his overconfidence and pitiful pleas for one more chance. Losing interest in the conversation, he turned around and let the servant do whatever he wanted, leaving him gratefully bowing after him. Walking down the night street, the ruler squinted cunningly, mentally nurturing the hope that the enemy had already swallowed his bait. The next morning, the peaceful landscape of the traditional estate bathed in soft sunlight under the autumn leaves. The elderly servant named Kan Jin leisurely and peacefully swept the yard, enjoying the silence. He smiled dreamily, recalling his beautiful wife, and mentally ordered himself to pull himself together so as not to reveal his happiness. Suddenly, his movements froze sharply as an icy chill unexpectedly ran down his spine. The old man's face paled with horror, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead from an incomprehensible flash of anxiety. Nervously feeling himself, he naively tried to justify his fear with old age weakness and lack of tonic remedies. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice, causing the old man to shudder and quickly turn around with a broom in his hands. The young master gracefully landed in the yard, raising a cloud of dust with his purple robes after a light jump over the wall. To the old man's surprised question about such an unusual appearance, the guest laughed, noting that pure intentions do not require front doors. The young man familiarly placed his hands on Kanjin's shoulders, noting his strong build, and casually asked if he had already eaten breakfast. Rejoicing at the visit, the old man cheerfully called his wife, ordering her to immediately set another place for the honored guest. In a moment, a bowl of hot, fragrant rice steaming thickly was placed on the wooden table before the master. Kanjin's wife smiled warmly, sincerely wishing the young lord a pleasant appetite and filling the room with homely coziness. The young man gently asked the woman to stop addressing him so formally, since they had lived together for a long time, causing her to awkwardly apologize. Despite her fear of possible gossip, the lord coldly dismissed these worries, considering others' opinions absolutely unworthy of their attention. Watching the lord, Kanjin mentally acknowledged, although he was loyal, the master had never been the first priority for him in this house. Meanwhile, a juicy piece of meat was carefully placed on a spoon with snow-white rice, promising an incredible taste. The old man, fatherly and caring, advised the young man to chew his food thoroughly to avoid digestive problems. Pouting slightly offended, the lord retorted that he was no longer a child and would eat exclusively as he wished. To prove his words, he aggressively stuffed a huge portion into his mouth, amusingly puffing his cheeks from the amount of food. Kanjin and his wife only smiled warmly and indulgently, watching as the formidable master devoured their dish with childlike delight. The student sat before the master and resolutely declared that he would set out with him, for he was not going for amusement. The old mentor noted his weight loss and advised him to stay home, to which the young man retorted that such words frighten worse than death. He was irritated by the master's constant talks about marriage, so he grumpily threw out that the mentor would have to babysit his child himself. The master changed the subject to men, but the student coldly replied that besides intelligence and beauty, he saw nothing special in her. The old man mentally decided not to rush things, content with at least a drop of positivity in the young man's words. The conversation returned to the main topic when Kanjin reminded them of their recent discussion. It was about a series of brutal murders. The student promised this time not to fail and to mercilessly punish those who had lost their human likeness, setting a new standard for himself. The master only noted with a smile how much the young man's energy had grown along with his anxiety. Kanjin sternly ordered the mentor to definitely take his medicine. The old man joked, but the young man insisted on proper treatment and forbade even mentioning the approach of death. The master laughed sincerely, admitting that because of his only student, he had become too sensitive to such topics. A deep night descended on the earth, illuminated only by a dim crescent moon. On the outskirts stood a lonely, half-ruined hut. In the darkness of the yard, a man squatted, preparing for a bloody deed. He methodically and monotonously sharpened a wide kitchen knife on a stone. Nearby lay an entire arsenal of perfectly sharpened blades. His face stretched into a gruesome smile as he whispered that everything was ready. Gleaming with steel under the moonlight, the maniac decided to take matters into his own hands. A bright day came before the grand gates of the martial arts hall of the Gu clan. The crowd buzzed with excitement, joyfully greeting the victor. The man in red robes received ovations for brilliant achievements both in civilian and combat service. Those present flattered him, joking that for such a success, they would run naked through the city for their son. The victor bowed, feigning modesty, enjoying every second of glory. In his thoughts, he rejoiced, dreaming that such days would never end. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a group of young men approaching the gates. The boy in green awkwardly waved off compliments, burning with embarrassment. His friends teased him with undisguised envy and mild malice. The man in red recalled how his own father reproached him for the successes of this genius. The young men laughed loudly, promising that the winner would have to pay for his triumph. The boy smiled guiltily, folding his hands in an apologetic gesture. One of the friends asked in surprise why he refused service in the capital after taking first place. The youth admitted that although he passed the exam, he trusts the sword more than calligraphy, so he wants to develop his strengths. He also refused a military career, wishing to be an ordinary protector for common people. His gaze radiated calm confidence and sincerity. These words struck his friend, and he admitted that for the first time he felt true respect for someone. The young man in green laughed, begging to stop this awkward praise. Friends solemnly recognized him as the great, promising to walk the path of martial arts together to the very end. They bowed respectfully, eagerly awaiting his great future. The boy with a warm smile noted that he had finally found himself with them on the same starting line. In the evening, Kanjin crossed the residence courtyard at a brisk pace. A servant ran up to him, delivering an urgent message from an unknown sender. Kanjin stopped in surprise, examining the mysterious letter. The servant confirmed the authenticity of the information, adding that two officials were already conducting a detailed investigation. Quickly scanning the text, Kanjin ordered to strengthen the patrols, deciding to go to the place personally. The servant devotedly offered his escort, clenching his fists with determination. Kanjin coldly refused, ordering first to fully master the martial arts taught to him. Walking through the night streets, the hero felt danger and realized that the trap he had set had turned against him. He approached the dark mansion, suspecting that he was stepping straight into a trap. Chaos reigned inside, and someone's bloodied face twitched with insane excitement. The maniac was breathing heavily, looming over the mutilated body of the woman on the bed. The killer threw back his head, choking on hysterical laughter. His eyes burned with madness, and fresh blood of the victim dripped from his chin. Suddenly, he turned sharply, feeling someone's silent presence behind his back. Grabbing a butcher's cleaver, the maniac prepared to attack. In front of him stood Kanjin, turned with his back to the killer, who fiercely demanded to be named. Ignoring the question, the hero stated that this was not the person he was looking for. His profile remained icy, not a muscle twitched on his face. The killer shuddered with horror, not understanding how someone could radiate such absolute calm. Kanjin slowly ran his hand over the bloodied wall, assessing the traces. Looking at the blood, he was finally convinced that he had mistaken the target. Enraged by such a contemptuous attitude, the maniac burst into a scream, and it was then that Kanjin turned his dead, piercing gaze toward him. The man in purple coldly noted that the opponent was clearly not a novice and asked if he had ever killed outside this house. In response, the attacker went mad and rushed forward with a scream, but the master easily blocked his strike. Without wasting a second, the man delivered a devastating blow directly to the killer's chest, causing him to wheeze in pain. From the powerful impact, the attacker flew to the side and a blue bead rolled out of his clothing onto the floor with a clatter. The wounded man slid down the wall, trembling and barely holding back a groan, while the victor calmly loomed over him. Looking around the room, the master noted that the house was empty, but looked suspiciously luxurious. He concluded that the killer belonged to a wealthy family, but the real target was unlikely to enjoy luxury anywhere. With a contemptuous smile, the man added that this mess was arranged hastily, as if a poor man had drunk strong alcohol to get drunk faster. Without warning, he sharply kicked the attacker in the face, causing him to flinch from a new burst of pain. Pressing the enemy to the floor, the master called him a fool and an ordinary bait that someone had deliberately planted. From the merciless pressure, the killer screamed and tears rolled down his bloodied face from unbearable torment. The master stepped on him, analyzing the situation. The plan was too well thought out, and every coincidence actually looked like inevitability. He realized that the enemies had uncovered his true identity, so they planted this killer to give him a legitimate reason for retribution. From a sudden revelation, his eyes widened, and he mentally cursed the degenerates from the left wing, understanding that the murder of the officers was also a provocation. The puzzle came together. The scoundrels did not flee, but simply hid to mock him. Trembling with barely restrained rage, the man pondered how to catch and tear them to pieces, because if he swallowed the bait, they would come themselves. Suddenly, he stopped the flow of his thoughts, sharply realizing that this was also part of the enemy's trap. Awkwardly covering his mouth with his hand, the master recalled his recent promise not to look for excuses, but admitted that in such moments he was too easily overcome by emotions. Cursing with disappointment, he turned away from the unconscious body on the floor. Meanwhile, in the residence, the minister exclaimed indignantly, not believing that someone was really proposing to see this matter through to the end. Addressing the figure in the mask, he complained that he could not guarantee safety if killers continued to appear. Tiredly massaging his temples, the official lamented that there were no more peaceful days in his life. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the report on the table, and he asked confusedly what a serial killer had to do with it. Carefully studying the papers, the minister sighed, marveling at the number of psychopaths in the world, which do not end even after their destruction. He noted that the lack of connection between the victims helped avoid publicity, but if this continues, rumors will spread. Realizing the scale of the threat, he struck the table, outraged that, due to lack of evidence, the investigation was dragging on and more people could die. In despair, the minister crumpled the report, emotionally declaring that he wanted to resign as soon as possible to never see the emperor's face again. Suddenly, a calm female voice sounded, and a princess entered the room, asking about the reason for his morning anger. She warned with a slight smile that her father would be shocked to hear talks about the resignation of his subordinate. The minister laughed nervously and stood up, reminding the girl that a loyal pupil must keep her master's secrets. The princess casually sat on the edge of the table and again asked what exactly had made him so angry. The man once again complained about the lack of peace and handed her the troubling documents. The girl silently took the reports and began to study them carefully. Her eyes widened with surprise when she saw the contents of the papers. She asked anxiously whether the emperor knew about this, to which the minister replied that he was obliged to report it, although it would make the situation extremely serious. At the princess's suggestion to intervene in the matter, the mentor categorically shook his head, calling it too dangerous. The girl smiled confidently, reminding him that he himself had taught her to overcome any difficulties, and she was capable of standing up for herself. The minister acknowledged her considerable talents and high level of development, although the princess felt that he underestimated her perfection. He stood up, looked seriously at the pupil, and emphasized that there were indeed few in the world who could challenge her. However, the mentor warned about the existence of elite masters, mentioning the untouchable woman from the divine cult, whose confrontation requires time and extraordinary effort. He sternly added that the woman bore the lives of many people on her shoulders and forbade the princess to compare herself to her. The girl only smiled softly, taking it as a challenge, and wondered whether she really could not achieve similar greatness without such a burden. Meanwhile, in the courtyard near the gates, a squad of armed guards gathered, inspecting the scene. On the ground under a bloody blanket lay a mutilated body silently guarded by subordinates. Elsewhere, in a quiet garden, a flock of chickens and squirrels carefreely pecked at grain. Among them sat calmly a man in purple, holding a pouch of feed in his hands. He turned his head upon hearing a girl approach him and respectfully called him the Great. She politely bowed, asking if he was really looking for her. The man confirmed this, noting that thanks to her, he had half completed his task, and allowed her to ask about what had happened. After a brief silence, he decided that the girl had every right to know the truth. Rising and throwing feed to the birds, he began his story. The master praised her for helping to approach the enemies, but admitted that on his part, he could do nothing. When the girl asked about the fate of the killer, he assured her that he would be punished, and then listened carefully to her proposal. She thanked him with a slight smile and explained that first she needed to gain the trust of the prisoner. To his doubts about the advisability of further studying the killer, the girl confessed that she had already done so, and although he knew nothing, it was not worth stopping. Her words that everything has a reason, and it is worth looking for hidden clues made the master freeze in surprise. His face instantly lit up with understanding, and he joyfully exclaimed that the enemies must have left traces. Laughing heartily, he patted the girl on the shoulder, thanking her for being useful to him once again. Elsewhere, near the entrance to the luxurious hall, two servants bowed deeply in respectful obeisance. In the room, an elderly woman awaited them, whose figure radiated unwavering authority and calm. A confident smile appeared on her face as she noticed that the one who ordinary people could not handle had come to them. The young man and his companion confidently walked down the dim corridor of the residence. The woman smiled softly, mentally apologizing for her unauthorized actions due to lack of time. An elderly hostess came out to meet them, warmly informing that the meeting took place exclusively at Madame Sun's request. The old woman's gaze gleamed cunningly, causing the hero to instantly become alert. He silently analyzed his interlocutor, realizing the full danger of this organization, which fundamentally kept away from official power. A cold smile appeared on his face from understanding. If he had not seen his own teacher's lies before, he would definitely have believed her. Turning to the old woman, the hero sharply cut off the false politeness, directly asking if she had confused anything. Frowning sternly, he made it clear that he had come not to ask for a favor, but to conduct a strict investigation within his duties. The old woman tried to play on pity, but the young man only snarled fiercely, emphasizing that it is in such inconspicuous places that unforgivable crimes hide. The woman tried to justify herself with her own worthlessness, but the hero immediately cut her off, saying that grand sins are committed by the powerful of this world. His aura instantly darkened, and his eyes flashed with a threat as he leaned closer and asked in an icy tone whether she really wanted to test her strength against him. Suddenly changing his tone, he casually inquired whether there were rumors about himself wandering among the city gossip. The hostess confirmed, calling him an honest official in the Hope of Guangdong, who in just half a year crushed most of the criminal groups. The young man coldly demanded to continue, and the woman confessed that they knew perfectly well about his trusted person through whom he had brought the underworld under his control. His eyes eerily glowed pink as he warned that openly spreading rumors about their connections would end badly. Attention shifted to a bowl of hot porridge, which, according to the old woman, symbolized the main need of their impoverished society, quenching hunger. The woman confidently offered to hand over the killer he needed, confirming her absolute awareness of the city's affairs. She wisely noted that rumors themselves are worthless until facts are gathered and pure truth is achieved. The hero looked at her intently, confirming that a thorough investigation into the killer, his entourage, and the victims is exactly what he wants. Pointing to the food, the old woman hinted that only his powerful organization could draw the necessary conclusions. Understanding the hint at a hidden motive, the young man seriously stated that this was not an ordinary case, but a murder for the sake of murder. The woman's face instantly contorted with shock, and she nervously swallowed, struck by this terrible assumption. The hero maintained an icy calm, unemotionally stating that she clearly knew the truth. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the old woman forced a strained smile, cautiously trying to extract his further guesses. The young man slyly squinted, praising her skill in deftly twisting even after being exposed, while the woman hastily promised full cooperation. Instead of further questioning, he simply brought a spoon of hot porridge to his mouth. His companion watched this sudden meal in confusion, completely not understanding the reasons for such a sharp change in behavior. He continued to chew impassively while the hostess tensely froze in anxious anticipation. A heavy, oppressive silence settled in the room, broken only by the monotonous clinking of the spoon against the bowl. Suddenly, he pierced the old woman with a murderous look, causing her to convulsively shudder from pure horror. With icy calm, the hero stated that he valued efficiency and would not waste time on what he already knew, giving her a head start only until the bowl was empty. Continuing to eat, he issued a harsh ultimatum. The absence of a quick answer would mean her readiness to accept all his destructive wrath. The old woman was drenched in sweat, panicking as she realized that the heir of the Lee family, who had instantly taken over the Black Society, had a real monster as a teacher. Facts flashed through her mind that he became a police captain after brilliantly passing the exams and attracted the dangerous attention of Guanzun. Clenching her trembling fists under the table, she understood that an open conflict with him would surely destroy her entire organization. The young man silently observed her hesitation, cold-bloodedly trying to figure out the real reason for this paralyzing fear. Suddenly, the old woman fell to her knees with a crash, begging the master to simply kill them all on the spot. Lying flat on the floor, she confessed in despair that he had driven them into a dead end where death was inevitable, so it was better to die by his hand. The hero looked down on her arrogantly, directly asking if he really looked like a tyrant, to which she responded with absolute submission. He froze in icy silence until his companion gently tugged his sleeve. The woman quietly intervened, asking to give these frightened people at least a chance for salvation. The young man sighed heavily, realizing that for survival, the weak must rely on someone. And now on the other side of the scales was a much more powerful threat. The old woman exhaled with relief and almost cried when he promised to spare her the need to hesitate. A heavy sack of coins fell silently before her as a guarantee that they would remain unharmed. The hero offered money as an advance, assuring that he was not without honor and would generously reward for quality work. He exchanged a meaningful glance with his companion, and she barely nodded in agreement. Later, in a secret room, the Council of Elders tensely discussed the situation, worrying that an open investigation against Zuo Henliang would bring them the greatest harm. The old woman wearily rubbed her temple, acknowledging the full danger of the enemy and recalling the recent bloody events in Guangdong. The council grimly agreed that Zuo Henliang's influence extended throughout their entire school, and the young police captain acted with excessive and dangerous zeal. The hostess crossed her arms over her chest, sharply stating that the status of the Lei family heir would not save them, as this young man was a true madman. The elders shuddered upon hearing that the captain was capable, without batting an eye, of turning everything upside down, becoming a worse threat than Zuo Henliang himself. Stopping objections with a sharp gesture, the old woman emphasized that behind him stood far more than just the powerful Li family. She pointed out a strange paradox. The young man with the highest scores on the state exams had somehow ended up in the ordinary local police. The council broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that with such grades, any big shot at the imperial court would want to take him under their wing. One of the elders nervously exclaimed, begging to be told everything she knew immediately, as the situation demanded urgent decisions. The old woman clearly pronounced the name Guanzun, causing everyone present to freeze in shocked silence. With a gloomy face, she stated that their choice was actually not between the Li family and Zuo Henlian, but between Guanzong and Zuo Henlian. A tense silence fell in the room as the council prepared to make their fateful choice, to help the police or to support the enemy.